Chapter 1. Cast out by the casino. Mo Xiaofan stood in the border river, clad only in loose-fitting shorts. His body marred with bruises, he cast a resentful glance at the brightly lit casino behind him, and his heart swelled with bitterness. He longed to unleash a torrent of curses, to denounce the casino and its ancestors. Finally, he wiped the blood from his lips and spat defiantly at the casino before struggling to wade ashore. Once on land, disoriented and unfamiliar with his surroundings, he wandered aimlessly until he stumbled upon a road sign. Following its directions, he reached the wanding border checkpoint at 5 in the morning after 2 arduous hours. At the checkpoint, 2 police officers were engaged in conversation when they turned to see a disheveled figure resembling a piece of raw pork. Mo Xiaofan, nearly devoid of clothing and clad only in a tight-fitting pair of shorts, stood before them, a pitiful sight. "Stay where you are. What are you doing here?" Officer Zhou blocked Mo Xiaofan's path. At that moment, Mo Xiaofan felt a glimmer of hope. The pent-up frustration and injustice surged forth, and he could not contain his sorrow, bursting into tears. The officers led him to the duty room, where they worked to calm his emotions. After some time, Mo Xiaofan recounted how he had come to Relics with 600,000 yuan a partner in the jade business, only to be swindled at the casino and subsequently beaten for refusing to borrow money from them. "All right, it's fine now. Xiaoli, fetch him a set of our old clothes," Officer Zhou instructed. Xiaoli brought Mo Xiaofan a set of worn basketball attire. Having mortgaged his home to come to Relics, he now found himself destitute, and the thought of losing his hard-earned savings and the house he had pledged filled him with despair. Seeing his sorrow, Officer Zhou felt pity. "Given your situation, you could be charged with illegal border crossing, which may incur a prison sentence of up to 1 year detention or fines. However, considering your unique circumstances and that this is your first offense, we will settle for a verbal warning. Do you have any relatives or friends here?" The mention of a potential prison sentence silenced Mo Xiaofan's cries. "Yes. May I please use your phone?" he requested, reaching out to a friend he was reluctant to contact, Xiaofan. Half an hour later, a Volkswagen Tiguan arrived at the wanding border checkpoint. A well-groomed young man of 180 centimeters stepped out of the vehicle, striding purposefully toward the checkpoint. Mo Xiaofan, seeing Xiaofan approach, lowered his head in silence, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Upon entering the checkpoint, Xiaofan greeted the officers before stopping before Mo Xiaofan, assessing his condition. The sight of Mo Xiaofan, bruised and bloodied, diminished Xiaofan's initial anger. He reconsidered his impulse to strike. Mo Xiaofan, what performance are you putting on?" he remarked. Mo Xiaofan began, but emotions overwhelmed him once more, and he broke into tears. "His emotions are still unstable, allow me to explain," Officer Zhou interjected. After hearing Mo Xiaofan's story from the officer, Xiaofan's frustration reignited. Now boiling over, he stepped forward, delivering a sharp right hook to Mo Xiaofan's left cheek, followed by a kick to his abdomen that sent him sprawling to the ground. The 2 officers were caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. After exchanging glances, Officer Zhou swiftly intervened, pushing Xiaofan away. "You're out of line. The police are present. You cannot resort to violence," he admonished. Mo Xiaofan crouched on the ground, cradling his head. His experience at the casino had taught him how to protect himself when attacked. "Apologies, officer. I lost control," Xiaofan admitted, realizing his outburst. "And no matter the circumstances, you cannot strike another person. Do you understand? Now, take him away," Officer Zhou ordered. "Officer, aren't you considering locking this fool up for a few months to teach him a lesson?" Xiaofan retorted. Mo Xiaofan thought to himself, truly escaping from one peril only to fall into another. As Xiaofan escorted Mo Xiaofan away from the wanding border checkpoint, he handed 2 packs of cigarettes to Officer Zhou, who accepted them with a smile. Driving toward Relics, Xiaofan turned to Mo Xiaofan. "So, Mo Xiaofan, regale me with the tale of your misadventures at the casino. I could use a laugh. Can you not mock me for once?" Mo Xiaofan replied. "All right, then tell me what kind of charm your deceitful partner possessed to convince you to mortgage your home for 600,000 yuan instead of seeking my help. This matter infuriates me further. I might just kick you out of the car." He was a client who sold jade. "I shared a piece of jade he had with my contacts, and after a successful sale, he proposed a partnership. I thought it was easy money, so I went to Relics with the cash," Mo Xiaofan explained. "Then he took me to the casino across the river, claiming it was a good opportunity. At first, I won over 100,000 yuan. Can you believe how easy it was to make money?" Mo Xiaofan's eyes sparkled with excitement, only for the light to dim swiftly. "Eventually, my winnings dwindled and losses mounted. The more I lost, the more I sought to recoup my losses, betting larger amounts. Before I knew it, I had squandered all my money. When they urged me to borrow from their loan sharks, I realized something was amiss. I refused to borrow from them and was beaten severely, stripped of everything but my shorts before they let me go to SMO. Xiaofan spoke. He glanced at Xiong Haowen, hesitantly adding, "You know the rest." "Am I so untrustworthy that you would rather believe a client?" Xiong Haowen asked. "You've always had it better than me, and you enjoy mocking me." "I wanted to prove myself, to surpass you, and then flaunt it in front of you," Mo Xiaofan admitted. "Ah, Mo Xiaofan, but now you can't even keep the house your uncle gave you. Perhaps you should consider how to explain this to your family. Tell them you had bad luck at the casino. Just wait until your uncle breaks your legs." Mo Xiaofan fell silent, struck by the very concern he had dreaded most. "Thank you," he finally said. The 30-minute journey passed swiftly, and Xiong Haowen pulled up at the entrance of the Aoshing Century community in Relics City. Chapter 1. Cast out from the casino. Chapter 2. I shall not return. Xiong Haowen's Volkswagen Tiguan pulled into the underground parking space of the Aoshing Century community. Mo Xiaofan followed him out of the car and entered the elevator, ascending to the 18th floor. This was the 90-square-meter apartment that Xiong Haowen had purchased years ago with a bank loan. At that time, the property was priced at 200,000 yuan. Yet today, it has appreciated to 700,000 yuan. Years ago, Xiong Haowen had encouraged Mo Xiaofan to acquire a unit here as an investment. But Mo Xiaofan had not heeded his advice. In light of recent events, Mo Xiaofan had no choice but to acknowledge Xiong Haowen's discernment in matters of investment. Xiong Haowen's notoriously bad temper was something Mo Xiaofan had grown accustomed to. Given Xiong Haowen's irritable nature, compounded by the troubles caused by Mo Xiaofan, it was nothing short of remarkable that he had not thrown Mo Xiaofan off the 18th floor. Nevertheless, aside from his foul mood, Xiong Haowen remained a reliable friend, honest and straightforward. At this moment, Mo Xiaofan felt fortunate to have a friend like him in Rueli. After taking a shower, the stinging water from the shower head striking his bruised body served as a constant reminder of the day's events, the repercussions of which were far from over. Following the tumult, Mo Xiaofan fell swiftly into slumber. In his dreams, he envisioned his father discovering that he had squandered 600,000 yuan at a casino. Mo Dad, wielding the ancestral Long Yao Qing knife passed down from his grandfather, pursued Mo Xiaofan through 5 streets. "Young Master Mo, it's time to rise. I am not your servant, and if you remain in bed for another 5 minutes, I shall unceremoniously kick you out." Although Xiong Haowen's voice was not particularly loud, it carried an undeniable sense of authority. Having just escaped a harrowing dream of being chased, Mo Xiaofan sprang from his bed, channeling the speed he had cultivated during military training in college, rapidly folding his blanket into a neat square while arranging his pillow and sheets. He understood that Xiong Haowen was capable of anything. "You were the one who told me to wake up." Even though he had completed all his tasks, Mo Xiaofan muttered under his breath, still feeling a hint of resentment. "What did you say?" "Repeat that." "I said the weather is splendid today." As Mo Xiaofan emerged from his bedroom, he noticed a bowl of zhajiangmian on the kitchen table. "I have already eaten. You should wash up and have breakfast. Later, I will take you shopping for a suitable outfit and then to the bus station." Mo Xiaofan swiftly washed up and sat at the table, grasping the chopsticks with his left hand and lifting a portion of noodles to his mouth. "It seems this is the first time I have tasted your noodles. They are delightful and have a lovely texture. Do you think I am like you, only capable of ordering takeout? Why must you counter everything I say? What? You eat my food, live under my roof, and now expect me to pamper you?" Realizing it was best to remain silent, Mo Xiaofan obediently focused on his bowl of zhajiangmian. At that moment, Xiong Haowen placed a Huawei smartphone and 500 yuan in cash on the table. "Take this," he said. "After finishing the meal, we shall first proceed to the nearby mobile service center to procure a new phone card for you, ensuring that Uncle Mo can reach you without difficulty. We must not allow him to worry incessantly about you. Indeed, adversity reveals true affection." Mo Xiaofan felt a pang of emotion, his nose tinged with sentimentality. Nevertheless, he endeavored to maintain his composure, suppressing any overt display of feeling. "Thank you, Boss Xiong. I shall repay you in due course. The matter of repayment is trivial. Have you finished your meal? Then let us depart." After enjoying breakfast, Xiong Haowen escorted Mo Xiaofan downstairs to the mobile service center to replace the phone card. Following that, they ventured to the local commercial street, where Xiong Haowen outfitted Mo Xiaofan from head to toe in an entirely new ensemble. Ultimately, Xiong Haowen drove Mo Xiaofan to the Rueli passenger transport station. He parked the car by the roadside, opened the door, and stepped out onto the pavement. Mo Xiaofan alighted from the vehicle in silence. Once home, be sure to communicate with Uncle Mo and Aunt Tang. You are Uncle Mo's own son. He would not harm you and will certainly allow you to breathe. Mo Xiaofan glanced around the bustling entrance of the long-distance bus station. That is all I have to say. Call me when you arrive home to assure me of your safety. Should you wish to visit Rueli in the future, you are always welcome. However, if similar circumstances arise again, I advise you to keep your distance. Thus, I wish you a smooth journey. Mo Xiaofan gazed at Xiong Haowen's beard for a few seconds, his expression betraying an inner conflict. Thank you, Boss Xiong. I shall take my leave now. Let's keep in touch. Indeed, let us stay connected. Xiong Haowen watched as Mo Xiaofan entered the station. He then retrieved a limited edition bronze Zippo lighter from his coat pocket and lit a cigarette. This Zippo lighter had been a birthday gift from Mo Xiaofan to Xiong Haowen several years prior. Although he did not treat it with particular care, he carried it with him for regular use. The fabric of his coat had worn against the bronze lighter over time, nearly erasing the intricate fish design etched upon it. Once, while in the restroom, Xiong Haowen accidentally dropped the lighter into the toilet. He stood by the toilet for a full 5 minutes, grappling with indecision. Ultimately, he bent down to retrieve the bronze lighter, cleaned it thoroughly, and continued to use it. After being so thoroughly unsettled by Mo Xiaofan yesterday, he resolved to take a day of rest today. Tomorrow, he would venture to the Jade City Emerald Trading Market in Relics to assist clients in sourcing materials. However, in the next moment, Xiong Haowen was astonished to see Mo Xiaofan emerging from the bustling entrance of the passenger transport station. He looked at Mo Xiaofan, his gaze sharpening with curiosity. Mo Xiaofan, feigning ignorance of Xiong Haowen's presence, brazenly walked to the passenger seat, opened the door, and took a seat inside. Xiong Haowen was utterly bewildered by Mo Xiaofan's audacious actions. Pray tell, Master Mo, what is the meaning of this? Mo Xiaofan fastened his seatbelt, then spoke. As the saying goes, one must rise where they have fallen. I have decided not to leave. I wish to stay and learn the art of stone gambling from you. Chapter 3. The Indefatigable Persistence of Staying. Xiong Haowen gazed at Mo Xiaofan, his eyes gradually filling with a fierce intensity. Mo Xiaofan remained motionless, turning his body sideways like an ostrich, his hands tightly clutching the backrest of the passenger seat, adopting a stance of defiance against death. Mo Xiaofan's actions infuriated Xiong Haowen completely. He swiftly approached the front of the car and yanked open the passenger door with great force. Grasping Mo Xiaofan's right arm, he exerted all his strength to pull him out. Damn it, are you a stubborn leech? Get out of here. Despite Xiong Haowen's efforts to drag Mo Xiaofan out, he found himself unable to overcome Mo Xiaofan's fierce resistance. I will not get out of the car unless you promise to stay and teach me how to gamble on stones. Mo Xiaofan shouted defiantly. If you want to die, do it elsewhere. Don't drag me down with you. Partnering with an idiot like you in gambling on stones would leave me with nothing, even if I had a fortune. Xiong Haowen seethed at the thought of Mo Xiaofan sneaking off to Rueli, choosing to trust the sweet words of a stranger rather than sharing anything with him. It was already a considerable restraint not to beat this guy into submission. The idea of taking him gambling on stones was outrageous. Huh, how ridiculous. You create your own mess and expect me to clean it up? You want me to bail you out? Today, I will simply handle this embarrassing situation for Uncle Mo, sparing him a little suffering in his later years. Xiong Haowen declared, then disregarded Mo Xiaofan entirely, pulling out his phone. Seeing Xiong Haowen prepare to call his own father, Mo Xiaofan abandoned his grip on the seat back, leaping from the car to stand before Xiong Haowen, pleading in a low voice. What the hell are you doing? Get lost. Despite Xiong Haowen's harsh words, Mo Xiaofan remained unfazed, showing no fear. He would rather confront Xiong Haowen than his own father. Nothing you say will matter. Either teach me how to gamble on stones, or just kill me. I'll haunt you forever, making you sick at the thought of me. Mo Xiaofan was resolute in his determination to confront Xiong Haowen head-on. As they struggled for a while, a crowd quickly gathered to watch the spectacle. Though Mo Xiaofan was unashamed, Xiong Haowen still cared about his image. To avoid escalating the situation, he reluctantly allowed Mo Xiaofan to get back in the car and drove away from the bus station. Noticing that Mo Xiaofan remained highly alert, his body turned sideways. Arms tightly clutching the seat back, Xiong Haowen suddenly found himself laughing instead of fuming. Mo, shall we have a conversation? Sure, but no hitting. All right. Do you understand gambling on stones? Not much, but I know the greener the jade, the more valuable it is. You truly lack humility. Do you have any capital? Yes. I have 500 yuan. Xiong Haowen was momentarily speechless, taken aback by Mo Xiaofan's boldness. Forget it, let us cool down. Consider this a test of my patience. Taking a deep breath, Xiong Haowen adjusted his mindset. Mo Xiaofan spoke these words without a hint of embarrassment, as if casually discussing what to have for dinner. At this moment, Xiong Haowen was seething with rage, barely able to contain his impulse to strike Mo Xiaofan. After enduring for a full minute, he finally managed to compose himself. Young Master Mo, could you possibly exercise a modicum of reason? With merely 1,500 yuan to my name, and your naivety, believing that the greener the stone, the more valuable it is, how am I to conjure 600,000 for you? Perhaps you should try your luck with the lottery. That path seems more suited to you. Xiong Haowen couldn't fathom how he had overlooked Mo Xiaofan's audacity until now. No matter what provocation Xiong Haowen employed, Mo Xiaofan remained unyielding, insisting that he must teach him the art of gambling with stones, or else he would stubbornly refuse to leave the car. Desperate, Xiong Haowen devised a strategy to buy time. I will teach you to gamble with stones, but on one condition. Tomorrow, I must visit the market to procure materials for a client, and you will accompany me. At that time, you shall use your 1,500 yuan to purchase a small stone, and we will cut it open right there. If the stone you buy yields a profit, that would indicate you possess potential in this craft. The proceeds from that sale would serve as your initial capital, after which we may discuss the possibility of partnering in this business. Mo Xiaofan might have been a rogue, but he was acutely aware of his own ignorance. With 1,500 yuan as his only capital, provided by Xiong Haowen, he recognized that receiving such an opportunity was already a significant concession. Agreed. Xiong Haowen secretly reveled in his triumph. He recalled how many stones he had ruined and the lessons he had paid for to reach his current standing. The notion of a novice like Mo Xiaofan, with no understanding of the trade, attempting to discern a profitable stone from the myriad of uncut stones was, in fact, more improbable than winning the lottery. Yet, if Mo Xiaofan were genuinely able to cut a profitable stone, Xiong Haowen would indeed honor his promise. After all, as the saying goes, a master can only lead one to the door. The journey beyond must be undertaken alone. Montauk Xiaofan, I must forewarn you, if you ruin the jade stone and then continue to play the fool, do not expect me to remain amicable. After a lengthy discourse, Xiong Haowen realized he was quite famished. What shall we have for lunch? Mo Xiaofan deflected the question. It was only then that Xiong Haowen remembered to consider Mo Xiaofan's appetite. With little desire to prepare a meal, he drove to a nearby restaurant on the outskirts of the community. Mo Xiaofan felt a sense of relief. At least his immediate crisis had been averted. His spirits lifted. He found his appetite returning. Observing Mo Xiaofan's carefree demeanor, Xiong Haowen couldn't help but reflect on the challenges that lay ahead. If Mo Xiaofan, who had scarcely faced hardship, were to partner with him in gambling with stones, the road would undoubtedly be fraught with obstacles. Contrary to Mo Xiaofan's expectations, Xiong Haowen was in no rush to impart his knowledge. He tossed a powerful flashlight to Mo Xiaofan, who gazed mournfully at the closed bedroom door. Chapter 4. The Jade City. Do you think that by withholding your teachings, I shall be rendered helpless? Mo Xiaofan muttered to himself. He then began to scour Xiong Haowen's home in search of any tomes on jade. After a brief interlude, Mo Xiaofan indeed unearthed a volume titled Jadeite Gambling Stones, an appraisal from beneath the coffee table in the living room. Like a treasure rediscovered, he reclined on the sofa, meticulously perusing its contents. The term gambling stone refers to the jadeite rough, which is encased in a layer of weathered skin upon extraction. The quality within remains a mystery until it is cut open. The outer layer, commonly known as the peel, conceals its true essence. Setting the book aside, Mo Xiaofan casually opened one of the several tea canisters on Xiong Haowen's tea table, discovering it contained Dianhong Daijin tea. Pleased, he bent down to retrieve a tempered glass cup from under the coffee table, extending 3 fingers to scoop a pinch of tea leaves into the vessel. He then turned his body and lifted the recently boiled electric kettle, pouring the steaming water gently along the inner rim of the glass. As the boiling water mingled with the tea leaves, the liquid gradually rose, its hue deepening from a light reddish-brown to a richer shade, while the distinctive smoky aroma of Dianhong tea wafted from the cup, enveloping the surrounding area. Xiong Haowen, a connoisseur of pu'er tea, had various canisters of both raw and ripe pu'er teas on the table, alongside several Yixing teapots and white porcelain gaiwans specifically for brewing pu'er. However, Mo Xiaofan found the process of using Yixing teapots cumbersome and disliked the heat of the gaiwan. Since Xiong Haowen had Dianhong tea available, Why not opt for the simplest method to brew a cup of tea that was visually appealing, fragrant, and abundant? Mo Xiaofan resumed reading, occasionally lifting the tempered glass cup to savor the rich flavor of the Dianhong tea, appearing quite content. By shining a bright flashlight on the jadeite rough, the internal fissures and imperfections became distinctly visible. Ah, so that is the intended purpose of the flashlight. This tea is quite delightful. Indeed, Xiong boss knows how to indulge. At that moment, Xiong Haowen emerged from the bedroom, seemingly on his way to the restroom. He glanced at the living room before striding over to Mo Xiaofan with a scowl. "Oh, young Master Mo, do you know what you're drinking?" His voice carried an ominous undertone. "This tea is delightful. What brand is it?" "Montag Xiaofan Feignet Ignorance. This is my Fengqing special grade Hongrui Lai." Xiong Haowen nearly roared. "This top-tier Dianhong tea is down to its last canister. You truly have a knack for stumbling upon such treasures." The last remark was nearly forced through clenched teeth. Mo Xiaofan, sensing Xiong Haowen's displeasure, felt a pang of unease and quickly sought to smooth over the situation. "It is only because Boss Xiong appreciates tea and enjoys life that I am fortunate to share in it. Please, do not be upset." Seeing Mo Xiaofan's timid demeanor, Xiong Haowen's anger subsided significantly. It is said that what goes around comes around. Indeed, the tea ware and the amount of leaves you have used for this cup of red tea are quite appropriate. It should embody the color, aroma, and flavor of Dianhong tea perfectly. Have you learned this from Uncle Mo? Absolutely. Next time, I will bring you some fine tea from home. Very well. I will use the restroom. Please continue with your reading. At 4 o'clock tomorrow morning, rise and shine. By 5, we shall promptly arrive at Yuqing. It would be prudent to set an alarm. Should you require my assistance to rouse you from slumber, I assure you, the consequences will be quite unpleasant. I have a few inquiries. Could you assist me in addressing them? Mo Xiaofan promptly interjected. Look for yourself. Miser. Just wait until I uncover a sizable, verdant stone. I shall see how you cater to my whims. Mo Xiaofan murmured softly. Very well, young Master Mo. I shall cleanse my eyes in anticipation of that day. Came Xiong Haowen's voice from the bedroom. Do you possess canine ears? This time, Mo Xiaofan refrained from voicing his thoughts, merely muttering in his heart. He diligently perused jadeite gambling and appraisal, fully aware that he could not ascertain whether this tome would aid him in his endeavors tomorrow. Nevertheless, it represented his sole lifeline. This was a reality Mo Xiaofan was loath to confront. He immersed himself in his reading until 9 o'clock in the evening, at which point his stomach growled in protest. Xiong Haowen emerged from the bedroom, calling for Mo Xiaofan to join him for a late-night snack. That night, Mo Xiaofan dreamt vividly. In his slumber, he envisioned himself unveiling a flawless piece of jade. Then, Xiong Haowen respectfully served him tea, attending to him with utmost diligence. Just as he reveled in the admiration he was receiving, the ground trembled violently. Mo Xiaofan awoke in a panic, realizing he had tumbled onto the floor beside his bed. Glancing up, he saw Xiong Haowen gazing down at him with a menacing smile, the alarm clock blaring incessantly. Young Master Mo, what delightful dream have you had? With such a lewd grin, the alarm could not rouse you? Xiong Haowen inquired with a cheerful demeanor. To Mo Xiaofan, that smile was more frightening than his usual scowl. Without further ado, he dashed to the bathroom, hastily preparing himself. 20 minutes later, the two departed the house, driving towards the Ruili Yuqing Jade trading market. Along the way, Xiong Haowen remarked, Young Master Mo, I shall assist a client in sourcing some items shortly. For now, feel free to explore the market and familiarize yourself with the surroundings. Take your time. Should you spot a desirable raw stone, refrain from rushing to purchase or inquiring about the price. We will discuss it when I find you. It seemed Xiong Haowen was not entirely neglecting him, which filled Mo Xiaofan with warmth. Understood, Boss Xiong. At 5:03 a.m., they arrived at the entrance of Yuqing. Mo Xiaofan had anticipated that the trading environment for such luxurious jade would be a grand establishment. However, upon arrival, he discovered it resembled a bustling farmer's market. Above Yuqing was a large canopy, with a market consisting of numerous stalls constructed from concrete. The resemblance to a vegetable stall at a farmer's market was uncanny, the only distinction being that the concrete surfaces were adorned with various types of jade rather than produce. Surprised, are we? Xiong Haowen seemed to discern the disappointment in Mo Xiaofan's eyes. I had envisioned that such a prestigious item as jade would be sold in a more refined environment. Clearly, you have ventured out too infrequently. Having decided to search for materials, Mo Xiaofan was advised by Xiong Haowen to explore the surroundings and familiarize himself with the environment. Xiong Haowen, after uttering these words, busied himself with his own affairs, leaving Mo Xiaofan to navigate the bustling market alone. Upon entering the vast expanse of city, Mo Xiaofan followed suit into the market, which was teeming with stalls selling jade. The vendors were busily arranging their wares on cement platforms. Yet, perhaps due to the early hour, the number of customers was still sparse, making Mo Xiaofan one of the first patrons of the day. He began to grasp the meaning behind Xiong Haowen's mention of finding a bargain. The market predominantly featured stalls offering finished jade products, with an abundance of pendants, ring faces, and handheld pieces, alongside a few dedicated to bangles. As he scanned the surroundings with curiosity, he noticed a young man negotiating with a vendor at one of the stalls, where a jade bangle lay on the cement counter before them. "The price is too steep. Could you lower it a bit?" the buyer implored. 80,000 is quite reasonable. If not, perhaps you should look elsewhere." The vendor countered. After a moment of hesitation, the buyer resolutely declared, "I'll take it for 60,000. The middle-aged vendor feigned reluctance before conceding. "All right, it's the opening day. Do come back to help with sales in the future." Watching the satisfied buyer leave with the jade bangle in hand, Mo Xiaofan began to worry. Could his mere 1,500 truly procure a piece of jade rough? Such musings were futile. He resolved to seek out stalls specializing in jade rough first. Eventually, at the periphery of city, Mo Xiaofan encountered numerous stalls selling jade rough. Yet, he faced a dilemma. The rough stones varied in size, color, and shape, but to him, they appeared as mere piles of rock, devoid of discernible quality. At that moment, he observed a buyer illuminating a stone closely with a powerful flashlight. It dawned on Mo Xiaofan to utilize the flashlight Xiong Haowen had entrusted to him, and he followed suit, inspecting the stones up close. Although he noticed that the intense beam revealed some features beneath the surface of the jade rough, he remained oblivious to their significance. It seemed his reading from the previous day had yielded little benefit. After several attempts to discern the jade rough using the flashlight, Mo Xiaofan reluctantly tucked it away, realizing the method was ill-suited for him. Just then, he detected a captivating aroma in the air, a delightful scent reminiscent of sweetness, with a faint hint of lemon. This intrigued him, for he had not encountered such a fragrance before in this jade rough trading market. Driven by curiosity, he followed the scent to a stall selling jade rough. Confirming that the aroma emanated from this particular vendor, Mo Xiaofan began to sift through the stones. "Sir, these are all from the Mo Wanji source," the vendor announced. Mo Xiaofan nodded, continuing his meticulous search for the source of the aroma. Soon, he discovered its origin, a piece of jadeite rough, approximately the size of half a fist, with an irregular square shape and a dark grayish hue. Mo Xiaofan reached out to grasp the stone, examining it carefully. He then theatrically produced a powerful flashlight, illuminating the stone from all angles. As he held the rough stone, the fragrance it emanated became increasingly pronounced, causing his mouth to water and igniting a strong desire to taste it. Initially, Mo Xiaofan intended to inquire about the price, but suddenly recalled Xiong Haowen's admonitions. Thus, he set the stone down and informed the middle-aged vendor that he would continue to browse. After departing from the stall, Mo Xiaofan called Xiong Haowen, arranging to meet at the market entrance. Upon reaching the entrance, he found Xiong Haowen already waiting. "Boss Xiong, have you found what you were looking for?" "I have. The client is quite pleased. With these few ring faces, I can earn around 2,000 yuan today, which nearly covers my living expenses for the month." Mo Xiaofan could discern that Xiong Haowen was in good spirits as he spoke. "May I take a look?" Xiong Haowen retrieved a small box from his coat pocket, revealing 3 ring faces, each about a third the size of a thumb. All 3 were green, with one exhibiting a particularly vibrant hue that was quite delightful. The other 2 were slightly less impressive but still displayed a discernible green. They appeared quite transparent. Perhaps they were the ice type mentioned in books, Mo Xiaofan speculated. Mo Xiaofan expressed his interest in a piece of rough he had encountered, requesting Xiong Haowen's assistance in appraising it. Without further ado, Xiong Haowen accompanied Mo Xiaofan back to the stall where he had sensed the alluring fragrance. Mo Xiaofan picked up the fragrant jadeite rough and handed it to Xiong Haowen. Xiong Haowen examined it thoughtfully for a moment before using the flashlight for a thorough inspection. Then inquired of the vendor, "How much?" 20,000 yuan. Mo Xiaofan felt disheartened upon hearing this. Just as he was mulling over his disappointment, Xiong Haowen decisively countered. "Will you sell it for 8,000? Mo Xiaofan was taken aback. "Your offer is too low. Raise a bit. 10,000. 12,000 is my final offer." The vendor declared his last price. Seeing Xiong Haowen looking at him, Mo Xiaofan hurriedly nodded. Deal. Filled with elation, Mo Xiaofan clutched the wrapped stone and followed Xiong Haowen out of the Jade City and into the car. The rough stone hasn't been cut yet. Aren't you a bit premature in your joy? Xiong Haowen teased, noticing the delight on Mo Xiaofan's face. I have faith in my stone. Is this how jade sellers typically price their wares? Pretty much. Most jade sellers tend to start high. If your counteroffer falls within a reasonable range for the jade, the vendor will recognize your expertise and refrain from exorbitant pricing. The two parties will negotiate within that range. If he quotes 20,000 and you counter with 15,000, you can expect to be taken advantage of. Are you dreaming? I mentioned that if your counteroffer is unreasonable, the vendor will know you are inexperienced. With a sum of 200,000, you only need to contribute 1,000. Brace yourself for the consequences. Understood. Where shall we go now? I have a friend in Rueli who owns a shop specializing in the processing of jadeite rough stones. Let's pay him a visit and see how fortune smiles upon you. Soon, Xiong Haowen drove to a storefront bearing the inscription "Leave a Hand" and came to a halt. Mo Xiaofan followed him out of the car, where a petite young woman approached them with a welcoming demeanor. Xiong Haowen stepped forward with a smile, inquiring about her brother. No rush, we can wait for him. How's business? It's the same as ever. Did you find anything today? My friend has unearthed a piece of gray-black skin rough from Mo Wanjing. Could you ask your brother to help take a look? With that, the young woman ushered them inside to sit down for tea. On the large wooden tea table, a collection of Yixing teapots lay scattered, used for brewing pu'er tea. Xiong Haowen, familiar with the surroundings, prepared 2 cups of raw pu'er for himself and Mo Xiaofan. Yuan, I hope to trouble you again today. Brother Xiong, why speak so formally? What can I assist you with today? My friend bought a small piece of rough. Could you help open a window? No trouble at all. Just hand me the stone, and I'll have it ready shortly. Please, make yourselves comfortable. A yuan took the stone from Xiong Haowen and disappeared into a small room within the shop. Soon, the jarring sound of machinery grinding against the rough stone echoed from within. A few minutes later, the noise ceased, and a yuan emerged, holding the stone with the window opened. Mo Xiaofan gazed at a yuan, his face betraying his tension. Despite his earlier bravado about his confidence in the stone, his heart raced audibly. Brother Xiong, this piece is quite promising. The placement of the inclusions is excellent, and the shape is decent as well. The quality is satisfactory. How much did you acquire it for? A completely uncut piece, just under 1,000, a yuan replied. Xiong Haowen nodded, and a yuan continued. I happen to have a client searching for a specimen of Mo Wanjing. Shall we strike a deal? Xiong Haowen agreed with a nod. I'll discuss it with the client. What is the cost? A yuan asked. 1,200, Xiong Haowen answered. Then I'll quote 2,200. We each earn 500, shall we? A yuan proposed tentatively. Xiong Haowen turned his gaze to Mo Xiaofan. A yuan's offer was quite reasonable. Are you willing to sell this stone, or would you prefer to continue cutting to see? Sell. Of course, I'll sell. Thank you, brother, a yuan. Mo Xiaofan's excitement was palpable, and his words grew sweeter in gratitude. During their conversation, Mo Xiaofan learned that Yuan's full name was Guan Yuan, and his sister, Xiao Xiao, was called Guan Xiao. The siblings hailed from Guangdong and had established this jadeite rough processing shop in Rueli a few years prior, during which Xiong Haowen had forged a friendship with them. A Yuan's craftsmanship was commendable, and their rapport had blossomed over the years. As they spoke, Xiong Haowen mentioned that Mo Xiaofan knew nothing about gambling on stones, yet he had succeeded on his very first attempt. This revelation astonished a yuan, who continually praised Mo Xiaofan's remarkable luck. From a yuan's words, Mo Xiaofan gradually grasped just how challenging it was for a novice to successfully gamble on a rough stone. He also came to understand the insidious intentions behind Xiong Haowen's attempt to drive him away. Mo Xiaofan shot a glare at Xiong Haowen, who feigned ignorance and continued to sip his tea. Chapter 6, The Long Night Market. Boss Xiong, what do you mean by harmonious cooperation? Mo Xiaofan, noticing Xiong Haowen's reluctance to engage, shifted the conversation. There are many forms of harmonious cooperation. In this context, it means you provide the raw stone and a yuan brings in the clients, and together you sell the stone. As for the distribution of profits, you may negotiate among yourselves, Xiong Haowen explained swiftly. Mo Xiaofan quietly noted this down. This morning, I encountered someone who wished to buy a jade bracelet. The buyer said they would buy it outright for 60,000. What does buyout mean? Mo Xiaofan, like a curious child, was eager to learn. However, just as he began to elaborate, Xiong Haowen interrupted. Mo Xiaofan, That is not how one should ask questions. At the very least, you should seek to understand first. Once you have grasped the basics, bring forth the questions you truly cannot resolve. Who asks questions like you? Bombarding me with inquiries at every turn? I shall only ask one last question. Mo Xiaofan gazed at Xiong Haowen with a pitiful expression. Eventually, Xiong Haowen's steely demeanor softened. Speak, what do you wish to know? How do you use a powerful flashlight to discern the quality of the raw stone? Mo Xiaofan pressed, seemingly anxious that a delay would prompt Xiong Haowen to retract his willingness to answer. Relying solely on a powerful flashlight is insufficient for effectively identifying the quality of jade raw stones. You must also be able to discern the origin of the jade you are examining. It is common knowledge that one should not gamble on stones without knowing their origins. Different mining regions and sites present various appearances in the skin of jade raw stones. Only after comprehensively understanding these factors can you ascertain the general condition of the jade in your possession. Ultimately, the flashlight serves to confirm what lies beneath the skin of the raw stone and whether it possesses potential value, Xiong Haowen elucidated. Mo Xiaofan pondered for several moments in silence. Suddenly, he posed a question that left both Xiong Haowen and a yuan perplexed. What is the relation between the fragrance of the jade raw stone and its quality? Xiong Haowen promptly delivered a light smack to Mo Xiaofan's head. Young Master Mo, has your mind wandered? Jade raw stones have no such fragrance, let alone a pleasant scent. Why not suggest it is delectable while you're at it? A yuan shared a similarly bewildered look with Mo Xiaofan. Oh, perhaps I was mistaken, Mo Xiaofan murmured. Once more, he could not resist inquiring of Xiong Haowen. Boss Xiong, did you not detect a hint of lemony freshness from the jade raw stone I purchased this morning? Xiong Haowen turned his head, halting in his tracks. He regarded Mo Xiaofan for a full 3 seconds, his gaze laden with sympathy. After the brief pause, he turned away and walked directly into his bedroom. Resolutely ignoring Montauk Xiaofan. Feeling neglected, Mo Xiaofan was left feeling somewhat dejected. Finally, Mo Xiaofan resolutely started boiling water in the living room to brew tea. During the interval of waiting for the water to heat, he picked up the book Jadeite, Gambling Stones, and Appraisal from the coffee table and began to read it attentively once more. Approximately 10 minutes later, Mo Xiaofan set the book aside, realizing that he was unable to concentrate. His mind was consumed with thoughts of the fragrant jadeite rough he had cut. Why couldn't Xiong Haowen and Yuan detect it? The subtle scent of lemon was so apparent. Mo Xiaofan murmured to himself. Never mind. If he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't dwell on it. One of Mo Xiaofan's greatest virtues was his ability not to get bogged down in trivialities, never allowing himself to be troubled. Having understood this, he resumed flipping through jadeite gambling stones and appraisal, perusing the colorful illustrations in an effort to calm his mind. Time lost its meaning until Xiong Haowen finally emerged from the bedroom. I'm off to buy groceries. After dinner, I'm heading to the Dalong night market to hunt for materials. Do you want to join? Of course. To Mo Xiaofan, Xiong Haowen's words felt like an invitation. How could this not fill him with excitement? Boss Xiong, how about making some spicy stir-fried beef slices tonight? Spicy stir-fried beef? Do you want to eat for free? You come here to mooch and still set conditions. Whatever I make, you eat. If you like it, good. If not, that's your problem. With that, Xiong Haowen opened the door and walked out. I was just suggesting. If not, it's fine. No need to be so fierce. Mo Xiaofan poured himself another cup of tea to calm his nerves. Observant as ever, he noticed the transparent plastic bag in Xiong Haowen's hand filled with vibrant ingredients, notably including sliced beef and spicy peppers. Mo Xiaofan, well aware of Xiong Haowen's seemingly gruff yet warm-hearted nature, remained quietly contemplative. After a simple yet delightful dinner, the two drove to the Rue Li Dalong night market. Follow my lead. Remember to observe and take note. Don't just blur out questions. And for heaven's sake, don't casually inquire about prices. Be cautious when handling the rough stones. One more thing, refrain from haggling. Once you negotiate a price and the vendor agrees, you must finalize the purchase. Understood? Montauk Xiaofan nodded earnestly at Epsilon. As they entered the Dalong night market, Mo Xiaofan surveyed the surroundings, realizing it was essentially an open-air market. The primary focus was on stalls selling jadeite rough stones. Although it was only 7 p.m., the market was already bustling with activity. Upon entering, Xiong Haowen switched into work mode, and Mo Xiaofan diligently followed at his side. Xiong Haowen moved with intense focus, his demeanor serious as he navigated through stall after stall. This process continued for over half an hour until Xiong Haowen finally picked up a palm-sized triangular jadeite rough from one of the stalls, examining it with great care. Next, He retrieved a powerful flashlight from his coat pocket, directing its beam onto the surface of the stone. The light moved slowly across the stone as he adjusted its angle. Boss, this material from Muna is a fine specimen. If you like it, make an offer. If the deal is good, I'll sell it, the stall owner cheerfully encouraged. The phrase pay and take it instantly captured Mo Xiaofan's attention. However, as Xiong Haowen began to inquire about the price, the vendor's demeanor swiftly changed. Will you sell it for 1,800? Xiong Haowen boldly proposed. Upon hearing this amount, the vendor instantly wore a distressed expression and exclaimed, "You, my friend, must be knowledgeable. 1,800 is simply too meager. Add a little more, just a bit more, and I will let it go. At most 1,800. If you sell, I will take it. If not, I will continue browsing." Xiong Haowen disregarded the vendor's words entirely, negotiating the price according to his own inclination. In the end, the vendor, still unwilling to relent, mumbled, "Come on, just a little more. 1,800 is truly insufficient. I can't even recoup my costs. Please, just a tad more." Xiong Haowen remained resolute, walking straight ahead without a glance back. Seeing his unwavering determination, Mo Xiaofan felt that this particular piece was likely a lost cause and hurriedly followed suit. Fine, fine. Just this price," the vendor shouted after them. Chapter 7. A familiar scent returns. "Damn it," Mo Xiaofan muttered internally. The vendor placed the jade raw stone into a black plastic bag and handed it to Xiong Haowen. After confirming the contents were intact, Xiong Haowen scanned the code to complete the payment. "How is this piece, Boss Xiong?" Mo Xiaofan, well acquainted with Xiong Haowen, could tell from his expression that he was undoubtedly confident about the stone. "It's acceptable." Xiong Haowen nearly let slip a more enthusiastic response, but managed to restrain himself upon meeting Mo Xiaofan's gaze. Understanding Xiong Haowen's demeanor, Mo Xiaofan realized he was not entirely convinced of the piece's quality. Regardless of Xiong Haowen's reservations about the stone, Mo Xiaofan was resolute in his commitment. "Since we are now partners, we shall share the profits and risks. No matter how this stone performs, I am in." His conviction stemmed from a firm belief that Xiong Haowen's piece would yield a profit. Observing Xiong Haowen's discontented expression, Mo Xiaofan knew that his investment in this stone was inevitable. "All right, you can invest 900 in this stone. If the profits rise, we will split them evenly. If it fails, we will share the losses. How does that sound?" "No problem. Thank you, Boss Xiong." Xiong Haowen reluctantly acquiesced, feeling as though half of his profits were being unfairly surrendered, akin to discovering a fly in one's meal. In contrast, Mo Xiaofan appeared exuberant, as if he had just found a 50 yuan bill. Xiong Haowen doused Mo Xiaofan's exuberance with a splash of cold water. "Aren't you going to sell this stone through a yuan? Are you foolish? Utilizing a yuan's client channels might expedite the sale, but it incurs a 10% commission. Of course, if it comes out of your share, I have no objections." "All right, I suppose I should have considered that." Mo Xiaofan candidly admitted his oversight. Noticing Mo Xiaofan's willingness to lower his stance, Xiong Haowen chose to let the topic rest. "I have completed my task for today. Now, I shall accompany you through the market once more, familiarizing ourselves with the surroundings and expanding our knowledge of raw stones." It was in this very manner that I meandered through the market, gradually becoming acquainted with it. You are already in a far better position than I was, as you have guidance, allowing you to avoid numerous detours. Thus, Xiong Haowen accompanied Mo Xiaofan as they aimlessly wandered through the market. Instead of inspecting each stall meticulously, Mo Xiaofan darted between them, seemingly in search of something elusive. This behavior naturally prompted Xiong Haowen to chastise him once again. Yet, Mo Xiaofan harbored intentions. He was on the lookout for the refreshing lemony fragrance he had encountered earlier that morning in Yuqing. Just as Xiong Haowen was about to lose his patience, Mo Xiaofan finally caught a whiff of that familiar scent once more. With excitement, he briskly approached a stall not far from them. Upon arriving at the stall, Mo Xiaofan quickly identified an irregular stone roughly the size of 3 palms and approximately 15 centimeters thick, following the trail of the aroma. After confirming that the mysterious lemon fragrance emanated from this stone, he theatrically produced a high-powered flashlight, inspecting the stone from various angles for an extended period. He then turned to Xiong Haowen and exclaimed, "Boss Xiong, come and take a look at this piece." Mo Xiaofan's enthusiasm was palpable. Xiong Haowen, intrigued, picked up the stone and examined it closely with the flashlight. It was indeed a piece from the Mu-Na Chanko region, featuring a firm and delicate skin, adorned with small, protruding red granules resembling bayberries, commonly referred to as bayberry skin. It was marked by distinct color patterns. "Boss, how much for this stone?" Mo Xiaofan inquired eagerly. 250,000. If you like it, you may make an offer, came the response. This stone carries significant risk. Let us explore other options, Xiong Haowen advised Mo Xiaofan. Why is it considered risky? Mo Xiaofan asked. Based on my observation, this stone should be priced around 30,000 to 40,000. Initially, I estimate it could yield 5 bracelet positions. As for the quality, it likely falls within the glutinous range. Should it possess floating patterns, it might fetch a maximum of several thousand for a single bracelet. Even in the best-case scenario, the profit from edge scraps would be minimal. Xiong Haowen paused, contemplating before adding, if this stone, once cut, does not yield the anticipated glutinous floating patterns or has any cracks, it would result in a considerable loss. However, as a newcomer, your ability to recognize this piece indicates you possess a certain discernment. Therefore, continue to observe. Experience is cultivated in this manner. Thank you, Boss Xiong. Mo Xiaofan replied, surprised by the rare compliment from Xiong Haowen. Yet, he dared not disclose that he had found the stone solely by its scent. The two continued to wander through the market for a while longer. Mo Xiaofan soon discovered another stone exuding the same lemony fragrance. However, after Xiong Haowen evaluated it and deemed its price excessively high, they decided against it. Ultimately, as the clock approached 10 p.m., the pair prepared to depart from the Dalong night market. Tomorrow morning, we shall indulge in a hot spring. Afterward, we will seek out Yuan to have our stones cut, Mo Xiaofan proposed. Isn't there a hot spring here? Isn't it only available in Tingchong? Of course there is. And I assure you, it is an entirely natural mineral spring. Join me tomorrow. The following morning at 8 o'clock. Mo Xiaofan had already completed his morning routine and was waiting in the living room for Xiong Haowen to rise. After a quarter of an hour, Xiong Haowen emerged from his bedroom and entered the living room. Normally, you wouldn't be this enthusiastic about going to the jade market. The purpose of earning money is to live a better life, after all. Xiong Haowen paid no further attention to Mo Xiaofan, heading to the bathroom to freshen up before making breakfast in the kitchen. The breakfast consisted of braised meat rice noodles. Even someone as particular as Mo Xiaofan had to concede that Xiong Haowen's dish was delicious, and this morning he devoured 2 large bowls. Half an hour later, Xiong Haowen drove Mo Xiaofan to a town named Xiaofan, where they were to enjoy the hot springs. The two traveled in silence, as Xiong Haowen was not one to engage in idle chatter. What does this lemony fragrance signify? Is it truly something only I can perceive? Aside from a scent of lemon, are there other fragrant jade ores? Chapter 8, Xiaofan Hot Springs. Upon their arrival at the hot spring location from Relics, Mo Xiaofan still could not resolve those 3 questions. What are you pondering? We have arrived. Where's the hot spring? Where? Mo Xiaofan looked around, but he saw nothing resembling a hot spring. All that stood before him was a wall of unfinished red bricks. It is right behind this red brick wall. Hurry, grab your things and get out of the car. They exited the vehicle, and Mo Xiaofan followed Xiong Haowen to a window of a small red brick structure. Xiong Haowen handed an old man inside 10 yuan. Upon entering through the red brick wall, they discovered it was a changing room. Once they donned their swim trunks, they proceeded to an outdoor area. At last, Mo Xiaofan beheld the true visage of the hot spring. There was only one soaking pool, approximately a quarter the size of a standard swimming pool. Steam billowed continuously from the hot spring, indicating the water's high temperature. Mo Xiaofan gazed at the pool, somewhat dazed. After all, it was quite different from his preconceived notion of a hot spring experience. In his mind, a hot spring should be situated in a spacious bathing complex, featuring various soaking pools, resting areas for weary bathers, dining facilities, and even accommodations for the night. What are you thinking, Master Mo? It's only 5 yuan per person. What more could you desire from a natural spring? With that, Xiong Haowen slowly stepped into the hot pool. The water rose steadily until it submerged his neck, and a look of contentment quickly spread across his face. Mo Xiaofan reflected on this as well. A 5 yuan hot spring pool shouldn't be held to excessive standards. Thus, he imitated Xiong Haowen, gradually entering the pool and immersing a significant portion of his body in the water. The water temperature hovered around 40 degrees, feeling quite hot. The steam emanating from the spring carried a strong mineral scent, yet it was not unpleasant. Soaking in this mineral-rich water brought an indescribable comfort to his internal organs, proving to be remarkably therapeutic. Mo Xiaofan gradually sank to the bottom of the pool, leaving only his head above the surface. As they arrived early, the hot spring was devoid of other visitors, granting them a sense of exclusivity. What do you think? Not too shabby, right? The spring water flows directly from the earth, untouched by domestic water. It's authentic and inexpensive. This was indeed true. Boss Xiong had a keen appreciation for life. Mo Xiaofan, in just a few years, we will both be 30. Have you truly contemplated your future? Are you certain you want to rely on gambling stones to make a living in Rueli? Taking advantage of their relaxation, Xiong Haowen and Mo Xiaofan began to discuss their futures. I believe gambling stones can be quite lucrative. Each day, one can find several pieces of the market and earn hundreds, even thousands. All right, I understand. This time it's different. I will definitely achieve something noteworthy to show my father, Mo Xiaofan declared earnestly. That's where we differ. I pursue my ambitions for myself, while you do it to impress Uncle Mo. Boss Xiong. You're quite chatty today. Just watch. I will make you see me in a new light. Do you still dare to call me chatty? Let me tell you, don't be fooled into thinking gambling stones are easy money. This industry is fraught with risk. There are countless instances where a piece bought for tens of thousands is worth barely 1,000 once cut. Do you think I haven't experienced that? Xiong Haowen continued. But I lack the safety net that Uncle Mo provides. I shoulder everything alone. Should you fail and lose money, do not expect me to lend you a penny. No matter how much Mo Xiaofan pleaded, Xiong Haowen remained unmoved. With no alternative, Mo Xiaofan eventually changed the subject, and they began conversing about other matters. Neither harbored grudges. Despite the earlier tension, they soon resumed their camaraderie as if nothing had transpired. After soaking for over half an hour, they emerged from the pool, their skins slightly flushed and their spirits rejuvenated. An hour later, Xiong Haowen parked his car in front of Yuan's shop in Rueli. Yuan happened to be free and, noticing the arrival of Xiong Haowen's Volkswagen Tiguan, came out to greet them. Brother Xiong, have you found another good piece? Yes. A small piece of red wax skin from Muna. Could you please help me peel it? Xiong Haowen replied, handing a palm-sized raw stone to Yuan. The red wax skin is tight, the meat is decent, and the thickness is about 5 centimeters. I'll take it a peel now. Brother Xiong, please have a seat with Mo Ge. Yuan said, smiling. Xiao, please prepare tea for Brother Xiong and Mo Ge. After Yuan entered the workshop, the sounds of stones grinding against high-speed machinery soon filled the air. Xiao came to the living room and expertly brewed pu'er tea for the two. Brother Xiong, did you sell that piece of glutinous ice jade you cut last time? Xiao inquired. A regular client of mine took a liking to it, so I sent it to Guangzhou to have a Buddha carved and sold it to her. I see. My brother mentioned that he has a client interested in that piece. He was hoping to inquire whether you could collaborate on it. Xiao said with a hint of regret. She's a longtime client of mine, and she places great trust in me. Since she expressed her fondness, I offered her a discounted price of 3,000 yuan. Additionally, she has now become my girlfriend, and she plans to visit me in Rueli soon. Upon hearing this, both Mo Xiaofan and Xiao looked at Xiong Haowen in astonishment. Impressive, Boss Xiong. You've managed to turn a client into a girlfriend. What else is beyond your capabilities? Do share your secret. Montak Xiaofan Ugate. That's a trade secret. How could I possibly divulge it? Besides, with your sycophantic tendencies, you could never replicate my success. Underestimate me? Let me tell you, I am on the verge of achieving my goal. You see, a sycophant is deemed such because they can never transition to a more serious relationship. If you genuinely end up marrying her, I shall reward you with a grand gift of 10,000 yuan. Just as their banter intensified, a yuan emerged from the workshop. Brother Xiong, the skin has been peeled without any cracks, and the base material has completely transformed, with a glutinous texture exhibiting beautiful patterns. I can see at least 3 potential pendant positions. Chapter 9. The Revelation. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaofan and Xiong Haowen hurried to a yuan side to inspect the material. Mo Xiaofan recalled that the book mentioned that glutinous material lies between glutinous and glutinous ice. Although he was not well-versed in the pricing of glutinous materials with patterns, he could tell that this was undoubtedly a significant appreciation. After examining the material, Xiong Haowen also smiled. Brother Xiong, shall we continue sending these materials to Guangzhou for processing as usual? A yuan inquired. Xiong Haowen pondered for a moment before responding. I've already referred you to someone. The master craftsman's surname is Zhang Qinghe. I will give him a heads up when you add him as a friend on WeChat. Just mention that you are a friend of a yuan, and he will understand. Thank you, a yuan. It's nearly noon. Let us have lunch together. No need. Brother Xiong, we have some dishes prepared at the shop. Xiao and I will manage just fine. Manage what? Today I made a good profit. I insist on treating you to a feast. Don't you want to show some respect? Since Brother Xiong insists, I'll inform Xiao and ask her to look after the shop for a while. I'll bring her some delicious food later. 5 minutes later, Xiong Haowen drove Mo Xiaofan and a yuan away from a yuan store. After a quarter of an hour on the road, They arrived at the entrance of a rather unassuming restaurant. Although the exterior appeared ordinary, the inside was bustling with patrons, nearly full to capacity. The restaurant owner seemed to recognize Xiong Haowen and greeted him warmly upon his entrance. "Back again, are we? The usual, starting with a serving of sappy?" The owner inquired with a smile. "Of course, I always order sappy when I'm here. Please bring it to me," Xiong Haowen replied. Once the owner departed, Mo Xiaofan curiously asked, "Boss Xiong, what exactly is sappy?" "A delightful dish. You'll know once you taste it," Xiong Haowen teased. Soon, the server brought over a plate of rice noodles and a large bowl of dipping sauce. "Young Master Mo, do give it a try." The dipping sauce is the essence of sappy. Its bitterness comes from the essence derived from the cow's stomach, meaning the primary component of the sauce is made from the cow's stomach simmered with various spices. Xiong Haowen explained with ulterior motives. Mo Xiaofan paused for a few seconds, then reflected that if pig intestines were edible, surely cow stomachs held no such restrictions. He proceeded to dip some rice noodles into the sauce. It turned out that dishes could be prepared in such a manner. Indeed, Xiong, the proprietor, was a connoisseur of enjoyment. Upon noticing that Mo Xiaofan was not startled by his antics, Xiong felt a flicker of disappointment within, yet this fleeting discontent vanished almost instantaneously. The three of them indulged heartily, soon finishing a bowl of the dish. Xiong then ordered another serving. When a second bowl was set on the table, the remaining dishes were also brought forth. "Xiong, through which channels do you primarily sell jadeite? I haven't seen you possess a storefront or stall," Mo Xiaofan inquired. "I mainly engage in online sales, utilizing live streaming and sharing on social media, then creating a group for clients to periodically announce new products. Due to my good reputation and slightly lower prices in the market, customers tend to trust me and are quite willing to procure goods from me. Although my sales volume may not rival those operating physical shops or stalls, I incur no rental fees, which affords me a degree of freedom. Aside from sourcing materials, I have little else to attend to daily. Earning 20,000 to 30,000 a month is quite feasible." Brother Xiong is right. Unlike my situation where renting a shop means each stone cut costs me dozens of yuan, and I must remain on-site without respite, a yuan chimed in. "Do not exaggerate. How many stones do you cut in a day? The monthly total is staggering, and in this line of work, you are guaranteed profit. If a stone is cut poorly, it does not affect you. If it appreciates, there are bonuses to be had. Yet you still complain." Mo Xiaofan dismissed the duo's mutual commercial flattery. He was preoccupied with his own affairs. According to Xiong Haowen, earning 20,000 to 30,000 a month was a substantial income for most, yet for Mo Xiaofan, even with an income of 30,000 a month, it would take him at least a year and a half to repay the 600,000 yuan he owed the bank, merely filling the pit of debt. This was far too slow. He had no confidence that he could keep this matter hidden from his father for long. Thus, he needed to expedite his earnings, though how to achieve this remained uncertain. Upon entering the living room, Mo Xiaofan prepared to brew tea and continue his reading. Books can enhance your theoretical knowledge. After finishing this book, utilize your mobile device to research online, focusing particularly on short videos about jade rough stones or finished products, which contain a wealth of useful information, Xiong Haowen advised. Mo Xiaofan understood that Xiong was guiding him with a personal touch, a gesture unique to Xiong's character. This sentiment stirred a sense of gratitude within Mo Xiaofan. "Thank you, Boss Xiong. I will endeavor to do my best. There's no need for thanks. Since you're eager to pursue this, I will certainly offer you whatever assistance I can. However, do not rejoice too soon if you run out of money. Do not expect me to lend you any. At that moment, I shall pray for you, hoping that Uncle Mo's hand will not be too heavy." After an undetermined passage of time, a cheerful Xiong Haowen emerged from a bedroom. "Fortune smiles upon us. I posted about the piece of wood that appreciated on social media, and a client expressed interest, asking me to carve a landscape plaque titled Lotus Enlightenment. Wait a moment, are you drinking my Suzhou daunting Biliwakun?" Upon seeing Mo Xiaofan indulging in his treasured tea once more, Xiong Haowen's joy dissipated entirely. "This tea is indeed exquisite, with a light green and clear brew. Its flavor delicate and imbued with floral and fruity notes. Would you care for a cup?" Mo Xiaofan resolved to feign ignorance to the fullest extent. "Montak Xiaofan, this trick of yours is no longer effective. I offer you two choices. First, bring me a compensation of Uncle Mo's fine tea. Second, I choose the first option." Mo Xiaofan interjected swiftly, not allowing Xiong Haowen to finish. Chapter 10. Capital must be accumulated gradually. You, my friend, are quick to admit your mistakes, yet you never learn. For dinner, Let us have something simple, and afterward we shall visit the Delong night market to see if we can unearth a fine specimen. No problem, Boss Xiong. I'm at your service. Mo Xiaofan, sensing Xiong Haowen's anger had subsided, quickly agreed, refraining from suggesting beef for dinner. He realized that should he dare to speak further, Xiong Haowen might very well imprint his size 43 shoe upon his face. Now, Mo Xiaofan had gained a certain understanding of Xiong Haowen's lifestyle. His daily routine primarily involved sourcing materials, cutting stones, and seeking clients, a cycle that, while monotonous, did not strike Mo Xiaofan as undesirable. Life, after all, is a series of repetitive days. However, monotony must be accompanied by hope. The hope in stone gambling lies in the prospect of eventually uncovering a highly valuable raw stone. Should that day arrive, Mo Xiaofan and Xiong Haowen would break free from the cycle of searching for materials, cutting stones, and finding clients, thereby achieving financial independence ahead of schedule. In Mo Xiaofan's view, the arrival of such a day would render all their efforts and patience worthwhile. After dinner, Xiong Haowen drove Mo Xiaofan back to the Delong night market. They stepped out of the car and headed directly toward the jade raw stone stalls. Noticing Xiong Haowen producing a powerful flashlight, Mo Xiaofan followed suit. Wherever Xiong Haowen directed the beam of his flashlight, Mo Xiaofan mimicked, illuminating the same stone. Young Master Mo, let me ask you, which area and which site was that stone we just examined from? What characteristics does its skin possess? What are the qualities of its flesh? Xiong Haowen inquired with an air of annoyance. Damn it. Besides knowing a few basics, what else do you know? Haven't you been reading all day? What have you learned? Just this? And can you stop pretending? When I shine the flashlight on a stone, you simply follow along. First, understand the purpose of illuminating the raw stone with a flashlight. Mo Xiaofan gradually began to comprehend Xiong Haowen's assertion that making money in this trade was no simple feat. While one might earn several thousand in a fortunate day, such fortune is contingent upon possessing ample expertise, experience, and a robust sales network. Furthermore, even with these assets, there remains a considerable risk of ruining the raw stone during cutting. In simpler terms, while Xiong Haowen has a chance of successfully cutting stones for Mo Xiaofan, even with 10 times Xiong Haowen's capital, the odds of success in stone gambling were likely to lead to substantial losses. Observing the earnest efforts of Xiong Haowen as he diligently searched for raw stones, Mo Xiaofan felt a strong desire to assist in some capacity. Regrettably, even Mo Xiaofan, who could barely be considered knowledgeable in this domain, found himself in a state of anxious helplessness. As 2 hours swiftly passed by, Xiong Haowen had yet to discover a suitable raw stone, leading Mo Xiaofan to believe that their endeavors that night might end in disappointment. At that moment, however, a familiar scent of lemon wafted through the air. Although the significance of this lemony fragrance remained shrouded in mystery for Mo Xiaofan, who could not precisely discern its implications, it presented a potential opportunity for profit. Just as Xiong Haowen was on the verge of losing his temper, Mo Xiaofan guided him towards the stall from which the lemon scent emanated. Before long, Mo Xiaofan spotted the stone that exuded the delightful aroma. With a beaming smile, he addressed Xiong Haowen, Boss Xiong, please calm down and take a look at this material. As the adage goes, one should not scold a smiling face. Seeing Mo Xiaofan's playful demeanor, Xiong Haowen momentarily suppressed his irritation. Curious to uncover the origins of the stone that Mo Xiaofan insisted upon examining, Xiong Haowen scrutinized the raw stone that Mo Xiaofan had mentioned. Drawing upon his experience, he quickly identified it as a piece of the renowned Dama-can water stone, characterized by its yellow skin. The Dama-can water stones are generally well regarded, known for their smooth and rounded shapes, with fine textured skins. Notably, the Dama-can stones are famed for their yellow and green hues, and the likelihood of encountering high-quality ice-grade stones from this source is considerable. Consequently, Xiong Haowen's interest in this particular raw stone began to grow. He lifted the irregularly shaped stone, estimating its weight to be around 1 kilogram, with approximate dimensions of 14 centimeters in length, 12 centimeters in width, and 5 centimeters in thickness. One side of the stone was quite flat, while the other presented a rugged surface, suggesting the potential for a bracelet. After confirming the appearance and skin of the stone, Xiong Haowen retrieved a powerful flashlight to further inspect it. Under the illumination, the stone revealed a distinct base color, with an oily and well-gelled skin, albeit with some localized cracks. Now, Xiong Haowen's task was to determine whether the location of the cracks conflicted with the area suitable for a bracelet. After meticulously examining the Dama Can water stone for 5 minutes, he seemed poised to ascertain its characteristics and thus inquired of the vendor. What is the price of this material? The stall owner appeared to have been anticipating this question. Boss, this is Dama Can water stone, a good piece. You can see there is a spot for a bracelet. 32,000. The vendor's Mandarin was somewhat stilted, suggesting he was a foreigner. Your price is too high. Offer me a better deal. If you truly want it, I can lower it by 2,000, making it 30,000. I am genuinely interested, but you must provide a fair price. Are you quoting in Myanmar currency? The vendor chuckled. How about this? You propose a price, and if it's reasonable, I'll sell it. 3,000. Please give a fair offer. Look at the skin, look at the material. This is Dama Can yellow skin stone, capable of producing a bracelet. How can I be certain it will yield a bracelet? As you observe this piece of material under the light, the multitude of cracks renders it unsuitable for crafting a bracelet. No way, my friend. Take a closer look. Behold the base color, the texture. The vendor, sensing that his weakness had been exposed by Xiong Haowen, began to grow anxious. He produced a powerful flashlight, illuminating the stone as he attempted to justify its quality. However, Xiong Haowen remained unmoved, steadfastly fixated on the cracks present in the raw stone. Chapter 11. The First Client. Sir, if you could just add a bit more to the price, it could be yours. The vendor, recognizing he was dealing with an expert, adjusted his strategy, realizing that a slight profit was better than none. No, this material cannot yield a bracelet. The price stands as is. 3,000. I will take it. Xiong Haowen showed no signs of conceding. Sir, just a little more, and we can finalize the deal. The vendor, evidently reluctant to give up, attempted to negotiate further. At most 3,000 too. If not, I shall take my leave. Xiong Haowen presented an imminent departure stance. Agreed. I look forward to your patronage in the future. With the Dama Can water stone in hand, Xiaofan followed Xiong Haowen out of the Delong night market. After placing their spoils into the trunk of the car, Xiong Haowen proposed, shall we indulge in some barbecue? Whatever you say, Boss Xiong, Xiaofan eagerly replied, having anticipated this invitation. Xiong Haowen drove to a night market near the Aoshing Century community and parked the vehicle. The two found a suitable spot and settled down, whereupon Xiong Haowen rose to place their order. Young Master what would you like to eat? Oh, never mind. It's futile to ask. For you will only mention beef. You know me best, Boss Xiong. The night market barbecue stalls operated with remarkable efficiency, and soon their orders arrived. Young Master be honest with me. How did you come across this Dama Can water stone? Xiong Haowen inquired while enjoying his meal. Xiaofan pondered for a moment, about to recount the incident regarding the scent, when he was interrupted by Xiong Haowen's fierce tone. If you dare to mention the aromatic stone again, you can play with it on your own. I cannot explain why, but I just felt a connection with that stone. So although Xiong Haowen did not receive the answer he sought, he refrained from pressing further, recognizing that Xiaofan was a novice who understood little. Moreover, this explanation seemed more palatable than the notion of the stone's fragrance. How much money do you still possess? A little over 1,000. This Dama Can water stone shall count as your share. Your investment will be drawn from the previous piece we co-invested in. Keep that 1,000 for emergencies. A man must not be without funds. Thank you, Boss Xiong. Xiaofan understood that apart from his parents, only Xiong Haowen treated him with such kindness. Yet, given the nature of their relationship, no further words were necessary. I will send you some of my merchandise, and you can share these items in your social circle. Post twice daily, but do not overwhelm. If anything sells, we shall split the profits. Understood. Soon, Xiaofan received images of jadeite from Xiong Haowen. Under Xiong Haowen's guidance, Xiaofan meticulously paired each jadeite with descriptive text and shared them in his social circle. After Xiaofan shared information regarding jade on his social media, he received numerous messages from friends and former clients within half an hour, predominantly inquiring whether he had left his insurance career to pursue the jade business. After I posted about jade, most messages I received were also inquiries about my career shift, Xiaofan remarked. Isn't that quite normal? Who told you that posting on social media would yield instant results? My first client didn't come along until 2 months after I started gambling on stones. You simply need to persist. Such matters cannot be rushed. Reflecting on his past, Xiaofan recalled how he had taken a considerable time to earn the trust of clients when he initially embarked on his insurance career. Perhaps I should reach out to my former clients? He pondered. That may not be advisable, unless you are certain of their interest. Such an approach could easily lead to being blocked, came the response. After a moment, Xiaofan received another WeChat message. Xiaofan, I saw your post about jade. Have you stopped working in insurance? It was a message from his childhood friend, Lu Xiaolong. Lu Xiaolong was indeed a remarkable individual. in their kindergarten years. He and Mo Xiaofan were in the same class, where Lu's shoes were perpetually clean. In his early years, Lu was exceptionally handsome, resembling a doll, and his striking appearance garnered affection from their teachers, who would often carry him around, leaving him scarcely touching the ground. Regrettably, after entering middle school, although Lu's looks remained appealing, he ceased to grow in height. Their friendship blossomed after they entered elementary school, both sharing a fervent passion for video games. They frequently faced parental wrath for their gaming habits, leading to uproarious cries of "I dare not," echoing throughout the neighborhood. Over the years, gaming continued to accompany both Mo Xiaofan and Lu Xiaolong. However, while Mo Xiaofan indulged in gaming for entertainment, Lu transformed it into a career with considerable income, even meeting both his ex-girlfriend and current wife through gaming, culminating in a serendipitous union across different cities. It is noteworthy that it was not Lu who sought them out. Rather, they actively came to Kunming to find him. Among the myriad of gamers, only a select few managed to earn a living from gaming, and Mo Xiaofan knew of no one else who had successfully done so while also finding love. Thus, in Mo Xiaofan's eyes, Lu Xiaolong was nothing short of a legend. "Ah, I recently left my job and am now delving into gambling on jade," Lu replied. "Huh, is this your umpteenth career change? I've told you before that this approach is unsustainable. I hope you find some stability this time. By the way, what happens to the life insurance I purchased from you? Will I have no one to assist me now? How could that be? You didn't purchase insurance from me personally. You acquired it through my company. I merely facilitated the sale. Even though I have resigned, the company will assign someone else to cater to your needs. Rest assured, the insurance I'm selling you is comprehensive. Should any issues arise, you can confidently leave it to the insurance company." "Well, since you say so, I shall worry no more. My wife has always been intrigued by jadeite bangles and wishes to purchase one. Since we are to make a purchase, rather than letting someone else profit, it would be better for you to benefit from it. However, since you're new to this business, I have some reservations about your ability. Haha, you need not be concerned, for I am guided by a knowledgeable mentor. I am currently collaborating with Xiaofan, who has been in this field for many years. Moreover, given our relationship, I would never deceive you. So, you two are working together now. Please assist me in finding a bangle priced under 10,000, preferably in a greener hue, with a circumference of 56. Upon hearing Lu Xiaolong's words, Mo Xiaofan felt an inexplicable excitement and quickly turned to Xiaofan. "Boss Xiong, our childhood friend, Lu Xiaolong wishes to buy a bangle for his wife. One priced under 10,000 and with a circumference of 56. You must have something suitable, right?" Chapter 12. A delightful evening. A bangle priced under 10,000 with a circumference of 56? Yes, let me search for you. After Xiaofan spoke, he began to sift through the information on his phone. While waiting for Xiaofan to locate the bangle, Mo Xiaofan continued to chat with Lu Xiaolong. "You and your wife have been married for 2 years, haven't you? Are you planning to have children soon? Such matters should not be rushed. It should be left to fate. Are you planning to wait until I have a child before selling me a pendant that ensures the child's safety? Our family insurance is all purchased through you, and now you intend to provide me with a set of jadeite? Oh, come now when the time comes. I shall gift you a beautiful peace token for your little one. That one be necessary. I do have an affinity for jadeite. When the time comes for children, I will purchase a suitable jade pendant from you, provided you are still selling jadeite then. Rest assured, jadeite will be my lifelong pursuit," Mo Xiaofan declared confidently. "Oh, spare me. You said the same when selling insurance. Your words might deceive your other clients, but not me. This time is different, truly. You said the same last time. I'll take a screenshot of your words now, and when you switch careers again, I shall present it to you. Additionally, these 3 bangles do not belong to me. They are consigned by a friend. The price I provide you is my friend's bottom line, and for Lu Xiaolong, you may quote him a price that is about 30% above that. Of course, given our good relationship, you may adjust the price slightly lower. Ultimately, half of the profit from the sale will belong to you. It is up to you to decide." Mo Xiaofan mentally noted what Xiaofan had said, and soon received 3 images of the bangles taken in natural light via WeChat. Based on Xiaofan's description, Mo Xiaofan gained a general understanding of the 3 bangles. The first bangle features a translucent light green base with faint flecks, presenting a subtle green hue with a slight amount of floating flowers, priced at 6,000. In Mo Xiaofan's view, while the bangle's quality is commendable, it lacks a striking first impression. The second bracelet is adorned with the enchanting hues of spring, characterized by unique milky translucence and vibrant floral patterns. Most of the bracelet is enveloped in a rich shade of purple, and the positioning of the floral designs is exceptionally appealing, capturing the attention of onlookers at first glance. If given the choice, Mo Xiaofan would undoubtedly select this piece. Its base price is set at 800. The third bracelet boasts a milky base with concentrated colors, predominantly a striking spicy green. Its crystalline structure is remarkably delicate, and the eye-catching spicy green accents add a captivating touch that enhances the overall allure of the bracelet. Due to the popularity of this particular shade, the price is slightly elevated, with a base price of 10,800. Though Mo Xiaofan often exhibits a certain unreliability in various matters, he remains steadfastly dependable when it comes to his friends. Despite his pressing financial needs, he adheres to his principles, refraining from profiting unethically from his friends and ensuring they receive fair value. Mo Xiaofan shared images of the three bracelets with Lu Xiaolong. Montak Gongzi, what price did you quote? Asked Xiong Haowen. I added 20 to the base price. This price is reasonable for close associates, as our selling price is already lower than that of external vendors, he replied. Understood. Mo Xiaofan. I've shown the two bracelets priced at 10,412, 800 to my wife. She is interested. Could you send them over for her to choose one? She mentioned that your prices are considerably more affordable than those she has seen elsewhere. She will recommend you to her friends in the future, he continued, providing his shipping address. Thank you, my old friend. I will send them over promptly. Is the deal settled? Xiong Haowen observed Mo Xiaofan's exuberance and knew it was a success. Yes. Lu Xiaolong mentioned that his wife is choosing between the spring-hued floral bracelet and the one with the milky base color. Mo Xiaofan replied with a sense of pride. Excellent. With that, you will have your first customer. Tomorrow morning, we should visit the Provincial Appraisal Center to obtain certification for these two bracelets. And then we can cut the large stone material we discovered at the Delong night market. He added, You're the boss. Your word is final. Upon returning to Xiong Haowen's residence, Mo Xiaofan fell into a deep slumber, feeling a sense of security and optimism for the future. At 7 the following morning, Mo Xiaofan rose and tidied up before leaving his bedroom for the living room, where Xiong Haowen was already preparing breakfast. 1 fried egg and a piece of pan-fried rice cake for each of us. Hurry up. Once we eat, we'll head to the appraisal center, he urged. Could I take a look at the two bracelets Lu Xiaolong is interested in? Mo Xiaofan inquired while eating. After a moment's thought, Xiong Haowen retrieved the two bracelets from the bedroom and placed them on the dining table. Mo Xiaofan carefully picked up the bracelet with a spring-hued floral design for examination, followed by the second piece. Boss Xiong, the photographs you sent me of these two bracelets are exceptional. They neither exaggerate the quality of the pieces nor fail to capture their distinctive characteristics, Mo Xiaofan praised. Mo Xiaofan nodded in understanding. Chapter 13. A Chance Encounter. After finishing their breakfast, Xiong Haowen drove Mo Xiaofan to the appraisal center. Upon handing over two bracelets to the staff, the two departed to find Yuan. Upon arriving at a Yuan shop, they fortuitously encountered him assisting a customer with the cutting of raw stone, while Xiao Xiao entertained another customer with tea. Brother Xiong, you're here. My brother is currently busy. Please have a seat and enjoy some tea. Xiao Xiao warmly greeted Xiong Haowen and Mo Xiaofan, pouring them each a cup of ripe pu'er tea. The two took a seat opposite another customer of a Yuan's, who cordially nodded in their direction. This gesture piqued Mo Xiaofan's curiosity, prompting her to scrutinize the customer. The man appeared to be around 45 years old, dressed quite elegantly, clutching a black leather briefcase, suggesting he might be a businessman. He seemed somewhat anxious, yet predominantly excited. As Mo Xiaofan observed him, the man reciprocated the scrutiny, soon initiating a conversation. Are you two also here to cut stones? May I see the materials you intend to cut? The middle-aged man inquired with an eager expression. Xiong Haowen generously presented the Makong waterstone material on the tea table before the man. The middle-aged gentleman picked it up with keen interest, studying it for a moment before asking Xiong Haowen in an inquisitive tone, I am relatively new to raw stones and have not encountered this type from this site. Could you kindly enlighten me on which site this material originates from and its characteristics? This is the waterstone from the Damakong site. Generally, this kind of material tends to be smaller in size, with a relatively thin skin, and exhibits distinct characteristics when illuminated. It often reveals a yellow mist layer between the skin and flesh, Xiong Haowen replied after a moment of contemplation, noting the man's sincere inquiry. The middle-aged man, having received Xiong Haowen's insights, appeared exceedingly pleased and continued, You are indeed a promising young entrepreneur. My name is Lu Wenhua, but you may call me Old Lu. I run a solid wood furniture business in Rueli and have recently become fascinated with stone gambling. I just acquired an 8-kilogram Mo Wan Jiji stone through a connection, and A Yuan is currently assisting me with the cutting. You must be a friend of Yuan as well. We should exchange more in the future. Here is my business card. Please accept it. When Xiong Haowen arrived in Ruili, he had few acquaintances. Most of his friends were made through the world of stone gambling. As the saying goes, the more friends one has, the more paths one can forge. Thus, Xiong Haowen readily accepted Lu Wenhua's business card and shared his own name and contact information in return. At that moment, the incessant whir of the cutting machine ceased. Lu Wenhua immediately stood up, eagerly awaiting at the entrance of Yuan's workshop. Yuan emerged, holding the 8-kilogram Mo1 GG raw stone. Mr. Lu, I apologize for the wait. Please take a look, Yuan said, handing the cut stone to Lu Wenhua. Lu Wenhua placed the stone on the tea table, then carefully examined the cut surface, revealing a large expanse of white marbled with gray and black flecks. It was evident that it had all collapsed utterly. How could this happen? Lu Wenhua stood there, transfixed. Xiong Haowen and Mo Xiaofan approached to inspect the situation. Even Mo Xiaofan could discern that this piece, with its white and gray-black hues, was beyond salvation, exhibiting characteristics akin to a kilogram material. The skin was undeniably exquisite, vibrant under the light. Was this truly a case of a knife leading to paradise or to hell? Lu Wenhua murmured to himself. Mo Xiaofan and the others remained silent, sharing an unspoken understanding that it was best to refrain from speaking at such a moment. After a brief pause, Lu Wenhua seemed to come to a realization. Of course, there was no issue. Yuan took the large Makan water stone from Xiong Haowen and examined it carefully. Brother Xiong, are you considering this piece for bracelet position? It was quite apparent. The material was not large. Let me help you strip it, then we can sit and enjoy some tea. Lu Wenhua appeared to have forgotten the earlier incident with Mo1 GG's material, no longer mentioning it, and instead continuously sought Xiong Haowen's insights on various aspects of jade. Xiong Haowen, in turn, was forthcoming with his knowledge, answering every question. The two engaged in delightful conversation. Ah, if only I had met Boss Xiong sooner, I wouldn't he have ruined so many pieces, truly. It's an addiction with poor technique, he laughed. Don't think like that. Everyone has gone through such phases. I too pay my dues. By the way, just call me Xiao Xiong. I shall continue to call you Boss Xiong. After all, you have taught me quite a bit, making you my half-teacher. I hope to seek your guidance again in the future. Should suitable materials arise, I hope for the opportunity to learn from you. Xiong Haowen pondered for a moment before nodding. No problem. Brother Xiong, come take a look. I believe your bracelet has come together. At that moment, a Yuan emerged from the workshop with a peeled Makan water stone. Xiong Haowen, Mo Xiaofan, and Lu Wenhua hurriedly gathered around. After inspecting it, Xiong Haowen felt confident that a bracelet and a pendant could be crafted from it. The bracelet could likely fetch around several thousand. Thus, this piece had indeed appreciated. These past few days have been fortuitous. I've had a string of successful cuts, Xiong Haowen exclaimed joyfully. Mo Xiaofan also felt elated. Although the profits from each successful cut were modest, they represented a step closer to his goal of 600,000. After witnessing the appreciation of the Makan water stone, Lu Wenhua seemed to attain a sense of fulfillment. After reiterating his desire to stay in touch with Xiong Haowen several times, he departed from a Yuan's shop. Once Lu Wenhua had left, Xiong Haowen and Mo Xiaofan continued to enjoy tea in a Yuan's establishment. Brother, have you ever considered opening your own jade shop or renting a stall? What prompts this sudden inquiry? Xiong Haowen asked. Think about it. You have been in Ruili for many years and have built a certain level of expertise. However, without a shop or stall, your client base has grown rather slowly. You have always relied on repeat customers, limiting your ability to attract new clientele. It's not that I don't want to open a shop. It's just that, firstly, my finances are not as ample as they may appear, and secondly, I lack suitable partners. Isn't Mo your partner? You two have known each other since childhood, sharing a deep bond of trust. Xiong Haowen cast a disgruntled glance at Mo Xiaofan, choosing to disregard him entirely. Mo Xiaofan felt utterly bemused, caught in an unprovoked crossfire. Chapter 14. The Stone Gambling Technique of Xiong Haowen. It is not that Xiong Haowen is unwilling to open a shop, but the capital and the quantity of stones required are beyond his current means. If only Mo Xiaofan had invested his 600,000, things would have been different. However, that foolish boy. As Xiong Haowen pondered this, he shot another fierce look at Mo Xiaofan. The latter, sensing the urgency of the situation, quickly grasped the meaning behind Xiong Haowen's expression. So that's it. I believe you two complement each other quite well. Ever since you, Mo Gu, arrived in Ruili, The probability of Xiong Gu cutting profitable stones has significantly increased. You are truly his lucky charm. After bidding farewell to a yuan, Xiong Haowen drove Mo Xiaofan around to familiarize him with the surroundings of Rueli. During the drive, Mo Xiaofan suddenly inquired, "Boss Xiong, why don't you gamble on more expensive stones, like those worth several tens of thousands?" He chuckled, "I cannot deny that, but earning more would also benefit you." "Boss Xiong, indeed, you've hit the nail on the head. If I succeed in cutting, I could stand to make a considerable profit. But what does that have to do with you? Do you have the capital?" "Currently, I haven't even recouped the money from these stones and Lu Xiaolong's bracelet yet. Young Master Mo, I advise you to remain grounded." "Oh," Mo Xiaofan conceded, realizing that he lacked the essential element, capital. Even if he sold all the stones he and Xiong Haowen had partnered on, he would only possess around 5 or 6,000. To put it favorably, Mo Xiaofan had merely acquired 1% of the 600,000 he aspired to. Damn, the 1%. "Boss Xiong, how about I work for you? I could wash your car, do the dishes, tidy up, and run errands for you, in exchange for an advance on 3 to 5 months' salary." Xiong Haowen remained silent, finding a place to park and leaning the car against the roadside, then fixed a cold, murderous gaze upon Mo Xiaofan. "Are you getting out by yourself? Or shall I kick you out? I choose option 3. I'll keep my mouth shut." Seeing Mo Xiaofan concede, Xiong Haowen's demeanor softened. He lit a cigarette and, with a serious tone, remarked, "Mo Xiaofan, I understand your desire to make money quickly, ideally enough to accumulate 600,000 in one fell swoop. Boss Xiong truly understands me. You are indeed like a parasite in my belly." Xiong Haowen disregarded Mo Xiaofan's rather inappropriate metaphor and continued, "There is always a process of accumulation. When I first arrived in Rueli and began gambling with stones, my mindset was similar to yours. I constantly thought about making a big bet on one stone, hoping to achieve financial freedom through a successful cut. However, I soon encountered repeated failures, and the more I lost, the more I was tempted to gamble on pricier stones, ultimately leading to greater losses, much like your experience in the casinos of Myanmar. Yet, I had one advantage over you. I didn't lose all my money gambling on stones. After losing a small fortune on a single stone, I had an epiphany. I realized that it wasn't merely bad luck or a lack of skill. Rather, it was my approach to gambling that was flawed. From that moment on, I adjusted my mindset and began to embrace a life of modest contentment. The small materials, which I once disregarded as insignificant, have now become my focus, and the returns have been quite satisfactory. Consequently, I shifted my approach to primarily working with these modest materials. Although the profits may be lesser, they are stable and the risks are minimal. With a stroke of luck, one might earn several thousand in a month. Whereas I resolutely avoid engaging with high-value materials unless I am particularly confident in them. Over time, my ventures into stone gambling have become increasingly reliable. After these years, one can see that I have acquired a home and a car. Life has treated me fairly well. The heartfelt words from Xiong Haowen to Mo Xiaofan stirred something within him. Xiong Haowen possessed a tenacity that Mo Xiaofan lacked, which has allowed him to excel in the jade business, while Mo Xiaofan, despite changing jobs numerous times, still struggles to find his path in life. "Thank you, Boss Xiong. I will remember your words." Upon reflection, I realized that I have been here for less than a week, and from an initial investment of 1,500 yuan, I have sold stones worth nearly 5 or 6,000. I should feel content. It would be best if you could think that way. However, could you refrain from mentioning the 1,500 yuan next time? Just thinking about it makes me want to throw you out of my car, Mo Xiaofan replied, glancing at the certification. The certificate read, A grade. "Boss Xiong, what does A grade mean? Why not just indicate authenticity?" Hearing Mo Xiaofan's question, Xiong Haowen awkwardly glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping. "Young Master Mo, what do you spend your day on your phone? Various short-skirted beauties? Please, next time, refrain from asking such foolish questions in public. If you're not embarrassed, I certainly am." The term A grade refers to natural jadeite that has not undergone any artificial chemical treatment. "Oh, where are we headed now?" "We need to send these 2 bracelets along with the certification to Lu Xiaolong for appraisal, and then we shall proceed to Wanning. I have already contacted the sculptor Zhang Chenghe, recommended by a yuan, and we will visit him. If all goes well, I would like him to carve a water landscape pendant from that piece of wood. A yuan mentioned that your previous jade was sent to Guangzhou for processing. Are the sculptors there particularly skilled? One could say that the craftsmen in Guangzhou are more adept at jade carving, while the local artisans in really vary in skill, generally not matching the proficiency found in Guangzhou." After a little over half an hour, Xiong Haowen drove Mo Xiaofan to Wanning. near the border of Wanting. They located a two-story residence, and Xiong Haowen confirmed via navigation that this was the studio of the sculptor Zhang Chenghe. Chapter 15. Zhang Chenghe. Xiong Haowen and Mo Xiaofan arrived at the front of the two-story dwelling. They could hear the sound of machinery emanating from within, indicating that Master Zhang was busy. Greetings, Master Zhang. I am Xiong Haowen, introduced by Yuan. I have previously contacted you via WeChat. Xiong Haowen called out loudly at the entrance of the workshop. Soon, the noise from the machinery ceased, and a slender, agile man in his mid-40s emerged from the house. After assessing Xiong Haowen and Mo Xiaofan, the lean and efficient man broke into a smile. Greetings, esteemed boss Xiong. I am Zhang Chenghe. I have previously heard of you from a Yuan. Please, come in with your friend to enjoy some tea. We can converse as we sip. Master Zhang's Mandarin, unlike a Yuan S, is tinged with a pronounced Minnan accent. Yet both Xiong Haowen and Mo Xiaofan can comprehend him. The two followed Master Zhang into the interior of the two-story residence, which boasted a spacious courtyard filled with a variety of raw stones and slabs. Eventually, Master Zhang guided them into a room where a sizable tea tray adorned the tea table. He heated water in the teapot, and once it reached a boil, he skillfully brewed the tea, pouring it for both himself and his guests. Mo Xiaofan inhaled the fragrance of the tea, recognizing it as ripe pu'er. What type of material does Boss Xiong wish to carve? Master Zhang inquired directly. Xiong Haowen retrieved a piece of wood knot from his bag and handed it to Master Zhang. Could you please take a look? I intend to carve a landscape plaque depicting the concept of enlightenment beneath the lotus. Master Zhang scrutinized the material for a moment before responding. This is suitable. It possesses a glutinous quality with floating patterns, making it perfect for your intended design. Furthermore, the placement of the patterns is ideal for carving a landscape plaque of enlightenment beneath the lotus. What would be the labor cost? As this is our first collaboration, you should assess my craftsmanship. For this occasion, I shall charge you 650. What do you think? Master Zhang said with a smile. Typically, the labor cost for carving a plaque of enlightenment beneath the lotus is around 800, indicating that Master Zhang is offering Xiong Haowen a substantial discount. Please hold on. This landscape plaque is a custom order. I will check with the client to see if they can accept this price. Xiong Haowen dialed the client's number and quoted a total price of 2,500. Shortly after, he hung up the phone and said to Master Zhang, "No problem. I'll leave this landscape plaque in your capable hands. How long will it take? Come back to see me next week on this day," Master Zhang replied. "Once the design is ready, please send it to me via WeChat. I will show it to the client." "Certainly," came the response. As they sat drinking tea, Master Zhang inquired, "Boss Xiong, what materials do you currently have? If there are suitable ones, I would like to purchase some from you." After a moment of contemplation, Boss Xiong replied, "At this moment, I only have the aforementioned piece of wood knot and a large Damakan waterstone." Master Zhang's interest was evidently piqued by Xiong Haowen's words. "Could you let me see the Damakan waterstone?" Xiong Haowen produced 2 peeled pieces of Damakan waterstone from his bag, placing them upon the tea table. Master Zhang quickly picked up the stones, examining them with great care. Upon hearing the price, Mo Xiaofan maintained a composed exterior, but internally he was elated. This was the most lucrative stone he and Xiong Haowen had encountered since they began their ventures, having purchased a raw stone for 3,200, which had now nearly doubled in value. However, the opportunity to speak did not belong to him, so he could only glance at Xiong Haowen. Xiong Haowen was also quite satisfied with this price, acknowledging that while the finished product would undoubtedly yield greater profits, the lengthy time frame was a significant factor. Jade, after all, must find its destined owner. Once that connection is made, it can be sold swiftly. If not, one might find themselves wondering when it will sell. Unfortunately, there is no answer to that question. Xiong Haowen pondered for a brief moment before smiling at Master Zhang, saying, "Since you appreciate it, please take the 6,000. In the future, I will be grateful if you could lend your expertise in carving the jade I bring." Master Zhang, pleased with the transaction, felt a sense of joy as both parties amicably concluded the deal. On their way back, Mo Xiaofan seemed to recall something and turned to Xiong Haowen, inquiring, "Is there no quick-selling channel for jade?" Indeed, there are individuals who specialize in purchasing finished products or raw materials, but the prices are appallingly low. Unless one is in dire need of cash, few would be inclined to sell their jade to them. Another common selling method is consignment. I leave the stone with you, and you offer a base price, with any amount above that constituting the seller's profit. The final method involves direct channels to my clientele, akin to your circle of friends. Listening to Xiong Haowen's words, Mo Xiaofan appeared contemplative. It's merely a few venues and areas. It's hardly significant. I could memorize it in 10 minutes. Very well. I hope you can express yourself with such confidence tomorrow. The following morning, Mo Xiaofan turned off the alarm, suddenly reminded of a commitment made to Xiong Haowen. As he dressed, he silently wished that Xiong Haowen would forget about it. However, upon entering the living room and seeing Xiong Haowen's enigmatic smile directed at him, he knew evasion was futile. Mo Xiaofan, the moment to assess your progress from yesterday has arrived. No need for assessment. I accept my penalty. Chapter 16. Friendship is friendship. Xiong Haowen knew Mo Xiaofan's character all too well and anticipated that he had likely not memorized many venues or areas the previous day. Well done, young Master Mo. Let us continue this game until you have mastered it. I have a feeling you will cover this month's sanitation duties. You are overestimating things. That is impossible. Though Mo Xiaofan protested, a twinge of apprehension lingered in his heart. Very well. I shall await your progress, young Master Mo. Today, we shall remain indoors. I will prepare breakfast shortly, and once we have eaten, you will wash the dishes, clean the entire house, and wash the car. After completing your chores, I advise you to catch up on your studies. Later, we will stroll through the Delong night market. All right. Mo Xiaofan observed Xiong Haowen's self-satisfied demeanor, but refrained from expressing any dissent. After all, one must accept the consequences of a wager. Following breakfast, Mo Xiaofan washed the dishes and tidied the house, while Xiong Haowen hummed an old pop tune, contentedly brewing tea for himself at the living room tea table. Is your bedroom to be cleaned as well? Montag Xiaofan in Kviat. Is that even a question? Of course. But be cautious while cleaning. All my belongings are in there. As Mo Xiaofan entered Xiong Haowen's bedroom for the first time, he was greeted by a large wooden display cabinet leaning against the wall. Through the dust-proof glass, he spotted drawers filled with bracelets of various types and sizes, while the upper display showcased an array of pendants. Mo Xiaofan scrutinized the exhibited pieces and discerned that this collection of jade primarily comprised mid-range items, although there were occasional specimens of superior quality interspersed among them. Before long, he found himself captivated by a Buddha figurine, measuring approximately 3 centimeters in height, 4 centimeters in width, and around 1 centimeter in thickness. This figure was adorned with a band of 18K white gold, its carving exuding an endearing charm that was strikingly lifelike, likely inspired by Maitreya Buddha. However, what truly enchanted Mo Xiaofan was not the exquisite craftsmanship nor the golden trim, but rather the remarkable translucence of the jade. The Buddha's clarity rivaled that of the purest water, utterly transparent with not a speck of cotton or impurity to be found. Mo Xiaofan mused to himself. Could this be what the books refer to as glass jade? Boss Xiong, how much can you sell that glass jade Buddha pendant for? At least 60,000 yuan. It's a prized possession of mine. May I take a closer look? Dream on, you can only gaze at it through the glass. Mo Xiaofan couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. How could such a small glass jade pendant command a price of 60,000 yuan? If it were a glass jade bangle, wouldn't it fetch at least 6 figures? He wondered when he might ever be able to afford raw stones of such quality. Mo Gongzi, let us first enjoy some tea before we continue. Settling at the tea table in the living room, he inhaled the fragrant aroma of tea, which turned out to be the treasured Suzhou Dongting Biluakan from Xiong Haowen's collection. Was Xiong Haowen possessed today to serve as prize tea? Regardless, Mo Xiaofan disregarded his reservations and downed the tea in one gulp. Boss Xiong, was that glass jade Buddha something you acquired from gambling on stones? Which site did it come from, and how much did you pay for it? You're quite greedy. If it were mine, I would have sold it already. I'm not short on a few thousand yuan. Good things sell themselves, so I can afford to be patient. All right, let us return to the matter at hand. Mo Xiaofan thought to himself that this fellow, offering his cherished tea, clearly had ulterior motives. Although he pondered this, he maintained a composed exterior. Boss Xiong, please. I'm all ears. What do you think is the most important factor in a partnership? The ability to support one another? Correct. Now, what can you offer me in that regard? I'm fairly good-looking, which can assist in bargaining with the female vendor. Mo Xiaofan, I'm speaking earnestly. Please refrain from jesting. Additionally, one must possess a sense of self-awareness. You are at best unremarkable in appearance. I'll give you another chance to respond sincerely. Seemingly, I have nothing else to offer. Then why do you think I'm willing to assist you now, sharing half of the profits? Because of our friendship. Indeed, but friendship aside, business is business. Do you grasp my meaning? Please speak plainly, Boss Xiong. Mo Xiaofan, do you genuinely intend to pursue gambling on stones in the future? Of course. Xiong Haowen paused to light a cigarette. During this time, you may continue to reside here without charge, but I will no longer partner with you in gambling on stones, nor will I lend you any money. You must rely solely on your own efforts. Until one day, when your perception of gambling stones and your financial resources reach a certain level, we shall discuss the matter of genuine partnership. In truth, Mo Xiaofan is acutely aware that he holds little value for Xiong Haowen. Xiong Haowen's assistance stems solely from their past friendship. Without mutual benefit, a relationship built purely on camaraderie cannot endure over time. Nonetheless, the terms proposed by Xiong Haowen were considerably better than Mo Xiaofan had anticipated. This indicates that Xiong Haowen indeed places significant importance on their bond. Having grasped the essence of the situation, Mo Xiaofan calmly expressed to Xiong Haowen, "I'm not a person who is perpetually dissatisfied. Boss Xiong, I'm truly grateful for what you have done for me. This is quite satisfactory. Thank you." Xiong Haowen feared that after sharing this matter with Mo Xiaofan, he might revert to his shameless ways. However, upon witnessing Mo Xiaofan's understanding and sincere gratitude, Xiong Haowen felt that his childhood friend was, after all, quite decent. Having concluded their discussion, and since the room had been tidied up, it was time to wash the car. Here are the car keys. Chapter 17. The Fragrance of Pineapple. The primary jade trading venues include Mo Wanjia, Muna, and Huika. After washing the car, Mo Xiaofan, who typically lacked physical exercise, felt a bit sore all over. It seemed that this week had been quite a trial for him. The thought of failing to memorize the necessary information by tomorrow loomed over him. Otherwise, the cleaning would extend to half a month. Thus, Mo Xiaofan diligently began to commit to memory the major jade trading areas and their details. Xiong Haowen, accustomed to staying up late watching jade videos, had retired for an afternoon nap. Mo Xiaofan sat at the tea table, sipping tea. As he reflected on the assistance Xiong Haowen had provided, a wave of concern washed over him. As someone who could not even distinguish the primary trading areas and venues for jade, could he truly gamble on stones with a mere 50,000 yuan? Mo Xiaofan found himself engulfed in self-doubt. How could this be? Obviously, he needed to focus on the unique fragrance of jade that he could perceive. Thus far, every stone he had encountered with a lemon scent had yielded positive results, though he could not quite comprehend the underlying reasons, whether the aroma signified the quality of the jade or something else entirely. He simplistically deduced that raw jade with a lemon fragrance was highly likely to appreciate in value. Mo Xiaofan could hardly contain his excitement at the prospect of equating the two. Contemplating this, a sense of exhilaration washed over him, and he prepared to make a fortune at the DeLong night market that evening. If indeed, as Mo Xiaofan believed, jade with a lemon scent meant it would appreciate, then not only would the 60,000 yuan he secured from the bank through mortgaging his house be trivial, but even 600,000 or 6 million would pose no problem. Lost in thought, Mo Xiaofan found himself smiling broadly, his lips curling upwards. "What are you grinning about? Young Master Mo? Have you lost your mind?" At some point, Xiong Haowen had appeared before Mo Xiaofan, looking at him with a mixture of sympathy and concern. "I'm fine. Can you not wish me well?" Mo Xiaofan quickly adjusted his demeanor and inquired, "By the way, when shall we head to the DeLong night market?" "It's still early. I'll rest a bit longer." Upon emerging from the restroom, I spotted you seated alone, smiling foolishly. "As usual, we shall convene at the DeLong night market by 7 this evening. By the way, do you fancy indulging in some spaghetti tonight? I must say, ever since our last encounter with spaghetti, I have developed a certain craving for it." "Very well. Continue perusing your materials. We shall set forth for dinner at 5. Later that evening, thanks to Xiong Haowen's influence, Mo Xiaofan once again found his culinary desires fulfilled. Following dinner, the two of them drove to the DeLong night market. As they arrived and stepped out of the car, Mo Xiaofan was overtaken by an inexplicable excitement. His eager anticipation etched across his face. "Mo, you seem particularly exhilarated tonight. I have a premonition that we shall strike lucky at the gambling tables today. Since you possess such confidence, let us search separately. You need to accumulate hands-on experience. However, if you spot any intriguing raw stones, do wait for me to examine them before making any decisions, understood? We shall reconvene at the market entrance in 2 hours." Xiong Haowen favored the DeLong night market because, in comparison to other locales, it offered a substantial quantity of direct Burmese goods. The distinction of whether the raw stones were sourced directly was paramount, as it indicated greater opportunities and lower prices. After bidding farewell to Xiong Haowen, Mo Xiaofan embarked on his quest for stones. Naturally, he employed his unique method of stone hunting, scent detection. This evening, however, his luck seemed rather lacking. After wandering through the majority of the market, he had yet to encounter the familiar scent of lemon. Just as his enthusiasm began to wane, he caught a whiff of an enticing aroma. Yet, this scent was not the lemon he was accustomed to. Rather, it was a distinctly rich pineapple fragrance. Indeed, I suspected there was more than just the scent of lemon, Xiaofan thought excitedly. The enticing pineapple aroma ignited his desire to investigate further. Following the scent, he soon discovered a stall featuring raw stones. Most of the stones at the stall were relatively large, and the vendor was a young woman in her 20s. Upon approaching the stall, Xiaofan quickly identified the source of the pineapple scent, an irregularly shaped, elongated raw stone. The stone predominantly exhibited a grayish-white hue, with a portion appearing black. Its outer shell bore a texture reminiscent of cement. This stone was not particularly large for the stall, measuring approximately 25 centimeters in length. Xiaofan had studied the characteristics of such cement-like shells and recognized it as originating from the Moksha quarry, noted for its high yield of premium water materials. Often referred to as the king of water in the industry, Xiaofan retrieved a flashlight to illuminate the stone, allowing the light to reveal its underlying color and other features. However, his current abilities were insufficient to interpret the implications of the lighting effects. Instinctively, he sensed that this stone exceeded his budget significantly. Yet, driven by curiosity, he inquired about the price. "Excuse me, how much for this Moksha stone?" The vendor, perceptively discerning, replied, "Ah, you have an eye for quality. This Moksha stone is available for 300,000. Indeed, it was clear that his budget fell short, and not by a trivial amount. Xiaofan expressed his gratitude and reluctantly departed from the stall. At this moment, Xiaofan was filled with an insatiable curiosity. He yearned to discover the outcome of slicing the exquisite moss agate emanating a rich pineapple fragrance. Was it true that any raw stone exuding such an aroma would yield a favorable result upon being cut? In other words, whether it was the lemon scent he had previously encountered or this delightful pineapple fragrance he was experiencing for the first time, it seemed that only he could perceive these olfactory delights. This realization led Xiaofan to believe he might possess a unique talent for discerning stones, or perhaps even a special ability. Once individuals with extraordinary powers become aware of their gifts, they are often consumed by an eagerness to explore the extent of their capabilities and the magnitude of their powers. Presently, Xiaofan was keen to ascertain what kind of quality the pineapple-scented moss agate might yield upon being sliced. In a flash, Xiaofan devised what he considered a perfect solution. Although he lacked the requisite funds, Xiaofan did. If Xiaofan were to acquire this piece of moss agate, even if Xiaofan could not partake in the profits, his objective would still be fulfilled as long as the stone appreciated in value. With this newfound ability to detect the aroma of stones, he wondered if he would ever need to worry about financial gain again. It seemed utterly inconceivable. His excitement left him unable to wait even a moment longer, prompting him to immediately dial Xiaofan's number. Chapter 18. Transaction. "Hello, I'm quite busy. What is it?" Xiaofan answered the phone with impatience. "Boss Xiong, have you found any suitable raw stones?" "Not at the moment." "Does that mean you have your eye on something?" Upon hearing Xiaofan's words, Xiaofan quickly grasped his intentions. "I've spotted a rather intriguing raw stone. Could you assist me in taking a closer look?" Xiaofan replied with a sly chuckle. "Do you know which market it hails from?" "Ah, quite impressive. You can now distinguish market origins. How about this? Let us meet at the market entrance in 10 minutes, and you can guide me there," Xiaofan concluded before hanging up. Before long, the two of them converged near the stall, showcasing the moss agate. "Xiaofan, do you really think you can afford this moss agate with just a few thousand in your pocket? Please be a bit more realistic," Xiaofan chastised. "Hold on. Don't rush to judgment just yet. This moss agate possesses remarkable features. Just take a look before you dismiss it," Xiaofan urged. "What price is the vendor asking?" 300,000. "Huh, Xiaofan. How am I supposed to respond to that?" Although Xiaofan's words dripped with sarcasm, he nevertheless produced a powerful flashlight and approached the moss agate for a closer inspection. To his surprise, he became engrossed in examining the stone for over 10 minutes. Standing nearby, Xiaofan felt a surge of excitement, sensing that there was potential here. The young vendor at the stall also shared in this exhilaration. While her raw stones were generally of good quality, their higher value had prevented her from making any sales that evening. At that moment, she watched Xiaofan with great anticipation. "Boss, this moss agate is truly exceptional. Just look at the texture of its exterior and the way it responds to the light. It's undoubtedly suitable for crafting bangles." Xiaofan nodded in agreement, acknowledging her assessment. His extensive experience in the stone gambling industry had rendered him increasingly cautious, and he had yet to encounter a raw stone that particularly captured his interest. However, today was different. This piece of moss agate satisfied him on multiple levels. This is evidently a raw stone with an exceedingly high probability of appreciation, igniting within Xiong Haowen a long-lost sense of eager anticipation. The allure of gambling on stones transcends mere monetary gain. In the fleeting moment that a raw stone appreciates, particularly one of considerable value, it bestows an unparalleled sense of accomplishment upon the gambler. Now, Xiong Haowen harbors a desire to relive that exhilarating sensation. Beautiful lady, 300,000 is quite excessive. Please offer me a fair price. The young female vendor, having awaited this moment all night, finally heard the word she longed for. The boss has an excellent eye. He has immediately identified the finest piece for my stall. How does 250,000 sound for a start? Lady, your calculations are overly ambitious. Even if this Mashi Sha appreciates, it would only be worth around 250,000. With zero risk on your part, I would earn nothing. Does that seem reasonable? Xiong Haowen replied unreservedly. Why don't you propose a price, then? 50,000. Naturally, 250,000 was out of the question, yet 50,000 was markedly far from the young vendor's psychological expectation. Xiong Haowen himself believed the likelihood of reaching an agreement at that price was slim. This was merely a tug-of-war between the buyer and seller. He awaited the young vendor's counteroffer. Boss, 50,000 barely covers my costs. You've observed this Mashi Sha for quite some time. It is indeed a quality piece, don't you agree? I can see you're also a connoisseur in this field. Let us do this. Since we both desire profit, how about we settle on 100,000 to foster goodwill? 70,000. You make the sale, and I will take the stone. The young female vendor remained silent, her expression grave, as though engaged in her final struggle. Boss, let us negotiate a bit more. Just a little extra, and I shall sell. Feigning deep contemplation, Xiong Haowen gradually proposed 75,000. If that works, please wrap it up. If not, I shall take my leave. His words bore no semblance of pretense. Should a deal not materialize, he would indeed depart. Although this Mashi Sha was a rare find, Xiong Haowen adhered to his gambling principles, which emphasized stringent cost control. This principle had been key to his success over the years, allowing him to profit more than he lost. In gambling on stones, no one can guarantee a rise in value. Should one encounter a promising raw stone and carelessly inflate costs, the risk of losses significantly escalates. The young female vendor sensed that there was no further profit to be extracted from Xiong Haowen. While she yearned for a higher sale, the price of 75,000 barely met her expectations. Ultimately, raw stones must be converted into cash to have tangible value. Otherwise, they remain mere stones. Deal, boss. Come by often. The young vendor exclaimed as she produced several large black plastic bags to wrap the Mashi Sha. Receiving the black plastic bags containing the Mashi Sha, Xiong Haowen's countenance remained unperturbed, resembling a casual shopper at market, devoid of any visible change. In contrast, Xiaofan radiated joy, his exhilaration evident on his face. I say, Master Mo, what are you so delighted about? Xiong Haowen could not help but tease him, noticing his exuberance. Of course, your acquisition of this Mashi Sha indirectly affirms my discerning taste. Xiaofan beamed. How much money do you have left in your bag? Xiong Haowen seemed to recall something and inquired, what do you intend to do with a little over 2,000? Xiaofan gazed at him warily. The Mashi sand was sourced by you. Typically, when someone introduces a stone that leads to a transaction, they are entitled to a commission. If you present 2,000, I shall consider you a partner with an investment of 15,000. Should the value appreciate, you will receive dividends according to this investment ratio. Such a fortunate opportunity exists. Xiaofan expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Boss Xiong. This prompted Xiong Haowen to believe that Xiaofan might possess a certain potential to thrive in this industry. And perhaps one day, he could prove to be of some assistance. Thus, he resolved to extend further support to Xiaofan. Having accomplished the primary objective of visiting the Dalong night market, and noticing that the hour was still early, Xiaofan continued to stroll through the market with Xiong Haowen. As they perused for raw stones, Xiong Haowen shared his insights and experiences regarding stone gambling. On their way back, Xiaofan received a message from Lu Xiaolong, who promptly transferred the payment of 12,800 for the bracelet. Boss Xiong, Lu Xiaolong has purchased the bracelet with a translucent base and color. I set aside 2,000, and the remaining 10,800 has been transferred to you. Excellent. Congratulations, young Master Mo, on your successful venture. Xiong Haowen remarked casually. Your congratulations seem rather perfunctory. Mo Xiaofan retorted, rolling his eyes. What else? Shall I buy you a cake and then smash in your face? Chapter 19. Encountering Lu Wenhua again. Upon returning to his residence, a fatigued Xiong Haowen quickly washed up and collapsed in a bed, falling instantly into slumber. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaofan lay awake, his mind racing with thoughts about the mashi sand. What would the raw stone reveal once cut? How much would its value increase? His mind was consumed with these questions. It was not until 2 in the morning, after his excitement had subsided, that he finally drifted off to sleep. In his dreams, Mo Xiaofan envisioned himself and Xiong Haowen in a yuan shop, cutting the mashi sand. Moments later, the machine ceased, and a yuan approached them with a beaming smile. Holding the mashi sand, exclaiming, "Brother Xiong, it's time to cut." Suddenly, an inexplicable, high-decibel music drowned out a yuan's words. Rapidly, the surroundings began to collapse. Mo Xiaofan awoke in bed, his eyes wide open, as his phone blared the wake-up alarm. Ugh, so it was merely a dream. Nevertheless, he thought, soon he would be at a yuan shop to witness a miracle. With a composed mindset, Mo Xiaofan swiftly tidied up and exited his bedroom to freshen up. Boss Xiong, what shall we have for breakfast? We shall dine out. However, before that, tell me, what are the primary jade trading venues? Xiong Haowen spoke like an emotionless automaton. Here we go again. Fortunately, I am prepared. Mo Xiaofan rolled his eyes and recited from memory. The main venues include Huika, Nangi, Hojiang, Mashi Sand, and Muna. Very good. Their S improvement. Next, you must memorize the characteristics of the raw stones from these venues, as I will conduct periodic assessments. Mo Xiaofan. After enjoying stewed meat rice noodles at a local eatery near the Aoshing Century community, Xiong Haowen drove toward a yuan shop. Today, a yuan's business thrived remarkably. When Xiong Haowen and Mo Xiaofan arrived at his shop, several groups of customers were already present. Among them was Lu Wenhua, the owner of a solid wood furniture business whom they had encountered previously. Lu Wenhua was seated at the tea table with 3 friends, and upon recognizing Xiong Haowen and Mo Xiaofan, he rose enthusiastically to greet them. Hello, Boss Xiong. It's a pleasure to see you again. Greetings, Boss Lu. I have learned from our last encounter and have brought an expert with me today to assist my 2 friends in their endeavors. We are certainly poised for success today. Huh. As Lu Wenhua spoke, a man in his 30s stood up, presumably the expert he referred to. Boss Xiong, this is the expert I mentioned, Ma Hong. Ma, this is my friend, Boss Xiong, who specializes in the stone gambling business. Xiong Haowen and Ma Hong exchanged nods, acknowledging each other. Upon Lu Wenhua's introduction, Xiong Haowen quickly grasped the situation. It became clear that Ma Hong was an individual who assisted clients in selecting raw stones, while clients ostensibly paid him a consulting fee. His principal income derived from a cut taken from his sellers when clients purchased the stones. Typically, those who indulge in stone gambling are affluent, seeking thrills rather than profit from the stones themselves. Individuals like Ma Hong exploit this characteristic, ostensibly aiding clients in acquiring raw stones at lower prices. Yet, to an insider like Xiong Haowen, it was evident that the stones were still purchased at prices exceeding market value, allowing Ma Hong to reap substantial profits from the sellers. For instance, if Xiong Haowen's purchase of the Moxisha stone were to be facilitated by Ma Hong, the seller might initially quote 300,000 yuan. But Ma Hong could negotiate it down to 150,000 yuan, pocketing an additional 30,000 yuan, while the seller profits 120,000 yuan. In reality, that raw stone could have been acquired for 75,000 yuan, leaving the client at a disadvantage. However, individuals like Ma Hong adhere to fundamental professional ethics, striving to assist clients in discovering stones that have the potential to yield profits. Clients may tolerate paying more for the stones, but they cannot accept consistent losses. Ma Hong, being astute, understands that earning money requires diligence in his work. Otherwise, he risks losing future clients. Xiong Haowen and Lu Wenhua had only met a second time. Although he held a favorable impression of Lu Wenhua, he had no intention of exposing Ma Hong's practices, as they were all businessmen. Maintaining cordiality fosters prosperity, and it is prudent not to interfere in others' affairs. Lu Wenhua remained as warm as ever and soon retrieved 2 pieces of wood from a black plastic bag, placing them before Xiong Haowen at the tea table, earnestly requesting his expertise in assessing them. This action evidently displeased Ma Hong, yet he refrained from voicing his discontent. Unable to decline, Xiong Haowen meticulously examined the 2 pieces of wood. The exterior appears promising, with a good sheen under the light, he remarked succinctly. Mo Xiaofan leaned in to observe the two pieces as well and quickly formed his own assessment, declaring, "There is no fragrance." Upon hearing the candid appraisal from Xiong Lu Wenhua felt a surge of joy, as if his confidence in the two raw stones had been bolstered. Xiong generously presented the Mashi Sha, placing it on the tea table before Lu Wenhua. It is a common trait among those who gamble on stones to possess a keen interest in the stones of others. Lu Wenhua's two companions, along with several other customers awaiting the unveiling of stones at a yuan shop, leaned in to inspect. It is the king of water, Mashi Sha. Behold the grayish-white, cement-like crust. It is evidently a fine specimen. This proprietor has a discerning eye. We eagerly await your successful cut. The surrounding patrons buzzed with excitement, all unanimously agreeing that this Mashi Sha was indeed promising. A rise in value was anticipated. Ma Hong also stepped closer to scrutinize it, nodding in acknowledgement of Xiong Haowen's keen insight. Among the jubilant crowd, the most delighted was Mo Xiaofan, who stood on the periphery. At that moment, she seemed to envision the Mashi Sha being sliced open, revealing a vibrant green glass-like interior, causing her to break into a beaming smile. After enjoying the moment, Lu Wenhua returned the Mashi Sha to Xiong Haowen. Truly, age bestows wisdom. Let us engage more in discussions, Boss Xiong. Lu Boss, you are too modest. We shall learn from one another. At this juncture, a yuan entered the hall, bearing the freshly cut raw stone. The owner of the stone and the others immediately gathered around to observe. Witnessing the cutting results of others serves as an invaluable learning experience for those engaged in stone gambling. Others spend their money while one enjoys a free observation. What a splendid arrangement. Furthermore, whether the stone owner experiences a rise or a fall in value, the process is undeniably exhilarating. Soon, a collective sigh of disappointment echoed through the crowd, indicating that the stone had indeed fallen short. After returning the cut stone to its owner, a yuan spotted Lu Wenhua and Xiong Haowen in the hall and strode over. Brother Xiong, you have arrived. Please, take a seat and enjoy some tea. Today has been particularly busy. I apologize for my lack of hospitality. Lu Boss, it is now your turn with the Muna. Let's see how it is to be cut. Chapter 20. Ma Hong's Embarrassment. Let us begin with the larger Muna. We will make the first cut from this position, spoke Ma Hong. The larger Muna he referred to was an irregular, elongated piece of mudskin Muna. Approximately 40 centimeters in length, its skin wrinkled, and it exhibited a remarkable fluorescence under light. Anyone who beheld this Muna, regardless of the skin or the light's effect, would deem it a highly promising raw stone, which is the source of Ma Hong's confidence. A yuan carefully carried the mudskin Muna into the workshop, securing it in the oil-cutting machine. Once everything was prepared, he activated the machine. At this moment, Lu Wenhua, his two friends, and Ma Hong could no longer contain their anticipation. The four, along with Xiong Haowen, Mo Xiaofan, and several onlookers, crowded around the oil-cutting machine, eagerly awaiting the outcome. Lu Wenhua and his companions wore expressions filled with hope, as if a treasure just within reach was about to be revealed before their eyes. Ma Hong, assisting Lu Wenhua in this endeavor, sported a confident smile. The sound of the cutting machine was sharp and piercing, and both Xiong Haowen and the other spectators shared a sense of anticipation, falling silent as they awaited the unfolding of events. As for Mo Xiaofan, his thoughts diverged from those of the others, even leaning towards certainty. I do not boast, but unrefined stones lacking fragrance are mere refuse. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, the sound of the oil-cutting machine finally ceased. A yuan lifted the machine's lid and extracted the wood na. Ma Hong immediately stepped forward to inspect the raw stone, and upon a mere glance, he was rendered speechless. The cut surface of this wood na gleamed with a white, porcelain-like layer. Ma Hong's mind raced as he pondered whether there was a way to salvage the situation. Although panic surged within him, he maintained an outward composure. The onlookers expressed a sense of regret. After all, this muddy-skinned wood na had shown such promise. Yet, this is the allure of stone gambling, the unpredictable nature of revealing stones. Lu Wenhua and his two companions, however, did not exude the same calm as Ma Hong. Their faces fell in dismay. This predicament resembled an archaeological dig where the much-anticipated Ming dynasty tomb yielded a mere pillar of heaven. A disappointment far worse than finding a fly in one's soup. After illuminating the cut surface of the wood na with a powerful flashlight, Ma Hong calmly remarked, "Boss Lu, I believe the mist layer on this wood na is excessively thick. Let us slice off another section. It is sure to reveal some water." "All right, I trust your judgment. A yuan, please proceed with another slice." A yuan adeptly opened the oil-cutting machine's lid, repositioned the wood na on the clamps, and secured the lid once more before starting the machine. The shrill, piercing sound of the machinery resounded again. Although the waiting time was not particularly lengthy, it felt interminable for Lu Wenhua and the others, their impatience palpable. It was akin to a seemingly hopeless situation suddenly revealing a glimmer of possibility. Though this ray of hope felt tenuous, it was preferable to despair. The oil-cutting machine emitted the sound of the saw blade spinning idly. A yuan swiftly approached, halted the machine, opened the lid, and carefully extracted the wooden na from the clamps. Ma Hong hurried to catch the wood na and placed it on the workbench beside Lu Wenhua and his companions. The expressions of Lu Wenhua and his two friends softened slightly, yet they remained far from content. This cut had indeed removed all of the mist layer, revealing signs of internal quality. The stone was nearly flawless, a definite candidate for a bracelet, but based on its current appearance, it merely reached the level of a bean-nuanced variety. In other words, a six-figure would not have been reduced to a top-tier, five-figure stone, losing a zero in the process. Ma Hong glanced at Lu Wenhua and the other two, his heart racing with anxiety. He feared he might lose such a valuable client as Lu Wenhua. Xiaoma, why not bring over the other piece of wood na for a yuan to cut as well? Ultimately, it was Lu Wenhua who broke the awkward silence. Having conducted business for many years, he possessed the foresight not to assign blame at the slightest inconvenience. After all, they still had another opportunity at hand. They would cut the other piece of wood na first and see how it fared. Additionally, the second piece of wood, relatively smaller, takes on an irregular, elongated form measuring approximately 27 centimeters in length. Ma Hong promptly embraced this piece and presented it to a yuan. The exterior of this wood is adorned with a yellowish bark, finely sanded, revealing a distinct sheen when illuminated. This piece was also meticulously selected by Ma Hong, who held a steadfast belief that fortune would not abandon him. After all, it seemed improbable for two beautifully surfaced woods to yield disappointing results. A yuan, please cut from this position, Ma Hong instructed. A yuan nodded in acknowledgement. The oil-cutting machine swiftly roared to life once more. Boss Lu, I am confident in this piece. We shall achieve a favorable cut, he declared, hopeful. Time passed, and soon the sound of the blade idling echoed through the air. A yuan hurried to halt the machine. Lifting the lid of the oil cutter, he peered inside at the wood, then extracted the stone and placed it carefully upon the workbench. Maung, Liu Wenhua, and several of his friends gazed at the severed wood, their expressions a mix of disbelief and disappointment, akin to a feeling of constipation. This piece had reached the coveted quality of glutinous ice, yet the fractures were far too numerous. What was once a splendid material for a bracelet could now only yield beads or smaller pendants. For Lu Wenhua, the businessman of means, monetary loss was acceptable, but losing face was not. Xiaoma, I appreciate your efforts in accompanying us today. Since the stone has been cut, you must have other matters to attend to, so feel free to go about your business, Lu Wenhua suggested. Oh, Boss Lu, I have no pressing matters. I would like to stay with you, Ma Hong replied. Realizing the implicit dismissal, he quickly grasped the situation. My apologies, gentlemen. I had invited you both to engage in stone betting, but it has turned out thus, he lamented. There is no need for you to feel burdened by this outcome, Boss Lu. Isn't the thrill of stone betting merely a pulse-quickening experience? We are all capable of bearing such losses, and today it is evident that fortune has eluded us. I find it quite regrettable that the wood with so many cracks is wasted, one of Lu Wenhua's friends remarked. Let's not squander these two pieces. Perhaps we could commission someone to craft finished products, and then we can share them and present them as gift to friends. What do you think? That seems like a splendid idea. Boss Xiong, I have previously sold the materials I lost in bets directly to merchants. Could you recommend a skilled sculptor for me to meet? Lu Wenhua turned his attention to Xiong Haowen. Xiong Haowen, who had remained silent until now, pondered for a moment before responding. I know a sculptor from Guangzhou based in Wanning named Zhang Chenghe. Generally, the artisans from Guangzhou possess commendable carving skills. If you're interested, I can share Zhang's WeChat contact with you. Thank you, Boss Xiong. Lu Wenhua replied gratefully. Although Lu Wenhua was aware that this round of stone betting had not favored him, he did not wholly attribute the blame to Ma Hong. He believed in the influence of fate and felt an intangible discord between their fortunes. Henceforth, he resolved to refrain from enlisting Ma Hong's assistance in stone betting. However, he held a favorable impression of Xiong Haowen, the young man specializing in stone betting, and felt inclined to forge a connection. Boss Xiong, would you mind if we stay to watch you unveil this piece of Mashisha before we take our leave? Lu Wenhua inquired with a smile. This trivial matter does not affect us. We are not pressed for time today. By the way, having met twice already, I still do not know how to address your esteemed companion. Lu Wenhua turned to Mo Xiaofan. His name is Mo Xiaofan, my childhood friend. Today, the piece of Mashi Sha I brought was thanks to his generosity. It turns out he's also a master in the art of stone gambling. What a pleasure it is to meet you. Let us engage in more exchanges in the future. You are too kind, Lu. I am quite similar to you. Having only recently entered this field, Boss Xiong is my mentor, Mo Xiaofan interjected, not daring to take Xiong Haowen's words too seriously. Lu Wenhua looked at Mo Xiaofan with slight surprise. Haha, young and talented, your future is boundless. Boss Xiong, it seemed you held reservations about our 2 pieces of Muna. Could you kindly elaborate? Lu Wenhua asked earnestly. Xiong Haowen pondered for a moment, perhaps finding Lu Wenhua's temperament worth befriending, and replied, the performance of your 2 pieces of Muna indeed appears commendable. Were it me, I would also entertain the thought of uncovering their potential. However, Xiong Haowen hesitated. Please, do not hold back. I would be immensely grateful. Lu Wenhua urged. If I were to purchase your 2 pieces, I would offer a maximum of 12 to 13. Not a penny more. Lu Wenhua and his companions widened their eyes. Are you implying we were taking advantage of paying double? One of Lu Wenhua's friends could not restrain himself from asking. Xiong Haowen remained non-committal, choosing not to delve further into the discussion. Having immersed himself in this trade for many years, he understood the importance of not creating too many enemies. Thus he left it at that. However, Mo Xiaofan evidently did not grasp the deeper implications. Thoughtfully articulating, Boss Xiong, are you suggesting that while Ma Hong did not manipulate the quality of the raw stones, he profited from the Muna sellers? This notion was immediately understood by Lu Wenhua and the others, indicating that Ma Hong colluded with the Muna sellers to inflate the price of the raw stones. Subsequently, the seller would provide Ma Hong with a substantial kickback. At the acquisition price of 300,000, the Muna seller would have given Ma Hong several tens of thousands in return for each piece. Upon hearing Mo Xiaofan's words, Lu Wenhua and the others became indignant. That scoundrel, while he may not be short on money and could accept the risks of stone gambling, he absolutely cannot tolerate being exploited. It felt akin to being sold out and then being asked to count the money, only to express thanks in the end. Consequently, Ma Hong instantly transformed in Lu Wenhua's eyes from an incompatible stone gambling expert into a deceiver. Xiong Haowen glanced at Mo Xiaofan with an expression that spoke volumes of his unspoken thoughts. After venting their emotions for a while, Lu Wenhua and his companions gradually calmed down. The revelation of Ma Hong's actions actually drew them closer to Xiong Haowen and Mo Xiaofan. Boss Xiong, your insights today are worth more than a decade of study. Tonight, I shall host a dinner. It is imperative that Boss Xiong and Boss Missouri join me. Then I shall thank you, gentlemen. We would be more than honored to accept, Xiong Haowen replied without hesitation, having also wished to foster a closer relationship with Lu Wenhua. An hour later, it was finally time for Xiong Haowen's Mashi Sha. In a yuan shop, the majority of those who had witnessed the stone being unveiled remained, eagerly anticipating the revelation of the Mashi Sha's performance. The excitement among the onlookers, including Lu Wenhua and his companions, was palpable, reminiscent of the fervor they had felt when carving their own Muna. At that moment, Mo Xiaofan was also filled with exhilaration. He had waited all day for this very moment. Among the crowd, only Xiong Haowen remained unperturbed, wearing a serene smile on his face. As a yuan shut down the oil-cutting machine, the entire room held its breath in suspense. Carefully, a yuan lifted the Mashi Sha from the machine and placed it on the workbench before Xiong Haowen and Mo Xiaofan. Despite the reaction of the stone's surface, Xiong Haowen maintained his calm demeanor, though his expression had grown considerably more serious. Mo Xiaofan gazed at the Mashi Sha in disbelief, as if he had encountered a ghost, while the other spectators murmured in regret. The stone's surface appeared as stark white as porcelain, resembling the initial cut of Lu Wenhua's Muna. The nearly flawless exterior had yielded a textbook-level disappointment. At that moment, Mo Xiaofan felt a throbbing headache, the surroundings beginning to spin. His concern was not about the potential loss of his profits, but rather the alarming realization that his extraordinary abilities had faltered. This felt like a catastrophic blow to him, signaling the collapse of his subsequent plans. Lu Wenhua and the others, witnessing this turn of events, lamented the unpredictable nature of stone gambling, resolving to exercise greater caution in the future. Amidst the murmurs of regret from the onlookers, Xiong Haowen unhurriedly retrieved a powerful flashlight, directing its beam onto the Mashi Sha's surface. After a thorough examination, his serious expression transformed into a smile. "A yuan, please uncover another piece," he requested. "Of course, Brother Xiong," a yuan replied. The crowd, initially preparing to disperse, suddenly regained their enthusiasm upon hearing Xiong Haowen's intention to continue the unveiling. They gathered once more. For the process of revealing stones was akin to a grand annual spectacle for them, tense and exhilarating, fulfilling their psychological cravings to a significant extent. After a while, the sharp sounds of machinery ceased, and as a yuan extracted the raw stone once more, a long-lost smile graced his face. I knew it. With Brother Xiong's skill, it would be far too easy for it to be ruined. Upon hearing Yuan's words, the crowd began to stir, pressing closer to glimpse the results of the unveiling. Among them, Mo Xiaofan was the most eager. A Yuan's words acted as a potent stimulant for him. The moment a Yuan placed the Mashi Sha on the workbench, the crowd erupted in excitement. Wow, this is definitely ice jade, and it's even the ice variety with floral patterns, exclaimed one onlooker. Ice jade with floral patterns is quite prevalent in the market. This is the first time I've seen someone unveil it, and it's stunning. Another remarked, look at this Mashi Sha. It has no cracks at all. It's perfect for a bracelet. Definitely 1,000-fold value. Someone added, boss, are you selling this piece of Mashi Sha? Already, a spectator had begun to express interest in acquiring the stone. Just a moment ago, Mo Xiaofan was engulfed in despair. But now he has rebounded to an exhilarating height. In an instant, the despondency in his heart dissipated, replaced by a surge of excitement and joy. Indeed, I am the best. Chapter 22, Quotation. Xiong Haowen began to seriously contemplate Lu Wenhua's proposal. Should he sell? Certainly, selling is inevitable. The question lies in determining an appropriate price. Based on the valuation of finished products, a bracelet could easily fetch tens of thousands. The piece of Mashi sand, after accounting for the initial cut and the discarded section, still has enough material to yield 6 additional slices. Each slice could yield approximately 2 bracelet positions, totaling 12. Even at the minimum price of 40,000 per bracelet, the potential value of this icy Mashi sand could reach 480,000. If Xiong Haowen were to craft it into finished product himself, a price around 550,000 is certainly attainable. However, Xiong Haowen would not opt for such a sale. Firstly, he seeks to foster a closer relationship with Lu Wenhua. Secondly, selling the raw stone at the price of finished products would be manifestly inappropriate, as the other party would bear the risk of unsold inventory. It is essential to allow for a reasonable profit margin for the buyer. This distinction is akin to the difference between wholesale and retail. Although Lu Wenhua may not necessarily sell the raw stone upon acquisition, that is his concern. In this industry, the pricing naturally progresses to the step at which the transaction occurs. After a brief period of contemplation, Xiong Haowen proposed, Boss Lu, how does 300,000 sound? The onlookers, upon hearing this price, could not help but express their regret. Had they known such a favorable offer was available, they should have seized the opportunity. No problem. Thank you, Boss Xiong. Please provide me with an account. Lu Wenhua replied cheerfully. Though Lu Wenhua may be inexperienced in stone gambling, he certainly possesses an eye for prices. It would be unwise to hesitate at such a price. Would he wait for the other party to have second thoughts? Lu Wenhua's 2 friends also appeared delighted at this development. This was the outcome they had desired. After Lu Wenhua promptly transferred 300,000 to Xiong Haowen's account, the stone unveiling event drew to a close. As the onlookers saw the spectacle come to an end, they began to disperse, discussing the event in small groups while leaving a Yuan's little shop. Xiong Haowen proceeded to settle the cutting fees for the Mashi sand with Yuan and also gifted him a red envelope containing several hundred Yuan as a token of appreciation. Ultimately, Xiong Haowen generously awarded Mo Xiaofan 60,000. This brought immense joy to Mo Xiaofan. Following this affirmation of his unique abilities, he felt as though he could conquer the world, soaring to the pinnacle of life with ease. However, Xiong Haowen viewed the situation differently. He understood Mo Xiaofan all too well. What is Mo Xiaofan most adept at? Undoubtedly, it is the art of deception. He often begins with a strong hand, only to showcase a series of flashy maneuvers along the way, ultimately leading to his own downfall. As a dog sign, Mo Xiaofan, after making a mess of his cards, would regret his actions and sincerely admit his faults. Yet, this humility is often short-lived, as he tends to repeat the same mistakes. This has occurred more than once or twice. It is simply unavoidable. Although everything appears smooth sailing at present, Xiong Haowen has a premonition that Mo Xiaofan is about to stir up trouble once again. As the hour was still early, Lu Wenhua suggested to Xiong Haowen and Mo Xiaofan that they shift their meal to noon, and, at Xiong Haowen's suggestion, they indulged in a delightful meal of spicy grilled fish. Lu Wenhua had already savored the essence of this dish. Yet his two friends from out of town had yet to experience its flavors, thus everyone gladly agreed. At the dining table, the taste of the spicy grilled fish received unanimous acclaim. One of Lu Wenhua's friends remarked, "Boss Xiong, you excel in gambling stones. Yet I did not anticipate your prowess in culinary delights as well. I have spent several years in Rueli. It is a small place, so I am familiar with its dining and entertainment options," he continued. Speaking of entertainment, another friend of Lu Wenhua's perked up, "Boss Xiong, is it true that Rueli has its own version of paradise?" Upon hearing this, all eyes turned expectantly toward Xiong Haowen. Feeling a bit awkward, Xiong Haowen realized that discussions among men often gravitate towards such topics. He hastily clarified, "I fear I may disappoint you. When I speak of entertainment, I refer to more wholesome activities, such as fishing or soaking in hot springs." Upon hearing about the hot springs, Lu Wenhua and his companions became intrigued. "Boss Xiong, I have not heard of any hot springs in Rueli. There are some in Xiaofan, a natural mineral hot spring, and it only costs 5 yuan per person. 5 yuan for a hot spring. We must certainly try it when we have a chance." Although there were only 5 of them, Lu Wenhua still ordered an abundance of dishes. The food was exquisite, yet by the end, everyone had reached their limit and set down their chopsticks. Noticing that Xiong Haowen and Mo Xiaofan had nearly finished, Lu Wenhua transitioned to the main topic of the gathering. "Boss Xiong and Boss Missouri are among the rare experts in stone gambling that I have encountered, and we seem to get along quite well. You both know that we are also enthusiasts in this field, albeit with a penchant for risk and a lack of skill. If possible, I would like to request your guidance in our ventures." Lu Wenhua's request did not catch Xiong Haowen by surprise, yet he refrained from hastily agreeing. Assisting others in stone gambling is a rather delicate endeavor. No one can guarantee consistent success. Xiong Haowen, being a principled individual, adhered to the principle of taking only what one rightfully earns. If he were to successfully gamble and profit, he would feel justified. Yet if he were to incur losses while still taking a fee, it would weigh upon his conscience. Consequently, he had no intention of taking a cut. "Please allow me to consider this matter," he replied. "Boss Xiong, do not harbor excessive concerns. If we succeed, it is due to your and Boss Mo's capabilities. If misfortune befalls us, it is merely a matter of luck, and no one can be blamed. I have faith in your abilities. Oh, and regarding the commission, we usually offer 5% to others, but for you two, we are willing to extend it to 8%. We hope you will consider it. Boss Xiong, I believe this is a request we can accommodate. Lu and his colleagues are genuinely sincere, and we possess both the capability and the time. Why not engage in this endeavor?" Xiong Haowen cast a sidelong glance at Mo Xiaofan, thinking to himself how naively simple his friend's perspective was, typical of someone inexperienced yet bold. Xiong Haowen's underlying intention was to leverage this opportunity for Lu Wenhua to connect with a more sophisticated clientele. Xiong Haowen's current clientele primarily consists of ordinary customers, which is also why he predominantly deals with materials priced under 10,000 yuan. Expensive jadeite tends to be burdensome, remaining unsold for extended periods. However, once he accumulates a substantial number of mid to high-end clients, Xiong Haowen believes that his potential for growth will significantly increase. Upon contemplating this, Boss Lu remarked that since the conversation had reached this point, to refuse further would be to show disrespect. "Well then, Boss Lu, should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask." Chapter 23. Guaiqiu. Lu Wenhua was naturally elated upon receiving a clear response from Xiong Haowen. "Then, Boss Xiong, may our future collaboration be fruitful, and may we prosper together." Upon entering the living room, Xiong Haowen settled by the tea table, brewing a pot of powder tea, pouring the amber liquid into a fairness cup, and subsequently beckoning Mo Xiaofan to join him for tea. "Montak Xiaofan, congratulations on your inaugural journey today," Xiong Haowen suddenly exclaimed. "Inaugural journey? What do you mean?" Montak Xiaofan responded, momentarily bewildert. "Do you recall our previous conversation? Once you possess a capital of 50,000, we shall each pursue our own paths." "Oh, so that's what you meant. But what if, in the future, you come across materials akin to today's mashisha? Your imagination is quite vivid. Such a significant rise in rough stone is not something you can expect to encounter frequently. We shall address that when the time comes. For now, focus primarily on the ordinary rough stones priced under 10,000. Cut more of these stones to accumulate experience and capital. I already have established sales channels for this type of rough stone, and when the time is right, I can assist you in selling them." Although Xiong Haowen mentioned they would each pursue their own paths, in reality, he could never entirely disregard Mo Xiaofan. "All right, thank you, Boss Xiong," Mo Xiaofan replied, somewhat absent-mindedly. Xiong Haowen, Upon hearing Mo Xiaofan's response, realized the young man had not truly absorbed the advice. It seemed Mo Xiaofan was still caught up in the excitement of today as profitable Mashisha. Therefore, Xiong Haowen decided to hold his tongue on several thoughts that sprang to mind. One more thing, do not mention matters like Mahan's profit sharing to clients. The gambling stone industry is quite small. There is no need to offend others for the sake of clients. We should adhere to our own principles in our work. Oh, understood, Boss Xiong. By the way, if one were to cut a piece of glass-grade material, how much could a finished bracelet be worth? Xiong Haowen narrowed his eyes, coldly regarding Mo Xiaofan. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have swiftly reprimanded Mo Xiaofan. However, having earned over 200,000 today, he felt rather content, which assuaged any inclination to scold. If Mo Xiaofan remained oblivious, he would eventually learn the harsh realities through experience. It's all available online. You can look it up yourself. Mo Xiaofan appeared utterly perplexed. Whatever. It's not like Boss Xiong hasn't displayed this peculiar temperament for ages. I'll check the value of glass-gray bracelets. Mo Xiaofan poured tea into his cup from the fairness cup and began earnestly searching for the price of glass-gray bangles. Upon discovering the price, he couldn't help but grin foolishly in the living room, as if that priceless glass-grade jade bracelet in the pictures already belonged to him. As Mo Xiaofan was engrossed in his daydreams while perusing information about a glass bracelet, he received a message from his goddess. Instantly, he felt an electric jolt coursing through his body, seamlessly transitioning from a state of reverie to one of heightened excitement. This goddess, named Gua Ichio, affectionately called Yaya, hails from Kunming, stands at a height of 162 centimeters, and possesses an exceptionally sweet appearance. Her large, expressive eyes and magnetic voice captivate those around her. She has a delightful smile that radiates cuteness. Although Gua Ichio may not fit the idealized image of a goddess in the minds of many men, it is undeniable that her sweet demeanor holds immense allure for Mo Xiaofan. Having known Gua Ichio for many years, he perceives their relationship as that of a goddess and her devoted admirer. In contrast, Xiong Haowen views it as a connection between a goddess and a jack. What is a jack, you may ask? It is the entity that the goddess remembers to use when she changes her spare tire. During these moments, the goddess treats the jack exceedingly well, albeit for a fleeting period. Once the spare tire is replaced, the jack is tossed into the trunk, awaiting an indeterminate time until it is summoned again for another round of pampering. Ultimately, the goddess may go through numerous tires, but the jack remains steadfast and diligent in its duties. You might wonder when the jack will be promoted to a more significant role. It is a jest to suggest that a jack could ever serve as a spare tire. Clearly, it cannot. Thus, the time frame for a spare tire-esque promotion, however brief, at least offers the prospect of advancement. In contrast, the jack, no matter how lengthy its service, will forever remain merely a spare tire. This is the stark reality. Xiong Haowen has attempted to counsel Mo Xiaofan on several occasions, yet to no avail. The jack, unyielding and resolute, would not shed a tear even upon encountering a coffin. Consequently, Xiong Haowen refrained from further inquiries, stating that it is challenging to persuade a ghost intent on its demise. Presently, Mo Xiaofan is entirely content with his role as Gua Ichio's jack, having adopted a new label, the devoted admirer. He is ever ready to assist her during her spare tire transitions, act as her wallet during times of need, and serve as a compassionate listener when she seeks solace. In truth, Gua Ichio is never lacking in jacks or devoted admirers. However, Mo Xiaofan stands alone in his fervent dedication, willingly remaining a jack for all these years. Over this time, Gua Ichio has grown accustomed to relying on him. I'm sorry, Yaya. I'm in really gambling on stones. I've been quite busy lately, hence my lack of messages. How have you been? I'm upset. No matter how busy you were before, you always contacted me. I'm sorry. Please don't be angry. Once I've cut a good stone and crafted a bracelet for you, I'll let you know. Haha, I was just teasing you. How could I get upset so easily? You mentioned gambling on stones. Are you referring to jade? How is your endeavor going? Have you made any profit? Indeed, it's jade. You frighten me. I dread when you're angry. Things are going well. I've started making a profit. After concluding her conversation with Mo Xiaofan, Gua Ichio's close friend, Chen Jing leaned in closer. Although Chen Jing was Ichio's confidant, her appearance was decidedly androgynous, sporting ear studs and a cropped hairstyle that gave her a boyish charm. Yaya, does the insurance company truly offer such substantial discounts? A discount of 45,600 for a year is quite significant, Chen Jing remarked, wrapping her arm around Gua Ichio's waist and planting a kiss on her cheek. Gua Ichio blushed and chuckled, replying, how could there be such a generous discount? Clearly, Mo Xiaofan intends to cover my parents' first-year insurance premium, but he is being rather presumptuous in his claims. Are you not going to call him out on that? Chen Jing asked. He is adorably naive. How could I bear to spoil his fun? It's only right to let him believe he is doing a good deed. You're fortunate to have such a devoted admirer. I find it enviable. I wish I had someone like that. But you have me. By the way, let us plan to get married in France next year. I fear my parents might not accept our decision. Fear not. We can always present it as a fait accompli. Very well, I'll heed your advice. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaofan, who had been criticized for his decision to purchase insurance for Guaiqiu's parents, dialed his former mentor at the insurance company, Fong Ling. The call connected promptly. Hello, Montak Xiaofan. You're not actually planning to leave without a word, are you? Huh. Well, how did you end up in Rayleigh? I'm here for some jade gambling. Gambling? You mean on jade? When did you take up such a pastime? I have a friend here who has been in the business for many years guiding me. Ah, I see. Well, focus on that. Did you call because you need my assistance? I'd like to request 2 life insurance policies of 300,000 each. I've just sent you the necessary documents. I received them. The total for both policies is 45,600. Who will be making the payment? I'll cover the first year. I understand. You're purchasing insurance for a girl you fancy? One might say that. How long have you known her? Is she your girlfriend now? We've known each other for many years. I've been pursuing her all this time. Mo Xiaofan, I find this rather untrustworthy. Perhaps you should reconsider? No, thank you. Fong Ling, let us proceed as planned. I fear you may be throwing your efforts away. How have you broached the subject of insurance with her? I informed her about the company's recent promotional policy, which included a full waiver of the insurance premium for the first year. Fong Ling appeared momentarily stunned, as if turned to stone. After a prolonged silence, she finally articulated her bewilderment, expressing her inability to comprehend my actions. I feared she might reject the offer. Isn't it said that men in love are typically rational? Yet, how could Mo Xiaofan be so foolish? Think it over. I believe you still have time to reconsider. I urged. I have already given my word to the other party. Thank you, Teacher Fong. Let us leave it at that. As you wish. However, I feel I am aiding you in a foolish endeavor. Please transfer the first year's premium to me, and I shall manage it. The 40 commission will be returned to you next month. Typically, those who sell insurance earn commissions, yet you are effectively paying the client. No worries, Teacher Fong. You may keep half of the commission, as you're in need of funds. I am fine. You are just beginning your entrepreneurial journey and require capital. I can manage with less for now. Furthermore, do not involve me in such matters in the future. I fear that one day, when you regain your senses, you will hold me accountable. How could that possibly happen? Thank you, Teacher Fong. Well, let's stay in touch. Without a moment's hesitation, Mo Xiaofan transferred 45,600 to Fong Ling, the act feeling as seamless as if he were handling Xiong Haowen's money. To him, nearly 20,000 remained, ample for his endeavors. He planned to rest for a few hours. It was puzzling what made Mo Xiaofan so unique, as he fell into an unexpectedly deep slumber. Upon awakening, he found Fong Ling's call coinciding perfectly with his return to consciousness. Hello, Montak Xiaofan. The insurance process is complete, and the premium has been paid. I will deliver the insurance contract to your goddess in a week. Thank you, Teacher Fong. You have been a tremendous help. Montak Xiaofan, does what you are doing truly hold significance? I have a feeling you may not win over your goddess. Youth is fleeting. How can one know without trying? Mo Xiaofan dismissed her concern. I knew you would not heed my warning. I wish you luck. I shall hang up now. As Mo Xiaofan exited his bedroom, Xiong Haowen was already awake. Tonight, we shall feast on boiled beef slices. Thank you, Boss Xiong. Long live Boss Xiong. I'm taking day off today. You should venture out to DeLong Night Market later to gather some experience. Remember not to be overly ambitious. Make your decisions wisely. If you cannot find anything suitable, then do not purchase. Understood. I will keep that in mind. Dinner is ready. Come and eat. Xiong Haowen placed a large pot of boiled beef slices on the dining table. The pot brimmed with tender beef slices, accompanied by an array of vegetables, including Napa cabbage, tofu skin, potato slices, vermicelli, and mushrooms, creating an utterly tantalizing presentation. Mo Xiaofan eagerly picked up a generous piece of beef with his chopsticks and savored it. Indeed, it was the familiar flavor he cherished. Do we not just have a grand feast at Boss Lou's for lunch? Why have you prepared another delightful meal for dinner? I simply felt like making it. There need not be a multitude of reasons. What is it? Do you not wish to eat? If you do not want it, spit it out. How could that be? You know I adore boiled beef slices, especially the way you prepare them. The two continued to eat for a while. When Mo Xiaofan seemed to recall something. Boss Xiong, could you share with me the story of your girlfriend? Her name is Lu Mingyun, with a nickname Lele, and she hails from the north. You'll learn more when you meet her. You two have yet to meet, right? Tell me how you became an item. Upon hearing this, Xiaofan immediately comprehended Mo Xiaofan's intentions. Mo Xiaofan, allow me to speak candidly. You and that girl, what's her name, Yaya, will not end up together. It would be wise to cut ties sooner rather than later. But, no buts. I'm weary of hearing it. How much have you invested in her over the years? Lavish dinners, flowers, cakes, lipsticks, cameras, fruit, smartphones. Have you not done enough? What have you ultimately gained? Not even a handhold, at best a mere thank you. Is her mind muddled? If it is, it ought to be stirred. Mo Xiaofan lowered his head, silent. He appeared to have been struck at a sore spot, curling inwards like a hedgehog when provoked. Xiaofan, witnessing this, realized his words had fallen on deaf ears. He could not bear to watch Mo Xiaofan leap into the abyss, yet he could not withstand Mo Xiaofan's desperate pleas to jump. Chapter 25. The Girl in the Dress. In truth, Mo Xiaofan was aware that his relationship with Yaya was somewhat askew. Yet, he clung to an unrealistic hope, one that seemed absurd to others. It was this very hope, though fanciful, that had sustained his connection with Yaya until now. However, unbeknownst to Mo Xiaofan, he had strayed from his original path. Continuing down this road would only lead him further from his initial intentions. Yet he persisted with unwavering determination. Mo Xiaofan's current state mirrored what one reads in books. When a person refuses to confront failure, their spirit opts for self-numbing, devising all manners to delay the inevitable until a complete and utter defeat ensues. Having washed the dishes and tidied up, Mo Xiaofan took a deep breath, resolving to momentarily set aside thoughts of Yaya. In his ordinary moments, he was rational enough, but once Yaya reached out, he transformed into a lovesick fool. Regardless of his future plans, Mo Xiaofan first needed to address his financial concerns. He took Xiaofan's car key and house key and drove to the Long Night Market. Before long, guided by the navigation, Mo Xiaofan arrived at the Long Night Market. As it was still before 7 p.m., the vendors were busy setting up their stalls, and the market was not yet bustling with activity. Thus, Mo Xiaofan opted to purchase a bottle of cola and waited at the entrance for the market to open. Just as boredom began to set in, a young woman clad in a yellow dress caught Mo Xiaofan's eye. She appeared to be in her 20s, standing at less than 6 meters tall, and her sweet appearance, which Mo Xiaofan found appealing, compelled him to steal a few glances. Coincidentally, the young woman seemed to have noticed him as well and approached his position. As she drew closer, Mo Xiaofan felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. A woman clad in a yellow dress swiftly approached Mo Xiaofan, smiling politely as she said, "Excuse me, could you please let me pass?" "Oh, I'm sorry." It was then that Mo Xiaofan realized he was blocking her way. Feeling quite embarrassed, he hurriedly stepped aside. The woman couldn't help but stifle a laugh at Mo Xiaofan's awkwardness, yet she refrained from saying anything further and walked past him once he cleared the path. After the young woman departed, Mo Xiaofan returned to his usual demeanor, reflecting that the serendipity of being approached in such a manner was unlikely to happen to him. After a moment of reflection, he glanced at his phone, noting it was already 7:05 p.m., and proceeded into the Long Night Market. Compared to usual, the market was relatively sparse this evening, affording Mo Xiaofan greater opportunities to discover fragrant raw stones. Yet, his thoughts were elsewhere. He remained preoccupied with the vision of the woman in the yellow dress. He had observed her entering the Long Night Market and fervently hoped for another encounter. At that moment, Mo Xiaofan wished he possessed the ability to discern the essence of a woman by scent. Although the Long Night Market was not small, the low crowd density today played in his favor. Remarkably, after 20 minutes, he indeed spotted the silhouette of the woman in the yellow dress once more. She was currently examining stones at a raw stone stall, which coincidentally emitted a delightful aroma reminiscent of pineapple. As Mo Xiaofan gazed at her, an audacious thought crossed his mind. Taking a deep breath, he strode decisively toward the raw stone stall, meticulously searching through the pile. Eventually, he focused on a specific piece, a pure, black imowanji. He picked it up for a closer inspection. The stone was well-shaped, approaching an irregular triangular form. While its size was somewhat modest, slightly larger than a palm, it was unsuitable for crafting a bracelet, but could potentially yield 3 pendant materials. The skin of the stone was notably oily, and upon illumination, it revealed a promising water head, indicating the potential for enhancement. In truth, for Mo Xiaofan, it was unnecessary to delve too deeply into the stone's characteristics. He merely needed to ascertain that the delightful pineapple scent emanated from this particular piece. Nonetheless, he believed that gaining more knowledge about the properties of raw stones would be beneficial if he were to pursue this line of work. The woman in the yellow dress was engrossed in examining the stones and remained oblivious to Mo Xiaofan's subtle actions. Before long, the piece he had set down captured her attention and piqued her interest. She spent a good 5 minutes inspecting the raw stone under the light before inquiring with the stall owner. How much for this piece? Excellent taste, miss. It's 60,000 to take it home. Upon hearing the price, the young woman gazed longingly at the Mo Wanji in her hands. Mo Xiaofan felt a twinge of disappointment. This scenario deviated from the script he had envisioned. He picked up the Mo Wanji once more. He gazed at the raw stone, seemingly entangled in contemplation. In the end, Mo Xiaofan also felt that the Mo Wanji was somewhat overpriced. A tremor in his hand caused the Mo Wanji to plummet vertically from his grasp. Immediately, the stone began to disintegrate along its natural fissures. Upon hearing the sound of the Mo Wanji hitting the ground, Mo Xiaofan, the woman in the yellow dress, and the stall owner were all momentarily frozen in shock. The woman in the yellow dress glanced at the shattered Mo Wanji, her expression tinged with regret. However, as it was of no concern to her, she cast a sympathetic look at Mo Xiaofan before turning to leave. Mo Xiaofan felt utterly dejected. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. The stall owner had just quoted a price of 60,000. The thought of fleeing crossed Mo Xiaofan's mind, but it remained merely a fleeting notion. His upbringing forbade such behavior, and more importantly, he did not believe he could escape. He lifted his gaze towards the owner, who was likewise observing him. "Owner, please take my money," the stall owner remarked with a half-smile. "Owner, could I have a plastic bag? I wish to collect the fragments of the Mo Wanji and examine them." "Rest assured, I will pay," Mo Xiaofan stated. Seeing that Mo Xiaofan appeared to have no intention of fleeing, the owner handed him a large black plastic bag. Mo Xiaofan accepted the bag and bent down to gather the pieces of the Mo Wanji from the ground, placing them into the bag. As he collected the shards, he lamented, "Wasn't it said that jadeite raw stones are of considerable hardness? How could they shatter like this? Owner, I don't have enough money for 60,000. Could we negotiate a lower price?" Mo Xiaofan said, his tone imbued with a sense of desperation, perhaps due to his evident panic. He inadvertently revealed his financial inadequacy to the stall owner. What could have been a bargaining opportunity had now turned into a predicament. As anticipated, upon learning of Mo Xiaofan's financial shortfall, the stall owner's demeanor sharpened. "Not a penny less. It's 60,000 as stated. If you cannot pay, have your friend bring the money. Otherwise, I shall call the authorities." Hearing the stall owner's threat of involving the police, Mo Xiaofan's resolve crumbled. Was he left with no choice but to call Xiaofan? "Mo Xiaofan, have you found another raw stone that could appreciate significantly? Are you seeking my investment?" Came Xiaofan's voice over the line once it connected. "I found a piece of Mo Wanji, but I accidentally shattered it. Now the stall owner demands 60,000 from me, or I cannot leave," Mo Xiaofan explained succinctly. "Wait there. I will be there shortly." Xiaofan understood that the immediate priority was to resolve this situation. He would address any further discussion once the matter was settled. After hanging up, he hurriedly set out. 40 minutes later, Xiaofan appeared before Mo Xiaofan. He took the plastic bag containing the Mo Wanji shards from Mo Xiaofan and inspected it briefly. "Owner, this piece of Mo Wanji is not worth 60,000, as you well know. This Mo Wanji is worth 60,000. Either you accept payment, or I will call the police. Even if you involve the police, you would not recover 60,000. I have acquaintances in the Jewelry Association. We can directly consult them for evaluation. According to the appraisal results, we shall proceed with compensation. This is a matter of straightforwardness. However, the representatives from a Jewelry Association are notoriously busy, and when they will provide the results remains uncertain. In business, after all, it is all about amicable dealings and fostering relationships. Let us negotiate cordially. It is beneficial for all parties involved, saving both time and effort. Please wait a moment." It appears that Xiaofan's words have resonated with the vendor, who promptly retrieved his phone, seemingly preparing to call a friend for confirmation. A few minutes later, the vendor hung up and turned to Xiaofan and Mo Xiaofan. "For this piece of Wanji, what can you offer? I can see a value of 14,000. However, acknowledging our mistake, we will offer you 16,000, and we can consider this matter settled. What do you think?" After a brief contemplation, the vendor replied, "All right. As you say, 16,000 it is." Upon receiving the vendor's response, Xiaofan exchanged a knowing glance with Mo Xiaofan, who promptly transferred 16,000 to the vendor. The two then swiftly departed from stall. "Mo Xiaofan, you have been coming here for quite some time. Yet you managed to shatter the raw stone due to improper placement. How could you be so careless? My attention was diverted by a beautiful young lady for just a moment. Mo Xiaofan recounted the events to Xiong Haowen. Truly, you are the epitome of your reputation, young Master Mo. You squandered tens of thousands, yet do not even recall the young lady's name. Impressive indeed. Isn't it 16,000? How did it escalate to tens of thousands? I merely glanced at the fragments of Mowanji. They were of ice type with floating flowers. And yet, you have dismembered it. Is there still hope for this piece of Mowanji? What do you mean by hope? To simply glue it back together with 502? I meant, can it be crafted into a finished product? Perhaps some beads could still be cut from it, but I cannot guarantee that. Thank you, Boss Xiong. There will be many things for which you owe me gratitude. Since we are here, let's continue exploring the market. Very well. The two wandered through the Delong night market, with Mo Xiaofan frequently glancing around, seemingly hoping to catch sight of the young woman in the yellow dress. Unfortunately, she had yet to reappear. Without any trace of the young lady, Mo Xiaofan forced himself to refocus and diligently search for scented raw stones. Yet, his luck had seemingly waned for the evening. Aside from the broken Mowanji, he encountered no other fragrant raw stones. Xiong Haowen also appeared to be experiencing a lackluster fortune, having roamed the Delong night market for half the day without discovering any appealing raw stones. On their way back, Xiong Haowen observed the downcast expression of Mo Xiaofan, mistakenly believing he was still preoccupied with the incident involving the shattered Mowanji. Oh, what's wrong? Why the sighs? I suddenly feel so inept, incapable of excelling in anything I undertake. Such thoughts indicate that there is still hope for you. What you must do now is refrain from aimless worrying and focus on diligently accomplishing what is within your reach. At times, I wish I could be as self-reliant as you, Boss Xiong. Do not merely observe others feasting and assume they have never endured hardship. Young Master Mo, you have indeed faced fewer trials, and with your privileged circumstances, it is lamentable to hear you sigh. I once perceived your temperament as fiery and tempestuous, even prone to violence. Upon reflection, however, having a friend like Boss Xiong is rather commendable. A gesture of goodwill often masks ulterior motives. Speak. Is there something you desire assistance with? You truly are like a worm in my belly. Wait, as for borrowing money, that is off the table. Then that settles it. So what now? I intend to offer you an opportunity to earn some extra income. From now on, for every stone you select, even if you do not invest, I shall consider you a stakeholder at 5%. That sounds appealing. Chapter 27. Low profit, high sales. The following morning, before Mo Xiaofan's alarm could ring, he was awakened by Xiong Haowen. Hurry and freshen up. We are heading to Yuqing shortly. Yuqing? The morning market? Indeed, I feel that sometimes a change of venue can bring good fortune in our quest for raw stones. You are the boss. Your word is law. By the way, you still have roughly 40,000 yuan, correct? Mo Xiaofan hesitated to mislead Xiong Haowen and confessed to him that he had spent 45,000 on insurance fees for Yaya. Xiong Haowen regarded Mo Xiaofan with a look of exasperation mixed with sympathy. Young Master Mo, the money is yours. How you choose to spend it is your affair. However, remember my words. One day, this woman will lead you to ruin. Mo Xiaofan lowered his gaze, aware that Xiong Haowen's observation was indeed accurate. Yet, whenever Yaya sought him out, his emotions would overpower his judgment, leaving him ensnared by her whims. Xiong Haowen prepared stir-fried rice noodles, which, despite their commendable flavor, were as unpalatable as chewing wax to Mo Xiaofan at that moment. Xiong Haowen seemed to harbor lingering displeasure towards him and chose to remain silent. The two dined in their own worlds. After breakfast, to avoid further inciting Xiong Haowen's ire, Mo Xiaofan swiftly cleared the table and dishes, and the pair drove towards the Yuqing jade trading market. On their way to Yuqing, Xiong Haowen suggested, since you're out of funds, we shall revert to our previous strategy. Upon arriving in Yuqing, we will each seek our own raw stones. If you come across a stone that catches your eye, call me over to assess it. If it proves worthwhile, as we agreed yesterday, you will be considered a 5% stakeholder. Thank you, Boss Xiong, Mo Xiaofan replied, touched by his friend's willingness to lend a hand, regardless of the reason. It seemed only Xiong Haowen was willing to assist him. He was evidently helping, yet Xiong Haowen insisted on adopting an off-putting demeanor. However, under such circumstances, one must bow. Mo Xiaofan pragmatically chose to refrain from further comments. Finally, they arrived in Yuqing. Xiong Haowen found a place to park the car and told Mo Xiaofan, let us reconvene here in an hour and a half, before vanishing into the crowd. Mo Xiaofan glanced at the time on his phone. 4:45 a.m., nearly the same hour as their previous visit. Mo Xiaofan felt his eyelids still drooping. Although he understood the adage that the early bird catches the worm, he was also aware of its implications. Xiaofan had previously enlightened him on the significance of being among the first customers at the morning market. This opportunity promised the greatest prospects and the finest resources, as the vendors had yet to open their stalls, making it easier for those eager to commence business and secure a fortuitous start to negotiate favorable prices. Overall, the advantages were manifold. Ultimately, Mo Xiaofan managed to persuade himself to diligently seek out raw stones, for he was devoid of funds. Lacking money meant being perpetually beholden to Xiaofan. Most critically, a man without financial means possesses no dignity. Contemplating these thoughts, Mo Xiaofan found his fatigue dissipating. He navigated with familiarity to the stalls of raw stones in Yuqing, embarking on a day of labor for Xiaofan, or rather, commencing his new journey to earn a living. Mo Xiaofan wove between the various stalls, encountering raw stones with scents such as lemon, which could yield glutinous ice jade or fine glutinous jade, while those exuding the aroma of pineapple could produce icy jade. As for the fragrance of glass jade, Mo Xiaofan remained uncertain. He did, however, discern an intriguing fact. Not every piece of fine glutinous jade, glutinous ice jade, or icy jade bore its characteristic scent. In other words, whether a raw stone possessed the expected fragrance correlated to a matter of probability. Otherwise, the jade emitting pleasant aromas would not be so scarce. Moreover, the pleasant scents he could detect were confined to the raw stones. He had tested and found that he could not perceive any fragrances in finished jade products. There were likely aspects of jade's aromatic qualities that remained unknown to him. However, such inquiries were not possible. Mo Xiaofan could only navigate through trial and error, gradually amassing experience. After half an hour, a yellow-skinned piece of muna caught Mo Xiaofan's attention. This irregular triangular stone exhibited a relatively neat surface, showcasing sandblasting and wrinkled skin. Mo Xiaofan estimated that the raw stone could accommodate a bracelet, with a thickness sufficient for 3 slices of bracelet material. Weighing it in his hands, he approximated it to be no more than 6 kilograms. Although his estimations were not as precise as Xiaofan's, they sufficed for his needs. As for the influence of raw stone weight and density on jade quality, as explained by Xiaofan, Mo Xiaofan had yet to grasp the intricacies of these relationships. They seemed rather profound for his current understanding. After confirming the skin quality, Mo Xiaofan began to use a lamp for further inspection. For him, the primary purpose of this examination was not merely to assess the quality of the jade, but to scrutinize the integrity of the stone for any cracks. After meticulously observing the entire piece, he confirmed that the cracks were within an acceptable range. Crucially, there appeared to be no fissures around the bracelet section, which brought him considerable satisfaction. As Mo Xiaofan spent a considerable amount of time examining the stalls, the vendor presumed he was about to inquire about prices. However, to their surprise, Mo Xiaofan simply walked away. Observing his surroundings, he noticed that there were still few individuals searching for rough stones. With some time left before his appointment with Xiaofan, he decided to take his time exploring further, hoping to discover additional suitable targets. After all, Mo Xiaofan was operating without capital, relying solely on the 5% share provided by Xiaofan. Thus, maximizing profit through volume was essential. Continuing his exploration of the stalls. After 20 minutes, Mo Xiaofan caught a whiff of a lemon scent emanating from a nearby stall. He quickly approached the source of the fragrance. There was no need for an exhaustive search, as he immediately spotted a sizable rough stone exuding the lemon aroma, prominently placed at the center of the stall, making it impossible to overlook. Upon arriving at the stall, he noticed another buyer already inspecting the stone under a light. Recognizing that someone else had arrived first, Mo Xiaofan remained patient, aware that the situation was still developing. This stone was a type of red waxy skin rough stone, irregularly rectangular in shape, exceeding 40 centimeters in length, nearly 34 centimeters at its widest point, and over 24 centimeters thick. Mo Xiaofan had only seen such stones in books before, making this his first encounter with one in person. Curiosity piqued, he began to examine it closely. After 6 or 7 minutes, the individual inspecting the red waxy stone finally looked up. "How much for this stone?" he inquired. "If you're interested, it's 850,000, replied the vendor. The buyer sighed, chose not to haggle, and departed. With the previous buyer gone, Mo Xiaofan eagerly stepped forward to inspect the stone under the light. The red waxy skin revealed expansive green and yellow hues, showcasing remarkable clarity. It was no wonder the vendor had the confidence to price it so high. After confirming the stone's quality, Xiaofan, as before, promptly left the stall. Checking his phone, he realized it was nearly time for his meeting with Xiaofan and proceeded to leave Yuqing to meet him at the roadside. Before long, Xiaofan spotted Xiaofan approaching the sidewalk, carrying 2 black plastic bags and wearing a smile. "Boss Xiong, do enlighten me. Today seems to have been fortuitous for you," Xiaofan remarked as Xiaofan handed him the bags. Cautiously, Xiaofan opened the plastic bags to examine their contents. Having learned from the previous mishap with Wanji, he was particularly cautious this time. Inside the 2 bags were 2 pieces of wood, neither large in size. One was an irregular strip of white rock sand, the other, an irregular square piece of wax myrtle skin wood. After a brief glance, Xiaofan lost interest in the 2 pieces. The reason was quite simple. They lacked any enticing fragrance. "What is the matter, young Master Mo? Are these 2 pieces not to your liking?" Xiaofan inquired. Xiaofan evidently noticed the peculiarity in Xiaofan. Although the 2 pieces of wood were commendable, they paled in comparison to the materials I had discovered. "Ah, then might I trouble young Master to guide me and broaden my horizons?" Xiaofan led Xiaofan once more to the stall, showcasing the irregular triangular piece of yellow-skinned wood. After confirming the piece Xiaofan had mentioned, Xiaofan began to scrutinize the skin and then illuminated it with a lamp for further examination. "Boss, what is the price for this piece of wood?" The proprietor, having waited all morning, finally heard the words he had longed for. Suppressing his excitement, he calmly replied, "To open the deal, 30,000. Do I appear to be a mere tourist? How can you set such a price for an opening? Please provide a reasonable offer, or we shall take our leave." The stall owner, feeling anxious, refrained from adjusting the price and instead resorted to tactics. He produced a strong flashlight and began to illuminate the piece. "Look at the water content, the base color. This is undoubtedly a fine specimen." Unmoved, Xiaofan tugged at Xiaofan, intent on departing. The stall owner grew increasingly desperate. 5,000. Hearing this figure, he became even more frantic. "Come now, make a proper offer. Your bid is far too low. I can scarcely cover my costs." Xiaofan remained steadfast, continuing to walk away from the stall. It was evident that the stall owner was eager to conclude a sale, and thus he unleashed his final enticement. Xiaofan calculated that the yellow-skinned wood was worth approximately 6,000. He promptly paid the sum and took possession of the yellow-skinned wood. "I am confident that this piece will outperform your 2 pieces once cut." "Ah, it is indeed a good thing for young Master to possess such confidence. Let us await the outcome. Do you have any other raw stones of interest?" "There's a larger piece of red wax skin from the Huika site, but the stall owner has set the price rather high at 850,000. 850,000 for red wax skin? Quite intriguing. Lead me to it." The Huika site is one of the 8 major jade markets. The raw stones here typically have thinner skins, allowing the water and color to be discerned with frequent illumination, significantly increasing the chances of yielding quality. This was primarily why Xiaofan found the Huika site particularly appealing. Xiaofan guided Xiaofan to the stall featuring the red wax skin. This piece seemed exceedingly popular, consistently drawing viewers for inspection, while others examined it with their lamps. Xiaofan meticulously observed the performance of the skin. After a while, the individual using the lamp inquired about the price and, upon receiving the answer, sighed and departed. Without hesitation, Xiaofan took his turn to illuminate the piece. After approximately 10 minutes, he tucked away his flashlight, signaling to Xiaofan that it was time to leave. "I thought you might make a purchase," Xiaofan remarked. "The gamble on this red wax skin is too great. While the skin's performance is commendable and the water content appears excellent, the surface is riddled with cracks, and the stall owner seems unperturbed about selling, hence the exorbitant price. Thus, I lack confidence. What price would entice you to consider a purchase? If it were under 100,000, I might contemplate taking a chance, but that is clearly improbable. How will you know unless you try? After spending a considerable time in this field, one learns, young Master Mo. Would you care to make a wager? A wager on what? Betting on your piece of yellow skin would rise in value, but will my white rock sand and bayberry skin would appreciate more. I am not boasting. Your loss is certain. How shall we wager? We shall compare the worth of the wood we have cut. If mine proves superior, you shall take responsibility for sanitation for an additional month. Conversely, if your wood's value exceeds mine, I shall grant you a stake in the venture. It seems I am at a disadvantage, as my responsibility for sanitation is worth merely 5, which totals 15. If you refuse, then so be it. It's settled. By the way, where shall we head now? It is still before lunchtime. Let us find a yuan and see if your yuan can still be repurposed. While also cutting these 3 pieces of wood. 20 minutes later, the two arrived at a yuan's doorstep. Today, a yuan's shop was bustling with business, filled with crowds both inside and out. Xiaofan and Xiaofan were not in a hurry. They smoothly made their way to the tea table and sat down, sipping pu'er tea while awaiting a yuan's completion of his tasks. Chapter 29, Back River. Xiaofan and Xiaofan sat by the tea table, enjoying their tea amidst the lively chatter emanating from yuan's workshop. Gradually, they grew restless. Let us go inside and see what materials he is working with, Xiaofan suggested eagerly. The two quickly made their way into a yuan's workshop. At that moment, a yuan was securing a large piece in the oil-cutting machine's clamp, resembling an enormous steamed bun, with a gray-black skin marked with 66 kilograms, indicating its weight. Xiaofan's skills still require refinement, as he could not identify the stone's origin. Boss Missouri, which quarry does this stone come from? Back River. Such a large and well-formed piece from Back River is indeed rare. Rare indeed. Hee. I purchased this from a young man I know in Myanmar for 400,000. This piece is my ticket to fortune. The speaker was a middle-aged man standing beside Xiaofan. His tone indicated he was the owner of the Back River stone. At present, he was in a state of extreme excitement, reminiscent of those Xiaofan had encountered in Myanmar's casinos, individuals betting all they had on one last chance for a turnaround. This man seemed luckier than Xiaofan had been in the past, as he was evidently favored by fortune. Xiaofan caught a whiff of lemon fragrance emanating from the Back River stone. As the oil-cutting machine whirred, the middle-aged man held his breath in anticipation. His eyes were fixed intently on the machine as a yuan opened it, revealing the cut surface of the Back River stone. His face erupted in ecstatic delight, culminating in a jubilant shout. It's rising. It's rising. Emotions are contagious, and the onlookers around them seemed to catch the enthusiasm of the middle-aged man, joining in the celebration. Xiaofan and Xiaofan leaned closer to the oil-cutting machine to inspect the cut face of the Back River stone. They beheld a vast expanse of floral patterns on the surface, and the quality reached the level of glutinous ice type. Although numerous fine cracks were evident, a characteristic of Back River, the imperfections did not diminish its beauty, having a limited impact on such a substantial piece. Furthermore, after polishing, the color of the Hojiang stone is often more splendid than that of the rough stone. This phenomenon is referred to in the industry as color transformation. Overall, this piece of Hojiang has experienced a significant surge. Although I am not the one benefiting from this price increase, witnessing others profit is quite exhilarating. At this moment, the clients in a yuan studio appear to be inspired, eagerly rubbing their hands together, filled with confidence, each believing that the next miraculous stone reveal will grace them. Brother Xiong, Brother Mo, you have arrived. It's rather noisy here. Perhaps you would like to sit down and enjoy some tea for a while. A yuan noticed Xiaofan and Xiaofan in the studio. It's fine. We enjoy the lively atmosphere, they replied. By the way, we haven't seen Xiao lately. What is she up to? She has been with her boyfriend. They've found a stall in Yuching and are preparing to venture into the bracelet business. So now it's just you in the shop? Are you managing all right? I'm currently in the process of hiring more staff. My apologies, Brother Xiong, but I have many clients waiting, so I can't chat right now. I'll treat you both to a meal another day. After A Yuan finished speaking, he continued to engage with the next customer, ready for another stone reveal. I never realized it before, but I now think running a stone reveal shop like A Yuan's is quite admirable, remarked Xiaofan. Since A Yuan is hiring, why don't you take a job here? Young Master Mo, you could learn a skill while you're at it, Xiaofan. I believe gambling on stones suits me better. Oh, come on. You're just being lazy. Can't go a day without me teasing you. Can you? Is it a problem for a boss to instruct his employees? No, it's perfectly fine. Xiaofan gradually began to appreciate the joy of watching others reveal stones, and thus he and Xiaofan remained in a yuan studio, observing as one raw stone after another was fed into the oil-cutting machine. Before each stone was revealed, the owners were filled with optimism. However, when the cover of the oil-cutting machine was lifted again, the owners typically wore forlorn expressions, as if that 66-kilogram Hojiang stone had depleted everyone's luck for the day. Though Xiaofan did not outwardly display it, he secretly reveled in the misfortune of others. He understood that it might not be right, yet he could not help himself. 2 hours passed in anticipation, and Xiaofan felt no fatigue. On the contrary, he was still yearning for more, as if he had not yet seen enough stone reveals. He rose and approached A Yuan, handing him a black plastic bag. "Hey, Yuan, could you please check if there's anything usable in here? Even if it's just a few beads." Yuan accepted the bag from Xiaofan, opened it, and his initial reaction was one of astonishment, quickly followed by an expression of profound regret. "Did this Wanji break when it fell?" Yuan inquired. "Yes, I accidentally dropped it." "What a pity. The icy, flower-patterned Wanji has sustained significant damage, but there may still be some usable pieces. I'll help you cut it with the water cutter." The remaining customers, hearing the mention of the icy Wanji, gathered around to take a look. Upon seeing the severely damaged Wanji, expressions of sorrow spread across their faces, and their gazes towards Xiaofan were laden with unspoken reproach. 20 minutes later, Yuan turned off the water-cutting machine and approached Xiaofan. "Brother there are 4 usable pieces. I've already extracted them, with a diameter of 14. The rest, unfortunately, are beyond my capability." "Thank you, Yuan. This exceeds my expectations," replied Xiaofan. "Additionally, we have 3 pieces of wood that require your expertise in stone extraction." "No problem. Leave it to me." Haowen first handed Yuan an irregular, elongated piece of white rock skinwood. Given its modest size, Yuan opted to use the water-cutting machine for extraction. Xiaofan, your month of sanitation is inevitable." "Oh really? I beg to differ," Xiaofan retorted. After a moment, Yuan returned with the white rock skin wood to Haowen. "Brother Xiong, take a look." The peeling of the white rock skin would exhibited a jelly-like green hue, indicating that even if it was not compromised during the cut, it certainly would not yield a profit. Xiaofan, holding back laughter, could not conceal his amused expression. Haowen cast a glance at Xiaofan before addressing Yuan. "Yuan, please assist in extracting this piece of wood. Let's see how fortune favors young Master this time." Haowen presented the irregular, triangular yellow skin wood weighing 6 kilograms that Xiaofan had found to Yuan. Chapter 30, A Reunion. Xiaofan found it amusing to see Haowen's childlike side, as he had always perceived him as a rather serious individual. When Yuan approached them with the extracted 6-kilogram wood, they observed that the cut surface displayed a glutinous base with floating patterns of a vibrant green, entirely devoid of cracks, allowing for 3 slices, each suitable for a bracelet, a definite gain. Even Haowen had to concede. "Congratulations, Brother Xiong and Brother This piece should yield significant returns. Is there another piece of wood that requires extraction?" Haowen handed over the final irregular square piece of mulberry skin wood to Yuan, who promptly attended to it. Ultimately, when Yuan returned with the mulberry skin wood, the expressions on their faces revealed that Xiaofan had triumphed in this wager. The peelings still showed a jelly-like green, with 2 pieces exhibiting this hue and one displaying the glutinous base with floating patterns of vibrant green, making the outcome unmistakable. Haowen accepted the result of the wager with grace, honoring his promise. The wood that Xiaofan discovered counted as a 15 stake for him, and he understood the wisdom of knowing when to stop, not daring to be overly boastful. If he displeased Haowen, he surely would not fare well. After their tasks were completed, Haowen intended to invite Yuan to dine together, but with customers continuously present at a Yuan shop and him being the sole attendant, they had to forego the meal. After bidding farewell to Yuan, Haowen and Xiaofan found a nearby spot to casually enjoy a bowl of rice noodles before driving to Wanting, seeking the sculptor Zhang Qinghe. Wanting was not far from Relics, only about half an hour's drive, and soon they arrived at the 2-story courtyard where Zhang Qinghe resided. "When I have the means, I would love to purchase a quaint courtyard like this. It looks so comfortable," Haowen remarked. Upon entering the small courtyard, the 2 individuals were greeted by the sound of machinery, indicating that Master Zhang was likely hard at work. At that moment, a young woman clad in a t-shirt and jeans emerged from the house. "You must be here to see my father," she said with a sweet smile directed at Haowen and Xiaofan. "He is busy at the moment, so please come inside and enjoy some tea while you wait." Xiaofan was momentarily captivated by the young woman's charming smile. She was none other than the girl he had encountered yesterday when he accidentally damaged the iced jadeite Wanjiji. Although she had changed her attire, Xiaofan recognized her instantly. As he observed her actions, he inadvertently caught her attention. After a brief moment of eye contact, it appeared she also recognized him, as their previous encounter was quite memorable. "May I ask, what kind of water quality did that piece of Wanjiji yield?" the young woman inquired, still wearing her delightful smile. "It was ice-type with floating flowers. However, due to the severity of the fall, I only managed to extract 4 beads. Today, I'm hoping Master Zhang can assist in shaping them. Mo Xiaofan, suppressing his excitement, asked in a calm tone, by the way, you mentioned you are Master Zhang's daughter? Mo Xiaofan had presumed he would not cross paths with this young woman again, yet fate had other plans, and he found himself in her company once more. If she truly was Master Zhang's daughter, their opportunities for encounters would be plentiful, potentially allowing him to cultivate a closer relationship with her. Yes, I am Zhang Ying. Please follow me inside for tea. Once in the living room, the three settled around the tea table. Zhang Ying expertly brewed a pot of ripe pu'er tea and poured it for the two guests. After expressing their gratitude, Xiong Haowen and Mo Xiaofan introduced themselves. Brother Mo, it truly is a shame about that Mo Wanjiji. I must take responsibility for my clumsiness and be more careful in the future. By the way, you mentioned you have 4 beads left. Would it be possible for me to see them? Zhang Ying asked, her face brimming with anticipation. Mo Xiaofan, eager to share, readily retrieved the small pieces of Mo Wanjiji from his pocket and placed them on the tea table for Zhang Ying to examine. As she meticulously inspected the ice jadeite Mo Wanjiji, it was evident from her expression that she was quite taken with the stones. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaofan gazed at Zhang Ying with admiration, a sight that did not go unnoticed by Xiong Haowen, who observed the unfolding scene with keen interest. He was certain that if Zhang Ying were to request the original stones from Mo Xiaofan, he would gladly part with them. However, Zhang Ying, with her impeccable manners, would not make such an impolite request. Once she had thoroughly examined all the Mo Wanjiji stones, she looked up and said, Brother Mo, would you be willing to part with these 4 original stones? I am currently crafting a bracelet, and these stones would be perfect for it. I would like to purchase them from you at the market price of 2,000 each. What do you think? With that, she gazed expectantly at Mo Xiaofan. After a glance at Xiong Haowen, who nodded in agreement regarding the price, Mo Xiaofan felt a sense of possibility unfolding before him. Since the price posed no issue, Mo Xiaofan naturally seized the opportunity to endear himself to Zhang Ying. We shall frequently trouble Master Zhang in the future. How about this? I will procure these 4 raw stones at 1,500 each. Please extend your assistance with Master Zhang. We appreciate the care you take with the jade we send over. Thank you. Zhang Ying, of course, accepted with great delight. Seizing this chance, Mo Xiaofan acquired Zhang Ying's WeChat, and with a modest sum saved up, Xiong Haowen had no objections, for the stones belonged to Mo Xiaofan, and the selling price was entirely his prerogative. Besides, he could leverage his connection with Zhang Ying to cultivate a closer relationship with Master Zhang, a win-win situation. Do both of you primarily engage in the raw stone business? Zhang Ying inquired. Indeed, raw stones are our main focus, Xiong Haowen replied. What about you, Zhang Ying? Mo Xiaofan asked, now concerned about everything related to her. I just graduated from university and have yet to find a suitable job, so I'm helping my father for the time being. I have a keen interest in jade and am learning carving from him. Meanwhile, I am also intrigued by raw stones and am exploring them on my own. Upon hearing Zhang Ying's interest in raw stones, Mo Xiaofan immediately conceived an idea. Yet due to their nascent acquaintance, he refrained from revealing it. Now that he knew where Zhang Ying resided and had her WeChat, along with the prospect of meeting her frequently, there was no need to rush. After all, patience would yield greater rewards. Our business revolves around raw stones. I anticipate we will be seeing each other often. Should you have any queries, feel free to reach out to us, Mo Xiaofan remarked. Xiong Haowen shot Mo Xiaofan a sidelong glance, thinking, ask you? With your limited knowledge, I suspect she will be coming to me for answers. Xiong Haowen could discern Mo Xiaofan's fondness for Zhang Ying, and he considered that if Mo Xiaofan could distance himself from Ye's influence, it might not be a bad thing after all. Chapter 31. The true concern is financial. Dad, look at these raw stones from Mo Wanji. Zhang Ying exclaimed, excitedly approaching Zhang Qinghe as he emerged. Zhang Qinghe glanced at them and remarked, these are the raw stones in Ba Xiong's possession, right? You purchased them from them? Yes. Mo Gu sold them to me at 1,500 each. Quite a bargain, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Zhang Qinghe recognized that the price was below market value and discreetly noted this favor for future reference. Unbeknownst to him, however, was Mo Xiaofan's ulterior motive concerning his daughter. Apologies, esteemed bosses. I've been quite busy lately and may have neglected you both. What brings you here today? Zhang Qinghe inquired. Firstly, we wanted to request Master Zhang's assistance in polishing these Mo Wanji stones into beads. However, it seems that's unnecessary for now. Secondly, I have 3 pieces of wood-based material with a glutinous texture and floral patterns, and I would like to ask Master Zhang to craft them into bracelets. Upon finishing, Xiong Haowen retrieved 3 pieces of the bracelet material from his bag and placed them on the tea table. Master Zhang examined the 3 pieces meticulously and, confirming their quality, said, "Leave it to me. What size of bracelet are you hoping for?" After a moment's thought, Xiong Haowen replied, 2 at 58 and 1 at 60. 3 days later, I will come to collect the items, and at that time, I will return the plaque you brought last time along with the lot for the lotus. Zhang Cheng and De Ge must truly be very busy. After he took away 3 pieces of bracelet material and shared a cup of tea with Xiong Haowen, he quickly returned to his tasks. Soon, the sound of machinery echoed from the adjacent room. My father has indeed been quite overwhelmed lately. I kindly ask Brother Xiong and Brother Mo to bear with it. Not all. We completely understand, Mo Xiaofan promptly replied. Following this, Mo Xiaofan engaged in a lively conversation with Zhang Ying, covering a vast array of topics. It must be noted that the two seemed to share a remarkable rapport. From their alma mater to their hobbies and favorite games, they found endless subjects to discuss. Most of the time, Mo Xiaofan played the role of an attentive listener, gently encouraging Zhang Ying to elaborate further. Zhang Ying appeared to relish the experience, seemingly enjoying the presence of a devoted audience. As for Xiong Haowen, he occasionally chimed in, but he primarily served as a competent listener. After all, they had no other plans for the evening. Xiong Haowen considered it a favor to assist Mo Xiaofan in becoming better acquainted with Zhang Ying. The trio conversed for quite some time until it was time for dinner. At that point, lingering any longer would seem impolite, so Xiong Haowen gently urged the reluctant Mo Xiaofan to leave Zhang Cheng's second-floor courtyard. On the way back, Xiong Haowen glanced at the cheerful Mo Xiaofan in the passenger seat. It's perfectly fine to meet Zhang Ying at the Delong night market the night after tomorrow. Just remember not to break anything again. Can't you wish me some good luck? Mo Xiaofan shot Xiong Haowen an annoyed look. You always redefine my expectations. How can I wish you well? By the way, let me remind you not to rush into buying gifts for Zhang Ying right away. And certainly don't spend your money on raw stones while she contributes nothing. If you do that, it will undoubtedly lead to unfavorable consequences for you. I know. Why do you always treat me like a fool? Besides, Zhang Ying isn't that kind of person. Because he used to act like that, rushing to buy gifts for someone before any relationship is established. The girl who accepts your gifts will see you as a fool who only gives. The one who refuses will think your intentions are too obvious and will be unwilling to engage further. In short, neither approach is beneficial. Pursuing a girl is a gradual process, not something to be recklessly handled like this. All right, I understand, Mo Xiaofan replied, somewhat impatiently. I think Zhang Ying is quite a catch. She's far superior to your Yiya. I genuinely hope you can move on from her influence. I hope so too, Mo Xiaofan said, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. Half an hour later, Xiong Haowen arrived at the entrance of the unit on their floor in the Aoxing Century community. After handing the access card and house keys to Mo Xiaofan, he quickly drove away. Initially, he intended to take a short nap, but ultimately, sleep eluded him. When alone in his room, Mo Xiaofan often succumbed to restless thoughts. He felt a profound conflict within himself. Having been in Rayleigh for nearly half a month, he had managed to earn a bit of money, yet inexplicably, it had all been spent without any tangible results. The 600,000 yuan he mortgaged for a bank loan seemed an eternity away from being repaid. Regarding emotions, Mo Xiaofan has finally begun to accept that Aya harbors no feelings for him, at least not the kind of feelings he desires. He is acutely aware that the source of his warmth and light could ultimately lead to his demise, yet he is reluctant to part with it. In the end, Mo Xiaofan reflects on Zhang Ying. Unlike Aya's fervor, Zhang Ying exudes a warmth that is approachable and comforting, instilling in him a sense of tranquility. Perhaps, as Xiong Haowen suggested, Zhang Ying is indeed the more suitable choice for him. However, the question of how to pursue Zhang Ying leaves Mo Xiaofan in a quandary. His previous methods of courtship have been flawed. He tends to shower his affections unconditionally upon those he admires, striving to fulfill their every desire. While this approach may work once a romantic relationship is established, it often leads to disappointment when his affections are met with indifference or exploitation. Consequently, Mo Xiaofan's romantic endeavors have consistently culminated in failure. Even though he is now aware of his shortcomings, the gap between understanding and action remains substantial. His mind becomes increasingly chaotic with contemplation, prompting him to rise and prepare a pot of tea in the living room. The calming effect of the tea allows him to regain a semblance of clarity as the whirlwind of thoughts begins to subside. He recalls his original purpose for coming to Rayleigh, to earn money. As the saying goes, all problems stem from a lack of financial resources. Mo Xiaofan is determined to earn enough to provide for himself and his family. Ultimately, He concludes that resolving his financial issues must take precedence, rendering other concerns secondary. Chapter 32. Customers must be won over. With a clearer understanding of his fundamental issues, Mo Xiaofan feels a renewed sense of purpose. He steps away from the tea table and retrieves the book titled Jade, Gambling Stones and Appreciation, diving into its contents with diligence. This book serves as his introduction to the world of jade, and most of his knowledge about jade markets has been gleaned from its pages. If he encounters information not covered in the book, he resorts to his phone for further insights. Immersed in his studies, time passes swiftly, realizing his stomach has grown empty. He contemplates ordering takeout, but hesitates, considering that after being in the area for some time, he is still unfamiliar with his surroundings. Thus, he resolves to venture downstairs in search of food. The Aoshing Century community is well equipped with amenities, and upon exiting the northern gate, he finds himself in a bustling commercial street illuminated by bright lights. The street is lined with a myriad of shops, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Mo Xiaofan feels a pang of regret for not having explored earlier. After a leisurely stroll, he eventually enters a restaurant called Northeast Dumplings. The establishment is modest in size and decor, but maintains a clean and tidy appearance. Given that the lunch rush has passed, there are few patrons inside. As Mo Xiaofan entered the shop, the proprietor at the cash register greeted him with warmth. Her accent bore the distinctive Yin characteristic of northern Chinese speakers. "Hello. Would you like some dumplings? We have a variety of fillings available." Approaching the counter, Mo Xiaofan glanced at the price list, which indeed confirmed the proprietor's claim of an extensive selection of dumplings with different fillings. In addition to dumplings, there were numerous side dishes to accompany them. "Boss, please prepare 2 servings of chive dumplings for me, along with a plate of marinated tofu shreds," he requested. "Young man, 2 servings of chive dumplings contain 28 pieces. You may find it too much to consume. How about I prepare a large serving for you, which includes 20 pieces?" the proprietor kindly suggested. "Then I shall heed your advice. 1 large serving of chive dumplings, plus a plate of marinated tofu shreds," Mo Xiaofan acquiesced. "Excellent. Please take a seat. Your dumplings and side dishes will be ready shortly." Finding a table in the corner, Mo Xiaofan poured himself some noodle soup and dipping sauce. After a span of 6 or 7 minutes, the proprietor approached, bearing a steaming plate of chive dumplings and the side dish. "Enjoy your meal. If the flavors please your palate, do visit us often." "Thank you, boss," Mo Xiaofan replied. As she approached, he noticed a jade bracelet adorning her left wrist. The color was passable, but the quality was mediocre, likely between the categories of onojong. This bracelet drew Mo Xiaofan's attention, not only because he was currently engaged in the jade business, but also due to a prominent crack that marred its surface, presumably caused by an accidental bump during her work. Observing the cracked bracelet, Mo Xiaofan conceived a notion, yet he refrained from revealing it immediately, focusing instead on savoring the dumplings and side dishes, for he was indeed hungry. It must be acknowledged that the dumplings crafted by northern hands are truly delightful. The wrappers are thin, generously filled, and the stuffing contains succulent juices, resulting in an exquisite texture. In a mere 10 minutes, he polished off the dumplings, side dish, and soup with remarkable speed. "Boss, your culinary skills are exceptional. I shall certainly return," Mo Xiaofan complimented. Naturally, the proprietor was elated to receive such praise. "Thank you. It pleases me that you enjoyed it. Boss, I noticed you wear a jade bracelet, though it is unfortunate that it bears a crack. Does it hold any special significance for you?" he inquired. "Nothing particularly special. This bracelet was a gift from my husband, and I have worn it for many years. In truth, I have longed to replace it, but have yet to find a suitable opportunity." Mo Xiaofan was evidently not the first to pose this question. "Boss, I am in the jade business myself. If you're interested, I could bring some of my bracelets to your shop for you to peruse." He spoke directly, a habit formed over years of salesmanship. He would inquire whenever an opportunity arose. If the other party expressed interest, that was wonderful. If not, it mattered little, for he stood to lose nothing. Mo Xiaofan's proposition piqued the proprietor's curiosity slightly. "No need to complicate matters. May I inquire about the location of your esteemed establishment? I would like to visit one day. My focus is primarily on raw stones, and I currently do not operate a physical store. However, this allows me to offer my goods at prices lower than those found in shops, as you are aware that maintaining a storefront entails rental costs. Moreover, you can rest assured that all my products come with provincial certification. The identification numbers on the certificates can be verified via mobile, ensuring there are no quality issues." Mo Xiaofan addressed several concerns that the proprietress was particularly interested in. Firstly, price. She is adorned with a bangle of the bean glutinous variety and is unlikely to accept exorbitant prices. Secondly, there is the question of authenticity regarding the bangles that Mo Xiaofan presented. He assured her that he could provide verifiable certificates, which brought her some comfort. Additionally, Mo Xiaofan's benign appearance and amiable demeanor often influence people's trust based on first impressions. My husband informed me that the bangle I am currently wearing was purchased for 7,600. I would appreciate it if you could assist me in finding something within that price range. Upon hearing the price from the proprietress, Mo Xiaofan sensed a promising opportunity with Xiong Haowen's merchandise, as her budget seemed ample. Furthermore, it is worth noting that the bangle she possesses was acquired at a higher price, which renders Mo Xiaofan and Xiong Haowen's offerings quite competitive. No problem. By the way, do you recall the size of the bangle you wear? Mine is 58. Conveniently, I have a batch of new stock arriving in a couple of days, and I will bring it for you to examine. By the way, my name is Mo Xiaofan. You may call me Xiao Mo. What should I call you? I am surnamed Chun. All right, Sister Chun, I have noted that. Please share your WeChat with me, and I shall scan it. Sister Chun provided her WeChat QR code for Mo Xiaofan to scan. All set. Kindly accept my request, Sister Chun. Additionally, I shall frequent your establishment in the future, as your craftsmanship aligns perfectly with my taste. I shall take my leave now, until we meet again. Until next time, Xiao Mo. As Mo Xiaofan strolled nearby, he felt it prudent to familiarize himself with the surroundings, considering he might reside here for an extended period. Furthermore, he recognized a recent lack of exercise, contributing to a slight weight gain, thus prompting him to take more walks. Chapter 33. Lu Wenhua's Invitation. Drinking tea late at night, do you not fear insomnia? Montag Xiaofan in Kviat. My sleep has always been quite sound. There is no cause for concern. Did you enjoy a stroll? Indeed, I dined at a dumpling shop, and the flavors were quite delightful. By the way, the proprietress of that establishment expressed interest in our bangles and wishes to see the merchandise. That is splendid. Young Master Mo, you have uncovered a potential customer. Do you know the size of her bangle? Additionally, what price range is she willing to accept? She wears a size 58 with a budget around 7,000. No problem. Once our glutinous base bangle adorned with floating flowers is completed in a few days, I shall bring 2 bangles of lesser value as comparison pieces for the dumpling shop proprietress to choose from. It appears that selling bangles involves such intricacies. Indeed, it certainly does. Muna is our own merchandise. Naturally, we must prioritize our bracelets due to their high profit margins. If we assist others in selling their goods, what profit remains for us? By the way, tomorrow at noon, Lu Wenhua expressed his desire for our assistance. His friend has acquired several raw stones from a few individuals from Myanmar, and he is uncertain about some of the raw stones' characteristics. He wishes for us to lend our discerning eyes to the matter. This is indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Thus, we shall proceed. Xiong Haowen squinted at Mo Xiaofan. I never perceived you to be so foolish. Assisting others in evaluating raw stones is a thankless endeavor, if the value appreciates. They profit while you receive only a mere token of gratitude. Conversely, if an error occurs, all grievances fall upon you. We are not Mahong, who extracts profits from raw stone sellers without incurring losses. Yet, did you not agree to assist Lu Wenhua? Could I refuse? During our last encounter, you insisted I acquiesce to his request, and I complied. Now that he seeks our assistance, shall we feign ignorance? Moreover, I am counting on Lu Wenhua to introduce me to some high-end clientele, which I currently lack. Given the circumstances, since you have already agreed, let's hope for the best while we assist him in evaluating the raw stones. Your words are easier said than done, but we can only hope for such an outcome. With me, young Master Mo, there shall be no issues whatsoever. Have you not recently been riding a wave of good fortune? Your tale is nearly reaching the heavens. Trust me, Boss Xiong, I possess ample confidence. Very well. Tomorrow all depends on you. Lu Wenhua previously promised us an 8 commission on the jade stones. If you identify a profitable one, I will share half of it with you. You and Zhang Ying are set to visit the Dalong night market the day after tomorrow. And how much capital you can bring to enjoy time with the girl you fancy depends on your abilities. Mo Xiaofan cracked his knuckles, exhibiting a determined demeanor. The following noon, Xiong Haowen and Mo Xiaofan arrived punctually at the location Lu Wenhua had provided. It was an emerald shop offering both finished products and raw stones, complete with its own cutting machinery. Upon their arrival, Lu Wenhua and a friend from their previous meeting, Jiang Bo, were already waiting at the entrance, indicating that Lu had accorded significant importance to Xiong and Mo. As soon as Xiong Haowen and Mo Xiaofan alighted from their vehicle, Lu Wenhua approached them with great enthusiasm. Boss Xiong, Boss Missouri, I'm grateful for your willingness to come. He exclaimed. By the way, this is my friend Jiang Bo, whom you met last time. Boss Xiong and Boss Missouri, it is a pleasure to see you again. Jiang Bo greeted them warmly. Lu, what is the situation today? Xiong Haowen inquired. Here is the matter. The emerald shop you see is owned by a friend of mine. Today, I made a wager with another friend regarding which selected raw stone would yield a higher appreciation once cut. The loser must purchase the winning stone, and both stones will belong to the victor. You, Boss Xiong and Boss Missouri, are the individuals I know with the keenest eye for raw stones. So I earnestly request your assistance in evaluating them today. Xiong Haowen sensed that Lu Wenhua's request was far from trivial, and the actual circumstances proved to be even more complex than he had anticipated. Nevertheless, he felt grateful for Lu Wenhua's trust. Lu Wenhua observed that Xiong Haowen had fallen into a pensive state, aware that Xiong harbored some reservations. He promptly declared, today's gambling match holds immense significance for me. I kindly ask both of you for your assistance. If you can help me secure victory today, in addition to the commission of the selected raw stone no. 8 that I previously promised, I am willing to offer an additional reward of 100,000 as a token of my gratitude. As the saying goes, a generous reward will surely attract brave souls. Even disregarding Lu Wenhua's reputation, the monetary incentive was too compelling for Xiong Haowen to decline. After all, the greatest risk for Xiong lay in the potential damage to his reputation in the event of a loss. However, in light of the 100,000 reward, the repercussions of failure seemed negligible. Those who engage in the gambling of raw stones inevitably possess a gambling spirit. As for Mo Xiaofan, he felt considerably less burdened, effectively gaining 50,000 without any strings attached. At that moment, Mo Xiaofan was resolute in his determination. Since President Lu was willing to go to such lengths, they would certainly do their utmost to assist him in winning this gamble. Upon receiving an affirmative response from Xiong Haowen, Lu Wenhua felt a sense of relief. Although neither Xiong Haowen nor Mo Xiaofan were the most knowledgeable individuals he had encountered regarding raw stones, due to Lu Wenhua's inebriated state the previous night, he had made a wager, and time was of the essence. Thus, these two were the most suitable candidates he could find at present. Xiong Haowen and Mo Xiaofan followed Lu Wenhua and Jiang Bo into the jade shop. This establishment was expansive, structured like a traditional Sihiyuan courtyard. As the four entered, a poised woman in her 40s greeted them with a smile. President Lu, President Jiang, these two young gentlemen must be here to assist with the raw stone appraisal, correct? Indeed, they are promising young talents. I have prepared tea for you. Please come inside. Lu Wenhua informed Xiong Haowen and Mo Xiaofan that this woman was the proprietor of the jade shop, named Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying led the way, bringing the four of them into the reception room. Within, there was an enormous solid wood tea table, at which sat a middle-aged man in his 40s, slightly portly, suggesting he was a businessman. Next to him was a familiar face to both Xiong Haowen and Mo Xiaofan, Ma Hong. Upon seeing Ma Hong, Xiong Haowen and Mo Xiaofan exchanged knowing glances, as even a fool could sense the atmosphere was thick with intrigue. Chapter 34, The Gamble. Xiong Haowen spotted Ma Hong. In turn, recognized both Xiong and Mo. The venomous glare in Ma Hong's eyes was unmistakably clear. Xiong surmised that, given Mo Xiaofan had informed Lu Wenhua of Ma Hong's unscrupulous dealings with the raw stone seller, Lu Wenhua, not one to suffer in silence, had likely shared this information with his acquaintances in the circle. The jade raw stone community was relatively small, and those with the means to partake were even fewer. Consequently, this had resulted in Ma Hong losing a significant number of clients. Yet, Ma Hong was no pushover. As for Lu Wenhua inviting Xiong Haowen and Mo Xiaofan to assist, Ma Hong likely had not anticipated this turn of events. Nevertheless, for Ma Hong, this situation could be seen as an unexpected twist. At this moment, Mo Xiaofan could only reflect on how indeed the world of jade raw stones was remarkably insular. Although Lu Wenhua mentioned a wager with a friend, it appears that this acquaintance's relationship with him is rather tenuous, as observed by Xiong Haowen and Mo Xiaofan. I am familiar with the two individuals Lu invited. I encountered them previously at a stone-cutting shop, and they indeed possess a modicum of knowledge. Xiong Haowen, disinterested in engaging in a verbal dispute with Ma Hong, found that Mo Xiaofan could not restrain himself. I recall that the mashi sand we brought had appreciated in value, while the two rough stones you brought were, regrettably, cut poorly, weren't they? Oh, my apologies, but our rough stones had not yet been cut before Lu Wenhua requested your departure. So you missed witnessing the appreciation of our stones. Mo Xiaofan emphasized the phrase requested your departure with particular weight. Ma Hong glared fiercely at Mo Xiaofan, resembling a wolf poised to pounce. However, Mo Xiaofan remained unfazed, as the animosity had already been laid bare. Moreover, standing behind Xiong Haowen, Mo Xiaofan felt assured that if Ma Hong dared to attack, he would have Xiong Haowen's support. Xiao Ying, perceptive of the escalating tension, swiftly assumed the role of mediator. She invited Lu Wenhua and the other three to take their seats, serving tea to both parties. Out of respect for Xiao Ying, both sides refrained from further verbal altercations and instead sat quietly, sipping their tea. Although the atmosphere remained somewhat tense, it was an improvement over the earlier hostility. 20 minutes later, a shop assistant from Xiao Ying's establishment approached her and whispered that the rough stones had been prepared. Lu boss, Wang boss, esteemed guests. The rough stones are ready in my backyard. Please follow me. It turned out that the portly gentleman in his 40s was named Wang. The group set down their teacups and followed Xiao Ying to the backyard. Upon arrival, they discovered a considerable pile of rough stones, presumably the ones intended for the wager. Once everyone was gathered in the backyard, Xiao Ying announced the rules of the wager. The winner would be the party that uncovers a rough stone with superior quality after cutting. According to the terms, the winning side would also claim the rough stones of the losing side, and all expenses for the day would be borne by the latter. But how shall we determine the victor if both sides yield stones of equal quality? Wang inquired. In that case, I shall appraise the two stones, and the one with the higher value shall prevail. Is that acceptable? Wang did not voice further objections, nor did Lu Wenhua. It seemed both men had some degree of trust in Xiao Ying as their intermediary, since neither Lu nor Wang raised any objections. The question arose as to who would choose the rough stones first. Let Lu boss choose first, to avoid any claims of us taking advantage of them, Wang said confidently, gesturing dismissively. The selection of rough stones naturally fell to Xiong Haowen, but just before he stepped forward, Mo Xiaofan leaned in and whispered in his ear, Boss Xiong, pay special attention to the third stone from the right. That green skin shell will snag. Xiong Haowen shot a glance at Mo Xiaofan, pondering how he could discern details from such a distance. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, trusting that Mo Xiaofan's insight was not without merit. It must be said that Xiao Ying has exerted considerable effort for their wager. In the backyard, the grounds are adorned with the 8 primary mining sites, and the majority of the raw stones are of substantial size, seemingly intended to fetch a handsome price for both proprietors. Xiong Haowen did not initially inspect the piece of green-skin jadeite. After examining several unsatisfactory stones, he finally arrived before the 30-kilogram green-skin jadeite that Mo Xiaofan had mentioned, pausing to scrutinize it. Given that all 8 mining sites were represented, why did Mo Xiaofan take particular note of this jadeite? Although the likelihood of high-quality jadeite emerging from such stones is considerable, they are notoriously riddled with cracks. Xiong Haowen pondered. With a sense of inquiry, he began to illuminate the jadeite carefully. This piece was an irregular rectangular shape, exhibiting excellent transparency under the light, revealing hints of green, and the skin showed no significant flaws, marking it as a highly promising specimen. Yet, a defining characteristic of jadeite is the difficulty in detecting cracks through its skin. Thus, prudently, Xiong Haowen decided against taking this piece of green-skin jadeite, opting instead to continue examining the other raw stones. Mo Xiaofan, noticing Xiong Haowen's reluctance to take the jadeite, felt a twinge of anxiety. However, he soon grasped Xiong Haowen's rationale. He sought to achieve victory through caution. Since there was no time constraint on selecting the raw stones for the wager, Xiong Haowen remained unhurried, meticulously appraising each stone one by one. After thoroughly examining all the raw stones, he ultimately returned to claim the piece of green-skin jadeite that Mo Xiaofan had favored. Very well, the selections have been made by Boss Wang and Boss Lu. It is now your turn, he stated. Boss Wang shot a piercing glance at Ma Hong, his expression seemingly conveying, if you lose, you know the consequences. Ma Hong felt a pang of anxiety, but forced himself to maintain composure. Approaching the pile of raw stones, he produced a high-powered flashlight, selectively illuminating each piece for inspection. Observing Ma Hong's actions, Mo Xiaofan realized that he was primarily examining the stones from the Muna site. Recalling that Ma Hong had previously cut a Muna stone as well, many stone gamblers tend to specialize in a few specific mining sites, or even focus solely on one, which is quite normal. Only Mo Xiaofan, the outlier, relied on scent to identify raw stones. Squatting down, Ma Hong diligently searched for an hour before finally unearthing a piece of Muna. This irregular square stone, with a yellow sandy skin, weighed approximately 28 kilograms. The skin of the Muna was exceptionally tight, with a fine texture. Ma Hong believed this stone would exhibit excellent internal qualities, especially under the light, where he could discern signs of floating patterns. With renewed confidence, Ma Hong cradled the yellow sandy skin Muna and approached Boss Wong, gently placing the raw stone on the ground. Boss Wong knelt down, running his fingers over the Muna, nodding in approval. It seemed that Ma Hong's discovery of this Muna was a culmination of his lifelong learning. If any misfortune were to befall him now, it would indeed be a testament to Ma Hong's ill fate. As both Boss Lu and Boss Wong have selected their favored raw stones, shall we proceed with the unveiling? Let us reveal first and plunge them into despair. Ma Hong declared with unwavering confidence. Very well, let us wish Boss Wong good fortune. Lu Wenhua responded. At long last, a worker from Xiao Ying's shop emerged to inform everyone that the 28-kilogram Huangyan sandshell would have been unveiled, inviting all to come and observe. Chapter 35, Deciding the Outcome. In the workshop, the Huangyan sandshell would have been removed from the oil-cutting machine by the workers at Xiao Ying's shop and placed on the ground. Upon inspecting the cut surface of the wood, both Ma Hong and Boss Wong wore smiles of assured victory. The interior of the wood had completely transformed, and the cut surface exhibited qualities akin to that of icy jade, adorned with expansive patterns of floating flowers. Remarkably, this piece of wood bore no cracks whatsoever. Boss Lu, I must apologize. It seems I shall be the one to concede today. Your green skin shell may not match our wood. It still appears to be a commendable raw stone, which I shall graciously accept. Ha ha ha. The typically composed and refined Boss Lu, upon hearing Boss Wong's unabashed remarks, felt a pang of displeasure. Boss Wong, your words seem a tad premature. Then please, Boss Lu, commence the unveiling. We shall see the outcome shortly. Two workers from Xiao Ying's shop cautiously placed the green skin shell into the oil-cutting machine, securing it with clamps. After confirming its stability, they activated the machine. Boss Wong and Ma Hong maintained a calm demeanor as they observed the unveiling, occasionally whispering to one another and casting glances at Lu Wenhua, eager to witness his potential embarrassment. At this moment, Lu Wenhua's previously radiant smile had faded, for Ma Hong had indeed selected an exceptional raw stone today. Having navigated the world of stone gambling for many years, Ma Hong was undoubtedly skilled, and coupled with his favorable fortune today, the situation suggested that while Boss Wong's victory was not guaranteed, the odds were heavily in his favor. This left Lu Wenhua feeling increasingly anxious. As Lu Wenhua listened to the noise generated by the saw blade grinding against the raw stone, he occasionally stole glances at Xiong Haowen, feeling somewhat unsettled. Sensing Lu Wenhua's gaze, Xiong Haowen turned and smiled, nodding at him, which helped to somewhat stabilize Lu Wenhua's emotions. After all, Xiong Haowen could not afford to let Lu Wenhua perceive his own concerns. The performance of the wood that Ma Hong had selected was indeed remarkable. Although Xiong Haowen had confidence in the green skin shell, it remained an uncut raw stone, shrouded in uncertainty. Lu Wenhua's friend, Jiang Bo, remained by his side, occasionally engaging him in conversation to relieve his tension. Although Jiang Bo felt anxious himself, he was merely accompanying Lu Wenhua for the stone gambling today, rendering his own worries futile. He could only alleviate the oppressive atmosphere through continued conversation with Lu Wenhua. Amidst the crowd, one individual remained remarkably composed, Mo Xiaofan. He would casually chat with Xiong Haowen one moment and then seek out Lu Wenhua and Jiang Bo the next. Mo Xiaofan spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if this entire gambling affair bore no relevance to him, rendering him merely an outsider. The protracted process of stone cutting left everyone feeling anxious. At last, when the tension reached its zenith, the saw blade of the oil-cutting machine emitted a sound of idling. Xiao Ying's two assistants promptly approached the machine, lifting the lid and awaiting the dispersal of the oil mist. At this moment, Lu Wenhua felt his heart leap to his throat. This gamble represented the largest investment he had ever made since he began engaging in stone betting, and it was also the most significant in terms of his reputation. Despite the uncontrollable sweat beating in his palms, his decades of social experience allowed him to maintain a facade of composure. He had faith in Xiong Haowen's stone betting abilities, and now all he could do was pray that today, Xiong Haowen would possess the same fortuitous luck as Ma Hong. Finally, Xiao Ying's assistant gingerly extracted the stone from the oil-cutting machine and gently placed it on the ground, revealing the cutting surface for all to see. The suppressed emotions of Lu Wenhua, Jiang Bo, and Xiong Haowen were released, their faces illuminating with ecstatic delight. In stark contrast, The expressions of Boss Wong and Ma Hong plummeted, akin to someone who had just received disparaging news. Xiao Ying, a competent intermediary, wore a serene smile, remaining impartial to either party. After all, both Lu Wenhua and Boss Wong were her clients, and offending either would serve her no benefit. As for Mo Xiaofan, although he too felt joy, his demeanor exuded tranquility, as if he had long anticipated the outcome of this stone cutting. The green-skinned stone laid upon the ground was the finest piece of raw stone he had ever extracted since he began betting, exhibiting a remarkable icy green hue, a veritable treasure. While this raw stone, like others, could not escape the influence of cracks, the impact was minimal, with the fissures confined to the edges and thus limited in their effect. Consequently, the outcome of the bet was clear. Lu Wenhua's icy green stone versus Boss Wong's glutinous icy stone with floating patterns, with the victor unmistakably evident. Upon confirming that neither party contested the result, Xiaoying announced Lu Wenhua as the winner of this wager. With the outcome settled, Lu Wenhua unleashed all the joy that had been pent up within him. Haha, old Jiang, I told you that Boss Xiong and Boss Missouri are exceptional. This icy green raw stone is a first for me. You were worried that they might be too inexperienced, but now you see my discerning eye at work. Had it not been for Boss Xiong and Boss Missouri today, we would have been assisting Boss Wong with his stone cutting. Boss Wong let out a cold snort and kicked Ma Hong in the rear, sending him tumbling to the ground. Although Boss Wong recognized that Ma Hong had done his utmost, the loss in the stone gamble, a loss of both money and face, naturally led him to vent his frustration upon Ma Hong. You're nothing but a beggar. I should never have felt pity for you. What did you say back then? That as long as you could facilitate today's stone gamble, victory was guaranteed, and that I could share a bit of the spoils with you afterwards. Is this the outcome you called a sure win? Get out of my sight. Yes, you. As long as I am around, you'll never find your place in this circle again. Ma Hong, too intimidated to retaliate, rose and departed in disgrace. At this moment, Lu Wenhua realized that his wager with Boss Wong had been orchestrated by Ma Hong, and the fleeting pity he had felt for Ma Hong dissipated entirely. After Ma Hong departed, a smile returned to Boss Wong's face as he approached Lu Wenhua. Lu, one must accept the outcome of a gamble. I may have indulged a bit too much in drink that day, and with that scoundrel Ma Hong's instigation, I hope you won't hold it against me. I shall host another gathering soon. I sincerely hope you will grace us with your presence. Given Boss Wong's deliberate humility, Lu Wenhua naturally refrained from adopting a superior demeanor. After all, they were both businessmen, and harmony begets wealth. If a rift could be mended, even if merely superficial, it was indeed a positive development. Boss Wong, you are too kind. I was merely fortunate, Lu Wenhua replied. How about I host today, so we can all unwind? Very well. I shall not decline your generosity. Consequently, Lu Wenhua led Jiang Bo, Xiong Haowen, Mo Xiaofan, Boss Wong, and Xiaoying to the grand and opulent local restaurant. A welcoming hostess spotted Lu Wenhua from a distance and approached, saying, "Welcome, Boss Lu. The private room you frequently use has already been prepared." It appeared that Lu Wenhua was a regular patron of this lavish establishment. Mo Xiaofan felt quite pleased with the treatment they received that day. Having earned money and enjoyed a sumptuous feast epitomized the essence of life. Chapter 36, Discussing the Future. Lu Wenhua's banquet continued late into the night, and with the unlimited supply of Feiqian Mitai, both Xiong Haowen and Mo Xiaofan had indulged a bit too much. Although they were not the focal point of the gathering, Lu Wenhua, Jiang Bo, Boss Wong, and even Xiaoying exhibited immense enthusiasm towards the two, continually toasting them. Lu Wenhua and Jiang Bo had their reasons for such warmth, as they would require Xiong Haowen and Mo Xiaofan's assistance in the future. Boss Wong seemed eager to befriend Xiong Haowen and Mo Xiaofan, praising their promising youth and speculating that they would undoubtedly achieve greatness, reminiscing about his own humble beginnings at their age. In a moment of revelry, Boss Wong even left his business card for the two. Xiao Ying straightforwardly inquired if Xiong Haowen had any high-quality jade materials for sale. If so, she assured him that her purchase price would exceed market rates. Xiong Haowen happily agreed. His initial intention to assist Lu Wenhua was to connect with higher circles, and now his aspirations were gradually materializing. The following day, just before noon, Mo Xiaofan awoke from his slumber. Rising from bed, he felt a lingering heaviness in his head, a testament to the previous night's excesses. After tidying his bed, he emerged from his room, only to find the living room astonishingly devoid of Xiong Haowen. However, considering that Xiong had imbibed even more than he had, Mo Xiaofan surmised that he was likely still recovering from the effects of alcohol. Mo Xiaofan proceeded to wash up in the bathroom, then retrieved 2 packets of Master Kong braised beef noodles from the kitchen. After boiling water, he prepared 1 packet for himself and set the other aside for Xiong Haowen. Once he finished his meal, he settled at the tea table, brewed himself a cup of Fengqing black tea, and began scrolling through short videos on his phone, captivated by the dance performances of young women in short skirts. As Mo Xiaofan was reveling in his moment of joy, he received a text notification indicating that Xiong Haowen had transferred 76,800 yuan to him. Mo Xiaofan surmised that this sum represented his commission from the previous day. It appeared that he would have funds to spend that evening. Just as he was basking in this good fortune, Xiong Haowen emerged from his bedroom. You received it, right? Yes, I did. Thank you, Boss Xiong. Of the amount, you are aware of the 50,000. The remaining 26,800 is from the Qingpi shell we selected, valued at 670,000, which we split equally, yielding 26,800 each. Honestly, you need not explain so thoroughly. I trust you implicitly. It's best to clarify matters concerning money. Otherwise, we might end up losing our friendship. Reflecting on this, Mo Xiaofan conceded that Xiong Haowen's perspective on financial matters was indeed prudent. I have prepared instant noodles for you, and the water is boiled. You can simply soak them. At your age, only knowing how to cook instant noodles. How embarrassing. Xiong Haowen remarked as he added water to the noodles. Are you feeling better now that you've sobered up? Somewhat improved, though not fully recovered. What are your thoughts? How about we go to Xiaofan for a hot spring soak? Excellent idea. After finishing their instant noodles, Xiong Haowen and Mo Xiaofan drove to the Xiaofan hot spring. Over an hour later, both were comfortably immersed in a 5 yuan hot spring. The mineral water accelerated their bodily metabolism, and Mo Xiaofan felt significantly better, while it seemed that Xiong Haowen was also gradually recovering. Boss Xiong, if there were frequent opportunities to gamble on stones with Boss Liu, earning a few thousand for living expenses wouldn't be so bad, would it? While I cannot deny that such opportunities yield quick returns, ultimately, the profits we make are merely trifles. What do you mean? Do you not comprehend? The Qingpi shell we selected was sold by Boss Xiao to Boss Liu for 670,000. You are aware of this, correct? I am. You mentioned it this morning. Mo Xiaofan understood. Even the Delong night market. It is not easy to come across some types of rough stones, particularly those of fine quality or higher. Many promising large stones are taken at the entry point, and the goods that reach us are often quite mediocre. However, individuals like Boss Xiao can procure rough stones far superior to those found in the Delong night market, akin to the ones we selected or the ones Ma Hong chose. The saying goes that a jade rough stone can lead to both poverty and wealth. Only such stones can promise significant fortune. So, are you suggesting that now that we know Boss Xiao, we should purchase stones from her in the future and ascend to the pinnacle of life? Mo Xiaofan, sometimes I find you quite astute, yet at other times, rather foolish. Xiong Haowen replied bluntly. I ask you, Liu Wenhua dares to cut a 670,000 yuan stone because he possesses the confidence that, even if the rough stone fails, he will not be left destitute. He still has wealth, albeit with a twinge of regret. But that 670,000 represents all my savings. And that is thanks to the fortune from the Mashi Sha you previously cut. Otherwise, I would not have such funds. And what about you? You cannot even produce 100,000, and you owe the bank 600,000. Do you have the audacity to gamble on such rough stones? If you were to incur a loss, would you compel Uncle Mo to sell their house? Mo Xiaofan seemed to grasp the essence of Xiong Haowen's words. So, we should first maintain a cordial relationship with Boss Liu, Boss Xiao, and even Boss Wang, assisting them whenever possible, thereby gradually accumulating capital, with the hope of one day achieving their level. Your thoughts are somewhat aligned. Remember, we are not gambling. We are engaging in stone betting. Moreover, the purpose of betting on stones is to generate profit, and to profit, one must seek stability rather than oscillate between extremes of wealth and poverty. Boss Xiong, do you wish to someday operate a grand establishment akin to Boss Xiao's? Naturally, possessing such a shop would far outweigh the advantages of a small stall or shop within a jade market. Upon establishing such a shop, I would then be your partner, correct? How naive. The shop as proprietress will arrive in a few months, and at best, you will merely be the shop manager. TSK, how miserly. By the way, allow me to offer a further reminder. Do not squander your money recklessly. I mean, when you arrange to view stones with Zhang Ying in the evening, if you come across suitable raw stones, invest in them. Refrain from engaging in sycophantic behavior, especially since you two currently share no relationship. Understand? Love necessitates equality. Act appropriately according to the nature of your relationship. Chapter 37. The Hot Springs Sober Up. Mo Xiaofan possessed a peculiar flaw. Once he developed an affection for a girl, he would become exceedingly attentive to her, striving to win her favor in hopes of touching her heart. However, in the absence of a defined relationship, should he encounter a decent girl, she would maintain her distance. If he met someone who relished taking advantage, he would merely become a sycophant. Mo Xiaofan was not entirely oblivious to his shortcomings. Yet, when he went on dates with a girl he liked, he would likely unknowingly revert to this behavior. Xiaofan was well aware of Mo Xiaofan's flaw, thus he took special care to advise him at this moment. Whether Mo Xiaofan heeded this advice was his own matter. Friends can only do so much, and it is impossible to monitor one's actions incessantly. After a considerable pause, following Xiaofan's counsel, Mo Xiaofan finally spoke. Boss Xiong, I have always believed that if one likes someone, one should treat her as well as possible. Am I truly mistaken in this approach? In essence, you are not wrong. However, the timing of such actions is crucial. Do you understand? If your kindness is perceived as too easily given, it may come across as cheap. And nothing in this world is cherished when it is obtained without effort. Xiaofan's words seemed to pierce the soft spot within Mo Xiaofan's heart. With a deep sigh, Mo Xiaofan continued, regarding Iya, how do you suggest I handle that situation? Well, that is quite simple. If I were you, I would block her, delete her, and never contact her again. Mo Xiaofan would find that impossible. Wouldn't he? Then I hope you at least extricate yourself from the role of a sycophant, allowing yourself to live with a modicum of dignity. If you yourself do not care about being a sycophant, how can you expect others to care about you? Understood. I'll do my utmost to try. Your reluctance is evident. It seems you are still reluctant to part with your sycophantic identity. It appears my words today have fallen on deaf ears once more. Observing the seemingly unhelpable Mo Xiaofan, Xiaofan appeared somewhat irked. That's not what I meant. I care not for your intentions. Do as you please. It bears no significance to me. Xiaofan abruptly extinguished the conversation, leaving Mo Xiaofan in silence. The two remained in the hot spring, ensconced in quietude for over 10 minutes, until Mo Xiaofan finally broke the silence. Boss Xiong, you mentioned we celebrated Boss Lu's victory in his gambling venture yesterday. Why not celebrate our own fortune tomorrow? We too have made a handsome profit. Xiaofan cast a nonchalant glance at Mo Xiaofan. Look at you. Do you truly consider several tens of thousands to be considerable wealth? Then let us celebrate Boss Xiong's successful expansion into new networks and the high-end market. That rationale will suffice, albeit barely. It's settled then. I shall treat. What would you like to eat? How about beef hot pot? Xiaofan chuckled at Mo Xiaofan's earnest attempt to lighten the mood. After all, he had not been truly vexed. Beef hot pot. Is it your desire or mine? I am agreeable to anything, just not beef. All right. Whatever Master Xiong wishes. We can also pop a few bottles of Flying Matai. Flying Matai? Did you not have your fill yesterday? No, thank you. With that money, it would be wiser to procure a few more raw stones. Fine. I shall heed your counsel. Now, can you not see through my little ploys? Dining is a trivial matter, to be addressed at any time. However, let us discuss something serious. Refrain from excessive interaction with that Boss Wong in the future. What is wrong with Boss Wong? He has quite a decent benefactor. ISNT, Mo Xiaofan. How can I convey this to you? When will you learn to navigate the nuances of human relations? Tell me, how did he treat Ma Hong? Surely, you haven't forgotten? Mo Xiaofan recalled the heavy kick Boss Wong had delivered to Ma Hong, along with his harsh words about shattering Ma Hong's livelihood. Watching Ma Hong's humiliation had once felt gratifying, but now, Xiaofan's words resonated deeply. Mo Xiaofan realized that once he was no longer of use to Boss Wong, his fate would likely mirror that of Ma Hong. The hope of earning a little extra through Boss Wong dissipated in an instant. I understand. I shall keep my distance from individuals like Boss Wong in the future. Seeing Mo Xiaofan's sincere acknowledgement, Xiaofan knew he had grasped the lesson. Well, I too am growing hungry. Boss Xiong, do you wish to visit the Delong night market tonight? Why would I go? To be a mere third wheel? I thought. Perhaps you could lend your discerning eye to the stones I select. To be frank, your skill in assessing raw stones is commendable. Consider this evening an opportunity for you to accumulate more experience. In my conversation with Zhang Ying the other day, I discerned her knowledge of raw stones is still quite limited. She is merely a novice. Therefore, with your current level of expertise, you will certainly manage her well. Additionally, as she is currently unemployed, I surmise she possesses little capital. Thus, tonight at the Delong night market, She primarily seeks to observe and learn rather than to find stones that are likely to appreciate. It is evident that a novice with limited financial resources should prioritize learning rather than focusing on profit-making endeavors. This is something Master Zhang, her father, would certainly remind her of. Thus, your companionship at the night market tonight should primarily serve to demonstrate your understanding of raw stones, allowing her to appreciate your expertise, which may encourage her to invite you for another outing in the future, rather than contemplating immediate monetary gains. While I have faith in your ability to identify raw stones, she may not possess the funds to invest. To reiterate, remember my advice. Do not act like a sycophant in an attempt to please her. Otherwise, you shall undoubtedly regret it. Given that you have shared so much with me today, I will not let your expectations down. I harbor no expectations for you. I merely wish to prevent you from squandering your money like a sycophant and then shamelessly seeking my assistance. Can't you say something more uplifting? Keep striving, young Master Mo. May you soon achieve your aspirations and enjoy the blessings of progeny. Su Haowen remarked with a tone of sarcasm. It would have been better if you had remained silent. You shall cover the meal's expenses as a form of celebration. Are you certain? Those who know me understand, even Su, that not even a meal can silence you. There is still plenty of beef left. I tell you, you are not permitted to leave until you finish it all. Chapter 38. Learning from Ma Hong. Upon returning home, Su Haowen wished good luck and tossed the car keys to Mo Xiaofan before retreating to his bedroom to sleep. Mo Xiaofan, on the other hand, pulled out his phone and activated a last-minute cram session to bolster his knowledge of raw stones. He was capable of finding a raw stone that could appreciate in value, but explaining the characteristics of these stones was indeed a formidable challenge, as Mo Xiaofan was not technically inclined, but rather adept at leveraging advantages. The thought of Zhang Ying possibly querying him about raw stones filled him with trepidation. Should he falter in his responses, she might be disappointed and cease to accompany him to the raw stone market. Contemplating the gravity of the situation, Mo Xiaofan's mind became remarkably clear, and his cognitive abilities surged, allowing him to swiftly browse and retain information about various raw stones from his phone. Nevertheless, even with this newfound clarity, the human brain has its limits regarding knowledge absorption, and the vast array of jade, raw stone information was beyond what Mo Xiaofan could realistically memorize and digest in mere hours. At that moment, he recalled Ma Hong's method of selecting stones, which emphasized specializing in a particular market's raw stones. Hence, he decided to follow Ma Hong's lead and delve into the study of the Muna stones. The Muna raw stones were plentiful in the market, and since Muna was one of the 8 major markets, the stones from this locale were quite representative. Moreover, Mo Xiaofan had encountered a considerable number of Muna stones and could articulate their attributes reasonably well. With this in mind, he focused his studies on various introductions and explanations regarding Muna raw stones, recalling the remarkable Muna stone that Ma Hong had selected for Boss Wong. A splendid piece indeed, indicating Ma Hong's profound understanding of the Muna market's raw stones. Time has a peculiar way of becoming fleeting and insufficient precisely when you require it most. When Mo Xiaofan glanced at his phone again, it was already 6:15 in the evening. He had arranged to meet Zhang Ying at 7. The evening rush hour was in full swing, with a multitude of vehicles on the road. The journey from Aoxing Century to Delong Night Market would take at least 35 minutes. The thought of potentially being late caused a wave of anxiety to wash over Mo Xiaofan. In a flurry, he seized the car keys left by Xiong Haowen and descended to the underground parking lot. Fortunately, Mo Xiaofan was well acquainted with the layout of Aoxing Century's underground parking, and he quickly located Xiong Haowen's Volkswagen Tiguan. Once inside the vehicle, he fastened his seatbelt, pressed the ignition button, and instinctively glanced at the dashboard, only to discover yet another predicament. The fuel gauge was perilously low. As the saying goes, the busier one becomes, the more complications arise. The remaining fuel was evidently inadequate for Mo Xiaofan to reach Delong Night Market. Should he dare to venture out with such scant fuel, the car would undoubtedly run out of gas halfway. Reluctantly, Mo Xiaofan muttered curses under his breath as he consulted his phone's navigation for the nearest gas station, determining that he must first refuel. Upon arriving at the gas station, yet another issue arose. A fuel truck was unloading, rendering the pumps temporarily unavailable for other vehicles. Initially, Mo Xiaofan contemplated heading to another gas station, but upon checking the navigation, he discovered that the next one was a daunting 42 kilometers away. He had no choice but to abandon that plan and patiently await his turn. Exiting the car, he entered the convenience store at the gas station and sent a message to Zhang Ying. "I'm terribly sorry, I forgot to refuel and will be a bit late." Zhang Ying replied, "No worries at all. I haven't arrived yet either." Drive safely and take your time. Her understanding and considerate response eased Mo Xiaofan's anxiety. Although he couldn't help but mentally curse Xiong Haowen. By the time Mo Xiaofan reached the long night market, it was already 20 minutes past 7. He hurriedly found a parking space by the roadside and made his way toward the market entrance. From a distance of about 30 paces, he spotted Zhang Ying amidst the bustling crowd. Today, she was adorned beautifully in a beige dress, complemented by a short jacket, exuding a fresh and sweet aura reminiscent of a charming neighbor girl. Her appearance resonated perfectly with Mo Xiaofan's aesthetic, causing him to momentarily gaze in awe. Zhang Ying also noticed Mo Xiaofan. Rather than feeling discomfort by his lingering gaze, she couldn't help but smile. Mo, go, let us head in directly. I'm sorry for making you wait. After we stroll through the night market, I'll treat you to a late-night snack. It's no trouble. I just arrived myself. However, I certainly won't decline a late-night snack. Even my father says I'm a true foodie, he replied, feeling his earlier embarrassment dissipate thanks to Zhang Ying's graciousness. Together, they walked side by side into the lively Delong night market, meandering past stalls of raw gemstones, occasionally whispering to each other amidst the vibrant atmosphere. Zhang Ying remarked, Mo Gu, my father has urged me to learn from you today, so I may have quite a few questions. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaofan couldn't help but admire Xiong Haowen's discerning nature and foresight. No worries. Feel free to ask any questions you have. I will certainly share what I know. However, mastering the technique of raw stone appraisal cannot solely rely on instruction. It is imperative to engage directly with the stones and cultivate your own understanding. How about this? I will endeavor to find some fine specimens for you to examine under the light. By observing quality stones, you will gradually learn to distinguish them from ordinary or inferior ones, thereby honing your perception. Mo Xiaofan had contemplated this approach long before his departure, as it not only concealed his own deficiencies but also offered genuine assistance to Zhang Ying. Furthermore, the process of evaluating raw stones is time-consuming and cannot be mastered in a day or two, providing Mo Xiaofan with a convenient excuse to meet with Zhang Ying frequently. Zhang Ying pondered for a moment and said, this sounds beneficial, but it might require a considerable amount of time. Won't it affect you? Indeed, events were unfolding according to Mo Xiaofan's design. Rest assured, it won't impact me at all. After all, Xiong Haowen and I often visit the Delong night market to procure raw stones, and it would be effortless for me to explain the characteristics of these stones to you. I feel like I'm imposing on you, she replied. Then perhaps you could treat me to a meal next time as a form of tuition? Haha, certainly. By the way, why didn't Brother Xiong come today? He had a bit too much to drink yesterday. We assisted a prominent client in a stone gamble, and after winning, the client treated both of us to dinner, which led to his overindulgence. You want to gamble? What kind of raw stone did you cut? Zhang Ying's curiosity was piqued. A 30-kilogram green skin shell will card. Guess what type of jade we uncovered? Mo Xiaofan asked. It wouldn't be a fine glutinous variety, would it? Zhang Ying inquired eagerly. It's an icy variety with a vibrant green base. Mo Xiaofan replied with pride. Mo Gu, you are truly impressive, Zhang Ying said, her admiration evident. Our competitor selected a yellow rock sand skin shell from Muna. Their cut performed remarkably well as well, revealing a glutinous icy variety with floating patterns. The competitor's yellow rock sand shell was cut prior to our green skin shell. To be honest, when they revealed the performance of the Muna, I and Xiong Haowen felt a twinge of concern. Fortunately, we ultimately triumphed. Whether others experienced anxiety was uncertain. However, Mo Xiaofan was entirely untroubled. The green skin shell emitted a rich pineapple fragrance, suggesting that its performance would at least be of icy quality. Thus, when the competitor unveiled the Muna's performance, Mo Xiaofan was assured of their success. He was merely embellishing the atmosphere for Zhang Ying's benefit. At least it was thrilling without peril. The excitement of such stone gambling is exhilarating. If you're interested, I will invite you the next time an opportunity arises. Really? Thank you, Mo Gu. Mo Xiaofan and Zhang Ying strolled leisurely, engaged in their conversation. As Mo Xiaofan passed by a stall, he was captivated by the invigorating scent of lemon, prompting him and Zhang Ying to pause and seek the source of the fragrance. After 20 minutes of searching, Mo Xiaofan discovered an irregular triangular raw stone, measuring a maximum length of 15 centimeters. It was a piece of Jamaican water stone. Upon confirming that the delightful lemon aroma emanated from this peculiar stone, he began to scrutinize its luminescent qualities under the light. This Jamaican stone, having been weathered and permeated by water over the years, exhibited exceptional oil content. Under the light, He noted the thinness of the stone's outer shell, revealing a blue interior, indicating a potential blue water base or oil blue base. Mo Xiaofan was convinced that, given the presence of the lemon scent, this irregular triangular Jamaican stone could not possibly have an oil blue base, but rather a blue water base. This implied that although the stone was modest in size, its distinctive qualities and the presence of a bracelet position suggested a significant value. Zhang Ying, come and examine this Jamaican stone under the light, he urged. Following his instruction, Zhang Ying carefully observed the stone. Mo Ge, this Jamaican exudes remarkable oil content. Furthermore, I can see the blue interior. Is that correct? Indeed. It appears you have accumulated considerable experience with bright flashlights, Mo Xiaofan replied, feigning profundity, wary of revealing his own limited knowledge. Do you believe this Jamaican can appreciate in value? Zhang Ying inquired while examining the stone. I believe the likelihood of appreciation is quite high. Instead of constantly asking me, you should observe and contemplate more, he advised. Oh, I find the blue interior visible under the light to be very pronounced. Since I can discern it, others will undoubtedly notice it as well. Hence, the price of this Jamaican should not be low. Such concerns are secondary. We must first learn to identify stones with appreciation potential, and only then should we consider their price. Ultimately, we need to determine whether acquiring it leaves room for profit, he clarified. Understood. Thank you, Mo Ge. In the end, to satiate Zhang Ying's curiosity, Mo Xiaofan approached the stall owner to inquire about the price. The owner quoted 180,000. Clearly, the owner recognized the stone's worth. Although the offer was still inflated, Mo Xiaofan believed that this Jamaican was certainly worth several tens of thousands. Montak Ge. It's frustrating to see something valuable, yet unable to acquire it, Zhang Ying lamented. Quality raw stones are always available. If you hone your skills, what is there to fear about finding them? Indeed, this is all thanks to you, Mo Ge. As Mo Xiaofan spent time with Zhang Ying, he found that his initial attraction to her beauty gradually evolved into an appreciation for her humility, politeness, and vivacity. He felt that being with Zhang Ying brought him immense joy, unlike his time with Aya, which was a bittersweet experience, often leaning more towards the painful side. Mo Xiaofan found himself contemplating the possibility that perhaps Aya was not the right fit for him after all. Despite Mo Xiaofan's growing affection for Zhang Ying, he remained mindful of Xiong Haowen's advice. They were merely friends, and should engage in activities befitting that relationship, avoiding excessive flattery or actions that transcended the bounds of friendship. Remarkably, Mo Xiaofan took this counsel to heart. The two strolled and conversed along the Dalong night market. Zhang Ying, likely influenced by her father, Master Zhang, exhibited a keen interest not only in raw stones, but also in finished jadeite, particularly in exquisite pendants and ornaments. When she admired the completed jadeite, she preferred to do so in solitude, allowing Mo Xiaofan to stand quietly beside her, observing without interruption. After visiting a stall showcasing finished jadeite, Mo Xiaofan once again caught a whiff of a refreshing lemon scent, this time noticeably close to them. Soon, they discovered a raw stone stall situated near the previous finished jadeite stand. Upon confirming that the delightful aroma emanated from the stall, Mo Xiaofan began to meticulously search for the raw stone that exuded the lemon fragrance. Although the search was somewhat slow, he ultimately found the source, a rectangular, irregular black Wasashi raw stone measuring less than 30 centimeters in length. This Wasashi stone boasted a uniform color and an appealing shape, which indicated its promising marketability. Mo Xiaofan harbored a particular fondness for Wasashi stones, as his first five-figure investment in gambling on stones had originated from one, even though that money had long since been spent. After a symbolic examination of the Wasashi stone with a light, he turned to Zhang Ying and said, "Come take a look at this Wasashi." Zhang Ying retrieved a powerful flashlight to inspect the Wasashi stone he had mentioned. This time, her inspection was prolonged, and her demeanor was far more serious than during her previous examination of the Damakansis. As Mo Xiaofan watched Zhang Ying intently scrutinizing the Wasashi stone, he found her exceptionally enchanting, unable to look away. Chapter 40. Zhang Ying agreed. Mo Ge, this Wasashi. Zhang Ying turned to find Mo Xiaofan gazing at her with an almost dazed expression. Mo Ge, she called again, and being inherently innocent, she felt her cheeks flush under his intense gaze. Sorry, I was lost in thought. Oh, she replied, I've thoroughly examined this Wasashi stone. Since you're pretending not to understand, I'll also play along as if that awkward moment never occurred. What do you think? She continued. Your eye for quality is remarkable. The texture of this wasashi skin is exquisite, and the underlying color is distinctly visible under the light. However, but what? Mo Xiaofan inquired. Can one determine whether a raw stone will yield profit based solely on these characteristics? No, but at the very least, we can ascertain that this wasashi has the potential for appreciation. Furthermore, you overlooked a crucial detail. This wasashi possesses 2 bracelet positions, which significantly correlates with whether the raw stone can yield bracelets. From the uncut stone to the finished product, the value of the raw material is estimated based on the number of bracelets it can yield. Zhang Ying contemplated this notion earnestly. Indeed, this encapsulates the allure of stone gambling. No one can guarantee that a piece will yield profit, as fortune plays a significant role. However, we can enhance our chances of success in stone gambling by accumulating experience in stone appraisal. Mo Xiaofan could only express this sentiment, for he could not claim to possess an innate ability to discern the quality of raw stones. I understand now, Brother Mo. I had previously underestimated the complexities of stone gambling. I have grasped the characteristics of this mashi sand. Let us seek the next piece of raw material. The stall owner observed the 2 youngsters with a bemused expression as they treated his stall as a venue for hands-on learning, ultimately departing without even inquiring about prices. Zhang Ying, what do you believe is the most crucial aspect of stone gambling? Is it to enhance one's stone appraisal skills and accumulate experience? Indeed, but from where does such experience stem? Brother Mo, are you suggesting that mere observation is insufficient and that practical engagement in stone appraisal is essential? Yes, you are quite astute. That is precisely the point. However, I currently possess only a few hundred yuan, and I fear Zhang Ying might misconstrue my intentions as self-serving. Yet my financial situation is indeed quite limited. Stone gambling is a long-term endeavor that does not yield immediate results. When you are prepared, we can select raw stones together, and upon finding a suitable piece, we shall each invest half. What do you think? But good raw stones do not come cheaply. I do not have that kind of money. You are overcomplicating this matter. We need not purchase the expensive stones. In fact, there are several thousand yuan pieces that can yield profits, depending on our discernment. Moreover, as a newcomer, it is unnecessary for you to invest in overly costly stones. Yet, if you aspire to make a mark in the realm of stone gambling, the process of appraisal, acquisition, and cutting is indispensable. As Zhang Ying walked, she suddenly halted, appearing to contemplate Mo Xiaofan's suggestion seriously. She realized that his proposal was indeed for her benefit. In essence, the processes of stone appraisal, acquisition, and cutting are essential experiences for anyone engaged in stone gambling. The core issue at present was that she, a recent university graduate, possessed limited capital. Although her father, Master Zhang, did not oppose her learning about stone gambling and would provide financial support to aid her growth in this field, Zhang Ying was a sensible young woman. She did not wish to impose an undue burden on her family, as Master Zhang's earnings were hard-won. If Zhang Ying refrained from using her family's funds, her entire fortune amounted to only a few thousand yuan. While this was sufficient for her to gamble on some lower-priced stones alongside Mo Xiaofan, it was not that Zhang Ying lacked faith in him. Rather, the element of luck in stone gambling was substantial. Should the gamble succeed, all would be well. However, if it were to fail, her few thousand yuan would vanish, a loss that would have little impact on Mo Xiaofan. This uncertainty was the reason for Zhang Ying's hesitation in agreeing to Mo Xiaofan's proposal. Noticing her indecision, Mo Xiaofan seemed to grasp her concerns. Do you know how much money I brought with me to gamble alongside Xiong Haoan a month ago? Mo Xiaofan's inquiry piqued Zhang Ying's curiosity, although she remained silent. Her gaze into Mo Xiaofan's large eyes revealed her eagerness to learn his response. Mo Xiaofan continued, "It's 500 yuan. While it may not seem like a considerable sum today, it amounts to nearly 80,000. Brother Mo, how did you manage that? Was it solely through stone gambling?" Mo Xiaofan's words appeared to resonate with Zhang Ying. After a brief moment of contemplation, she replied, "Brother Mo, are you free tomorrow evening? Let us meet at the entrance of the Delong night market at 7 p.m. We can engage in some practical experience then, shall we?" "Absolutely. I believe my good fortune will rub off on you, and we shall surely succeed," he affirmed. "Great. I am very much looking forward to it," Zhang Ying joyfully remarked. Despite Mo Xiaofan's outward calmness, his heart soared with delight upon ensuring that Zhang Ying had agreed to partner with him in stone gambling. If not for her presence, he would have leapt for joy. In Mo Xiaofan's view, the first step in any endeavor is often the most challenging. With Zhang Ying's commitment, the prospect of cutting stones, which others might deem uncertain, seemed exceedingly simple to him. Chapter 41, Daily Life. After confirming Zhang Ying's willingness to join him in stone gambling, Mo Xiaofan's spirits lifted. During their time together, he diligently sought out fragrant raw stones. Fortune favored the diligent, and with a stroke of luck that day, he managed to find 3 pieces of raw stones exuding a delightful lemon scent for Zhang Ying. In return, Zhang Ying showed her appreciation by carefully inspecting each lemon-scented stone he found, seeking his guidance, which brought Mo Xiaofan great satisfaction. Although he felt a tinge of regret for not discovering any raw stones with a rich pineapple aroma, he quickly reassured himself that there would be no purchases today. Furthermore, even if he were to buy such stones, his funds might fall short for those with a pineapple fragrance. It was wiser to reserve that opportunity for another occasion. With this thought, he felt at peace, displaying a rather commendable spirit of resilience. Time flew swiftly during their enjoyable moments together. By the time Zhang Ying completed her examination of the 5th raw stone of the day, it had grown late. Glancing at his phone, Mo Xiaofan noted it was already 10:30 p.m. Zhang Ying was charmed by Mo Xiaofan's earnest offer to drive her home. "Thank you, brother Mo," she exclaimed, her sweet and innocent smile warming his heart. Mo Xiaofan couldn't help but fantasize about the joy of witnessing that smile consistently in the future. "You are wonderful, but too polite. From now on, we're like family. There's no need for constant thanks," he replied earnestly. His phrase "like family" held a double entendre, suggesting both partnership and a deeper connection, leaving the interpretation entirely to Zhang Ying. However, Zhang Ying seemed oblivious to any deeper meaning and simply responded, "All right then, brother Mo." After half an hour, Mo Xiaofan arrived at Master Zhang's 2-story courtyard in Wanting. Mo Xiaofan glanced at Zhang Ying in the passenger seat. Zhang Ying, likely fatigued from the day's events, had already succumbed to slumber. Gently, Mo Xiaofan tapped her shoulder, rousing her from her dreams. "Have you arrived?" she inquired. "Yes, you're home now. Rest well, and see you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow, brother Mo." Mo Xiaofan waited patiently until Zhang Ying entered her courtyard before he departed. "Dad, haven't you finished your work for today?" she asked. "Almost done. Did Xiong Haowen accompany you in your stone gambling today?" "Brother Xiong didn't come. It was brother Mo who took me to search for stones he believed had a chance of appreciating. He encouraged me to observe these stones closely, examining their skin and lighting performance. Thanks to him today, my understanding of raw stones has significantly deepened. Additionally, we plan to try gambling on several thousand yuan worth of stones tomorrow as practice." Master Zhang pondered thoughtfully. "What do you think of Mo Xiaofan?" Although Zhang Ying had many admirers during her university years, she had never been in a romantic relationship, which led her to interpret Mo Xiaofan's feelings for her as mere friendship. While Master Zhang was aware of Mo Xiaofan's interest in his daughter, he chose not to address it directly, as Zhang Ying did not dislike him and harbored a certain fondness. Moreover, he himself did not disapprove of the young man, opting instead to allow their relationship to develop naturally. Zhang Ying's mother had passed away, leaving her father to raise her alone. However, due to the inherent lack of meticulousness often found in men and his busy work schedule, Zhang Ying became a remarkably independent young woman. Master Zhang concentrated solely on earning a living, while Zhang Ying managed all other household matters. As a result, he refrained from interfering in her affairs, believing she was mature enough to handle them herself. "Do you wish to pursue a future in stone gambling?" Master Zhang inquired. Zhang Ying nodded affirmatively. Understanding his daughter's aspirations filled him with joy. Gambling on stones requires capital, especially in the initial stages. "How much do you have saved?" "Dad, I have enough." "You misunderstand. Insufficient funds can lead to hesitation in gambling. How about this? I will give you 10,000 yuan. This money is not meant to be spent all at once, but rather to ensure you have resources when truly needed." Zhang Ying contemplated his words, finding them reasonable. "All right, Dad, I will heed your advice. You have grown up. Many decisions are now yours to make, while I shall be your steadfast support. Pursue your ambitions freely. If you need funds, we have them at home." "Dad, your words make me feel like a spendthrift," she chuckled. "Since you have decided to delve into stone gambling, diligently learn from Mo Xiaofan and Xiong Haowen. Do not concern yourself with other matters. My dear Ying Ying is quite intelligent and will surely excel in this field. Once I have saved enough, I will ensure you can retire early and pursue your passions. You dream big, don't you? First, let us see you cut a profitable stone tomorrow," he teased. "Just wait and see." Upon entering the house, Mo Xiaofan found Xiong Haowen seated alone at the tea table, enjoying his tea. Most individuals refrain from drinking tea in the afternoon, fearing it may disrupt their nightly slumber. However, Xiong Haowen, a connoisseur of tea, indulges from dawn until dusk without suffering from insomnia. Boss Xiong, are you waiting for me? He mused, feeling a twinge of emotion. Do not rush. The metaphor of boiling a frog in warm water should resonate with you. It appears you are quite the adept in matters of love. Not everyone wears their thoughts on their sleeves as you do. You did not purchase any so-called gifts for Zhang Ying today, did you? No. You have repeatedly reminded me not to. We bought nothing today. I merely sought out raw stones with potential for appreciation, allowing her to observe. However, we have agreed to search for a few thousand yuan worth of stones tomorrow as practice for Zhang Ying. Well done. You have finally shown some growth. I shall not accompany you tomorrow evening. Remember to manage your expenses. You're not going? I thought your presence could enlighten Zhang Ying about raw stones, given your expertise. Mo Xiaofan, I just praised you, and you have lost your wits so quickly? Tomorrow is your opportunity to shine. I will not overshadow you. Besides, we have always gambled together. You must learn to stand on your own. Otherwise, how will you grow? Most importantly, I refuse to be your third wheel. Chapter 42. Xiong Haowen is departing. Mo Xiaofan contemplated this rationale. Upon hearing Xiong Haowen mention confessing to Zhang Ying, he felt a jolt of surprise, gazing intently at him. Is there truly a chance for a successful confession? Furthermore, your current situation closely mirrors my own when I first arrived in Relics. Your luck in stone gambling is commendable, and with your skills, as long as you avoid reckless spending and maintain a prudent approach, I believe you will increasingly prosper in this field. Understand that the 600,000 yuan you owe the bank is not your endpoint, but rather a test of your resilience. The journey will only ascend from here. Mo Xiaofan regarded Xiong Haowen. Somewhat perplexed. Given his nature, it was unusual for him to extol his own virtues to such an extent. Mo Xiaofan felt an impulse to check Xiong Haowen's forehead for fever. The odd way Mo Xiaofan scrutinized Xiong Haowen betrayed his thoughts. Suddenly, it dawned on him that Xiong Haowen was poised to pursue his love, hence the unusual self-praise. Congratulations, Boss Xiong. Lovebirds are finally united. Are you heading to Shandong to meet your future in-laws? Instead of gossiping about me, you should focus on your own affairs. After I leave, remember to share the jadeite product images I send you on social media daily. For any questions or issues, we can communicate via WeChat. Rest assured I will. Boss Xiong, do share more about your girlfriend. How did you woo her, and how long did it take for you two to become an item? At that moment, Mo Xiaofan resembled a gossip journalist, eager for any morsel of information regarding Xiong Haowen's girlfriend, Lu Mingyan. However, Mo Xiaofan's interest in the romance between the two was not born out of mere curiosity. Rather, he sought to glean insights from Xiong Haowen's relationship to apply to his own pursuit of Zhang Ying. Yet, Xiong Haowen was not one to indulge Mo Xiaofan. After finishing his last cup of tea, he excused himself to the restroom, then retreated to his bedroom, closing the door behind him and leaving Mo Xiaofan alone in the living room. With newfound hope for the future, Mo Xiaofan enjoyed a restful night as sleep. The following morning, Mo Xiaofan rose early, as was his custom. He had long embraced the habit of waking at dawn, a practice he maintained from his days at the insurance company, with a long commute necessitated an early start to avoid traffic. Thus, he carried this routine with him to Relics. Despite his early rise, he discovered that Xiong Haowen had risen even earlier. As Mo Xiaofan stepped out of his bedroom, he found that Xiong Haowen had already packed the luggage for their trip to Weifang, Shandong. Why are you packing so early? Aren't you leaving tomorrow? Mo Xiaofan inquired. Indeed, Xiong Haowen replied, catching Mo Xiaofan's appreciative gaze. Please refrain from looking at me in that manner. It's quite unsettling. I didn't have time to prepare breakfast this morning, so you'll have to settle for instant noodles or order takeout. Don't forget to take the keys when you leave. With that, Xiong Haowen departed their shared abode. Mo Xiaofan pondered this. Xiong Haowen was clearly acting in his best interest. So why the need for such harsh words? Reflecting on the monotony of staying at home, he decided to venture out in search of food, taking with him the keys to Xiong Haowen's place. Having explored the vicinity a few days prior, Mo Xiaofan had developed a general understanding of the area and quickly located a Shanghai soup dumpling shop based on his previous recollections. A true southern native, Mo Xiaofan had only visited the northern capital, yet he had developed a fondness for wheat-based dishes, particularly soup dumplings, which were his absolute favorite. He speculated that this so-called Shanghai dumpling shop might not genuinely be run by Shanghainese, but merely capitalized on the city's name to suggest that their dumplings were crafted to suit Shanghai's culinary preferences with meticulous attention to quality. Observing a decent crowd at the establishment, he entered, found a vacant table, ordered 2 baskets of dumplings, and prepared a dipping sauce before savoring the delicacies with chopsticks. Though M.O. Xiaofan had never tasted authentic Shanghai soup dumplings, the ones served in this royally establishment were plump and pristine. Upon his first bite, he found the filling delicate, infused with a hint of broth, quite to his liking. In no time, he had finished both baskets. This dumpling shop was a family-run affair, with the husband and wife duo busily attending to customers. M.O. Xiaofan had initially intended to inquire with the proprietress about her interest in jade, but considering the bustling clientele, he decided against it, opting to save his questions for another visit. Upon returning to the now-empty residence, he reflected on Xiong Haowen's imminent departure for Shandong, feeling a twinge of unfamiliarity with the solitude. However, upon reflection, this fellow's absence from the outside world signifies that no one will be able to restrain him in the future, creating a dynamic reminiscent of a tiger's absence, allowing the monkeys to claim dominion. Were Xiong Haowen present, he would undoubtedly remark that he has never seen him so diligent. Indeed, love has the power to transform an individual. Chapter 43. Yaya returns to reap benefits. M.O. Xiaofan, engrossed in reading and sipping tea at home, was oblivious to the passage of time until it reached noon. As was his custom, he posted Xiong Haowen's exquisite jadeite images on his social media. At this juncture, although there had been no transactions apart from Lu Xiaolong, the number of inquiries from those perusing M.O. Xiaofan's posts had begun to increase, indicating that his efforts were gradually yielding results. Nonetheless, there remained a considerable gap between mere interest and actual sales. Fortunately, M.O. Xiaofan primarily did not rely on social media for his jadeite sales. Thus, he could simply continue to post and observe the unfolding events. Today, while posting on social media, M.O. Xiaofan noticed that Xiong Haowen's old smartphone was becoming sluggish. He contemplated purchasing a new smartphone, yet reconsidered, realizing that it was a time to conserve funds. He decided to endure a little longer and address the issue, if necessary. This was quite a departure from M.O. Xiaofan's former temperament, suggesting that his environment had indeed influenced his character. After completing his post, M.O. Xiaofan felt a pang of hunger, but was too lazy to descend the stairs. Instead, he opted to prepare instant noodles in the kitchen. He favored only 2 flavors, braised beef and spicy. There was a technique to cooking instant noodles that he had learned from a film featuring Takashi Kaneshiro. He placed a dry noodle block in a large bowl, poured boiling water over it until it was submerged, and covered it to steep for a minute. Afterward, he drained the water entirely, added all the seasonings from the sachet in the bowl, and mixed the softened noodles and seasonings thoroughly with chopsticks, finally adding a bit more boiling water. This method resulted in noodles that were firm with just the right aroma. At that moment, as he prepared to pour the boiling water over a block of braised beef noodles, his phone chimed. M.O. Xiaofan picked up his phone to find a message from Yaya. Each time he received a message from her, an indescribable joy welled within him. For Yaya's messages typically indicated that she required his assistance, often involving considerable time, effort, and expense on his part. In M.O. Xiaofan's former perspective, this meant he held value in Yaya's eyes, which brought him happiness. However, his mindset had shifted. He began to ponder whether investing his time, energy, and money for Yaya, only to receive a mere thank you in return, was truly worthwhile. M.O. Xiaofan, are you busy? No, I was just about to have lunch. How about you? Same as you. By the way, I have received the insurance policy you arranged for my parents. Thank you. You're welcome. Indeed, M.O. Xiaofan, either out of habit or some other reason, replied, between us, why discuss money? I'm just glad to help. So no need to dwell on that. M.O. Xiaofan, you are truly kind to me. Moreover, based on his understanding of Yaya, M.O. Xiaofan believed that she could not have come solely to express her gratitude. There must be further intentions behind her visit. As anticipated, he soon sent a message. I just saw your post. That Buddha statue you shared is truly exquisite. Don't you think it compliments me rather well? The Buddha statue you refer to is actually a piece from Xiong Haowen's collection, which M.O. Xiaofan had encountered in Xiong Haowen's bedroom. It was a glass Buddha adorned with an 18K gold rim and the finest diamonds. The base price Xiong Haowen had set for the statue was 60,000. Had this been in the past, M.O. Xiaofan might have readily procured the statue for Yi simply due to her remark about it being a good match for her. However, at that moment, he felt a twinge of irritation. He had just assisted her in paying a hefty insurance fee of 45,600, only to receive a mere thank you in return. Now she was subtly indicating her desire for a 60,000 glass Buddha. This felt rather excessive, considering he was not a bank. Isn't it beautiful? I think so too. That Buddha is from a dear friend's collection, and I truly adore it. Yet, the price is quite steep. selling myself wouldn't even cover it, he replied, maintaining a composed demeanor despite his growing discontent. Oh, I did mention that if the price were right. Yeah, perceptive as ever. Quickly recognized that Mo Xiaofan was not following the script she had devised for their conversation. He was acting unusually, seemingly ignoring her blatant hint. Realizing her goal had not been achieved, she decided to curtail their dialogue. After exchanging a few inconsequential remarks, she concluded the conversation. Sitting on her living room sofa, Yi found herself lost in thought, taken aback by Mo Xiaofan's unexpected refusal. "What's wrong, dear?" Her friend Chunjing, who could also be described as her tomboyish boyfriend, settled beside her. "My ever-adoring Mo Xiaofan has been rather odd today. Despite my clear hints about the Jade Buddha he posted, he remained indifferent." "Let me see that Jade Buddha you mentioned," Chunjing replied, as he pulled up Mo Xiaofan's post to show her. "My friend Yi certainly has an eye for beauty. This is a glass Buddha." "What does glass type mean? Is it particularly valuable?" "The glass type represents the highest grade of jadeite. This Jade Buddha's market value should be around 80,000 to 90,000. You recently took quite a bit from him when buying insurance. It hasn't been long, and now you're trying to take advantage again. He must be genuinely short on funds. So this Jade Buddha is worth that much. I assumed it was merely a $10,000 item. It seems I misjudged Mo Xiaofan." Suddenly, Mo Xiaofan recalled that he was in the company of Zhang Ying, although their acquaintance was still fresh and he did not know her well. Zhang Ying gave him a markedly different impression from Yi. In simple terms, he should focus more on Zhang Ying. That would likely be a wise choice. After contemplating, Mo Xiaofan discarded the water from the instant noodles. The prolonged steeping had rendered the noodles excessively soft, and after adding the seasoning and mixing, the taste was no longer as delightful as before. This was akin to the transformation of his feelings for Yi, which had undergone a qualitative change, altering the flavor of his emotions. In this moment, Mo Xiaofan's thoughts were consumed by the upcoming dinner with Zhang Ying. This evening held great significance for him. He believed that if the gamble with the jade stone proved fruitful, it would draw him closer to Zhang Ying, a crucial step towards successfully confessing his feelings a month later. Forwent his afternoon nap, Mo Xiaofan dedicated himself to diligently studying the knowledge surrounding jade rough stones. Although his success in cutting the stones did not solely depend on this knowledge, he aspired to understand them as thoroughly as possible. "Mo Xiaofan, is your palate truly that discerning? Why not indulge in some pu'er raw tea? Do you have any idea how difficult it is for me to procure this authentic Fengqing black tea you are sipping? Don't be so stingy. I promise to make it up to you later." "Absolutely. I have a flight at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Please drive me to the airport while I'm away. If you encounter any issues, don't hesitate to call me. Don't try to handle everything alone. Am I that unreliable in your eyes?" Xiaofan scoffed at Mo Xiaofan. "What do you think? Just recently, someone was tossed out of the casino clad only in their underwear." "All right, I will. Let us go grab a meal." "Where to?" "Somewhere nearby. There's a decent Dai cuisine restaurant downstairs. I find the sourness of Dai dishes a bit hard to stomach." "Is there beef on the menu? Then let's go." For Mo Xiaofan, as long as there was beef, everything was negotiable, and he cheerfully followed Xiaofan downstairs to dine. "Remember my words. Do not be a sycophant, and make sure to manage your expenses. You really are chatty. I'll keep that in mind. Perform well today, and in a month, Zhang Ying will be your girlfriend." "I love to hear that. I'm off now." At 7 o'clock, Zhang Ying arrived as promised. "Mo Gu, I'm so sorry for being late. I arrived a little early. Here, this is for you." Mo Xiaofan handed her the milk tea. "Thank you, Mo Gu." Zhang Ying beamed with a sweet smile. Mo Xiaofan was utterly captivated by Zhang Ying's smile. He felt that witnessing it made all his efforts worthwhile. "How much money did you bring today?" Mo Xiaofan needed to ascertain her budget to determine which price range of jade rough stones to pursue. "A little over 14,000. Zhang Ying understood his intent and disclosed the amount. "That's sufficient. Let us head to the market to find some jade rough. Lead the way, Mo Gu." With high spirits, Mo Xiaofan took Zhang Ying into the Delong night market, eager to achieve something noteworthy that evening. However, the greater the hope, the more disappointing the outcome. An hour passed without him encountering a single piece of jade with a distinctive aroma. Mo Xiaofan's initially high spirits had been gradually sapped by the passage of time. He cast a concerned glance at Zhang Ying, apprehensive that she might begin to grow impatient. However, Zhang Ying appeared perfectly composed, seemingly unaffected by any restlessness. "My father once told me that the search for raw stones is a laborious endeavor, if luck is not on one's side. It might take days to find a suitable piece. We had only been searching for a little over an hour, and if we didn't succeed, we could take our time." After all, if it were so easy to find stones that yield a profit, it wouldn't be called gambling. It would be akin to gold panning. Sensing Mo Xiaofan's anxiety, Zhang Ying, with her empathetic nature, spoke reassuringly. Her words swiftly alleviated his worries. Mo Xiaofan reflected on her insight, and thus, for the remainder of their time together, he engaged in light-hearted banter with Zhang Ying while meticulously searching, no longer rushing from stall to stall. Consequently, the invisible pressure he had felt to quickly locate a fragrant raw stone began to dissipate. If we truly cannot find a suitable stone today, let us just indulge in a late-night snack, Mo Xiaofan proposed, half-jokingly. Sound great. You got me feeling a bit peckish as well. Shall we head out now? We can exit this way and keep an eye out. If we have no results in half an hour, we'll treat ourselves to a midnight meal. Montak-gi. I can sense that you are particularly eager to help me find a suitable raw stone today. I'm genuinely thrilled and grateful for your efforts. However, I believe that since I intend to pursue a career in stone gambling, searching for raw stones will be a long-term endeavor for me. There's no need to rush. Even if we don't find anything today, we can return tomorrow or the day after until we do. Wouldn't you agree? Zhang Ying's proactive understanding warmed Mo Xiaofan's heart, offering him a novel experience. Unlike his previous encounters with Ye or ex-girlfriends, who only sought to take without giving, Zhang Ying's demeanor was refreshing. He recalled how one of his exes had complained while spending his money, questioning how he could afford to date on his meager salary, which had rendered him a laughingstock. Hence, Zhang Ying's position in Mo Xiaofan's heart was steadily rising. Just as he was about to leave the night market for a late-night snack, an unfamiliar and enticing aroma wafted towards him. It was a distinctive and potent scent of durian. At first, Mo Xiaofan wondered if someone was enjoying durian at the market, for its fragrance is quite overwhelming. Those who love it praise its aroma, while those who detest it find it repugnant, capable of being detected from a distance. However, upon further reflection, he speculated that it was more likely the scent emanating from a particular raw stone. The mere thought of discovering a stone that exuded such a unique fragrance ignited a thrill within him. Zhang Ying, shall we wander over there for a moment? I have a feeling we might find the raw stone we're looking for, he suggested. Of course, Mo, go, she replied, her enthusiasm matching his, never one to dampen his spirits. Chapter 45, Bridging Distances. Due to the overpowering aroma of durian, Mo Xiaofan quickly led Zhang Ying to the stall that was emanating the delightful scent. Amidst a chaotic assortment of raw stones, Mo Xiaofan swiftly identified his target, a piece of Southern Qi raw stone. It was his first encounter with a physical specimen from Southern Qi. It is often said that Southern Qi yields extraordinary stones, implying that the raw materials from this region frequently contain valuable jade. This notion, coupled with the unique fragrance emanating from the stone, piqued Mo Xiaofan's interest immensely. No longer able to feign indifference, he eagerly approached the Southern Qi stone for a closer inspection. The stone was oval in shape, measuring approximately 40 centimeters in its greatest length, with an exceptionally fine-textured skin. When illuminated, its light performance was remarkable, revealing a substantial expanse of green, a sight Mo Xiaofan had never witnessed before in any raw stone. In simple terms, the skin of this Southern Qi stone exhibited superior qualities, with the light revealing a verdant base color and visibly 3 potential bracelet positions. At that moment, a sense of trepidation washed over Mo Xiaofan. Given the obvious excellence of this raw stone, it was typically beyond his financial reach. Yet, driven by curiosity, he approached the vendor to inquire about the price. Sir, how much for this Southern Qi? The asking price is 650,000, the vendor replied, devoid of embellishment or commercial flattery. As any discerning eye could easily recognize the stone's exceptional quality without further persuasion. Although the vendor claimed it was a fixed price, there was evidently room for negotiation. Nevertheless, Mo Xiaofan thought that even if the stone were priced at 300,000 or even 150,000, it would still exceed the limits of his purse. While he was keen to discover what kind of jade might lie beneath the skin of the Southern Qi, he ultimately resolved to forego the purchase. After waiting for Zhang Ying to finish her inspection of the Southern Qi, the two departed from the stall. Brother Mo, your eye for quality is truly impressive. That Southern Qi had the best skin performance I have ever seen, but alas, the price. Indeed, but let me treat you to supper tonight. All right, your word is law, Mo Xiaofan responded with a smile. Near the Delong night market stood a large barbecue establishment, where the pair settled into a spacious dining area. Soon, a generous array of barbecue dishes, ordered by Zhang Ying, was delivered to their table. As she had proclaimed, Zhang Ying was a true foodie, displaying remarkable enthusiasm in her culinary endeavors. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaofan, despite having his favorite grilled beef slices before him, found himself somewhat disinterested. His distracted demeanor caught Zhang Ying's attention. "Brother Mo, you just told me not to dwell too much on it, that there would be better opportunities ahead. Yet here you are, lost in thought." "Oh, my apologies. The Southerchi stone we just saw, with such impressive skin and light performance, is indeed a rarity for me. I truly wish to know how it would perform once cut. One must act within their means. My father always advised me that the greatest folly in stone gambling is to stake everything on a single raw stone. It is perilous to wager all one's funds, especially since we do not possess such ample resources. Master Zhang is right. I should not linger on that southern chi. Let's eat our fill and then explore further. Certainly, even in the absence of suitable raw stones, we can return tomorrow. By the way, why haven't we seen Brother Xiong these past few days? He has been occupied with various matters. Tomorrow, he will be heading to Weifang, Shandong, to visit his girlfriend. Does Brother Xiong have a girlfriend in Shandong? How do they meet? Mo Go, do you think Brother Xiong's primary reason for traveling to Weifang is to meet his future in-laws? After all, he intends to take their precious daughter away, so it is only fitting that her parents should know what kind of person is attempting to whisk her away. I believe your reasoning is quite sound. But why do you think Brother Xiong plans to stay for an entire month? Perhaps the girl's family wishes to test this prospective son-in-law. After all, a month is ample time to discern a person's true character. Yet, did you not also accompany Master Zhang from Guangzhou to Ruili? That is a different matter. I am always with my family. When I marry, I will certainly choose a partner nearby, so I can care for my father. Surely, Master Zhang does not need your assistance? My father is exceedingly busy with work. I manage the household affairs most of the time. What about your mother? She passed away when I was very young. Oh, I'm truly sorry to hear that. It is quite all right. Mo Go, what if Brother Xiong's girlfriend's parents disapprove of her coming to Kunming with him? I doubt that would happen. Brother Xiong is quite resourceful and would not falter at such a critical juncture. Might they not obtain a marriage certificate before arriving? That would indeed provide some assurance for Brother Xiong's girlfriend. I cannot believe you would speak ill of Brother Xiong, haha. What can I say? I cannot argue with him face to face, for he might resort to violence. So it is permissible to say a few words behind his back, right? After all, he is none the wiser. Are you not afraid I might inform him? I will cover your late-night snacks from now on. Haha, that will not do. You must continue to mentor me until I can stand on my own. Mo Xiaofan nearly let slip that he could be guided for a lifetime, but managed to refrain, as such sentiments are inappropriate given their current relationship. Very well. As long as you are willing to learn and endeavor, I shall continue to guide you. Chapter 46, A Fruitless Return. Upon hearing Zhang Ying's words, Mo Xiaofan felt a twinge of guilt over his previously concealed thoughts. Shall we venture in for another hour? And I will ensure you are home before midnight? Very well. Thank you, Mo Go. Mo Xiaofan instantly felt a surge of excitement and prepared to call Zhang Ying to explore further. But upon seeing her, he noticed her expression was rather unwell. Montak Ge, could you please wait for me here for a moment? I need to visit the restroom, Zhang Ying said, somewhat embarrassed. Oh, certainly. I shall wait for you here. While Mo Xiaofan observed a nearby stall, he pondered what kind of raw stone it might contain. Would it reveal an exquisite texture or perhaps a more refined clarity? If it turned out to be of superior quality, Zhang Ying would surely be elated and place greater value on herself. Just as Mo Xiaofan envisioned a promising future. Two customers approached the stall, their heads bowed as they began to inspect the raw stones with flashlights, the air imbued with a refreshing hint of lemon. Although Mo Xiaofan harbored a slight concern about the possibility of the two guests selecting the precious stone he desired, he soon dismissed this worry, realizing that the likelihood of such an occurrence was rather slim. After a brief period of deliberation amidst the pile of stones, the two guests finally settled on one. Engaging in a negotiation with the owner, Mo Xiaofan observed as the proprietor retrieved a black plastic bag, indicating a successful transaction. The two patrons, visibly satisfied with their acquisition, departed with the stone in hand. As Mo Xiaofan watched them leave, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The refreshing scent of lemon that had once enveloped the stall had vanished. To his dismay, he realized that the very stone he had coveted was now gone. With so many stones available, it was perplexing that they had chosen the one with a unique fragrance. If they possessed such discerning taste, why not try their luck in a lottery? Montag Xiaofan mutat in frustration. Mo Go, sorry to keep you waiting. Shall we go? Came the voice of Zhang Ying from behind him. Instantly, the frown on Mo Xiaofan's face dissipated, replaced by a bright smile. Then let us depart, he replied. Mo Go, did you discover a promising stone just now? Oh, That was merely a misjudgment on my part. Let's continue our search. Unfortunately, that evening did not favor Mo Xiaofan. After half an hour of searching, he had yet to find anything of value. As the clock approached 11, he felt a sense of regret, sensing that Zhang Ying was also experiencing a tinge of disappointment. Despite her persistent smile, observing her, he felt a pang of guilt. How could such an important day end in failure? Although the stone had been snatched away by someone else, Mo Xiaofan couldn't shake the feeling of disappointment in himself for the day's outcome. Zhang Ying nodded in agreement. Shall we return tomorrow? Yes, that sounds good. With gambling stones, sometimes luck is a factor. One must not be too hasty. I understand. If one is to engage in this trade, one must possess a modicum of patience. Indeed, it's wonderful that you can think this way. Oh, by the way, when you come tomorrow, could you bring the lotus carving and the 3 bracelets that Master Zhang made for Xiong Haowen? I will transfer the labor fee to him then. Sure, Mo Gu, no problem. Xiong Haowen was seated at the tea table, sipping tea while scrolling through his phone. What are you reading, Boss Xiong? Mo Xiaofan inquired. A novel titled Golden Eyes. It's quite well written. What genre is it? Antiques appraisal. Does it include content about jade? Indeed. Then I shall search for it as well. Xiong Haowen glanced at Mo Xiaofan. Are you planning to read the novel to enhance your knowledge? Is that a problem? You might give it a try. Would you like a cup of tea? Mo Xiaofan noticed that Xiong Haowen was brewing raw pure tea and, after some contemplation, declined the offer, fearing it might keep him awake. How did your search for stones with Zhang Ying go today? Unfortunately, luck was not on my side. I did not find anything suitable. Not finding something suitable is quite common. You will grow accustomed to it. Fortunately, Zhang Ying is quite understanding. That girl is indeed very perceptive. Moreover, Master Zhang must have informed her about this situation, so there is no need for you to worry. By the way, I have asked Zhang Ying to bring me our 3 bracelets and the Lotus Enlightenment tomorrow. I recall you mentioning that the Lotus Enlightenment was a custom order from a client. Should I send it directly to them upon receipt? Do you remember the matter regarding the owner of the Northeastern dumpling shop who expressed interest in our bracelets? Oh, you reminded me just in time. When you meet the owner of the dumpling shop, bring along a new bracelet and take 2 others from the showcase that are of lesser quality to show her. Please inform me before you go, and I will provide you with the pricing details. All right, I understand. Tomorrow, we will rise at 5:30 and depart by 6 o'clock. Remember to set an alarm. No problem. As Mo Xiaofan lay in bed, he began searching for the novel titled Golden Eyes, as mentioned by Xiong Haowen. To his surprise, the book was quite well known, and he quickly found it. Chapter 47, Fast Sale Strategy. I must say, Golden Eyes is indeed quite well written. The protagonist, Zhuang Rui, possesses extraordinary abilities akin to Mo Xiaofan's, though Mo Xiaofan's powers only allow him to grasp the general situation of jade rough stones, while Zhuang Rui's abilities are far more versatile, which makes Mo Xiaofan rather envious of him. Mo Xiaofan remained engrossed in the novel until 2 in the morning, at which point he recalled that he needed to rise early the next day, prompting him to turn off his phone and retire for the night. During the night, Mo Xiaofan dreamt that he too possessed the Golden Eyes abilities and sought out Zhang Ying. Indeed, the prospect seemed exceedingly bright. Just as Mo Xiaofan was about to delve deeper into Zhang Ying's inner circumstances, a torrential downpour began, accompanied by dramatic tremors of the ground. Mo Gongzi, you are impressive, ignoring my calls and indulging in a beautiful dream. Care to share? Mo Xiaofan felt a bit frustrated, as Xiong Haowen always awakened him during his pleasant dreams. Yet he dared not express his annoyance. Boss Xiong, what time is it? It's 5:40. Grab your towel and wake yourself up quickly. You have 5 minutes. Mo Xiaofan sprang out of bed and checked why his alarm had not gone off. The alarm 1T ring for you. I've turned it off. Hurry up. He hastily completed his morning routine and entered the kitchen, where breakfast was ready, grilled rice cakes and boxed milk. The two finished their breakfast swiftly and then headed to the underground garage, where Mo Xiaofan drove Xiong Haowen to Mongshu Airport. Mo Xiaofan, I have conceived a quick money-making strategy suitable for you. Although the earnings may be modest, the speed of income generation is sufficient to help you accumulate capital swiftly. Xiong Haowen's words immediately piqued Mo Xiaofan's interest, as he was concerned about his limited finances. It's quite simple, really. You should cut or open the rough stones you purchase and sell them directly to Xiaoying, while selling directly to her will yield lesser profits. As long as you ensure you can acquire a substantial number of rough stones that appreciate in value, you can amass a considerable amount of funds in a short time. Boss Xiong, do you have such unwavering faith in my ability to ensure every purchase appreciates? What if I fail? Mo Xiaofan contemplated for a moment, deeming Xiong Haowen's suggestion quite feasible, as it seemed tailor-made for him. considering he possessed extraordinary abilities. If I encounter a promising raw stone but lack sufficient funds, would you consider investing? It depends on the circumstances. At precisely 7:50 a.m., the two arrived at the airport. Xiaofan exited the vehicle, clutching his meager belongings. I think you should also visit Yuqing in the mornings for a stroke of luck. The more quality raw stones you uncover during the same time frame, the more advantageous it is for you. All right, I'll heed your advice. Xiaofan gazed at Xiaofan with a hint of exasperation. I see in your eyes. I must be akin to a silly dog. After bidding farewell to Xiaofan, Xiaofan felt an unexpected emptiness within, though he found the man irritating at times. He found himself missing him shortly after parting ways. Xiaofan did not dismiss Xiaofan's words as mere chatter. After watching his figure disappear into the airport terminal, he drove towards Yuqing. Although the number of stalls selling raw stones in Yuqing was fewer than those at the Delong night market, it did not imply that one could not find treasures there. Ruili City was modest in size, with a reasonable flow of vehicles, leading to a commendable traffic situation. Certainly better than that of Kunming. Soon, Xiaofan arrived in Yuqing. Before commencing his work, he sent a message to Xiaoying, inquiring about the types of raw stones she accepted. With Xiaoying's reassurance, Xiaofan felt a sense of comfort. After all the lemon-scented raw stones he had discovered thus far had yielded either fine or icy textures. This knowledge bolstered Xiaofan's confidence in the world of stone gambling. Having secured an agreement with his buyer, Xiaofan wasted no time and got straight to work. An hour later, at a raw stone stall in Yuqing, he discovered his first piece emanating a delightful lemon fragrance. It was a piece of white rock with a sandpaper-like shell, very well-shaped and nearly rectangular, measuring approximately 30 centimeters in length. Xiaofan examined the piece closely. The fine texture of the white rock shell, combined with its excellent shape, gave it an appealing appearance. He employed a light to further inspect it, yet felt a twinge of disappointment as the illumination revealed limited characteristics. However, for Xiaofan, the mere presence of the lemon aroma sufficed. Boss, what is the price of this piece? For opening business, you can take it for 40,000. Upon hearing the boss's quote, Xiaofan was reminded of a dilemma. He was uncertain how to negotiate. Xiaofan had based his estimates on the quality of the raw stone and the potential for crafting a bracelet, predicting its resale value to negotiate a lower price and enhance profit margins. However, Xiaofan found himself at a loss. Although he understood that cutting the stone would likely yield either fine or icy textures, he was unaware of their respective market values, leaving him in an awkward position. Ultimately, Xiaofan resolved to take a chance and offer a fortunate number. Boss, your price is too high. At that rate, I wouldn't make a profit. The proprietor, I am making an offer. You are welcome to negotiate as well. How does 8,000 sound? Haha, perhaps you should explore other options. Chapter 48, Muna and Mwangi. Upon observing the proprietor's apparent disinterest in further negotiations, Xiaofan recognized that his initial offer was rather low, yet he remained reluctant to concede. Boss, the Muna lamp you possess exhibits no discernible qualities. Furthermore, do take note of the prominent cracks on the skin. This deters me from offering a higher price. The Muna's appearance is so appealing that it ought not to linger unsold. Perhaps you should consider other avenues. Xiaofan was taken aback by the proprietor's stubbornness. However, relinquishing the Muna was an impossibility for him. Boss, present me with a fair price. If it suits me, I shall take it. Otherwise, I will seek my fortune elsewhere. The proprietor pondered briefly, seemingly inclined to finalize the deal. 25,000, my friend. I shall take it for 18,000. Boss, I'm not a mere tourist. I too seek profit. The lowest I can go is 20,000, no less. Xiaofan contemplated this, believing that a piece of Muna with a fragrant lemon aroma and potential for a bracelet would surely be worth at least 20,000 after being cut, with the difference merely a matter of profit margins. Please, wrap it up for me. Very well. I wish you prosperous business. Should you require more stock, do seek me out. Thank you, and I wish you the same. With his first acquisition of the day secured, Xiaofan felt a sense of reassurance, knowing he would not return empty-handed. Yet he was not inclined to cease his pursuits, continuing to scour the Jade City for new targets. It appeared that he had exhausted his misfortunes from the previous day, as today brought a string of fortuitous events. About half an hour later, he stumbled upon another stall exuding the tantalizing scent of lemon. As he approached eagerly, another customer arrived before him, beginning to inspect the raw stones. Initially, Xiaofan paid little mind, as such occurrences were commonplace. However, Unease soon crept in. Upon reaching the stall, he noticed that the customer was holding the very raw stone that emanated the enticing lemon fragrance. Damn it, just when I thought I was in the clear, he mused inwardly, feigning interest in the other stones. Xiaofan discreetly observed the customer, silently wishing that the lemon-scented stone would fail to captivate him, hoping he would set it down. To his dismay, the customer examined the stone meticulously before inquiring about the price. "Boss, what is the price of this raw stone?" 98,000. Upon hearing the quote, the customer unhesitatingly relinquished the stone and departed the stall. Xiaofan's heart leapt with joy, but considering his intentions and the need for discretion, he continued to feign interest in the surrounding stones. Ultimately, his hand finally grasped the coveted lemon-scented raw stone. Remembering the situation, Xiaofan instinctively tightened his grip on a mwangi with the delightful lemon aroma. The piece of mwangi is slightly smaller than the previous piece of yunai, measuring approximately 26 centimeters in length. Its stone shape is broader at the bottom and narrower at the top, essentially resembling an irregular rectangle, with a surface covered in a dark, glossy shell. Upon observation, mwangi exhibits two bracelet positions, similar to the yunai. Xiaofan began to press the light against it, and the results were promising, clearly revealing a green luminescence. This is likely the reason behind the vendor's high asking price. After some contemplation, Xiaofan reasoned that since both stones were of the same lemon-scented origin, the final transaction price should fall within a similar range. Thus, he approached the vendor with an offer. "Sir, would you consider selling this mwangi for 20,000? The vendor glanced at Xiaofan, his eyes swiftly darting in their sockets. "You have carefully examined the mwangi. Do you truly believe it is worth 20,000? 20,000 is a fair estimate. If you can assure me it will yield glass-like quality, I might consider adding a bit more." The vendor jested, amused by Xiaofan's earnestness. "It's evident you genuinely desire this piece. How about I let it go for 40,000? We are all in business here, and you must leave me some room for profit. A firm price of 30,000. If you agree, I shall take it. If not, I shall seek elsewhere." Had Xiaofan been present, he likely would have offered a maximum of 25,000, which was also the vendor's psychological price point. Xiaofan had now added an extra 5,000 to the vendor's perceived value, which naturally delighted the vendor, though he feigned reluctance with a troubled expression. You truly know how to negotiate. 30,000 it is. I shall wrap it up for you." Xiaofan then made his way to Xiao Ying's jade shop, parked his vehicle, and proceeded directly to the reception area. Upon entering, he found Xiao Ying seated at the tea table brewing pu'er tea, while an old acquaintance, Lu Wenhua, occupied the seat opposite her. "Hello, Boss Xiao." "Hello, Boss Lu." Xiaofan greeted them politely. "Hello, boss. We are all friends here. No need for such formality. Please, sit down and enjoy some tea." Xiao Ying rinsed a small, white porcelain tea bowl, lifted the fairness cup, and poured the golden, translucent tea into the bowl, gently sliding it towards Xiaofan on the tea table. Observing the tea's color, Xiaofan inhaled deeply, detecting a distinct earthy aroma mingled with a hint of floral sweetness. He extended his left hand, delicately lifting the tea bowl with 3 fingers, and took a small sip. The tea initially imparted a slight bitterness with considerable strength, but as it slid down his throat, the bitterness transformed into a delightful sweetness, stimulating his salivary glands. Xiaofan was astonished by the flavor of this tea and raised his gaze to Xiao Ying. "Boss Xiao, what kind of tea is this? Its taste is unlike any pu'er I have had before." "Is that so? Today has indeed been enlightening." Xiao Ying replied. "Where is Boss Xiong? Why isn't he here with you?" Lu Wenhua inquired. "Boss Xiong has gone to Shandong to pursue his love." Xiaofan's words piqued the interest of both Xiao Ying and Lu Wenhua. Thus, he recounted the story of Xiaofan's quest for his girlfriend in Shandong. Truly remarkable. To develop a relationship with a client he has never met. Such a skill is not possessed by everyone. Lu Wenhua exclaimed, genuinely impressed. "Let's wish the esteemed Boss Xiong all the best. Boss Missouri, might I have a closer look at the raw stones you brought today?" Xiao Ying's attention was drawn to the black plastic bag that Xiaofan had placed by his feet. "Boss Xiao, Boss Lu, you are too kind. From now on, please just call me Xiaofan. My friend, Boss Xiong, is the true master. I am merely a novice in comparison." Xiaofan declared as he retrieved 2 raw stones from the plastic bag and placed them on the tea table before Xiao Ying. Lu Wenhua, driven by curiosity, leaned and take a look as well. He was not well acquainted with the young man who often appeared alongside Xiaofan and saw today as an opportunity to observe Mo Xiaofan's stone appraisal skills. Chapter 49. Strength Determines Treatment. Xiaoying leaned closer to examine the pieces of wood na and Mo Wanji that Mo Xiaofan had set on the tea table, while Lu Wenhua watched with keen interest. After inspecting the two raw stones, Xiaoying appeared momentarily stunned, for both the wood na and Mo Wanji were indeed raw stones, rather than processed material. Mo Xiaofan, do you intend to sell me the wood na and Mo Wanji at raw stone prices? Mo Xiaofan shook his head and replied, no. I plan to sell them at processed material prices. Therefore, I require your oil cutting machine to slice these raw stones. Afterward, I would appreciate it if you could provide me with a purchase price based on the quality observed post-cutting. Xiaoying looked at Mo Xiaofan, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Mo Xiaofan, I recall mentioning that I only purchase stones of the glutinous type or higher, correct? Rest assured, I remember. Boss Xiao, please feel free to arrange for the cutting. If these two stones do not meet the glutinous standard upon being cut, I shall take my leave, Mo Xiaofan stated confidently. With Mo Xiaofan's assurance, Xiaoying opted to remain silent. After all, cutting two raw stones was not a burdensome task. Throughout her years in the jade trading business, she had encountered many individuals seeking to sell raw stones, as well as those offering processed materials or finished products. Yet she had never witnessed anyone operate in such a manner as Mo Xiaofan. At that moment, Xiaoying found Mo Xiaofan's confidence somewhat excessive. Although the exterior of the wood na and the appearance under the lamp were promising, she knew from her extensive experience that achieving glutinous quality was no trivial feat, one that could not simply be determined by a pleasing exterior or lamp performance. Were it not for her prior encounters with Xiong Haowen and Mo Xiaofan, along with their acquaintance with Lu Wenhua, she would have been disinclined to engage with Mo Xiaofan at all. As for Lu Wenhua, his interest in Mo Xiaofan stemmed from curiosity. After all, such an audacious approach was indeed rare, and given his favorable impression of both Xiong Haowen and Mo Xiaofan, he hoped that the wood na and Mo Wanji would meet Xiaoying's standards once cut. Although Xiaoying felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, and her expectations for Mo Xiaofan diminished, she maintained a composed and gracious smile. After all, a proprietor of a high-end jade store must possess a degree of shrewdness. Mo Xiaofan, which shall we cut first? Please, Boss Xiao, start with the wood na, he requested. In Mo Xiaofan's recollection, the cutting effect of Mu Na should be inferior to that of Mo Wanji. If that is the case, then the superior raw stone should naturally be cut last. After confirming how to proceed with the cut, Xiaoying's assistant took the Mu Na away. A short while later, the sound of the oil cutting machine resonated from the workshop. Finally, the noise ceased. The assistant swiftly approached Xiaoying, carefully placing the two pieces of Mu Na on the tea table before her. As Xiaoying and Lu Wenhua examined the cut surface of the Mu Na, a look of mild astonishment appeared on Xiaoying's face, while Lu Wenhua turned his head towards Mo Xiaofan, who remained seated, a clear expression of admiration evident in his demeanor. Mo Xiaofan, how long have you been in the gambling stone business? Lu Wenhua inquired. My time in this field is not extensive. It was Xiong Haowen who introduced me to it, Mo Xiaofan replied, refraining from revealing that he had only been gambling on stones for a month. He certainly did not wish to feign an air of seasoned expertise, as he understood that such pretense would be incongruous with his character. Indeed, a great master begets a great disciple. Xiong Haowen must take great pride in having you as his apprentice. Mo Xiaofan mused to himself. The notion of pride seemed implausible. As long as Boss Xiong did not criticize his shortcomings, that would be commendable enough. Nevertheless, from Lu Wenhua's remarks, Mo Xiaofan discerned that this piece of Mu Na undeniably met Xiaoying's standards, although he regarded this as a matter of course. Montak Xiaofan. This piece of Mu Na has an excellent cut and water quality, being of a fine glutinous variety with minimal inclusions. It is remarkably clean, although 1/3 of it has more fissures. However, the flaws do not overshadow its brilliance. What price do you intend to set? Boss Xiao, please provide a price. Mo Xiaofan replied, primarily because he was uncertain of what amount would be appropriate. Moreover, he believed that someone as prominent as Xiaoying would not attempt to cheat him over a piece of Mu Na. Typically, those selling jade in Xiaoying's shop, especially the Burmese, would shout a high price akin to the market and then haggle with Xiaoying, to which she had long grown accustomed. Yet, Mo Xiaofan, remarkably, chose to forego his right to quote a price. However, Xiaoying perceived this as Mo Xiaofan's attempt to foster a closer relationship with her. Naturally, she found no disdain in his approach, and her fondness for him increased by 10% as a result. Of course, The crux of the matter remained as Mo Xiaofan envisioned. A business person of her stature would not be miserly regarding the price of a raw stone. A savvy businessman adeptly balances his relationships with both suppliers and clients. Simply put, he earns profit while ensuring others receive their fair share. Since you have said so, I shall certainly offer you a satisfactory price. This piece of mu na currently yields 1 piece, and subsequently, it can yield 3 more, totaling 4 pieces. Each piece originally has 2 bracelet positions. However, due to the increased fissures on one side, only 1 bracelet can be made from that piece, while the remainder can be fashioned into smaller pendants or beads. From this perspective, if it were for someone else, I could offer up to 30,000. However, I am quite familiar with Xiaoxiong, and I promised Boss Xiong that I would purchase the items you bring at high price. Therefore, I can offer you 35,000. What do you think? Others naturally believe that the higher the price, the better the product, often engaging in prolonged debates. However, for Mo Xiaofan, this was merely a confirmation of over 70% profit from his morning visit to Yuqing. What would he possibly find unsatisfactory? Thank you, Boss Xiao, for your kindness. This price is quite agreeable. I have no objections. I will transfer the payment to you via WeChat now. There's no need to rush. We still have a piece of Mowanji that hasn't been cut, Mo Xiaofan remarked with a smile. Xiao Ying regarded Mo Xiaofan with curiosity. Previously, she thought this young man was overly self-assured. Although that trait still lingered, it was evident that he possessed a fair amount of knowledge. Xiao Ying began to harbor a glimmer of anticipation, hoping that this piece of Mowanji would bring her some delightful surprises. Soon, the oil-cutting machine in the workshop whirred back to life. During the wait for the stone to be cut, Xiao Ying and Lu Wenhua engaged in light conversation over tea. And this time, their discussion included Mo Xiaofan. Indeed, one's capabilities dictate their treatment, Mo Xiaofan mused. Xiao Ying once again lifted the fairness cup, pouring tea into Mo Xiaofan's bowl. After having consumed 5 small bowls of tea, he began to feel a slight perspiration on his back and a mild heaviness in his head, a reaction he had never experienced before while drinking tea. As the group shared laughter, the sound of machinery ceased. At last, under the expectant gazes of Xiao Ying and Lu Wenhua, a staff member approached, carefully placing the cut Mowanji on the tea table. Though the Mowanji had been sliced, the cut surfaces were still aligned. Slowly, Xiao Ying separated the 2 pieces, and soon, astonished expressions adorned her face, as well as that of Lu Wenhua, who had leaned in to take a closer look. This piece of Mowanji surpassed the previous one from Muna. Not only did it exhibit an even better quality of glutinous ice type, but also bore minimal cracks. The 2 bracelet positions were undoubtedly viable. The cut surface revealed a broad and deep color band, clearly indicating the quality of glutinous ice type with floating flowers. Observing Xiao Ying and Lu Wenhua's expressions, Mo Xiaofan understood that this piece of Mowanji had indeed met Xiao Ying's standards. Although it was anticipated, he still felt a surge of joy within, striving to maintain a semblance of composure as he awaited Xiao Ying's announcement regarding the findings. Montak Xiaofan. The cut surface of your Mowanji displays exceptional quality with glutinous ice type and few cracks. I examined it closely. This raw stone can yield 2 pieces, meaning it could produce 6 bracelets along with some small pendants. I am willing to purchase this piece of Mowanji from you for 60,000. What do you say? Mo Xiaofan had acquired this piece from Yuqing for 30,000 and now had transformed into a potential sale of 60,000. Though selling the glutinous ice-type bracelets at 21,000 each posed no issue, glutinous ice-type pendants were also highly sought after. Even if the price varied between the bracelet's head and tail, should Mo Xiaofan choose to craft and sell the piece himself, generating 110,000 to 120,000 would not be a challenge. However, Mo Xiaofan would certainly not consider such an approach, as he lacked a comprehensive sales channel. Moreover, he was not a greedy individual. Having acquired 2 rough stones in a single morning and made a profit of 45,000, he felt exceedingly content. It is important to note that many stone gamblers struggle to earn that much in a month, often incurring losses instead. Numerous individuals have spent years gambling on stones without ever cutting a piece of jadeite, and some may never even encounter a piece of ice jade before abandoning the pursuit. This is the norm. If it were indeed so easy to yield profits from rough stones, then prominent figures like Xiao Ying, who operate jade shops, would not need to procure quality materials from Mo Xiaofan. The reality is that when one observes online videos and sees others cutting profitable stones, it creates the misleading impression that such success is easily attainable. Consequently, One might be tempted to purchase rough stones to test their luck, only to discover that regardless of the price paid, the stones yield disappointing results, often resulting in gifts that nobody desires. It is precisely for these reasons that although Xiao Ying and Lu Wenhua remained verbally nonchalant, their seasoned demeanor quickly restored their expressions to normalcy. Nonetheless, they developed a keen interest in this young man named Mo Xiaofan. While Xiao Ying might have attributed the success of a single profitable cut to mere luck, the fact that Mo Xiaofan had achieved this feat with 2 consecutive stones, both of which exhibited either fine or icy textures, was astonishing. Even more remarkable was the impression that Mo Xiaofan seemed to possess a premonition of success before cutting the stones, leaving Xiao Ying deeply impressed. Lu Wenhua, too, began to reassess this young man. In Xiao Ying's view, Mo Xiaofan had intentionally come to showcase his stone identification skills, thereby opening the door for future collaboration. Xiao Ying believed that Mo Xiaofan had achieved his objective. However, the truth was that Mo Xiaofan was rather indolent, preferring to cut the stones on-site rather than preparing them elsewhere, thinking that since Xiao Ying had the necessary tools, he might as well come directly. He was far less contemplative than Xiao Ying had assumed. Nevertheless, given the outcome, it seemed not to be an ill-fated decision. Xiao Ying readily transferred 95,000 to Mo Xiaofan, marking the first time his funds exceeded 100,000, reaching a total of 120,000. Thank you, Boss Xiao. I have received it, he said. We are all friends here. No need for pleasantries. This is what you deserve. By the way, it's almost mealtime. I have prepared some simple dishes. Why don't you both stay here for lunch? Lu Wenhua nodded in agreement without hesitation, while Mo Xiaofan once again expressed his gratitude to Xiao Ying, saying, Then I shall not disturb you. You, young man, are polite to a fault. Do come by often for tea when you have the time. Although Xiao Ying claimed to have prepared simple dishes, they were, in fact, of a quality that rivaled that of fine restaurants, indicating that there was a dedicated chef in Xiao Ying's establishment. After all, the clientele at Xiao Ying's shop comprised affluent patrons, and she took great care to ensure they were well-fed and well-served. Mo Xiaofan had driven to the shop that day and, needing to accompany Zhang Ying in the evening, opted not to drink. Xiao Ying and Lu Wenhua understood this and did not press him to partake in alcohol. The dinner gathering was exceptionally harmonious, with Lu Wenhua serving as the host. For the majority of the evening, Xiao Ying and Mo Xiaofan listened intently as Lu recounted his adventurous tales from all corners of the world. It must be said that Lu Wenhua possessed a remarkable talent for storytelling. His narratives were vivid and enthralling, captivating Mo Xiaofan thoroughly. Besides Lu's storytelling prowess, Mo Xiaofan's somewhat sheltered experiences contributed to his fascination with the diverse tales being shared, as he had ventured to only a limited number of places. As he listened, Mo Xiaofan found himself daydreaming about the possibility of traveling across the nation and even the globe with his girlfriend. He wondered if that girlfriend might be Zhang Ying. His thought led him into a reverie. An hour later, the dinner was drawing to a close. Mo Xiaofan noticed that Xiao Ying and Lu Wenhua still had matters to discuss, so he stood to take his leave. What do you think of Mo Xiaofan? Lu Wenhua inquired after his departure. He is quite a polite young man, rather likable, Xiao Ying responded. You know I'm not referring to that. Let us not play coy. If the 2 rough stones he brought today were not merely the result of sheer luck, I find his stone appraisal skills rather astonishing. What do you mean? This is the first time I've encountered someone bringing rough stones to sell, yet presenting them with such confidence, claiming they would certainly meet my standards for processed stones. Moreover, did you notice that when the rough stones were cut and presented, he exhibited no inclination to examine them? Clearly, he had no concerns about the outcome of the cutting, which is quite remarkable. Reflecting on this, Lu Wenhua conceded that Xiao Ying's observations held merit. Indeed, Mo Xiaofan is quite intriguing. Do you think his success is merely a stroke of luck? I find that unlikely. After all, both rough stones he brought resulted in profitable cuts. The odds of that happening are rather slim. Should we consider involving Mo Xiaofan in our endeavors? Xiao Ying pondered deeply. Better safe than sorry. Mo Xiaofan will likely bring more rough stones to sell in the future. Let us observe for now. Given the substantial financial implications, it's wise to proceed with caution. You're right. When he approaches you next time, do remember to inform me. I've recently developed a fascination for stone appraisal. Even if I'm not the one doing the examining, watching others do so is quite exhilarating. Chapter 51. Relationships gradually deepening. Upon returning home, Mo Xiaofan felt quite pleased as he glanced at the clock. It was only 3 p.m. He recalled that Xiong Haowen should have already arrived in Weifang, Shandong. Consequently, Mo Xiaofan took out his phone and sent a message to Xiong Haowen, eager to boast about selling rough stones to Xiao Ying that morning. Have you landed safely? Did your girlfriend come to pick you up? Yes. Besides, yes. Can you articulate anything else? Get to the point. No need for idle chatter. As expected, the familiar banter continued with Xiong Haowen. This morning, I found a piece of Mu Na and a piece of Mo Wanji in Yuqing. Took them directly to Xiao Ying's shop for appraisal and sold them to her. I made a profit of 45,000. Well done. Mo Xiaofan seems to have struck it lucky. Wait, are you saying you went straight to Xiao Ying with the rough stones, had them cut, and then sold them to her? Exactly. Is there a problem with that? Xiao Ying has certain criteria for accepting raw materials. She certainly would not accept just any worthless stones. For what you imply, you are confident that your raw stones will meet Xiao Ying's purchasing standards even before they are cut? I believe in those 2 pieces of raw material. And to save time, I took them directly to Xiao Ying's shop for cutting. Mo Xiaofan, remember my words. While your ability to appraise stones may indeed be exceptional, refrain from such actions in the future. Fame can be a double-edged sword, as you understand. And what about Xiao Ying's side? By the way, Lu Wenhua is also at Xiao Ying's shop today. Since you have already showcased your skills there is no need to deliberately conceal anything. Just keep a low profile around others, as it may not be beneficial for you, considering the gambling stone community is quite small. Understood. Mo Xiaofan heeded Xiong Haowen's advice, knowing that this fellow would not lead him astray. Is there anything else? Share a photo of your girlfriend Lele with me. I'm too busy. It's on my social media. Take a look. Seeing that Mo Xiaofan had no pressing matters, Xiong Haowen lost interest in the conversation. The gossiping spirit ignited within Mo Xiaofan as he quickly scrolled through Xiong Haowen's social media. In the latest post, there was a picture of Xiong Haowen and Lele together. From the photograph, it was evident that Lele's appearance differed from Mo Xiaofan's imagination. She was not tall at all, likely under 6 meters, especially when compared to the taller Xiong Haowen. Mo Xiaofan had assumed that girls from Shandong had model-like figures. Nonetheless, Lele's warm smile was quite comforting, exuding gentleness. Her features were pleasing and had a timeless charm. I see it now. Ba Xiong, you are quite fortunate. Wishing you all the best. After conversing with Xiong Haowen, Mo Xiaofan reflected on this morning's events, realizing that he had indeed acted hastily, which could lead others to perceive him as overly arrogant. However, it was too late to change the past. He resolved to be more discreet in the future. As for Xiaoing, he decided to be straightforward and simply take 3 raw stones to her shop for cutting next time. Mo Xiaofan believed that if he could garner Xiao Ying's attention, aside from selling her raw materials, there could be other unforeseen opportunities. Oh, and with Lu Wenhua present today, that might present a dual opportunity. With the problem resolved, Mo Xiaofan, feeling a bit fatigued after the day's endeavors, decided to set his alarm and take a short nap, as there was still ample time left. He entered his bedroom and was asleep within 5 minutes. In his dreams, Mo Xiaofan envisioned himself once again participating in Lu Wenhua's stone gambling game. This time, he took the helm for Lu Wenhua's team, facing off against his old rival Mahong's master. Ultimately, Mo Xiaofan uncovered a unique durian-scented raw stone that yielded a glass-like quality, decisively leading Lu Wenhua to victory in this gambling match. Consequently, Mo Xiaofan emerged as the king of stone gambling in the jade industry. Just as he chuckled in his sleep, the alarm rang at 5 o'clock. In the midst of a dream, Mo Xiaofan inadvertently unlocked a new passive skill. Remarkably, he was not awakened by the blaring alarm, but instead deftly silenced it with a seamless motion, all while still ensconced in slumber. Following this, there was nothing more to recount. Frustrated, Mo Xiaofan swiftly rolled out of bed and headed to the bathroom to wash his face and tidy his appearance. He then made his way to the kitchen in search of some pastries to quell his hunger, only to discover that none were to be found. With time slipping away, he hastily grabbed his car keys and departed his residence toward the underground parking lot. Fortunately, he managed to arrive just in time, dismissing the minor inconvenience of hunger until the evening. At precisely 6:56 p.m., Mo Xiaofan arrived at the Dalong night market. After parking his vehicle, he stood at the entrance, glancing at his phone, which displayed exactly 7 o'clock p.m. Just 2 minutes later, Zhang Ying appeared before him. Good evening, Mo Ge. I thought I would arrive before you today. Ha ha. From now on, I want to give you the chance to outpace me, he replied. You look stunning tonight. I think so too, she responded. By the way, Mo Ge, it seems you always wear that outfit. It then dawned on Mo Xiaofan that he had indeed been donning the same attire gifted by Xiong Haowen, having not purchased anything else since. Despite weekly laundry, This outfit had been in continuous wear for a month. While it mattered little in the company of another man, it felt rather awkward to be noticed by someone he admired. I've been so busy since I arrived in Rueli over a month ago, Xiaofan stammered, attempting to gloss over his oversight, though it was evident that he was failing miserably. How about I accompany you to the mall tomorrow to buy some new clothes? That sounds great, thank you. Xiaofan instinctively agreed before he could fully process what had transpired. Once he realized it, he turned to Zhang Ying, suddenly at a loss for words. It's always been you helping me, and now I finally have the chance to assist you, she continued. You men are generally clueless about choosing clothes, but with me around, it will be different. You can leave it all to me. Chapter 52. A Chance Encounter with Ma Hong. The idea of asking Zhang Ying to accompany him to shop for clothes was something Xiaofan would never have voiced himself. Yet he was wholeheartedly willing. In that moment, he felt a delightful illusion that Zhang Ying was already his girlfriend, savoring the thought. Then I shall rely on you tomorrow. But for now, let us venture inside to look for raw stones, Xiaofan said discreetly. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. Montaki. These are the jade pendants and bracelets my father asked me to bring you. Please confirm them. Additionally, my father mentioned that the Lianxia Wu Dao pendant costs 650, and the 3 bracelets total 300, with the labor costs amounting to 950. Xiaofan accepted the glutinous jade pendant adorned with floating flowers and examined it closely. It must be said that Master Zhang, as a seasoned sculptor, demonstrated remarkable skill. The pendant exuded a fluid grace, with intricate craftsmanship that was visually pleasing. Xiaofan took the 3 translucent flower bracelets from Zhang Ying's hands once again. To him, these bracelets had begun to seem somewhat ordinary. However, the floral patterns on these 3 pieces were exceptionally beautiful, leaving a delightful impression. Compared to the bean-shaped, translucent bracelet worn by the owner of the Northeast dumpling shop, these were undoubtedly superior in many ways, which instilled confidence in Xiaofan. After confirming that the carvings were flawless, he inquired of Zhang Ying, "Shall I transfer the labor fee to you, or directly to Master Zhang?" "To send it to my dad," she replied. "Understood," Xiaofan said, swiftly transferring the 950 labor fee to Master Zhang and leaving a message. "Master Zhang, the items have been received, thank you." "Great, the payment has been received. I'll be counting on you to take care of Zhang Ying tonight. Please ensure your safety." Zhang Ying remarked, "I've already transferred the labor fee to Master Zhang. Let us proceed inside." The two entered the Delong night market. It seemed that Xiaofan's good fortune from the morning had not yet faded. Upon entering the market, he caught the scent of 2 distinct notes of lemon, each emanating from stalls positioned in opposite directions, necessitating a choice. Habitually, he opted for the stall on his left that radiated the fragrant citrus aroma. Upon arriving at the stall, they found a man bent over, examining a rough stone under the light, precisely at the spot where the alluring lemon fragrance lingered. Xiaofan, cautious not to be presumptuous, maintained an air of nonchalance as he approached the man and picked up the aromatic rough stone for inspection. The man cast a fleeting glance at Xiaofan, but ignored him, refocusing on his own stone. Naturally, Xiaofan's attention remained on the stone at hand, keenly discerning its qualities. This particular piece was a type of water stone from the Jamaican mine. Given the characteristics of a Jamaican site, the stones typically yielded smaller pieces. Yet this one weighed over 2 kilograms, featuring a compact, smooth surface with a yellowish skin. Its irregular rectangular shape measured approximately 13 to 14 centimeters in length, but only about 8 centimeters in width, rendering it unsuitable for a bracelet, but perfect for carving pendants or ornamental pieces. Xiaofan retrieved a flashlight to examine the stone further. Under the light, he noticed that this Jamaican water stone possessed a reasonable degree of translucency, and the yellow mist layer appeared thin, with few noticeable cracks. These were the aspects he focused on, as he had realized that his ability to identify stones by scent could only ascertain the type of stone and its water quality, not other conditions like cracks. Zhang Ying carefully took the Jamaican water stone from Xiaofan, scrutinizing it under the light. It was then that Xiaofan finally registered the man beside him, who had been examining his stone all along. At that moment, the man set down the piece he was inspecting and picked up another, prompting Xiaofan to think of Ma Hong. Having not paid attention to the man's appearance until now, Xiaofan finally looked up and was taken aback. My goodness, it really is Ma Hong. Ma Hong soon became aware of someone's gaze upon him, and he turned to Xiaofan, momentarily taken aback. A cold smirk crept across Ma Hong's face as he mockingly addressed Xiaofan. "Oh, isn't this the little follower of the surname Xiong? I always thought you were merely carrying his bags." I never imagined you dabbled in stone gambling as well. How much have you squandered today? Have you lost all the money you had in your pocket? Ma Hong's caustic remarks drew the attention of Zhang Ying, who was still examining the raw stones nearby, and she appeared displeased. Who are you to speak ill of Brother Mo? He is the most skilled stone gambler I have ever encountered, unlike some who only know how to run their mouths. Ha! Whoever you are, my apologies for not recalling your name. But it's surprising to see your little wife so articulate, Ma Hong retorted. Zhang Ying's face flushed at his comment. She initially intended to continue arguing, but was restrained by a gesture from Mo Xiaofan. Don't worry, Zhang Ying, continue examining this large Makan waterstone. There's no need to engage with this pitiable creature, Mo Xiaofan reassured her. He felt warmth in his heart at Zhang Ying's willingness to stand up for him. But as a man, he wouldn't allow her to continue clashing with Ma Hong on his behalf. Zhang Ying seemed to understand Mo Xiaofan's intent, nodding as she resumed her inspection of the stone. Who did you call a pitiable creature? Ma Hong glared at Mo Xiaofan, clearly stung by the insult. Of course, I'm referring to you. I recall your benefactor. Oh right, Boss Wong, isn't it? Didn't he assure you that you would never be able to mix in this industry again? So you snuck back here? Upon hearing Mo Xiaofan's words, a noticeable fear crossed Ma Hong's face. We shall meet again, he declared, dropping the wooden piece in his hand before swiftly departing from the stall, vanishing into the throng of the night market. Mo Xiaofan observed Ma Hong's retreating figure, not feeling triumphant over the verbal exchange, but rather apprehensive. From his understanding of Ma Hong, it was evident that he would not let this matter rest easily. As the saying goes, it is easy to dodge a direct attack, but difficult to guard against a hidden threat. Individuals as treacherous as Ma Hong often leave one vulnerable to unforeseen peril. Chapter 53. 2 Fragrant Lemonite Raw Stones. As Mo Xiaofan watched Ma Hong disappear into the distance, he sighed in relief, only to soon notice a hostile gaze directed at him. It dawned on him that his altercation with Ma Hong had adversely affected the stall owner's business. Potential customers who had intended to visit were now circumventing the area due to their loud dispute. I apologize, sir. I did not mean to cause you trouble. Mo Xiaofan hastily expressed his regrets. The stall owner was a tall, robust man, whose imposing stature instilled a strong sense of pressure upon Mo Xiaofan. Even though Mo Xiaofan had sincerely apologized, the owner continued to scrutinize him, arms crossed, remaining silent. After a full 10 seconds, the stall owner sighed and said, It's all right. This situation isn't entirely your fault. Just ensure you don't fight at my stall. Thank you, sir. I'm truly sorry. Mo Xiaofan quickly reiterated his apology, even addressing him respectfully. Thank you, big brother. Zhang Ying, having lost all interest in examining the raw stones, quickly chimed in. Zhang Ying, what do you think of this large Damakan waterstone? Mo Xiaofan had not forgotten the purpose of his visit. I believe brother Mo possesses remarkable discernment. Boss, what is the price of this Damakan waterstone? Noticing Zhang Ying's lack of objection, Mo Xiaofan promptly inquired about the price from the vendor. Thanks to your good fortune, I haven't opened for business today. Since you like it, why not suggest a price? If it's reasonable, I'll sell it. Huh? Mo Xiaofan was taken aback. After wandering for so long among jade raw stones, this was the first time he encountered such a vendor. Initially, I thought you both were just a young couple sightseeing. But it was only during your argument with that person that I realized you were also in this trade. If you were tourists, I trust you would understand my meaning. Since you are not tourists and are in this line of work, let us spare ourselves the trouble and keep it simple. Mo Xiaofan found this vendor quite amusing. Recalling the vendor's comment about him and Zhang Ying being a couple, he turned to look at Zhang Ying, who was then gazing down, lost in thought. Boss, how about 5,800? This Damakan waterstone is not large. The light performance is average, and it lacks a bracelet position. Although Mo Xiaofan knew this raw stone could yield a profit, others did not. Initially, he intended to offer 5,000, but feeling somewhat apologetic towards the vendor, he decided to add 800. Deal. I'll wrap it up for you. The vendor flashed a sly smile and readily agreed. All right, thank you for your help. Mo Xiaofan concluded the transaction in record time, feeling quite pleased with such a straightforward negotiation. May I ask how to address you, and could I have your contact information? What do you mean? If it turns out to be water jade, can I return it to you? The vendor said, half-jokingly. There is an unwritten rule in the jade raw stone business that if a customer purchases a jade raw stone and it turns out to be water jade, they can return it. Look at what you're saying. I find you quite generous. I'll be sure to visit often when you have new stock. Huh. I love to hear that. My name is Song Jiong, and don't keep calling me you. It sounds strange. What should I call you? I'm Mo Xiaofan. All right. I'll remember that and we'll come by often. Your girlfriend is very beautiful. Brother Mo is truly fortunate. Mo Xiaofan and Song Jiong exchanged WeChat contacts and prepared to leave the vendor's stall. At that moment, Mo Xiaofan noticed that Zhang Ying, who had been looking down, appeared slightly flushed, a hint of shyness on her face. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Mo Xiaofan asked anxiously. "I'm fine. Let us go," Zhang Ying replied, looking at Mo Xiaofan with a faint smile. "If anything feels off, you must tell me." All right." As Mo Xiaofan and Zhang Ying were about to leave Song Jiong's stall, Mo Xiaofan suddenly halted, astonished to find that although he had taken the Damakin water stone exuding a refreshing lemon fragrance, the scent still lingered in the stall. This could only indicate that there was still another lemon-scented raw stone at Song Jiong's stall. Despite the different lemon-scented raw stones, the aroma Mo Xiaofan detected was singular, implying that if multiple lemon-scented raw stones were present at the same stall, he would not be able to distinguish between their individual scents. Until she departed from the stall, Mo Xiaofan remained oblivious to the presence of other fragrant lemon-hued raw stones. Each time she beheld Zhang Ying's smile, she felt an inexplicable sense of healing. Mo Xiaofan mused to herself, "Boss Song, let us peruse the other raw stones at your stall." "Welcome. Feel free, Boss Missouri," responded Song Jiong, who was busy attending to other customers that had just arrived at his stall. Mo Xiaofan, feeling a tinge of anxiety, glanced toward the customers who were selecting stones at the stall. Fortunately, the lemon fragrance was not wafting in their direction, which reassured her. After confirming the scent originated from her side of the stall, Mo Xiaofan commenced her search. The majority of raw stones at Song Jiong's stall were of the Dama Kin variety, indicating an abundance of smaller stones, which made her quest for the right piece rather laborious. At long last, Mo Xiaofan discovered a Dama Kin raw stone of semi-mountain and semi-water quality among the pile. This stone was considerably lighter than the previous Dama Kin water stone, weighing under 2 kilograms and measuring approximately 1.5 palms in size. Its shape was irregularly oval, with a thickness of 45 centimeters. The exterior was yellow, and one side of the stone was relatively smooth, while the other exhibited some unevenness. Mo Xiaofan extracted a powerful flashlight and began to illuminate the stone, revealing a promising fluorescence. Although this Dama Kin semi-mountain and semi-water stone was smaller than the prior water stone, the shape suggested potential for a bracelet, indicating that it was likely to yield 1 or 2 bracelets along with some scrap material. "Zhang Ying, what do you think of this Dama Kin semi-mountain and semi-water stone?" "Naturally, a stone chosen by Mo Gu must be of excellent quality," Zhang Ying replied modestly. "Now that we are partners, regardless of how I perceive the stone, you must scrutinize it as well. Only if you find it satisfactory will I inquire about the price." Realizing her earlier statement sounded peculiar, Zhang Ying nodded. "All right, let me take a look." Though Zhang Ying, with her current level of experience, could not discern significant differences between the two Dama Kin stones, she trusted Mo Xiaofan's judgment and diligently committed the characteristics of both stones to memory, believing they would prove useful in the future. Chapter 54. Seizing the Opportunity. Zhang Ying gently nodded. Mo Xiaofan turned towards Song Jiong, who was engaged in negotiations with another customer. Hence, Mo Xiaofan and Zhang Ying patiently awaited their turn. Unlike the transactions with Mo Xiaofan, Song Jiong and the customer engaged in nearly 2 minutes of haggling before reaching an agreement. With the customer joyously departing with a piece of Dama Kansas business is thriving. Boss Song. "Thank you, Boss Missouri. Are you interested in this Dama Can semi-mountain and semi-water stone in your possession?" "Indeed, how much is it?" "Since we are friends, I'll give you a fair price, 4,000. For this Dama Can, I only see 1 bracelet position and some scrap material. 4,000 seems a bit steep. How about 3,000? Brother, at 3,000, I am nearly out of profit. Shall we meet halfway at 3,500? "Agreed. Please wrap it up for me." "No problem." Is Boss Song primarily engaged in the sale of raw stones from Dama Can? "Indeed. As you can see, 2/3 of the stall is dedicated to Dama Can, while the remaining third comprises other varieties. Though the latter is limited, there are still exquisite pieces among them. The prices offered by Boss Song are exceptionally reasonable. No other vendors would quote you in such a manner. To be candid, I tend to gauge the clientele. For knowledgeable individuals like you and the previous customer, I provide fair quotes. However, when dealing with pure tourists, well, you understand, no one would refuse to earn a little more." "I see. But what prompts this approach?" "Thank you, Boss Song, for clarifying. We shall explore the vicinity and return to you another day." "Thank you, Boss Missouri, for your attention to the business. Farewell." It turns out there are so many nuances to conducting business. Zhang Ying couldn't help but exclaim. Just like our stone gambling, it isn't so easy to grasp the intricacies. Indeed, Brother Imo, shall I transfer half of my investment to you now? Zhang Ying inquired sensibly. Certainly, no problem. The water stone from Dama is priced at 5,800, and the half-water, half-mountain stone is 3,500. Please transfer 4,650 to me. Although even if Mo Xiaofan were to gift these two raw stones to Zhang Ying, he would do so without hesitation. Yet that would render the situation unchanged. Moreover, what Mo Xiaofan admires most about Zhang Ying is her disinclination to take advantage of others. Thus, even if he were to bestow these stones upon her, she might refuse, potentially widening the distance between them. Zhang Ying transferred the funds to Mo Xiaofan via her mobile phone. Thank you, Brother Mo. I will take good care of them. Zhang Ying received 2 black plastic bags containing the raw stones from Mo Xiaofan, occasionally peeking inside to admire them. There's one more thing I'd like to discuss with you. Go ahead, Brother Mo. Since you've agreed, how about we visit the owner of the purchasing business for clear materials tomorrow morning, sell her the stones, and then proceed to other matters? One of Mo Xiaofan's key motivations for swiftly selling the clear materials is his eagerness to demonstrate his stone gambling skills to Zhang Ying. Earning money is not his primary concern. As a show-off, in a sense, Mo Xiaofan certainly possesses the ability to earn. Glancing at the time, it was only 9:30 p.m. Despite having missed dinner, Mo Xiaofan's stomach was growling, yet he did not intend to conclude today's stone-seeking adventure. For Zhang Ying, being able to cut the 2 Dama stones was already quite satisfying, but Mo Xiaofan, knowing they would certainly appreciate and value, had other aspirations. He sought to find an even better raw stone to ensure a perfect conclusion to their venture at Xiao Ying's shop the following morning, thereby impressing Xiao Ying and instilling in Zhang Ying a sense of reliance on his capabilities. Zhang Ying, how much money do you have left? 12,000. The hour is still early. If you're willing, I would like to seek another raw stone, and this time, I wish to find one of greater value. Zhang Ying paused for a brief moment of contemplation. She actually felt that concluding the day in such a manner was quite satisfactory. However, gazing at the eager expression of Mo Xiaofan, she hesitated to dampen his spirits. Shall we explore a bit more? She suggested. Yet, we already possess 2 raw stones. Perhaps we should exercise a bit more caution this time regarding our stone selection. Zhang Ying subtly articulated her thoughts. Nevertheless, Mo Xiaofan failed to grasp the underlying message in her words and merely perceived her caution about being careful with the stones. Consequently, he readily agreed. Mo Xiaofan's mind first wandered to the direction from which he had previously caught a whiff of lemon's refreshing scent, and thus he ventured with Zhang Ying towards that pathway in search of treasures, only to find nothing after an extensive search. It appeared that while Mo Xiaofan could utilize his extraordinary abilities to locate promising raw stones, others could similarly rely on their skills and experience to uncover hidden gems. Although this outcome was somewhat anticipated, it still left him feeling a tinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, Mo Xiaofan was resolute not to concede defeat. With renewed determination, he continued to navigate through the myriad nooks and crannies of the night market alongside Zhang Ying. Chapter 55. Maintain a positive mindset. Mo Xiaofan vividly recalled his initial day at the Delong night market. Back then, he had marveled at the numerous stalls, the bustling crowd, and the countless raw stones displayed before him. Now, more than a month later, as he revisited the Delong night market, it had transformed into his personal treasure trove. With the aid of the night market and the Jade City, his initial meager sum of 500 yuan, bestowed upon him by Boss Xiong, had burgeoned to an impressive 120,000 yuan, not accounting for the losses he had endured. Simultaneously, Mo Xiaofan experienced a profound shift in his mindset. He transitioned from shunning reality to embracing opportunities for profit to mend his financial woes. At this moment, he was confident that within a year, he could bridge the 600,000 yuan gap, and subsequently, he envisioned the prospect of amassing wealth. Should fortune favor him, perhaps he might even find a beloved partner. Contemplating this, Mo Xiaofan glanced at Zhang Ying beside him and felt a wave of happiness wash over him. The two continued to meander through the night market for another half hour, lost in dreams of an auspicious future. Just as they were enveloped in hope, a stroke of fortune wafted towards them from a distance, the long-missed scent of ripe pineapple. The aroma invigorated Mo Xiaofan, prompting him to hasten towards the source of the delightful fragrance. Yet, given the throngs of people milling about the stalls, navigating through the crowd posed a considerable challenge. In his eagerness, he nearly lost sight of Zhang Ying, who trailed closely behind him. Realizing the predicament, Mo Xiaofan instinctively reached out with his left hand to grasp Zhang Ying's right hand, guiding her through the throng. Initially startled by his touch, Zhang Ying felt a gentle tremor run through her. Yet, she made no attempt to withdraw her hand. Instead, she slightly lowered her head, a delicate blush gracing her cheeks, allowing Mo Xiaofan to lead her onward. In that moment, she experienced an inexplicable sense of security in his presence, willing to follow him without hesitation. Although the stall exuding the sweet scent of pineapple was well within Mo Xiaofan's line of sight, the overwhelming crowd delayed their arrival by a full 5 minutes before they reached the stall's vicinity. It was not until he stood before the stall that Mo Xiaofan suddenly experienced a jolt of accelerated heartbeat, realizing that he had been holding Zhang Ying's hand since earlier. Turning to Zhang Ying, he found her more radiant at this moment than ever before. "Why do you keep staring at me? Aren't you interested in the raw stones?" Mo Xiaofan took a deep breath to steady his emotions, his gaze sweeping across the raw stones displayed at the stall. Soon, he discovered a stone exuding a delightful pineapple fragrance, and to his astonishment, it was quite a sizable specimen. This was a piece of gray-green moxisha, measuring approximately 40 centimeters in length, over 20 centimeters in width, and around 15 centimeters in thickness, taking on an irregular rectangular shape. The stone's surface bore a honeycomb texture. When touched, it felt hard and coarse, with a pronounced gritty quality. Mo Xiaofan pulled out a flashlight to examine the cracks in the stone, but the illumination was insufficient for a clear assessment. This moxisha was prominently showcased at the stall, and given its substantial size, Mo Xiaofan speculated it was the stall's centerpiece, likely commanding a hefty price. Driven by curiosity, he inquired about the cost. "Boss, how much for the moxisha?" "This is a fine piece I obtained directly from the old Myanmar market, 580,000. This price was quite daunting for Mo Xiaofan, let alone for Zhang Ying. Following the customary practice, after Zhang Ying had a look at the moxisha, they both decided to leave the stall. "Brother Mo, do you think this stone has potential for a successful cut?" "I believe it does. What do you think?" "I feel the risk is somewhat high. After all, the skin of that moxisha is rather ordinary, and the flashlight barely revealed anything. You know that the appearance of the skin and the flashlight's effect cannot solely determine whether a stone will yield a profit when cut. Once you have cut enough stones, you develop a unique intuition that guides you in discerning which stones will be profitable and which will not." Mo Xiaofan was unsure how to explain this to Zhang Ying, so he resorted to persuasion. "Are you referring to a gut feeling?" "More or less. You'll understand in time." Encouraged by Mo Xiaofan's words, Zhang Ying expressed her anticipation. "So, regarding that moxisha, how much did you see? If we each purchase a house in Rueli, I believe it's quite feasible. Currently, the housing prices in Rueli are modest. A 90 square meter apartment costs around 200,000. Does that mean we? No worries. In the stone gambling trade, one must maintain a positive mindset. Even if we miss this opportunity, as long as we possess the skill, such chances will arise again in the future." Although they had not seized the opportunity to acquire 2 apartments before them, both Mo Xiaofan and Zhang Ying remained undeterred. This did not impact their spirits. The journey of searching for raw stones, albeit arduous, did not feel burdensome with Zhang Ying's company. "Brother Mo, we've already made significant progress today. We can always return in the future," Zhang Ying reassured him. Mo Xiaofan nodded in agreement. As 2 individuals arrived at the entrance of a Dalong night market, Mo Xiaofan, who had long abandoned hope for the day, once again caught a whiff of a delightful pineapple fragrance emanating from one of the stalls. "Wait a moment. I wish to take a look at that stall by the entrance," he remarked, hastening towards the source of the enticing aroma. Upon reaching the stall, Mo Xiaofan surveyed his surroundings. The selection of raw stones was rather limited, yet he quickly spotted the one that exuded the alluring scent of pineapple. Instinctively, he felt that this time, fortune might smile upon him. Chapter 56. Master Zhang's Recommendation. The stone that radiated the pineapple fragrance was a type of marshy sand, characterized by its dark hue and irregular triangular shape. Mo Xiaofan picked up the raw stone, weighing just over 2 kilograms. It appeared quite appealing. Its exterior resembled aged rubber, and the stone's form clearly indicated the potential for bracelets. Utilizing a powerful flashlight, he examined it closely. The fluorescence was quite satisfactory, and most importantly, he did not detect any significant cracks. "How much for this marshy sand?" he inquired. "This is top-quality marshy sand. I can let it go for 60,000. The owner replied. 60,000? This stone could yield 2 bracelets. "If you're asking for 60,000, you might as well keep it," Mo Xiaofan retorted. signaling Zhang Ying to prepare to leave. Wait, please, make me an offer. The stall owner, realizing that Mo Xiaofan and Zhang Ying were about to depart, grew anxious. Initially, he had presumed them to be mere tourists, oblivious to the young man's expertise. Your price is excessively steep. Look at this fine bracelet material. No more haggling. 20,000. Take it or leave it. I need to make a profit too. At that price, you've already pocketed all the earnings. What's left for me? Offering 8,000 is simply too low. I cannot accept that. Can you increase your offer? Then how about 10,000? I'll take it if you agree. Otherwise, I shall leave. Though Mo Xiaofan claimed he would walk away at 10,000, he secretly feared that if the owner refused, he would find himself in a predicament. After a brief contemplation, the stall owner responded, 12,000. You don't seem to be short on cash. For 12,000, I will set aside for you. All right, reserve it for me. Mo Xiaofan was confident that at 12,000, he would still come out ahead. Losing 2,000 was a small price to pay, and thus he decided against further negotiations. As he departed the Delong night market, Mo Xiaofan's spirits soared, evident on his face. Brother Mo, you must be quite optimistic about this mashi sand. What was your monthly allowance when you were in school? My father was concerned about my well-being at school and provided me with 2,000 each month. Master Zhang truly dotes on you. When I was in school, my father only gave me 800 a month. I can guarantee that this piece of mashi sand could yield you an entire year's worth of living expenses. Really? Absolutely. Let's wait and see. With the acquisition of the fragrant mashi sand, Mo Xiaofan felt a profound sense of reassurance. Content. He drove the Volkswagen Tiguan belonging to Xiong Haowen, carrying Zhang Ying towards Wanting. By the time they reached Wanting, the hour was already late. Mo Xiaofan waved goodbye to Zhang Ying before driving towards Relics. Today was quite fruitful. Indeed. Look, these 3 stones were chosen by me, and brother Mo chosen by you. It seems they were all selected by Mo Xiaofan, doesn't it? Master Zhang immediately exposed Zhang Ying's boast. Dad! Zhang Ying feigned anger as she exclaimed. Haha, show me those stones. Let's see how adept that young man is at selecting them. Zhang Ying placed 3 black plastic bags on the tea table. Although Master Zhang did not gamble on stones, he had carved many stones himself. Thus he possessed a discerning eye for the quality of raw stones. He donned his glasses and retrieved a powerful flashlight from his pocket, beginning to inspect the stones. The first stone he examined was the semi-water stone from Dama Can, followed by the water stone from the same location. Nodding in approval as he examined them. Mo Xiaofan indeed has a keen eye. These 2 Dama Can stones are likely to appreciate. He must have realized that your budget was limited and selected stones within your financial means. This young man is quite impressive. Master Zhang then took out the last stone, Mashi Sha, and scrutinized it closely. This Mashi Sha is intriguing. The possibility of it appreciating is quite high. Master Zhang's words instantly filled Zhang Ying with delight. Of course, it will appreciate. The moment Zhang Ying uttered those words, her face flushed. Master Zhang observed everything with a calm demeanor, saying, Mo Xiaofan brought you to gamble on stones, clearly indicating his affection for you. If you feel the same way, that is wonderful. Nurture your relationship. However, if you ever realize he is not the person you seek, do not pursue it further. Such opportunities should not be taken for granted, and we are not in need of this little money. Do you understand? With that said, I feel reassured. Although I mentioned that the likelihood of your stones appreciating is quite high, you must also be prepared for the possibility of them depreciating. If they do, it is entirely normal, and you cannot blame anyone for it. I understand. Now that you have examined the stones, it seems Brother Mo's skills in stone appraisal are commendable. Regardless of whether they appreciate or not, I will not hold him accountable. Should they depreciate, it would simply mean we were unfortunate. That is the right mindset to have. Dad, you should rest early. Tomorrow morning, Mo Xiaofan and I will take these stones to meet one of his clients. By the way, your university classmate Yong Yating called the house, saying her flight arrives in Rueli tomorrow at noon. Upon hearing Master Zhang's words, Zhang Ying quickly took out her phone to check WeChat, discovering dozens of messages from Yong Yating. I understand, Dad. I will handle it. Under these circumstances, you will need to go pick up Yong Yating tomorrow. Remember to reschedule with Mo Xiaofan. Rest assured, Dad, after a hearty meal that left him overly stuffed, Mo Xiaofan found it difficult to sleep, so he settled at the tea table in the living room. At this hour, he dared not drink tea, so he poured himself a glass of plain water and took out a book on jade that he had purchased online, diligently flipping through its pages. Mo Xiaofan continued to peruse books on jade for two primary reasons. Firstly, these tomes were replete with vibrant illustrations that provided insight into the characteristics of various raw stones. Secondly, the information available online regarding jade was often a chaotic mixture of truths and falsehoods, lacking in reliability. In Chapter 57, the Xiaolong Bao Shop in Shanghai, Mo Xiaofan found himself engrossed in reading at the tea table for an extended period. The deeper he delved into the world of jade, the more he realized the complexities of the industry, acknowledging that he was merely a novice. Were it not for his extraordinary abilities, he mused, he would scarcely survive, let alone thrive. It was akin to certain individuals born into affluence, having parents capable of earning vast fortunes with minimal effort, while the majority are destined to lead ordinary lives, a reality that one could not blame anyone for. In this world, absolute fairness was a myth. Mo Xiaofan was a person of pure intentions. He did not covet what others possessed, but sought to make the most of his own resources. As he glanced at the time, he noted it was already 1:30 a.m. He hurried to the bathroom to freshen up before settling into bed. Mindful of the early rise required to fetch Zhang Ying, he set an alarm for 7 a.m. Having become aware of his peculiar ability to inadvertently silence alarms in his sleep, thus placing his phone at a distance. With his pre-sleep rituals complete, Mo Xiaofan activated another passive skill that allowed him to drift into slumber swiftly. At 7 a.m. the following morning, the alarm roused him punctually. Despite feeling somewhat deprived of rest, he was satisfied to have successfully awakened to the sound. He had finally discovered a method to counteract his tendency to snooze through alarms. After silencing his phone, he glanced at the screen to find an unread WeChat message from Zhang Ying. Receiving a message from her at that moment filled Mo Xiaofan with trepidation. Upon opening it, he realized the message had been sent the previous night. Mo Go, I sincerely apologize. I just learned that a college friend of mine is visiting Rueli. Her flight arrives tomorrow, and I must accompany her. We can reschedule for another time. As anticipated, a wave of disappointment washed over him. It's all right. I wish you both a delightful time. I have no concerns about it. We can meet another day. Life seldom unfolds as one hopes, yet must persist. Adjusting his mindset, he rose to wash up. Although he initially intended to have instant noodles for breakfast, he suddenly lost interest and instead settled in the living room at the tea table, sending a message to Xiaofan. Boss Xiong, are you awake? What's going on? How are things with your girlfriend? If there's something to discuss, let's get to it. I'm quite busy. In an instant, Mo Xiaofan received a notification of a 950 yuan transfer. The selling price for the Lianxiao Wudao is 2,500. Please send it directly to this person using DAF Express. With insurance for 2,500. What is the price for those 3 glutinous crystal bangles? Send me pictures so I can see. Remember to find a spot with good lighting. Mo Xiaofan moved a small stool to the balcony, laid down a dark, soft cloth, and took photographs of the 3 glutinous crystal bangles from various angles. Subsequently, the original photograph was sent to Xiaofan. Is this acceptable? The 2 pieces of the 58 grade 850060 are slightly inferior, priced at 7,300. I sense that this selling price is somewhat lower than what was previously sold to Lu Xiaolong. Isn't that to be expected? The previous items were not ours. They also needed to make a profit. We functioned as secondary vendors. Thus the prices naturally increased, yet they remain more affordable than those on the market. What kind of jadeite bracelet shall I use as a compliment? You may search my bedroom. There are 2 58 grade Nuo jadeite pieces in the display case. If you're unsure of the size, a caliper is available in the display case for you to measure. Additionally, the certification documents are also inside the cabinet. Do take a look. The baseline price for Nuo jadeite without any floating colors is 4,500. You may quote 6,000. This way, the value of the jadeite with floating colors becomes apparent. Does it not? Mo Xiaofan has acquired yet another piece of knowledge. All right, I understand. If a deal is made, shall I take 15% and pass the remainder to you? Why is that? Although your stone gambling skills have improved, I am not at ease with unexamined raw stones. Besides, the stones you have your eye on are likely not inexpensive for us to invest in together. Very well, I comprehend. After concluding his communication with Xiaofan, Mo Xiaofan entered Xiaofan's bedroom. Shortly thereafter, he discovered 2 Nuo jadeite bracelets along with their accompanying certification documents in the display case. Mo Xiaofan carefully wrapped these items along with 3 58 grade jadeite bracelets featuring floating colors and placed them on the tea table before turning to enjoy breakfast. Exiting the community gate, Mo Xiaofan returned to the Shanghai soup dumpling shop he had visited previously. Upon arriving at the entrance, he observed the proprietress tidying up the table where customers had left their steamer baskets and chopsticks. Upon seeing Mo Xiaofan, she warmly greeted him, Back again? Would you like the same 2 baskets of fresh meat soup dumplings? The proprietress indeed had an excellent memory. It was evident that she remembered Mo Xiaofan. Her greeting brought him a measure of joy. Yes, proprietress, just as last time, 2 baskets of fresh meat soup dumplings. This establishment offered a limited variety of soup dumplings, including fresh meat, crab meat, and shrimp soup dumplings, as well as 3 flavor wontons and noodle dishes. Although the selection was modest, each dish was crafted with precision, with each dumpling exhibiting exactly 16 pleats, both delicate and visually appealing. The dumplings had been steamed in advance. As soon as Mo Xiaofan prepared his dipping sauce and took a seat, the proprietress promptly delivered 2 steaming baskets of fresh meat soup dumplings before him. Mo Xiaofan separated the stacked steamer baskets, allowing the dumplings to cool slightly for easier enjoyment. He picked up a pair of disposable wooden chopsticks, broke them apart, and deftly dipped a dumpling in the sauce before savoring it. The sensation of the fresh meat soup dumpling was just as he remembered from his previous visit, which greatly pleased Mo Xiaofan. He was apprehensive that today's dumplings might taste different from those he had enjoyed before. At the doorstep of Mo Xiaofan's home in Kunming, there exists a small dumpling shop. Although the establishment is owned by the same individual, the quality of the soup dumplings varies significantly. The meat filling often oscillates between being finely prepared and poorly executed, with flavors that can be delightful one day and disappointing the next. On days when the dumplings are delectable, Mo Xiaofan can indulge in 3 baskets. However, on the less favorable days, he would decline even a complimentary offering. Consequently, after 2 visits, he resolved never to return to that dumpling shop again. In Chapter 58, Car Repair, it took merely a few minutes for Mo Xiaofan to devour all the dumplings from the 2 steamers before him. He took a napkin from the dispenser on the table and contentedly wiped his mouth. At that moment, only 2 patrons remained in the shop, while the owner diligently crafted dumplings in the kitchen. With no pressing engagements that day, Mo Xiaofan seized the opportunity to engage the owner's wife in casual conversation when she found a moment of respite. "Madam, I can tell from your accent that you and your husband are not from Yunnan. Where's your hometown?" Mo Xiaofan inquired. "It's no wonder your dumplings are so exquisitely shaped and consistently flavored. You learned your craft in Shanghai," he exclaimed in admiration. After a moment, he posed another question. "The weather in Ruili is quite warm. Have you grown accustomed to it?" The owner's wife chuckled lightly and replied, "The climate in Ruili is far superior to that of our hometown in Zhejiang. Our summers are stifling and our winters damp and cold, quite uncomfortable indeed. Whether during the dry season or the rainy season, Ruili's weather is always better than ours." Mo Xiaofan continued his conversation with the owner's wife until another customer entered, prompting her to attend to the newcomer. Amused, he occupied himself with his phone, relishing the rare moment of leisure. 20 minutes elapsed, and soon Mo Xiaofan found himself the sole patron in the shop. After the owner's wife finished cleaning the tables, she took a seat at the entrance to rest. "Young man, judging by your complexion, you are not a local from Ruili, are you?" she inquired. "I am from Kunming. Can you discern how I differ from the locals?" Mo Xiaofan set his phone aside. "The locals have a slightly darker complexion, with more pronounced facial features. Your skin is fairer, and your features are softer, setting you apart from them," she observed. The owner's wife, seasoned by her travels, was quite perceptive. "We are from another province and have become quite attuned to distinguishing between locals and outsiders. I have noticed you have been in Ruili for several days. It does not seem like a vacation. What brings you to Ruili? Are you interested in jade?" Mo Xiaofan asked, cutting to the chase. "Is your husband in the jade business?" The owner's wife responded. "Yes, my friend and I are partners in the jade trade here. Do you have your own stock? Or are you assisting others in sales?" At that moment, the owner, who had been busy in the kitchen, stepped out to ask, "Do you have your own shop?" The dumpling shop owner's questions always seemed to strike at the heart of the matter. "Not at the moment. My friend and I are primarily catering to regular customers. However, due to the absence of rental expenses for a shop, our jade is comparatively more affordable than others of the same quality. Certainly akin to others. The jade I sell also comes with a complimentary provincial certification, the number of which can be verified online via mobile." Upon hearing this, the owner of the soup dumpling shop pondered for a moment before turning to his wife, saying, "Did you not wish to exchange that bracelet you broke last time?" "Oh, that was ages ago. I won't be purchasing now. The children are about to start school, and expenses will only multiply from here on. Let us have a chat and see what this gentleman has to offer. Whether we buy or not can be decided later." The shop owner's wife hesitated briefly before glancing at Mo Xiaofan. "May I ask your name, sir?" "I am Mo Xiaofan. You may call me Xiao Mo. Do you have any jadeite of the glutinous ice variety in your stock? Preferably with some inclusions." Hearing the shop owner's wife say this, Mo Xiaofan discerned her familiarity with jadeite. Currently, I do not have any glutinous ice pieces with inclusions. I am awaiting a new shipment. Once it arrives, I shall bring it for you to examine. May I inquire what price range you are comfortable with? It would be appreciated if you could bring it for me to inspect. As you know, jadeite is very much about personal affinity. If I find something to my liking, we can negotiate the price then. What do you think? Certainly. That sounds agreeable. Mo Xiaofan sensed that the shop owner's wife had perhaps experienced some misfortune with jadeite in the past, which made her cautious. Mo Xiaofan entered Xiong Haowen's car and pressed the start button, only to be startled as the tire pressure warning light illuminated on the dashboard. Observing the two deflated tires, he felt an urge to curse. Approximately 500 meters from the entrance of the community, he discovered a shop named German Continental Tires. The shop S sign was adorned in yellow, and a Toyota Corolla was parked at the entrance, where a man in his 30s was inflating the left front tire. Another man stood nearby, presumably the owner of the vehicle, while the one inflating the tire appeared to be the shop owner. Mo Xiaofan approached the entrance of the German Continental Tires shop, waiting for the owner to finish his task. After inflating the left front tire of the Corolla, the owner proceeded to check and inflate the remaining tires. I inspected your vehicle. Everything seems fine. The low tire pressure was merely due to prolonged neglect. I've rectified it for you. Thank you. How much do I owe you? It's just a bit of air. No charge. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to reach out. Of course, I appreciate it. I shall take my leave now. As the Toyota Corolla exited the repair shop, the owner turned to Mo Xiaofan. Hello, how may I assist you? Good day. Both rear tires of my car are flat. Could you take a look? Where is your vehicle? It's parked in the underground garage of Aushing Century. Not far from here. That shouldn't be an issue. What type of car do you have? A Volkswagen Tiguan. Fortunately, I have tires suitable for a Volkswagen Tiguan. I shall accompany you. By the way, do you have a spare tire? Yes, there is one. Please hold on. I will prepare. The owner of German Continental Tires entered the shop, which featured a small glass-walled cubicle inside, where a woman was accompanied by a young boy of about 4 years old. Mo Xiaofan estimated that this woman must be the proprietress. The boss exchanged a few words with her, then tidied up his tools, picked up a tire, and exited the shop. He loaded the tire and tools onto an electric motorcycle parked in front of the store, mounted the vehicle, and slowly rode off with Mo Xiaofan towards the parking lot of Aushing Century Community. In Chapter 59, An Unexpected Harvest, Mo Xiaofan accompanied the owner of the German tire shop to the underground parking lot of Aushing Century Community, where they found Xiong Haowen's Volkswagen Tiguan. Boss, both rear tires are flat. Could you please take a look? The repair shop owner retrieved a jack and elevated the vehicle's chassis. Then, with great expertise, he removed the left rear tire for inspection. Soon, he identified the issue at hand. Your left rear tire has been punctured by a sharp object, rendering it irreparable. The owner then proceeded to detach the right rear tire and, in no time, discovered a large nail embedded within it, having pierced the tire completely. Can this tire be repaired? Montag Xiaofan in Kviat. It can be mended. However, I would advise you to replace it with a new one. The tread on this tire has worn down significantly, indicating that its lifespan is nearing its end. Continuing to use it may pose a risk, the owner cautioned. Mo Xiaofan's understanding of vehicles was limited to merely driving, with the extent of his knowledge being changing a spare tire. He compared the right rear tire with the front tire and indeed confirmed the owner's assertion. The tread on the right rear tire was nearly invisible. Considering that replacing a tire would only cost a few hundred yuan, while his life was invaluable, Mo Xiaofan promptly agreed to replace both tires with new ones. He ignited the engine and smoothly drove towards the German tire repair shop. A few minutes later, he parked in front of the establishment. What brand of tires do you intend to replace? The owner inquired. I have tires of various grades available. Since your shop is named German Tire, I presume you primarily deal in this brand? German Tire is a century-old brand, renowned for its overall quality and low road noise. How much does a tire of this brand cost? For a Volkswagen Tiguan, I recommend the 425 yuan model. It should suffice. Very well. I trust your judgment. Additionally, could you please check if there are any other issues with the vehicle? Certainly, rest assured. Having received Mo Xiaofan's consent, the owner of German Tire promptly got to work. Mo Xiaofan assumed that changing 2 tires and checking the vehicle's condition would not take long. So he took a seat outside the shop and engaged in casual conversation with the industrious owner. How should I address you? My surname is Su. Is it true that your shop offers vehicle maintenance? Indeed, we provide not only maintenance, but also repairs and parts replacements. Should you need vehicle servicing in the future, you are more than welcome here. I use high-quality motor oil and offer competitive prices. Thank you, Boss Su. I did not expect your small shop to be so comprehensive. Circumstances leave me with little choice. After all, the income from merely changing tires does not suffice to support family. I have been engaged in the automotive repair industry for many years, gradually expanding my expertise over time. By the way, I noticed that you are quite young, yet already driving a vehicle worth over 300,000. You must be involved in business as well, correct? Indeed, I am in the jade business. Oh, you deal in jade? How fortuitous. My wife is looking to purchase a bracelet. And I also wish to acquire a safety pendant for my son. Do you have any readily available? What specific requirements does Mr. Sue have for the bracelet and the safety pendant? I could take a look. For the particulars, perhaps you could discuss them with my wife. Very well, Mr. Sue rose and entered the shop's partition, exchanging a few words. Shortly thereafter, a young woman in her 30s followed him out. After a brief introduction of Xiaofan, Mr. Sue returned to his work. Hello, may I ask your name? My surname is Jiang. And yours? I'm called Xiaofan. What kind of bracelet is sister looking for? And what specifications do you have for the safety pendant for your child? I am not particularly knowledgeable about jade bracelets, but it is customary for people here in Relics to wear them. I find them appealing and wish to find one for my own enjoyment. As for the price, I would prefer it to be around 10,000. What matters most is that it resonates with me. The safety pendant, as you know, is for children. It should be of decent quality without being overly expensive, as young ones can be quite rambunctious. And it would be worthwhile to invest in something too delicate that may easily get damaged. Xiaofan pondered for a moment and remarked, I currently have a few ready-made bracelets with me. Would you like to take a look, Sister Jiang? If you find a bracelet to your liking, I shall gift a safety pendant to your child. Upon hearing that a safety pendant could be included with the bracelet purchase, Sister Jiang's interest was piqued. Excellent. Let us proceed to the inner room, where there is a table. Xiaofan followed Sister Jiang into the partition of the repair shop. Her child was engrossed in watching animated shows on a mobile device, oblivious to their presence. Sister Jiang asked her son to move to the shop entrance with the phone and invited Xiaofan to sit at the table. Xiaofan's backpack contained 5 bracelets. He first presented 2 translucent jade bracelets, gently placing them before Sister Jiang. She picked one up, examined it briefly, then set it down, and proceeded to inspect the other bracelet, but her face revealed no signs of interest. Pausing for a moment, Xiaofan retrieved another bracelet from his backpack and placed it delicately before Sister Jiang. This was a translucent jade bracelet with floating colors. In comparison to the previous 2, this one exuded a more refined quality, devoid of any impurities, with vibrant green hues that seemed to dance. Upon seeing it, Sister Jiang's expression clearly brightened. Is this one available for a trial fitting? This translucent jade bracelet has a circumference of 58. Sister Jiang picked it up with her right hand and began to adorn her left wrist. As the bracelet slid over her hand, it encountered some resistance, but ultimately fit snugly onto her left wrist. Sister Jiang let her fingers dangle and gently swayed her wrist. The bracelet remained secure, indicating that the 58 circumference was indeed a perfect fit for her. It was evident that Sister Jiang was quite pleased with this translucent jade bracelet. She meticulously examined every facet of the bracelet, a faint smile gracing her lips. Chapter 60, Revenge Spending. Sister Jiang, with a hint of excitement, rose and stepped out of the shop to converse with Boss Sue. Xiaofan chose to remain in the cubicle, waiting patiently. Although the conversations outside were inaudible, she observed through the glass the interaction between Sister Jiang and Boss Sue, and a sense of optimism filled her heart. Boss Missouri, how much is this bracelet? This is a glutinous bottom flower bracelet, priced at 9,000. Upon hearing this figure, Sister Jiang was momentarily taken aback. Xiaofan's heart skipped a beat, wondering if she had inadvertently quoted too high a price. Boss Missouri, your bracelet is considerably cheaper than those outside. Xiaofan felt a wave of relief wash over her upon hearing Sister Jiang's remark, and she elaborated, this bracelet is crafted from raw stones that I personally purchased, hence the more favorable price. If it were made from processed materials or resold from others, the cost would indeed be much higher. Sister Jiang, reassured by Xiaofan's explanation, posed another question. Does this bracelet come with a certificate of appraisal? I intended to visit the appraisal center today, but unfortunately, my car's tire encountered an issue, which fortuitously led me to meet Boss Sue and Sister Jiang. If you have set your sights on this bracelet, once Boss Sue repairs my vehicle, I shall obtain the appraisal certificate. This afternoon, I will bring the bracelet along with the certificate and a safety buckle for you. Would that be acceptable? Sister Jiang pondered for a moment and then inquired, could this bracelet be made any cheaper? Although the quoted price for the glutinous bottom flower bracelet was already lower than those available elsewhere, The instinct to negotiate is inherent to human nature. Anticipating Sister Zhang's desire to haggle, Mo Xiaofan had intentionally left room for negotiation. Since I have a good rapport with Boss Su and Sister Jiang, I shall offer you the bracelet for 500. Thank you, Boss Missouri. I will be in the shop today, and I look forward to your arrival this afternoon. It seems Sister Jiang was quite satisfied with the price of the bracelet. All right, see you this afternoon. At that moment, Boss Su entered the shop. Boss Missouri, your tire has been replaced. There are no other issues, the oil is clean, and you can drive for another 2 or 3 months without concern. In 2 or 3 months, that would be a matter for Xiaofan, Mo Xiaofan mused. Mo Xiaofan followed Boss Su to the shop entrance to inspect the newly installed rear tires. The fresh tires exuded a sense of power and security. Once she confirmed everything was in order, she settled the payment for the 2 tires and briefly recounted her arrangement with Sister Jiang to Boss Su before departing the German tire shop. Upon arriving at the Provincial Appraisal Center, Missouri Xiaofan, having visited once before, navigated the premises with ease, handing over the 3 glutinous bottom flower bracelets to the jade appraisal staff. The center typically required several hours to process the samples and issue the certificates. And Mo Xiaofan had no intention of idly waiting. She exited the appraisal center and drove to the shopping plaza in the main urban area of Ruili City, intending to treat herself to some new attire. He did not wish for Zhang Ying to see him wearing the same outfit during their next encounter, as that would be somewhat embarrassing. The shopping plaza in Ruili, while not as expansive as the Shunqing and Nanya Cultural Park in Kunming, offered a comparable selection of food and merchandise. Upon arriving at Ruili Wealth Plaza, Mo Xiaofan parked his car in the underground garage. By this time, it was already noon. Ascending to the 4th floor of the shopping plaza, he was pleasantly surprised to discover a Haidaleo hot pot restaurant among the various eateries, and he made his way directly there. An hour later, Mo Xiaofan emerged from Haidaleo completely satisfied. He continued to wander on the 4th floor, taking note of other distinctive dining establishments, contemplating the prospect of inviting Zhang Ying to join him here in the future. Descending from a 4th to the 2nd floor, he encountered an array of clothing stores predominantly catering to the youth market. Mo Xiaofan first entered the Jack Jones store, where the apparel primarily featured casual styles suitable for young individuals. He found that the fashion of this store resonated well with his own personal style. In Mo Xiaofan's opinion, purchasing new clothing was invariably a time-consuming and cumbersome endeavor. Merely trying on 1 or 2 outfits could easily consume an hour, and the fitting room experience often left one feeling fatigued. Thus, he generally did not relish shopping for clothes unless absolutely necessary, as was the case today. After a considerable search, he finally assembled an ensemble that he found satisfactory: a black trench coat, a brown jacket, 2 pairs of jeans, a casual shirt, and a t-shirt. The clothing from Jack Jones was not inexpensive, and the sales assistant was overjoyed at his selection. Upon reaching the checkout, Mo Xiaofan was taken aback to discover that this collection of garments amounted to a substantial sum. His surprise quickly turned to realization as he noted that the brown jacket was made of genuine leather. Ultimately, despite his reluctance, Mo Xiaofan acquiesced and purchased the entire collection. With a multitude of shopping bags in hand, he departed from Jack Jones amidst the cheerful farewells of the sales assistant. Taking the escalator down to the 1st floor, he encountered numerous shops that piqued his interest, including Nike, a jade jewelry store, and a mobile phone retailer. It became evident that shopping could indeed be addictive. Once one began, it was difficult to halt the impulse. Mo Xiaofan's situation exemplified this phenomenon. Having refrained from shopping for an extended period, his purchases had transformed into a form of impulsive indulgence. With a plethora of bags in tow, he entered the jade jewelry shop, not with the intent of buying any finished jade products, but rather to ascertain the prices. After all, he had often heard Xiong Haowen claim that their jade was more affordable than that found elsewhere, though he was uncertain of the specifics. Since he was already at the jade jewelry store, he was determined to investigate further. The sales assistant, upon spotting Mo Xiaofan burdened with numerous bags, eagerly approached him to extend her greetings. Her enthusiasm likely stemmed from the belief that, given the multitude of items he carried, he must be a discerning tourist willing to spend. In stark contrast to her exuberance, Mo Xiaofan appeared rather indifferent. He paid little heed to the assistant trailing closely behind him. Instead, he focused intently on the jadeite displayed within the glass counter, examining the exquisite pieces and their price tags. It must be noted that the jadeite jewelry shop within the shopping plaza boasted an impressive array of premium jadeite. From the vibrant emerald green ice varieties to the equally stunning glass varieties, It seemed that every conceivable high-end jadeite was readily available. As for the pricing, Mo Xiaofan's gaze landed on a jadeite bangle, comparable in quality to one he had recommended to Sister Jiang, marked at a staggering 21,800 yuan. Reflecting on the modest 8,500 yuan he had charged Sister Jiang, he was astounded by the considerable price discrepancy. How could such a vast difference exist? Mo Xiaofan quickly came to the realization that his visit to the jewelry store in the shopping plaza was perhaps a misguided choice to truly comprehend jadeite pricing. He ought to explore the finished product stores or stalls in Yu City, where he might uncover the prices he sought. After indulging his eyes in the jadeite jewelry shop, Mo Xiaofan circled the glass counter leisurely before exiting, leaving behind a despondent sales assistant. Upon departing the store, a thought struck him. He could, much like Xiong Haowen, seek out suitable jadeite adornments for himself. Xiong Haowen often donned a jadeite ring and bracelet, while Mo Xiaofan was not particularly fond of such accessories. He resolved to acquire a jadeite pendant, one that would elegantly showcase his stone gambling skills. This pendant must be the glass variety and carved from a raw stone he personally purchased. In this way, the glass jade pendant would hold special significance for Mo Xiaofan. The mere thought of wearing a glass jade pendant around his neck filled him with exhilaration. At that moment, he recalled the tantalizing aroma of the durian-scented raw stone he had encountered. If all went as planned, it would aid him in achieving this modest aspiration. Mo Xiaofan lingered for a while at the fruit shop on the first floor. He took out the increasingly sluggish phone gifted by Xiong Haowen and mused that the ultimate purpose of earning money is to spend it. Thus, he decided to replace his current device. Unaccustomed to electronic gadgets, Mo Xiaofan had clung to his Nokia phone long after many had transitioned to smartphones. It was only when his friends began using smart devices that he belatedly upgraded to an Apple 4S. The moment he switched to a smartphone, he recognized how amusing it had been to persist with Nokia, clinging to the notion that a phone's sole purpose was to make calls. The disparity between traditional mobile phones and smartphones is indeed considerable. Following this realization, Mo Xiaofan consistently opted for an iPhone, drawn by the simplicity of its interface compared to Android devices. His inclination towards convenience deterred him from investing time, effort, or finances into acclimatizing to a new brand, especially since he found no significant faults with the iPhone. After experiencing the iPhone himself, he purchased one for his mother, who subsequently embraced the device wholeheartedly. Although he initially intended to upgrade his father's phone to an iPhone as well, his father, already accustomed to a Xiaomi, was reluctant to adapt to a different operating system. Consequently, Mo Xiaofan procured a new Xiaomi for his father. Now, both Mo Xiaofan and his mother utilized the same brand of mobile phone, indicating his dependency on brand consistency. Ultimately, he chose a new red iPhone from the Apple Store, its hue reminiscent of his Chevrolet Cruiseback in Kunming. As his friend Xiong Haowen remarked, while he may appear introverted, he possesses an unexpectedly vibrant spirit. With the acquisition of his new iPhone, Mo Xiaofan felt a surge of delight. The long-awaited thrill of shopping was indeed exhilarating. He carefully packed away Xiong Haowen's old phone and proceeded to the Nike store on the same floor, purchasing 2 pairs of Nike sneakers that caught his fancy. With his shopping endeavors complete, Mo Xiaofan checked the time on his new phone and noted there was still plenty of it left, likely before he could collect his appraisal certificate. His gaze wandered, and he discovered a Starbucks coffee shop on the ground floor. He approached the counter and ordered an oversized caramel macchiato. After securing the large cup, he settled into a cozy corner of the cafe, eager to explore his new device. Having endured a sluggish phone for over a month, the seamless operation of his new iPhone brought him an indescribable sense of relief, especially while indulging in short videos featuring charming young women. With a contrast between the two phones was starkly apparent. As Mo Xiaofan joyfully scrolled through videos, a WeChat notification interrupted his reverie. It was from Lu Xiaolong. "Hey buddy, what are you up to? Just enjoying some coffee. Shouldn't you be gaming with your team at this hour? Don't even get me started. I've been so exhausted lately. I'm planning to take a few days to unwind with my wife. You know, I'm quite the homebody, and I've scarcely ventured out. I thought it best to visit somewhere familiar, and then I remembered you're in Raleigh. I wanted to ask if it would be convenient for us to come visit you for a few days." "Haha, sure. When are you planning to come? If it's all right with you, we'll take a flight over the day after tomorrow. Could you assist us in booking a hotel in the city? A moderately priced one would suffice. You're quite lazy. You could easily book it on your phone," Mo Xiaofan teased. "Please do me this favor." "All right, I'll take care of it." "Haha, thanks. Looking forward to seeing you the day after tomorrow." 2 days from now, Mo Xiaofan experienced a stroke of good fortune. Upon arriving at the appraisal center, The staff informed him that the certification for the jade bracelet he submitted had just been completed a mere quarter of an hour ago. He was instructed to pay the appraisal fee and collect both the jade bracelet and its certification. Upon returning home, Mo Xiaofan's first action was to send a message to Xiaofan. Boss Xiong, may I take one of those safety buckles from your display? A client is in need. Xiaofan was always quick to respond when there was business at hand. I sold a jade bracelet with a glutinous texture and floating flowers for 500. I promised to gift the client a safety buckle. Well done, young Master Mo. You are becoming quite the businessman. Those safety buckles were intended as small gifts for clients. Feel free to choose one to take. In the future, you may consider giving small gifts to our clients as you see fit, without needing to consult me each time. Chapter 62. Dinner at the Dumpling Shop. Oh, Mo Xiaofan, feeling bold, are we? Do you think I can't handle you just because I'm not in Rueli? He chuckled. Young Master Mo, perhaps you should spend more time pondering how to repay that 600,000 loan, or maybe devise a plan to win over Zhang. Stop pretending to be clueless all day. If there's nothing else, I shall get back to my tasks. Xiaofan truly had a knack for ruining the mood, and Mo Xiaofan's cheerful afternoon was instantly soured. Not all. I will transfer the 500 for the bracelet to you once I receive it. All right. At this moment, the bracelet, certification, and safety buckle were all prepared. Mo Xiaofan packed his belongings, donned his backpack, locked the door, and took the elevator down. Walking towards the nearby German tire repair shop, Boss Su of the German tire repair shop was outside, assisting a customer with tire inspection. Upon noticing Mo Xiaofan, he juggled his tasks and said, "My wife is inside the shop. You may go find her." Mo Xiaofan entered the shop and spotted Sister Jiang playing with her son at the table through the glass partition. He gently knocked on the partition door. Sister Jiang looked up, recognized Mo Xiaofan, and smiled. "You're here?" "Yes, Sister Jiang, I have brought everything. Please take a look." As he spoke, he retrieved the jewelry box containing the bracelet, the certification, and the safety buckle from his backpack. Sister Jiang first examined the bracelet within the jewelry box, confirming its authenticity before reviewing the certification, and finally picked up the safety buckle to play with. "Thank you for your trouble today, Mo boss. I will have my husband transfer the money to you shortly. You're too kind. It's my duty. We will be having dinner soon, so please feel free to join us." "Thank you, Sister Jiang, but I wouldn't want to impose. I have plans to dine out with friends later. In that case, please wait a moment. And once my husband finishes up, I will have him transfer the money to you." "No rush. It's perfectly fine." Boss Su remained busy, and Sister Jiang continued to entertain her son with animated shows on her phone. Mo Xiaofan, having nothing pressing to do, sat by and watched the animation as well. Your little one will surely grow up to be quite handsome. Whether he is handsome or not is uncertain. As long as he can support himself when he matures and does not become a burden, that is sufficient. Jiang Jia has overthought. He will undoubtedly achieve great things as he matures. Thank you for your kind words. As parents, we do not aspire for him to lead an extraordinary life. We merely wish for his safe and sound growth. Mo Xiaofan reminisced about his own parents, realizing they harbored similar expectations. Yet he often felt he was a source of trouble for them. A sudden question struck Mo Xiaofan. If he were to have children in the future, how would he nurture them? This thought left him in a state of confusion. Has Boss Missouri married? I'm still searching for a girlfriend. You are still young. There is no rush, and you'll surely find someone. Thank you, Jiang Jia. In truth, I have someone I admire and am currently pursuing her. You are quite young, yet you drive a car worth over 300,000 and are engaged in the jade business. You are also quite handsome, so I believe you will succeed. I hope so too. At that moment, Boss Su, having seen off a guest, approached the partition. Jiang Jia leaned in and exchanged a few words with him. "Boss Missouri, may I add you on WeChat to transfer the payment?" "Certainly." Upon receiving a notification of 500 yuan, Mo Xiaofan bid farewell to Boss Su and Jiang Jia and departed from the German tire repair shop. He paused at the street corner to orient himself before heading towards the northeast dumpling house near the Aoshing Century community. Mo, you've arrived." "Yes." "How is business for you, Sister Chun?" "Not too bad. What would you like to eat today?" 20 pork and chive dumplings, a plate of Harbin red sausage, and a bottle of cola. That will be all. Thank you, Sister Chun. All right, find a place to sit. I'll bring it out shortly. Observing the ever-enthusiastic Sister Chun, Mo Xiaofan felt optimistic about selling a bracelet today. It was mealtime, and the restaurant was bustling with customers. Mo Xiaofan took his time, contemplating when to discuss the bracelet with Sister Chun. While waiting for his dumplings, Mo Xiaofan calculated his finances. After deducting his share of 15, he transferred 225 yuan for the Nuahua bottom floating flower bracelet to Xiaofan. If memory served him right, This bracelet was cut from a piece of Muna raw stone, from which 3 bracelets were produced, 2 priced at 8, 500 and 1 at 7, 300. Although he had discovered the stone, he had no capital at that time, thus only claiming 15 of the profits. Others might find this arrangement unfair, given that he had sourced the Muna stone, yet the profit was minimal. However, to Mo Xiaofan, without Xiong Haowen's assistance, he would have received nothing at all. Even if Mo Xiaofan were to receive nothing, he would willingly help Xiong Haowen seek out raw stones. For without Xiong Haowen's support, he might have found himself homeless after leaving the gambling den. Mo Xiaofan was a person who understood gratitude and reciprocity, which is why, despite his many flaws, he maintained good relationships with others. Xiao Mo, the dumplings are ready. Enjoy. Sister Chun placed a steaming plate of pork and chive dumplings on the table and returned with a platter of sliced Harbin red sausage and a bottle of cola. The familiar flavor lingered, particularly the moment the savory broth from the chive and pork dumplings graced Mo Xiaofan's palate, providing immense satisfaction to his taste buds. He began to relish life in Rueli, where there was a place to sleep, delectable food to enjoy, and money to be earned. If he could also win over Zhang Ying, it would be nothing short of perfection. In just a quarter of an hour, only empty plates and bottles remained on Mo Xiaofan's table. Chapter 63. A call home. If Mo Xiaofan were to compile a list of his favorite foods, dumplings would certainly secure a spot among the top 3. What reason could there be to refuse such a delicious, plentiful, filling, and affordable dish? After all, he had cherished dumplings since childhood. Mo Xiaofan became engrossed in a novel, and before he realized it, the northeastern dumpling shop had quieted down. He glanced up to find he was the sole patron remaining. Sister Chun had finished clearing the chopsticks and plates, but seemed disinclined to inquire about the bracelet. Mo Xiaofan considered this quite normal. In such situations, it was always the seller who needed to take the initiative. He put away his phone and approached Sister Chun, who was resting at the cash register. Sister Chun, I brought the jade bracelet I promised you last time. May I show it to you now? Oh, since you brought it, let us have a look, she replied with a neutral tone. Sister Chun stepped out from behind the register and took a seat at a spotless 4-person table. Mo Xiaofan joined her, retrieving 2 58mm circumference glutinous jade bracelets from his backpack and placing them before her, followed by a 58mm circumference jade bracelet with a translucent base and speckles. Sister Chin's gaze swept across the 3 bracelets twice before settling on the last one he presented. How much is this one? This one is 9,000, Sister Chun. Xiao Mo, I'm sorry, but I won't be purchasing it for now. Thank you. This was somewhat unexpected compared to his earlier assumptions. Nevertheless, Mo Xiaofan graciously accepted the outcome. That's all right. Could you share your WeChat with me? It will be convenient to reach you if I need something in the future. Realizing Sister Chun had already declined to buy, he opted not to press the matter further. He understood that she would not disclose the true reasons for her decision, and persisting might only provoke her annoyance, which would be counterproductive. It was better to leave room for future opportunities. After some contemplation, Sister Chun eventually retrieved her phone and added Mo Xiaofan on WeChat. Whether her actions stemmed from sentiment or a genuine consideration for future purchases remained uncertain. Upon leaving the northeastern dumpling shop, Mo Xiaofan set aside the incident, akin to his previous experiences in insurance sales where, if luck was not on his side, he might have to visit a client 7 or 8 times without yielding results. Thus, today's situation was entirely normal. The only issue was that Mo Xiaofan had perhaps harbored overly high expectations regarding Sister Chen's potential purchase, leaving him with a slight sense of regret. Lu Xiaolong, I found a hotel. How much is it per night? After discounts, it's 186, including breakfast. I checked the hotel environment, and it seems quite nice. Not far from where I'm staying. All right, let's arrange for the day after tomorrow. Once it's settled, I'll transfer the money to you. Thank you. No problem. It's all set. A total of 186. Thank you, Boss Lu. Payment received. Boss Lu is quite generous. Wishing you endless joy and early blessings of children. Go away. This time, Lu Xiaolong plans to come to Rueli with his wife. If he were to come alone, he could speak with Xiong Haowen and stay temporarily at Aoxing's Century Community for a few days without any issue, Mo Xiaofan thought. After resolving the accommodation for Lu Xiaolong and his wife, Mo Xiaofan sent a message to Zhang Ying, casually inquiring about her well-being. Where did you and your best friend go today? We went to Mongsher today. By the way, I was going to message Brother Mo later, but since my friend is here for a rare visit, I'll spend this week accompanying her. Zhang Ying's words alleviated some of Mo Xiaofan's disappointment. At least he felt he still held a bit of significance in her heart. That's fine. Enjoy yourselves. I'll be in Rueli, so just let me know when you're done over there. By the way, How did you get to Monsieur? My friend can drive. She rented a car. She said she came to visit me, but really, she's driving me around everywhere. We'll be heading to Tungchong by car tomorrow. Mo Xiaofan then recalled that he had originally planned to explore the surrounding areas when he came to Rueli, but due to unforeseen circumstances, he had remained there until now. I've never been to Monsieur or Tungchong. Next time, would you be my guide? Of course, no problem. All right then, enjoy yourselves and stay safe. Mo Xiaofan put down his phone and glanced around. At that moment, he felt an unusual stillness around him, as sudden longing for home washed over him, yearning for his residence in Kunming. Thus, he initiated a rare action and called his father. The call was quickly answered, and a voice, both authoritative and robust, resonated through the line. Have you run out of money? No. Have you gotten into trouble? No. Have you been beaten up? Dad, can't you wish for anything good for me? I've been busy. Now that I'm not busy, I'm calling you. How is Mom? Didn't I tell you that I'm partnering with Xiaofan in the jade business and we'll be staying here for a while? I know what you're like. Do you really think you have the talent for business? One must always try, right? Then let me ask you, how much money have you made now? I've always felt that our family has spoiled you too much since childhood, especially your mother. Hearing his father say this, Mo Xiaofan was reminded of the time he was caught at an internet cafe and chased around the community for 2 laps with an electric baton. At this thought, he felt he indeed had a complete childhood. Chapter 64, Calling Family 2. Let me tell you something, Xiaofan has gone to Shandong to find his girlfriend. As the conversation veered increasingly beyond his control, Mo Xiaofan quickly shifted the topic. Little Xiong has a girlfriend from Shandong? He has actually gone there? Indeed. Mo's father was successfully diverted by Mo Xiaofan's change of subject. The Mo and Xiong families have always maintained a good relationship, and naturally, Mo's father was quite concerned about Xiaofan's current situation. Look at Xiao Xiong. He always reveals his accomplishments only after they have been achieved. What about you? You always make a grand announcement, yet ultimately, nothing comes to fruition. Since you are now engaged in business together, perhaps you could learn a thing or two from Xiao Xiong's composure and his approach to interpersonal relations. Mo Xiaofan mused to himself. Learn from him? That is utterly impossible. However, he merely stated, oh, I see. By the way, Dad, don't you have a habit of wearing a rosewood bracelet? How about I get you a jade bracelet instead? And I can also get a bangle for Mom. You haven't made any money yet. Why are you thinking of spending more? Mo Dad replied, though his tone had softened somewhat. Rest assured, Dad, I intend to craft jade ornaments for you and Mom using our own jade stock. This will considerably reduce costs compared to purchasing from outside sources. Moreover, I believe that the elegance of the jade bracelet will complement both of you splendidly. By wearing our jade pieces, you can subtly promote our quality and affordable products to your friends. All right then, make sure it's suitable. Montauk date. Recognizing that most people from Yunnan have an affinity for jade ornaments, thought that since his son had such intentions, it could not be a bad thing. I can't afford anything too extravagant with my current resources, so don't worry. Okay, speak with your mom for a moment. Xiaofan, are you managing well in Rueli? The climate is quite humid and hot there, and the mosquitoes can be bothersome, so be cautious. Mom, it's only March, it's not hot yet. Besides, I'm doing quite well here, earning more than when I was in insurance. Being alone out there. Make sure to heed Xiao Xiong's advice and consult him on matters you are uncertain about. I will. How are you and Dad's health? I haven't worn this thing in years. How would I remember? I'll give you a method. Measure it with a soft tape at home. Mo Xiaofan sent Mo Mom an online tutorial on how to measure ring sizes. Following your method, it should measure 57. All right, I've noted that down. This jade bracelet and the jade strand are a token of your affection, which we will graciously accept. However, please refrain from purchasing anything else. You know we lack for nothing at home. Understood. Rest assured, Mom. I'll hang up for now and call again when I have the time. Remind Dad to take care of his health and drink less. As long as you don't upset me too much, I'm in great health. Came Mo Dad's voice from the other end of the line. Mo Xiaofan's family exemplified the archetype of strict father and gentle mother. Mo Dad believed in the principle that discipline cultivates filial piety, and as a result, the mischievous Mo Xiaofan often faced punishment during his childhood. This educational approach mitigated his outwardly unruly tendencies, yet his inherent nature remained unchanged. When Mo Xiaofan was in elementary school, there were 3 students widely recognized as the most mischievous. The leader, Shun Yifei, followed by Xiaofan, and lastly, Mo Xiaofan himself. The 3 rascals were all in the same class. Indeed, Xiaofan was even more unruly than Mo Xiaofan in his younger days. On one occasion, while Mo Xiaofan was on his way to visit Xiaofan, he heard the latter's cries echoing across the street. I can't do it anymore. I know I was wrong. Despite his explosive temperament, Xiong Haowen exhibits an extraordinary level of composure in his undertakings. In Mo Xiaofan's perspective, this is a direct consequence of the combined influence of his parents. Unlike Mo Xiaofan, who enjoys the protective support of his father, Xiong Haowen has faced the dual physical discipline from both his father and mother, under the relentless pressure of their combined assaults. The once mischievous young boy has matured into the stable individual he is today. In the past, Xiong's father even advised Mo's father, asserting that Mo Xiaofan's continued mischief stemmed from insufficient discipline. If one were to doubt this, they need only observe how Xiong Haowen recently called home, which brought Mo Xiaofan a sense of reassurance. After all, they are his parents, and regardless of the circumstances, they will always stand by him. While his family remains blissfully unaware of his substantial loan of 600,000 that has since vanished, Mo Xiaofan is confident that this matter will not come to light anytime soon, as he believes he can resolve it. Feeling rather exhausted these days, Mo Xiaofan plans to grant himself a day of rest tomorrow. He genuinely appreciates the current flexible work arrangement, where he can choose to be busy when there is work and to rest when there is none, free from the obligation of lingering in the office without purpose. He wonders how Xiong Haowen is faring, having heard that seafood in that region is both abundant and affordable. Is he indulging in seafood at every meal? With some leisure time on his hands, he decides to send a message to check in. Boss Xiong, are you busy? What's up? Is Weifang enjoyable? It's quite nice. I've heard the seafood there is large, fresh, and inexpensive. Indeed, compared to our area. Yet, why do you care about that when you don't even like seafood? Is there something you need to address? I've told you countless times to speak up if there's an issue. Just a small matter. I plan to buy a jade bracelet for my father and a bangle for my mother. For your uncle and aunt, then? In that case, see if there is anything suitable in my bedroom. I'll sell it to you at cost. Thank you, Boss Xiong. However, since I am now in this line of work, I intend to source the raw stones myself. I find that more meaningful. Chapter 65. Sister's Advice. Mo Xiaofan dared not tell Xiong Haowen that his inventory did not meet his standards, as he sought something superior. That is fine. But may I inquire why you brought this up? I wanted to ask you about the appropriate size for jade bracelets for men. What diameter is typically suitable for the beads? Generally, the beads are crafted from the leftover materials of bangles. Nowadays, the thickness of bangle materials is often around 16 millimeters, allowing for beads with a maximum diameter of 14 millimeters. However, since this is for Uncle Mo and you're sourcing the raw stones yourself, you might consider being a bit more generous. The raw stone can be sliced into pieces of 2 millimeters each, enabling you to create beads with a diameter of 18 millimeters, resulting in a more impressive bangle. Understood. Thank you, Boss Xiong. For a bracelet made with 18 millimeters beads, how many would be needed? 13 beads should suffice for a complete strand. I'll remember that. With this information from Xiong Haowen, Mo Xiaofan felt a clearer understanding take shape in his mind. As it was a gift for his parents, Mo Xiaofan was naturally generous. He planned to find a piece of raw stone exuding the rich fragrance of pineapple and create bracelets and prayer bead from icy jade for his mother and father. This way, not only would his parents have a sense of pride when wearing them, but icy jade also possesses a remarkably high value retention rate. The availability of icy jade and higher grade stones in the market is still limited. Thus, these types of jade hold substantial appreciation potential. Boss Xiong, I just remembered something. He said, "Oh, what is it?" Lu Xiaolong and his wife are coming to Ruili in 2 days for a short visit. I've already booked their hotel. Could you provide some suggestions on what interesting places they could visit in Ruili? I believe I've already taken you to all the notable places in Ruili, and it seems there is not much left to explore, Boss Xiong replied. Please think again, Mo Xiaofan urged. Otherwise, you could take them to Jiegao to see the National Gate and snap some photos. Additionally, the jade market in Jiegao is quite expansive. You've only been to the Yuqing morning market before. You might as well check out the jade market in Jiegao as well. Of course, the key is to observe more and buy less. During the days you spend with Lu Xiaolong in Ruili, you could also look for some raw stones to earn a bit of money. Or have you achieved financial independence already? When it came to finances, Mo Xiaofan, being a principled individual, quickly conceded. If he ran out of money, how could he uphold his principles? Understood. I will also look for raw stones when I visit Jiegao, he confirmed. After ending the conversation with Xiong Haowen, Mo Xiaofan pondered where to take Lu Xiaolong and his wife since Xiong claimed there was little to do in Ruili. With their 3-day visit, traveling far was certainly out of the question. Then he recalled Zhang Ying mentioning her time in Mongsher. Curious, Mo Xiaofan searched for information about Mongsher on his phone and discovered it to be a delightful destination. Mongsher is approximately 90 kilometers from Ruili, a drive of just about an hour and a half. which was entirely reasonable, and it boasted significantly more attractions than Rueli. Mo Xiaofan planned to spend a day and a half showing Lu Xiaolong and his wife around Rueli, and another day and a half exploring Monsieur. This way, his hosting duties would be fulfilled. What would he do during his time in Rueli? Naturally, he would engage in stone gambling. After all, what would be the point of visiting Rueli if not to gamble on stones? At least that's what Mo Xiaofan believed. Furthermore, gambling on stones was his forte. He decided that tomorrow he would visit the Jiegao morning market by himself. Setting an alarm for 6 a.m. On his phone, Mo Xiaofan lay in bed, scrolling through several pages of a novel he had previously been reading. As he read, an intriguing thought crossed his mind. If one day he achieved financial freedom, perhaps he might attempt to write a novel about jade gambling. The mere thought seemed quite delightful. Reading had a soothing effect. Mo Xiaofan held his phone aloft and, in that position, drifted off to sleep. In his slumber, his left hand lost its grip on the phone, which fell and struck him squarely on the face. Startled awake, he clutched his face in pain for a while before, in resignation, tossing the phone to the other side of the bed and shifting to a more conventional sleeping position. At 6 a.m., the alarm blared loudly. To ensure his timely arrival at the Jiegao morning market by 7 a.m., Mo Xiaofan hastily completed his morning routine, indulged in a few pastries, and donned a newly purchased ensemble from the previous day. With his backpack secured, he departed from his residence. Upon reaching Jiegao, he observed a plethora of jade shops in the vicinity. Slowing his pace, he took the opportunity to browse, noting that the majority of these establishments primarily dealt in finished jade products, with several still shuttered or just opening their doors, indicating that he had arrived a tad too early. There are merits to early arrivals. Mo Xiaofan decided to first visit the Relic port, which serves as the gateway between Jiegao and Myanmar. Upon reaching the grand and culturally rich entrance, he captured numerous photographs from various angles until he felt satisfied before moving on. Today, Mo Xiaofan resolved not to venture into Yuching, but rather to familiarize himself with the other markets in Jiegao. As he strolled about, he stumbled upon a stone trading market, and nearby, numerous raw stone stalls beckoned. The scale and quantity of the raw stone market in Jiegao evidently surpassed that of Yuching, and as he gazed at the stalls, a twinge of regret surfaced for not arriving sooner. Mo Xiaofan's purpose for the day was clear: to procure raw stones with a refreshing lemon fragrance, and, should the price be right, to acquire pineapple-scented stones to craft bracelets and bangles as gifts for his parents. As for the uniquely aromatic durian stones, he intended merely to observe. After wandering for over an hour, frustration set in for Mo Xiaofan. Despite the abundance of raw stone stalls, not a single fragrant specimen could be found. He began to question whether his unique ability had failed him. Another hour passed, yet his fortune remained elusive, and he nearly succumbed to despair. Navigating through the multitude of stalls for 2 consecutive hours proved to be a taxing endeavor, leaving him fatigued. He yearned for a revitalizing scent to uplift his spirits. Chapter 66. A Turning Point. After nearly 3 hours of fruitless searching, Mo Xiaofan prepared to leave Jiegao, grumbling to himself about the overpowering scent of durian wafting through the air. Suddenly, the thought of the durian fragrance clicked in his mind. Instantly revitalized, he felt as though he had been invigorated by a surge of energy. Utilizing his uniquely sensitive nose, he deftly maneuvered through the throngs of people and stalls, ultimately locating the source of the durian aroma emanating from a humble stall tucked away in a corner. Suppressing his overwhelming excitement, Mo Xiaofan approached the stall. The raw stones displayed were relatively small, which meant he might have sufficient funds in his bag to purchase the durian-scented stone. The mere thought heightened his enthusiasm. The stall owner was a young woman with a darker complexion, typically indicative of a person from Myanmar. The female vendor had yet to open her stall today. Upon noticing Mo Xiaofan approaching her stand to inspect the raw stones, she felt a flicker of excitement, though she remained silent, patiently awaiting his selection of a satisfactory piece. As anticipated by Mo Xiaofan, the stone emanating a durian fragrance was merely a South Chi specimen of irregular shape, measuring 9 centimeters in length, a maximum width of 7 centimeters, and a thickness not exceeding 5 centimeters. The skin of this South Chi was characterized by the classic water sand texture. Despite its modest size, the stone exhibited a commendable appearance, with distinct angles. Under the lamp, its luster was average, yet it possessed a certain fluorescent quality. It is said that South Chi stones often conceal hidden treasures, and to Mo Xiaofan, this particular piece seemed no exception, weighing no more than 1 kilogram. Its potential for appreciation appeared limited to the average observer, which included the female vendor herself, as she had mixed this stone among others of seemingly ordinary quality, indicating she likely had not discerned its unique attributes. How much for this South Chi? Mo Xiaofan inquired, sensing an opportunity for a bargain. I see you've been examining it for a while. If you like it, I'll let it go for 25,000, the vendor replied in relatively fluent Mandarin, albeit with a noticeable accent. Such a small stone, and with visible cracks under the lamp, it can't possibly fetch 25,000. Please offer a fair price. It's a South Chi. They can hide treasures, she countered. Can you guarantee this piece will appreciate? Montak Xiaofan Polbet. After a brief silence, she asked, what will you offer? I think 4,000 is reasonable, he replied. Shaking her head, she insisted 4,000 is too low. I would rather keep it. I've glanced over the stones in your stall. You've seen their quality, you know better than I do. 4,000 is a fair offer. Her demeanor softened at his words. 6,000. I'll sell it for 6,000. Feigning reluctance, Mo Xiaofan finally said, I can go as high as 5,000. With noon approaching and her stall still unopened, the pressure weighed heavily on her, suggesting she might leave empty-handed if business did not pick up. Ultimately, the vendor relented. I'll wrap it up for you. Thank you. I appreciate it, he responded, elated within but maintaining a composed exterior. Xiao boss, are you at the shop? Yes. Have you unearthed another treasure? Surely, you're not planning to bring raw stones to me for cutting and reselling, are you? Huh, you've hit the nail on the head. While I can't vouch for the stones others bring, I am indeed looking forward to what you have. When will you come by? If it's convenient for you. I can arrive in 40 minutes. Come on over. We can have lunch together. All right, thank you, Xiao boss. Once confirming Xiaoying was at her shop, Mo Xiaofan drove to her establishment. After concluding her conversation with him, Xiaoying promptly contacted Lu Wenhua, who was clearly intrigued by the new raw stones Mo Xiaofan had brought. Consequently, she invited her friend Jiang Bo to accompany her to Xiaoying's jade shop. It seems that Lu Wenhua and Jiang Bo's proximity to Xiaoying's jade shop was greater, as Mo Xiaofan arrived at Xiaoying's establishment to find the three of them already waiting. Greetings, Boss Xiao, Boss Lu, Boss Jiang. I apologize for intruding once more. This is not an intrusion. You are here to bring us surprises, Xiaoying replied with a playful tone. Today, both Boss Lu and Boss Jiang were aware of your visit and made a special trip to be here. You must not disappoint us. Haha, Xiaofan, Boss Xiao speaks truthfully. What treasure have you brought today? Let's behold it. Mo Xiaofan carefully retrieved a piece of nanchi from his backpack and placed it gently upon the tea table before Xiaoying. Ah, so is a piece of nanchi. They say nanchi produces peculiar stones. Though yours may not be large, I believe it truly possesses some enchantment, Xiaoying remarked with a smile. Lu Wenhua and Jiang Bo leaned in to examine the nanchi closely, their expressions tinged with disappointment. Both favored larger raw stones and found little interest in such a small piece. Boss Xiao is correct. Despite its size, this nanchi is the finest I have encountered since I began stone gambling. It will surely not let you gentlemen down. Mo Xiaofan's words immediately piqued the interest of Lu Wenhua and Jiang Bo Xiaofan. The piece you helped me select with Boss Xiong last time, the one that turned out to be ice type with a verdant base, sold for 3.6 million thanks to your assistance. Are you suggesting that the nanchi you brought may yield even better quality? I believe there is a possibility, Mo Xiaofan replied. Hearing you say that, I can hardly contain my excitement. Boss Xiao, shall we begin the stone unveiling now? Xiaoying turned to Mo Xiaofan. Xiaofan, would you prefer this nanchi to be windowed or skinned? Please have it skinned, Boss Xiao. Xiaoying instructed the staff to take the nanchi away and then poured a cup of tea for Mo Xiaofan. After sipping tea for a while, as noon approached, Xiaoying invited everyone to the dining room. Upon entering, Mo Xiaofan was astonished to discover that lunch was his long-desired Yunnan cross-bridge rice noodles. Many tourists from outside the province mistakenly believe that cross-bridge rice noodles are a specialty of Kunming. In fact, they originated in Mengzi. This acclaimed dish later gained fame throughout Yunnan, and the people of Kunming, fond of it, recommended it as a representative Yunnan delicacy to travelers. However, for the most authentic and delectable cross-bridge rice noodles, one must turn to the local specialty of Mengzi, the chrysanthemum cross-bridge rice noodles. The lunch prepared by Xiaoying for everyone was indeed the chrysanthemum cross-bridge rice noodles from Mengzi. Chapter 67. Chrysanthemum cross-bridge rice noodles. Once seated around the spacious dining table, the staff first presented a stack of wooden plates, placing one in front of each diner. The plates were divided into a grid of 9 squares by thin wooden strips, although each plate contained 12 smaller compartments. Each compartment held a delicate white porcelain dish, filled with fresh slices of pork tenderloin, pork kidney, Xianwei ham, black fish squid, quail eggs, crispy fried strips, and boiled chicken pieces. The vegetable platter included slices of lily, fine tofu skin, grass shoots, and pea tips. As the dishes were served, each person was presented with a steaming bowl of pristine white rice noodles, accompanied by an elongated pair of wooden chopsticks and a long-handled spoon. Shortly thereafter, 4 waitstaff emerged from the kitchen, each balancing a tray that bore a large, thick-walled bowl. The servers carefully placed the trays on the dining table, lifting the bowls to position them before each diner, while cautioning, "Be careful, the soup is hot." Mo Xiaofan felt a surge of delight, thinking how fortuitous his arrival was. He raised his left hand to test the heat radiating from the bowl filled with a generous portion of creamy broth. The bowl exuded an intense warmth. Yet no steam rose from the surface of the soup. Having indulged in crossing the bridge rice noodles before, he knew well that the rich broth, simmered for hours with ingredients like marrow bones and free-range chicken, was covered by a thick layer of fat, sealing in the heat. At that moment, a young girl appeared, carrying a deep plate brimming with golden chrysanthemum petals. She first approached Xiao Ying's right side, using a wide-edged utensil to gently place the petals into Xiao Ying's bowl. Subsequently, she added petals to the bowls of Lu Wenhua, Jiangbo, and Mo Xiaofan in turn. Xiao Ying picked up her elongated wooden chopsticks and surveyed the faces of her companions, saying, "Please, everyone." Mo Xiaofan, feeling quite famished, knew that eating crossing the bridge rice noodles required following the proper ritual. He grasped the chopsticks with his left hand while his right hand retrieved a small dish containing 2 quail eggs from his plate. He used the quail egg mixture as a marinade for the fresh ingredients, dipping slices of pork tenderloin, pork kidneys, Xianwei ham, black fish, and squid into the egg mixture before submerging them into the broth. Next, he added the remaining ingredients to the soup. Setting down the chopsticks, Mo Xiaofan picked up the long-handled spoon and savored 2 spoonfuls of the broth. How exquisite it was! He had discovered a clever trick. Tasting the broth before adding the rice noodles preserved its pure flavor, whereas adding the noodles would introduce a subtle tanginess that altered the broth's original taste. By the time Mo Xiaofan meticulously completed the series of steps and finally added the rice noodles to his bowl, he noticed that, apart from Xiao Ying, who was also savoring each step of the experience, Lu Wenhua and Jiangbo had already consumed nearly half of their noodles. Mo Xiaofan understands the essence, Xiao Ying remarked. This statement seemed to convey praise, he thought to himself. After arriving in Ruili, Mo Xiaofan often craved crossing the bridge rice noodles. Yet Xiong Haowen had informed him that while there were noodle shops, none served the specialty he sought. Undeterred, he searched extensively, only to find that Xiong Haowen's assertion was indeed accurate. "Boss Xiao, today's lunch is quite unique. I had crossing the bridge rice noodles when I was in Kunming, but I never imagined you would bring such a distinctive delicacy to your home," Lu Wenhua remarked. Though both Lu Wenhua and Jiangbo were not from Yunnan, they had experienced the uniqueness of crossing the bridge rice noodles during their time in Kunming, leaving a lasting impression on them as first-time diners. "Boss Lu, today I have prepared for everyone the most authentic Mengzi chrysanthemum bridge rice noodles from Yunnan. The rice noodles and fresh grass shoots have been transported directly from Mengzi, and in comparison to the bridge rice noodles from Kunming, the texture of the Mengzi chrysanthemum bridge rice noodles is far superior. Xiaofan, being a native of Yunnan, you can surely discern that you are quite the connoisseur of bridge rice noodles. I am a Kunming local, and bridge rice noodles are my utmost favorite. However, since arriving in Ruili, I have not had the pleasure of indulging in bridge rice noodles. Today, thanks to Boss Xiao, my cravings have finally been satisfied. Previously, when I had bridge rice noodles in Kunming, the accompaniments were not as plentiful as those I enjoyed today, and there is a significant disparity in the broth compared to that which Boss Xiao has meticulously crafted," Lu Wenhua remarked as he savored his meal. "Boss Lu is indeed correct. I have had bridge rice noodles several times in Kunming, yet they cannot hold a candle to what Boss Xiao offers here. To be candid, my hometown is Mengzi. This is a dish I have cherished since childhood, which is why, upon moving to Ruili to engage in the jade business, I hired a master from Mengzi, who is well-versed in preparing chrysanthemum bridge rice noodle broth. It turns out that Boss Xiao hails from Mengzi. Montak Xiaofan Pondat Kvitli. Xiao Ying's Mandarin lacks the accent typical of Honghe Prefecture. It is the standard Mandarin of the southern regions of the Dragon Kingdom. Hence, Mo Xiaofan could not discern her origin from her accent. Indeed, Boss Xiao is a person of refined taste, Jiangbo commented. Ultimately, it is the support and assistance from all of you that sustains this small establishment, allowing me to indulge in my passions. Haha, We are all mutually supportive. Next time there are good raw stones, do not forget about me and Boss Jiang. Rest assured, I won't forget. Furthermore, we have Xiaofan here, and it will be difficult not to profit from our stone gambling endeavors. When Lu Wenhua first ventured into the world of gambling stones, he relied on others to help him seek out suitable raw stones at venues like the Dalong Night Market. After finding an appropriate stone, he would look for a place to cut it on the spot. While there were instances of profit, there were far more occasions of loss. Eventually, Lu Wenhua met Xiao Ying, and he began to seek raw stones and have them cut at her shop. Although he still enlisted help in evaluating the stones, the raw stones sourced from Xiao Ying's shop exhibited a significantly higher probability of yielding profit. From that moment on, Lu Wenhua understood that the quality of raw stones available at Xiao Ying's was evidently superior to those found elsewhere. This realization was particularly reinforced when he, with the assistance of Xiong Haowen and Mo Xiaofan, won against Boss Wang. From that one stone, he earned 6 million. This was Lu Wenhua's first taste of success in gambling stones, and thereafter, he became a regular patron at Xiao Ying's shop. Influenced by Lu Wenhua, Jiang Bo occasionally joined him at Xiao Ying's to gamble on stones. The two frequently made plans to select raw stones in the 5-digit range, evaluating them themselves, and any suitable finds were cut directly at Xiao Ying's. In her shop, the primary goal was not merely profit. Rather, it was to revel in the thrill of stone gambling. Due to the overall superior quality of the raw stones at Xiao Ying's shop, most of the time, even if Jiang Bo and Lu Wenhua selected stones that did not yield their desired results, the losses were not substantial. Once the raw stones were cut into visible materials, if they did not meet the standards that Lu Wenhua and Jiang Bo sought, they would simply sell the stones back to Xiao Ying. Chapter 68. An Unexpected Visitor. One cannot deny that Xiao Ying possesses a remarkable talent for business. Both Lu Wenhua and Jiang Bo find joy in their stone gambling pursuits, while Xiao Ying profits as well, resulting in a harmonious situation for all. Boss Lu, Boss Jiang, today I have received a new batch of raw stones. Are you both interested in taking a look? Xiao Ying inquired. Of course I am. Today it just so happens that Xiaofan is also here. Playing with 5-digit raw stones has become somewhat tedious. Let's indulge in something grand today. What do you say, Boss Jiang? Lu Wenhua replied with a hint of excitement. Naturally. I shall accompany you, Jiang Bo responded. Xiaofan, I shall need your assistance today. Wherever I can be of service to both esteemed bosses, I shall certainly do my utmost, Xiaofan assured them. Given our familiarity, the commission for stone appraisal should naturally be elevated. How does an 8 sound to you? An 8 is already the highest in the industry, Xiaofan replied without hesitation. If there is profit to be made, there is no reason to decline. I will have someone prepare the raw stones in the backyard. Once Xiaofan finishes skinning the southern chi, we shall commence, Xiao Ying announced. Skinning the southern chi? How could such an endeavor be complete without me? The group turned towards the source of the voice, discovering it was Boss Wang, who had previously gambled stones with Lu Wenhua, accompanied by an unfamiliar individual, standing at the restaurant's entrance. Upon seeing Boss Wang, both Lu Wenhua and Jiang Bo displayed fleeting expressions of displeasure, which quickly transformed into forced smiles. Boss Wang, what brings you to Xiao Ying's establishment today? Boss Wang knew that I had received a new batch of raw stones, so he thought to come for a look, Xiao Ying explained. We are enjoying chrysanthemum bridge rice noodles. Would you and your friend care to join? Xiao Ying preferred not to mix Boss Wang with Lu Wenhua and Jiang Bo. Yet they were all her clients, and she could not afford to offend anyone. Lu Wenhua and Jiang Bo understood Xiao Ying's predicament and refrained from further comments. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaofan, feeling detached from the situation, continued to savor his broth with a wooden spoon. Chrysanthemum bridge rice noodles? Is that the famous dish from Kunming? I've heard much about it, yet I have never had the chance to try it. It seems today I shall finally indulge. Before long, 2 servings of bridge rice noodles arrived at Boss Wang and his companion's table. Under Xiao Ying's guidance, they quickly learned the proper way to enjoy chrysanthemum bridge rice noodles. Delicious. This broth is simply exquisite, and the rice noodles differ from any I've tasted before. The texture is remarkable. The people of Yunnan truly know how to savor life. Boss Wang exclaimed, engrossed in his meal, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Boss Wang's appetite was impressive. He polished off all the rice noodles and accompanying ingredients, leaving only a third of the broth untouched. It was then that he noticed Mo Xiaofan's presence. This young man, you are one of the 2 who assisted Boss Lu with the stone gamble last time, correct? Indeed, I am. My name is Mo Xiaofan. Montak Xiaofan. I remember you well. You and your friend left a profound impression during the last stone gamble with Boss Lu. The youth of today are truly remarkable. By the way, are you here again to assist Boss Lu in another stone gamble? Not specifically for the stone gamble. I have a small piece of southern chi that I brought to Boss Xiao for skinning, after which I plan to sell it to her at a fair price. Mo Xiaofan's explanation regarding his raw stone piqued Boss Wang's interest. I recall that Boss Xiao only accepts rough stones of the quality above Nuo grade. Are you implying that you possess absolute confidence that this piece from Nanji exceeds the Nuo grade? Hence you are prepared to present it directly to Boss Xiao for peeling and sale? It appears so, given the gravity of the situation. Mo Xiaofan had no choice but to assert this. Zhang Wei, can you accomplish what Mo Xiaofan has articulated? Boss Wang turned to the middle-aged man accompanying him. I am a person who values stability. Such an approach does not align with my character, replied Zhang Wei, subtly conveying his perspective. This sentiment was quite agreeable, allowing everyone to maintain their dignity. At this moment, Mo Xiaofan finally took note of the individual beside Boss Wang, named Zhang Wei. He was of average height, approximately 172 centimeters, clad in a light gray robe, holding a folding fan in his right hand, exuding an air of elegance reminiscent of an ancient scholar. From Boss Wang's comments, it was clear that this gentleman was also adept in the art of stone gambling. Subsequently, Mo Xiaofan and Zhang Wei fell silent, while Boss Wang engaged in casual conversation with Xiao Ying, Lu Wenhua, and Jiang Bo. A clerk from Xiao Ying's shop approached her, informing her that Mo Xiaofan's Nanji had been successfully peeled. Mo Xiaofan's Nanji has been peeled. Shall we all take a look? The group exited the dining area, eagerly making their way to the tea table in the reception room. The shop clerk carefully placed the peeled Nanji before Xiao Ying on the tea table. Everyone immediately gathered around Xiao Ying, and Mo Xiaofan, wishing to avoid appearing overly presumptuous, joined them. He was genuinely curious about the type of jadeite that could be extracted from the rough stone with the fragrance of durian. Xiao Ying carefully examined the Nanji in her hands, while the others scrutinized the stone with expressions of desire, particularly Lu Wenhua. Mo Xiaofan had no doubt that if this Nanji were not meant for Xiao Ying, Lu Wenhua would have certainly sought to purchase it from him. This piece was a high ice Qing water Nanji. Although the outer shell bore some cracks, they did not penetrate deeply. Under the lamp's illumination, Xiao Ying beheld flawless, verdant jade flesh. Despite its modest size, this was undoubtedly a treasure-grade piece of jadeite. In contrast to the others, Mo Xiaofan's expression was tinged with a hint of disappointment. He had anticipated a glassy variety. Mo Xiaofan, I never expected that this Nanji truly harbors a marvel. You have once again astonished me. The group extended their congratulations to Mo Xiaofan, including Boss Wang and Zhang Wei, and Mo Xiaofan noticed an increased warmth from Boss Wang towards him. However, he remained mindful of Xiong Haowen's advice to maintain a respectful distance from Boss Wang. Thus he treated him with the proper deference while keeping a certain distance. Montak Xiaofan, how much do you intend to sell this Nanji to me? As you can see, its quality is remarkable. Feel free to name your price. I have always received considerable care from Boss Xiao. As usual, I would appreciate your purchasing price. Since you have expressed it so, I cannot let you incur a loss. This Nanji has 2 to 3 pendant positions. I shall calculate it based on 3 pendant positions. How does 140,000 sound? The transformation from 5,000 to 140,000 would surely infuriate any female vendor aware of the situation. However, for Mo Xiaofan, there was certainly no dissatisfaction. The price was agreeable, but he had a condition. May I frequently visit Boss Zhao's establishment to enjoy the chrysanthemum bridge rice noodles? That's the only matter at hand. Haha, of course, there is no issue. You can come whenever you wish. In Chapter 69, titled Betting, Mo Xiaofan had earned a considerable profit and secured a place to indulge in his favored chrysanthemum bridge rice noodles, leaving him utterly content as he followed Xiao Ying to the shop's courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, he immediately spotted several raw stones laid out on the table. The larger ones weighing approximately 20 kilograms, while the smaller ones resembled the size of the stone he had brought from Nanchi that day. Since these stones had been personally selected by Xiao Ying, their quality was assured, and Mo Xiaofan could already detect a multitude of enticing aromas wafting through the courtyard. Lu Wenhua, Jiang Bo, and Zhang Wei, who were examining the raw stones, halted their activities upon noticing Xiao Ying's arrival and approached her. What do you gentlemen think of today's new arrivals? Xiao Ying inquired. Any stone that passes through Boss Zhao's hands must be exquisite. It merely depends on who is favored by luck, Wang Boss remarked. So who among you will select first? He continued. This is naturally my prerogative. I shall go first. Lu Boss, Jiang Boss, do you have any objections? Both Lu Boss and Jiang Bo simultaneously extended their right hands in a gesture of invitation. Zhang Wei, it's your turn now. Zhang Wei nodded and approached the table, retrieving a powerful flashlight to scrutinize the raw stones closely. It seemed that Zhang Wei had earned the trust of Wang Boss. Lu Boss, regarding the raw stones you asked me to find, do you have any specific requirements in terms of price or size? None in particular, Mo Xiaofan. Feel free to exercise your judgment, Lu Boss replied. And Jiang Boss, I share the same sentiment as Lu Boss. Mo Xiaofan nodded in understanding. He had already taken a careful whiff, although several aromatic scents lingered among the raw stones. They were all reminiscent of fresh lemons, with no other distinct fragrances present. However, this was sufficient for Mo Xiaofan. His task for the day was merely to cut for profit. He had no need to worry about anything else. Just as Mo Xiaofan was contemplating this, Wang Boss interjected. Lu Boss, Jiang Boss, it is a rare occasion for us all to be gathered here. If we were to merely gamble on stones, it would be rather dull. Why not add a little excitement? What do you mean? Lu Wenhua inquired. I have always believed that your previous victory, Lu Boss, was merely due to good fortune. And now it is time for the tides to turn. Let us wager once more. This time, I will bet against both of you. If either of you selects a raw stone of greater value than mine, you win, and my stone will be yours. Conversely, should I prevail, your stones will belong to me. What do you say? At Wang Boss's proposal, a sudden silence enveloped the courtyard. Wang Boss, we are all friends. Does it not seem a bit detrimental to our camaraderie to engage in such repeated wagers? Xiao Ying quickly interjected to defuse the situation. A little gambling is merely for enjoyment. It's harmless. ISNT it, Lu Boss, Jiang Boss. Lu Wenhua is not easily swayed by others. Yet he possesses a penchant for gambling, which explains his deep-seated obsession with stone betting. His camaraderie with Boss Wang is merely superficial. In truth, he has long harbored a disdain for the man. Although Lu's favored contender, Xiong Haowen, is absent today, he has gleaned insights from Xiao Ying regarding Mo Xiaofan's experiences in stone betting. Coupled with his first-hand observations of the performance of the Southern Stone today, he believes Mo Xiaofan possesses the prowess to rival Boss Wang. Lu Wenhua turned to Jiang Bo, who was initially reluctant to engage in a wager with Boss Wang. However, seeing Lu's eager demeanor, he acquiesced with a nod. Boss Wang was right. A modest gamble can indeed be a source of enjoyment. Since Boss Wang is inclined towards this pastime, they shall indulge him. With the consensus reached regarding the wager, Xiao Ying ceased her objections. As for Mo Xiaofan, he found himself in a state of discontent. Last time, Lu Wenhua triumphed over Boss Wang, buoyed by the confidence derived from his prized pineapple-scented raw stone. Today, however, the atmosphere was dominated by lemon-scented stones, which could at best yield a type known as nuobing. Zhang Wei, who enjoys Boss Wang's trust, clearly possesses considerable skill. Moreover, Mo Xiaofan had already discerned that not all raw stones of the nuokong or nuobing variety emit fragrance. Similarly, those lacking the pineapple aroma could still reveal ice types. Thus, uncertainty clouded Mo Xiaofan's mind, prompting him to consider suggesting to Lu Wenhua that they forego the wager today. However, witnessing Lu's determined expression, he knew such words would not pass his lips. Alas, he resolved to do his utmost. With the wager already a fait accompli, Mo Xiaofan redirected his focus to the raw stones in the backyard. Upon careful inspection, he detected 3 distinct sources of lemon fragrance emanating from the stones on the table, indicating the presence of at least 3 or more lemon-scented raw stones. However, if stones of the same fragrance are positioned too closely, he could only perceive a singular scent, necessitating a more detailed examination when it was his turn to appraise the stones. The raw stones sourced by Xiao Ying were all from reputable locations. The inclusion of stones from the 8 major sites was intentional, catering to the diverse preferences of her clientele. Yet, Zhang Wei displayed no particular bias, meticulously examining each stone without overlooking any detail. Nevertheless, he aimed for stones exceeding 10 kilograms, as the determination of victory hinged on Xiao Ying's valuation post-extraction. Consequently, in instances of similar quality, larger stones held a distinct advantage. For everyone present, the process of stone appraisal was lengthy, prompting all but Zhang Wei to retreat to the tea table in the backyard for refreshments. Xiao Ying engaged in conversation with Boss Wang, while Lu Wenhua and Jiang Bo, wishing to distance themselves from Boss Wang, joined Mo Xiaofan for tea. Xiaofan, do not overthink. Simply do your best. The thrill of stone betting lies in its unpredictability. Lu Wenhua advised. Indeed, Lu is correct. One should maintain a calm disposition. Jiang Bo concurred. Mo Xiaofan's demeanor appeared less mature and composed than that of Xiong Haowen. And coupled with his youth, Lu Wenhua and Jiang Bo consistently encouraged him. However, Mo Xiaofan felt a twinge of frustration, thinking that their comments only served to heighten his anxiety. Nevertheless, he maintained an exterior of calmness, his demeanor as tranquil as still water. After all, this was Mo Xiaofan's inaugural experience assisting others in the art of stone gambling, and victory was imperative. In Chapter 70, Mo Xiaofan took the stage. Zhang Wei approached the assembly, cradling the meticulously selected raw stone. It was a piece of black-skinned mowangi, weighing 15 kilograms and taking on a nearly rectangular shape. This mowangi was sharply contoured and possessed a striking appearance. The adage entering heaven and earth with mowangi, one cut leads to paradise. Another to hell signifies that with ample experience and a sprinkle of luck, mowangi presents a relatively high probability of yielding premium goods. Although Mo Xiaofan was not acquainted with Zhang Wei, he was confident that the experts summoned by Boss Wong would not produce a disastrous outcome. Furthermore, the raw stone's fissures were within normal parameters, unlike the notoriously problematic cracks found in other stones. With Zhang Wei having selected a piece for Boss Wong, it was now Mo Xiaofan's turn to shine. Habitually, he made his way to the pile of raw stones on the left side of the backyard, meticulously inspecting the source of the lemon fragrance. Ultimately, he discerned that the aromatic lemon scent emanated from a piece of gray-white skinned hojiang. This hojiang was an irregular oval shape, boasting a remarkably delicate skin with a weight of 8 kilograms. Mo Xiaofan chose to forego the hojiang because the criteria for determining victory hinged upon Xiao Ying's appraisal of the raw stone post-inspection. The mowangi chosen by Zhang Wei weighed 15 kilograms, rendering the hojiang uncompetitive under similar conditions. Moreover, since Mo Xiaofan could only identify the lemon-scented raw stone within this batch, it implied that, regardless of his fortune, he could only extract a snowy jade variety, whereas Zhang Wei's stone could potentially reveal ice jade, high ice jade, or even glass jade. This was also a reason Mo Xiaofan hesitated to participate in the wager. He even contemplated whether Zhang Wei's mowangi, which had already been taken for inspection, might yield a variety superior to snowy jade, in which case he could simply select 2 inconsequential raw stones. Such an approach might mitigate losses for Lu and Jiang, yet would tarnish his reputation. It seemed that fortune favored Mo Xiaofan today. After moving the hojiang further away, he could still detect the lingering lemon scent among the raw stones. This time, he swiftly located another raw stone exuding the same fragrance. Yet this one was an 18-kilogram hojiang. Large pieces of hojiang were a rarity, as most were small stones that could only yield accessories. With the previously mentioned 8-kilogram hojiang already considered substantial, the current 18-kilogram hojiang was truly a behemoth among its kind. Mo Xiaofan harbored high hopes for this stone and began his thorough examination. The 18-kilogram hojiang had a gray skin, its shape closely resembling a traditional steamed bun, forming a plump triangle. The surface of the skin was exquisitely fine, and when illuminated, it exhibited a captivating fluorescence. After carefully examining the 18-kilogram Back River jade, Mo Xiaofan felt a sense of satisfaction with its overall condition. However, he harbored concerns regarding 2 prominent cracks located on the left side of the jade. Should these fissures extend further, the delightful fragrance of lemons emanating from the stone pile in the left corner of the backyard would sadly dissipate once the 18-kilogram jade was removed. Fortunately, the right side of the backyard also emitted a lemony aroma from another pile of raw stones, offering a glimmer of hope. Mo Xiaofan proceeded to the right side of the backyard, where his attention was immediately drawn to a 13-kilogram woodna. He approached the woodna, inhaling deeply to confirm that the enticing scent was indeed emanating from it, and began to scrutinize it closely. The skin of this woodna was distinctive, featuring a white sandstone exterior adorned with numerous vivid green streaks. The woodna exhibited a process of internalization. If these green streaks penetrated deeply, the stone would possess immense potential. However, for Mo Xiaofan, considerations of internalization were secondary. As long as the woodna exuded a lemony fragrance, internalization was assured. This realization indicated that Mo Xiaofan's abilities could only perceive 3 particular stones. He had been aware of this limitation, but had not given it much thought, as he could rely on his abilities to locate valuable raw stones, questioning the need to dwell on the minutiae. However, today, the constraints of his powers had become glaringly apparent. Nevertheless, having arrived at this juncture, Mo Xiaofan resolved to press on. He brought the 13-kilogram Wood Na and the 18-kilogram Back River Jade before Lu Wenhua and Jiangbo Boss Lu. Boss Jiang, I have selected the raw stones. How would you like to proceed? Montak Xiaofan in Kviat. Boss Jiang, you may choose first. Such a sizable Back River Jade is rare. I will take it, Jiangbo decided. In that case, I will take the Wood Na, Lu Wenhua concluded. All right, we have made our selections. After confirming the cutting specifications for the two stones with Mo Xiaofan, the assistant carried away the Back River Jade and Wood Na. Simultaneously, another shop assistant presented the cut Mo Wanji to Xiao Ying. The crowd gathered around Xiao Ying. Under their watchful eyes, separated the two halves of the Mo Wanji, revealing its true nature. It was a fine, glutinous variety showcasing the vibrant green flower pattern, with the streaks of color broad enough to cover at least 1/5 of the cutting surface, and not a single crack was visible. While the fine, glutinous variety was somewhat inferior in water quality, the presence of the green flower pattern significantly enhanced the jade's overall value. Currently, the market value of this fine, glutinous jade with green flowers exceeded that of the plain glutinous variety without such patterns. Zhang Wei observed the outcome with a slight frown, seemingly dissatisfied with the result. He glanced at Boss Wang nearby, relieved to see that Wang appeared content, wearing a smile. Mo Xiaofan exhaled in relief. In his view, as long as Zhang Wei's offer remained within the realm of glutinous stones, they still had a fighting chance. Chapter 71. Almost lost during the ensuing waiting period. Mo Xiaofan continued to engage in light-hearted conversation over tea with Lu Wenhua and Jiangbo. Although Lu Wenhua and Jiangbo were both quite concerned about the selection of Hojiang and Muna by Mo Xiaofan, the conversation did not gravitate toward that topic. Instead, they engaged in light-hearted discussions about delightful food and enjoyable activities. During their chat, Mo Xiaofan learned that Lu Wenhua hailed from Zhejiang, while Jiangbo was from Guangdong. Lu Wenhua operated a chain of wooden furniture stores across the nation and owned his own factory, whereas Jiangbo managed a gold store named Jiangdafu. The two had met after arriving in Ruili, and their shared interests, particularly in stone gambling, quickly forged a solid friendship. In Mo Xiaofan's eyes, although Lu Wenhua and Jiangbo had not achieved true financial freedom, they lived quite lavishly. Each had their own careers, hobbies, and the financial means and time to support these passions, making them undoubtedly successful individuals. Amidst their idle chatter, a shop assistant from Xiao Ying's store brought over the second piece of raw stone and placed it on the tea table before her. It was a piece of Hojiang. The group, unable to contain their excitement, gathered around as Xiao Ying, in front of everyone, separated the two pieces of Hojiang along the cutting surface. To no one's surprise, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Although the Hojiang displayed a glutinous ice texture, the two cracks on its skin had penetrated deeply into the jade flesh. This indicated that once the Hojiang was sliced, each piece would yield at least one less bracelet, which would significantly affect its valuation, as the appraisal was primarily based on the number of bracelets the stone could produce. Furthermore, the piece lacked any floating flowers or distinctive base colors. Mo Xiaofan felt disheartened, as if the very fears he harbored had materialized. Ultimately, Xiaoying appraised the piece of Hojiang at 150,000. All hope now rested on Muna. Boss Lu, Boss Jiang. I must apologize. It seems fortune is turning in my favor today, Mo Xiaofan remarked. Boss Wang, it seems you've forgotten that you are betting against two individuals? Haha, is there really a difference between 2 and 1? Perhaps you should concede. I'll count your surrender as a half loss. Thank you for your kind offer, Boss Wang. But let us see who ultimately triumphs. Lu Wenhua firmly declined Wang's suggestion. Naturally, they could not show weakness at such a moment, especially since they had not truly lost. Lu Wenhua was not one to shift blame lightly. He believed that the Hojiang selected by Mo Xiaofan was not inferior, and it could indeed validate Mo Xiaofan's impressive eye for stones. The fact that Mo Wanji had found a better piece was merely a stroke of bad luck for Mo Xiaofan. Consequently, Lu Wenhua retained his faith in Mo Xiaofan and believed that the piece of Muna he had chosen held significant potential for a turnaround. As they awaited the next event, the atmosphere grew tense, and conversation dwindled to a quiet sipping of tea. Xiao Ying, too, ceased her attempts to lighten the mood, focusing solely on refilling everyone's cups. Despite his earlier bravado, Boss Wang harbored concerns. He understood that Mo Wanji's victory with the Hojiang was largely influenced by luck rather than sheer skill. The fine glutinous jade with green, floating flowers, though commendable, was not insurmountable. At last, the shop assistant Xiao Ying appeared, cradling a meticulously cut 13-kilogram piece of Muna. shattering the heavy atmosphere that had enveloped the backyard. Everyone once again gathered around Xiao Ying, eagerly awaiting the revelation of the final outcome. In that moment, the entire courtyard fell into a hush, for it is often said that the thrill of stone gambling lies in the heartbeat. This was indeed a moment of palpable suspense. Xiao Ying, influenced by the tension in the air, raised her hands and gently moved aside a smaller slice of muna from the cut surface, unveiling the jade flesh within. The instant the crowd beheld the jade, laughter erupted from some, while others were met with dismay. Among those rejoicing were Lu Wenhua and Jiang Bo, who lavished praise upon Mo Xiaofan with the most exquisite words they could conjure. Meanwhile, Boss Wang stood silently to the side. Zhang Wei, positioned beside Boss Wang, turned towards him and bowed deeply. "I'm truly sorry to have disappointed you." Boss Wang glanced at Zhang Wei, closed his eyes, sighed, and then waved his hand dismissively. "It is not your fault. Do not take it upon yourself. I am well aware of the situation." The muna revealed itself as a glutinous ice green base, its striking visual impact intensified by the vibrant green on the cut surface, far surpassing the previous delicate green speckled variety that Boss Wang had presented. This was the reason why Lu Wenhua and Jiang Bo sensed victory even before Xiao Ying announced the valuation. Finally, Xiao Ying declared the valuation of the muna, 290,000. Her assessment was based on the acquisition price of the raw material rather than the total value of the finished product. Although the valuation based on raw material prices was significantly lower than the selling price of the finished product, it was more persuasive due to its reduced speculative nature. Additionally, as the intermediary chosen by both parties, and given that Mo Wanji's performance was evidently inferior to that of Muna, there was no dissent regarding this valuation. Moreover, all present were respectable figures. Questioning the results published by their chosen intermediary would be quite embarrassing. Boss Wang approached Lu and Jiang, shaking their hands one by one. "Gentlemen, today I Wang bow in defeat. May your businesses flourish. Wishing you prosperity as well, Boss Wang." Ultimately, they were all businessmen, valuing harmony over discord. There was no need to let pride lead to enmity. Mo Xiaofan had assumed Boss Wang was departing, yet he surprisingly approached him, extending his right hand. "Well done. Young man, you are Mo Xiaofan, correct? I shall remember your name. I appreciate young individuals like you. Here is my business card. Feel free to contact me if needed." "Thank you, Boss Wang." Mo Xiaofan accepted the card with both hands, glancing down to see it bore the name Wang Honghua, chairman of Jade Mu Group. Mo Xiaofan recalled that this was a renowned company in the Dragon Kingdom primarily engaged in the operation of luxury hotels. Mo Xiaofan had not forgotten the words of caution from Xiong Haowen, yet he felt it unnecessary to offend Boss Wang, especially after becoming aware of his true identity. Chapter 72, Forgotten Matters of Importance. Eventually, Wang Honghua approached Xiao Ying. "Boss Xiao, could you calculate the total expenditure for today?" Mo Wanji, 110,000. Ho Jiang, 130,000. Muna, 85,000, totaling 250,000. Interestingly, the stone with the highest selling price from the raw materials yielded the poorest quality from Ho Jiang, while the most affordable, Muna, turned out to be the finest. However, this was to be expected. Otherwise, why would it be called gambling with stones? Additionally, given that the raw stones were meticulously selected by Xiao Ying, the procurement cost was significantly higher than the market rate, compounded by the considerable operational costs of her shop. Thus, Mo Xiaofan had always believed that places like the early market or the Delong night market would be more suited for him, as he excelled in finding hidden gems. Wang Honghua paid the amount with alacrity. "Boss Wang, I apologize for the lack of hospitality today. Always welcome." After circulating greetings with everyone, Boss Wang departed from Xiao Ying's establishment with Zhang Wei. Lu Wenhua, Jiang Bo, and Mo Xiaofan remained in Xiao Ying's shop, enjoying tea. Since Lu Wenhua and Jiang Bo had won their bets, the atmosphere lightened considerably, contrasting sharply with the earlier tension. "Indeed, Xiaofan, do you possess some secret technique for gambling with stones?" "Lu and I would gladly pay a fortune for it," Jiang Bo chimed in. "You two esteemed gentlemen have quite the imagination. If such a secret existed, I would surely have memorized it and then destroyed it. Wouldn't Ti Xiaofan?" Mo Xiaofan was at a loss for how to respond, managing only a few forced chuckles. At that moment, his phone, which he had set to silent, illuminated on the table. Upon checking, he saw a text notification for the transfers from Lu Wenhua and Jiang Bo. Lu Wenhua, 6,800, Jiang Bo, 10,400. It appeared that Boss Wang's inquiry regarding the price of the raw stones had not gone unnoticed by them. Mo Xiaofan felt exceedingly content with the day's outcomes. His Nangi had sold for over 100,000, and he had assisted Lu Wenhua and Jiang Bo in winning their bets, earning nearly 20,000 in commissions. A bountiful harvest. Thank you, Boss Lu. Thank you, Boss Jiang. I have received the commission. Should you require my assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. Mo Xiaofan expressed his gratitude sincerely to both gentlemen. Xiaofan, today's commission is somewhat less than last time. I hope you do not mind. Lu Wenhua referred to the previous occasion when he had generously awarded them an additional 100,000 for their assistance in gambling with stones. 8% is already the highest standard in the industry. I am quite satisfied with this commission, and Mo Xiaofan replied with a smile. However, regarding today's matters, we feel somewhat remiss towards you. After discussing with Boss Jiang, we propose this. For your assistance in gambling with stones, we shall maintain the 8%. However, if we engage in a gamble against others, it shall be 20%. What do you think, Xiaofan? Mo Xiaofan had never been one to be excessively greedy, so he truly did not mind the absence of the extra 100,000 commission. Nevertheless, he would not refuse an increase in commission offered voluntarily by the bosses. Thus, he readily accepted the proposal. Half an hour later, Mo Xiaofan bid farewell to the three individuals and departed from Xiaoying's shop. Having successfully exceeded today's task, Mo Xiaofan resolved to treat himself that evening to something delightful, perhaps a steak, a beef hot pot, or even barbecued meat. Thus, he made his way to the Rueli Fortune Plaza. Parking his vehicle in the underground garage, he ascended to the shopping mall, with no particular items on his shopping list. He headed straight to the Starbucks on the first floor, ordering a large cappuccino to pass the time until dinner. Throughout the day, Mo Xiaofan had been plagued by a nagging sensation that he had overlooked something significant, yet he could not recall what it was. As he sipped his coffee, the forgotten matter suddenly resurfaced in his mind. Lu Xiaolong and his wife were coming to Rueli tomorrow. Why hadn't that fellow called or sent a message yet? Puzzled, Mo Xiaofan retrieved his phone from the left pocket of his trousers. To his astonishment, there were 4 missed calls and more than 10 messages, all from Lu Xiaolong. It dawned on him that he had set his phone to silent mode while at Xiaoying's shop and had forgotten to turn it off. Apologetically, he texted, "Hey, sorry. I had some matters to attend to today, and my phone was on silent, so I completely forgot to switch it back." He added, "No problem. You'll arrive just in time for dinner. I'll take you to savor some local delicacies in Rueli." "That sounds perfect. Just to confirm, are you staying for 3 days in Rueli?" "I need to arrange the itinerary," he replied. "Oh, I almost forgot to mention. After discussing with my wife, we feel that 3 days might be too rushed, so we decided to extend our trip to 5 days, 6 nights. Is that all right with you?" "Of course. That's no issue at all. I'm currently working independently, so I have a lot of flexibility with my time," Mo Xiaofan responded. "That works for me. I've been utterly exhausted from live streaming games lately. If I don't take a break soon, I fear my health may deteriorate." "You're barely in your 20s. Surely you can manage," Lu Xiaolong chuckled. "I typically stream for 10 hours, and on busier days, I sometimes go for 12 hours straight. Just imagine, spending at least 12 hours in front of a computer every day. It's quite taxing. Remember when we used to play games at the internet cafe? We could sit for hours and actually enjoyed it. How times have changed. Back then, we were not yet 20. Now we are approaching 30. Perhaps you should consider a career change? To what profession? Come help me sell jadeite." "Huh, you're quite the charlatan. A few years ago, you convinced me to join you in selling underfloor heating. Who on earth sells underfloor heating in Kunming? Only you could dream that up. Then the year before last, you lured me into selling insurance, and now you've abandoned that too, only to tempt me again with jadeite. Don't you feel any remorse? He. Your memory serves you well. You leave me utterly speechless." Mo Xiaofan always joked with Lu Xiaolong in this manner, and each time he changed jobs, he would make a quip, to which Lu Xiaolong would retort, establishing a delightful rapport between them. Chapter 73, Montag Xiaofan's extraordinary abilities. In truth, selling jadeite is indeed quite lucrative. I assure you, it's no deception. I believe that selling jade can be profitable. I just don't have faith in your ability to make money from it, Lu Xiaolong stated bluntly. "This time, you've truly misjudged the situation." "Oh, is that so? Wait until you earn some money before you say that. This time, I won't let you underestimate me." "Very well, I shall await your success." Mo Xiaofan refrained from sharing that he had already turned 500 yuan into over 200,000 yuan in just over a month. After all, his suggestion for Lu Xiaolong to sell jade had merely been a jest, meant to elicit laughter. However, he did feel that, although Lu Xiaolong may not profit from selling jade, it was still worthwhile for him to experience the thrill of stone gambling while in Rueli. as it was quite exhilarating and could potentially lead to financial freedom in one fell swoop. Stop with the sweet talk. The old adage goes, one cut makes you poor, another makes you rich. Do you think I haven't heard that before? Countless losses are unlikely to yield a single gain, are they? Please, my intention is for you to indulge in a little light gambling, to savor the unique charm of Relics. Besides, I currently make my living through stone gambling. With my guidance, cutting a raw stone to yield a profit is certainly feasible. You can gamble on stones? You've only been in Relics for just over a month. I have serious doubts about your skills. Are you planning to use me as practice? Am I truly so untrustworthy? Let us discuss this. Your character is not in question, but your abilities are indeed suspect. How about this? If the raw stone yields a profit, it's yours. If it flops, I'll cover the loss. Mo Xiaofan replied with determination. That seems unnecessary. You are right about one thing. Light gambling can be enjoyable. My wife and I can certainly play around with some lesser stones. However, we shall choose the stones ourselves. If we win, it is merely good fortune, and if not, it's of little consequence. All right, you're the boss. Your word is law. Mo Xiaofan felt that he had said all that needed to be said, and whether Lu Xiaolong accepted, it was his concern. Nonetheless, Mo Xiaofan understood Lu Xiaolong's reservations. It was a common mindset. When the time came for them to select the raw stones, Mo Xiaofan could assist in negotiating the price. By the way, do you intend to relax during this trip? Or do you hope to visit as many places as possible within the limited time? Definitely to relax. I detest the kind of tourism where you merely check in at a new place, snap a few photos, and then rush off. What is the point? Your thoughts align quite well with mine. I have no further concerns for now. Then I shall not keep you any longer, as I still need to pack. Until tomorrow. Very well. See you at the airport tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Mo Xiaofan glanced at the time. Dinner was still some distance away, so he decided to search for travel guides on Relics and Mongsher using his phone, curious about what fun places might be in store. Ultimately, he outlined a rough itinerary. As for Relics, it would primarily focus on stone gambling, allowing Lu Xiaolong and his wife to experience the thrill of gambling and the entire process of stone cutting. The main attractions would be in Mongsher, which boasted more unique locales, and they could also sample local delicacies. Additionally, he could take them to visit the once smallest city in the Dragon Kingdom, Wanding, or to Xiaofan to enjoy a hot spring that charged only 5 yuan per person. After leisurely spending 5 days, Mo Xiaofan felt quite content. It was just the right time for him to grant himself a 5-day respite, and thus this decision was made with great pleasure. However, having earned a considerable sum today, he felt no regret. In the evening, as Mo Xiaofan did not have a habit of drinking tea, he poured himself a glass of clear water and settled down at the tea table to play on his phone. At that moment, Zhang Ying sent him a message. Imogo, are you busy? No, I'm at home resting now. How's your trip going? Are you still in Mongsher? You must be thoroughly enjoying all the beautiful places in Yunnan. But why don't you visit Zishuangbana? Naturally, Mo Xiaofan readily agreed to this simple request, which was both within his capabilities and pleasing to Zhang Ying. Thank you, Mo. Good. We'll treat you to a meal then. Then you're in for a treat. I can eat quite a lot. Haha, I assure you, we'll make sure you leave satisfied. After concluding his conversation with Zhang Ying, Mo Xiaofan earnestly contemplated his unique abilities and made a brief summary. Currently, he could detect 3 distinct fruity aromas emanating from jadeite raw stones: lemon, pineapple, and durian. The raw stones with a lemony fragrance could yield 3 types of jadeite: nucleated, fine nucleated, and nucleated ice. Mo Xiaofan noticed that recently, he had predominantly unearthed fine nucleated or nucleated ice jade from the lemon-scented stones. The raw stones with a strong pineapple scent could produce ice-type jadeite. As for those with a durian aroma, they could yield high ice-type jadeite. Regarding the glass-type jadeite, whether it could be derived from a 4th aroma that Mo Xiaofan had yet to detect, or if there was a chance of it being produced from durian-scented stones, remained uncertain. Regardless of the aroma, the jadeite extracted could only guarantee its type and water quality, without assurance of color or the presence of cracks. Moreover, the quality of the raw stone alone was not the sole determinant of whether it would possess a scent. Mo Xiaofan was still unclear about what other conditions needed to be met. Having sorted through some characteristics of his abilities, Mo Xiaofan pondered a few pressing questions. Firstly, could the existence of his stone gambling ability be revealed to others? He seriously contemplated this matter, concluding that it must remain a secret, even from his parents or Xionghaowen. Human thought processes are peculiar. When something is possessed by only a few, the majority will feel envy and a desire to obtain it. However, when something is solely held by one individual, beyond reach for anyone else. Its fate is destined for destruction. Secondly, and of utmost concern to Mo Xiaofan, was whether his abilities could evolve, thereby enhancing their effectiveness. If so, how would one achieve such an upgrade? Much like the protagonist Zhuang Rue from the treasure appraisal novel he had been reading, who could enhance his supernatural abilities by absorbing the spiritual essence of certain antiques, Mo Xiaofan pondered whether there might be a method to elevate his own powers. He yearned to increase the occurrence of aromatic raw stones under identical conditions, thereby significantly augmenting his options in selecting these precious stones. To this end, Mo Xiaofan once spent over an hour inhaling the scent of an aromatic raw stone, yet to no avail. He subsequently resorted to licking it for a considerable time, but still found no results. Ultimately, he was compelled to momentarily surrender his efforts. However, though he ceased his physical attempts, his mind remained restless. Whenever he had a spare moment, like now, he would revisit the question, was it possible that his approach was flawed? Was there a spell he had neglected to recite? Or perhaps he needed to sustain an unexpected injury to gain fortune from adversity? In the end, having failed to resolve these quandaries, Mo Xiaofan found himself ensnared in confusion and opted to wash up and retire for the night. The following day, at 11 a.m., Mo Xiaofan awaited the arrival of Lu Xiaolong and his wife at the airport in Mongshu. Precisely at 11:15, his guests appeared. Lu Xiaolong donned sunglasses and was clad in an oversized, colorful t-shirt paired with light gray shorts, completing his look with a pair of black sandals. He dragged along a wheeled suitcase, exuding the carefree demeanor of a vacationing tourist. Beside him stood his wife, Zhuang Ting, who was half a head taller than him. She wore a round straw hat, a short purple knitted cardigan over a white spaghetti-strap dress, and casual high-heeled sandals. On her left wrist adorned the rice-processed green flower bracelet that Mo Xiaofan had sold to Lu Xiaolong, presenting a refreshing and elegant image. It is worth mentioning that Zhuang Ting hailed from Hunan and was a demure young lady. The couple had met through the online game DNF, and, eventually, Zhuang Ting traveled to Kunming to pursue her love for Lu Xiaolong. Over here, Mo Xiaofan called out, waving his hand to the couple. Soon, Lu Xiaolong and his wife spotted him and approached. Didn't they say it was supposed to be hot here? It feels quite similar to Kunming, Lu Xiaolong remarked. Brother, it's only March. Do you actually enjoy the feeling of being scorched by the sun? I read online that it was hot here, which is why I dressed this way. It just goes to show that things online are not always reliable. Not to worry, it's generally warm enough in the evenings to manage, and Mo Xiaofan reassured him. All right, let us hope so. By the way, are you still playing Magic Scholar? It's a pity you've quit. Otherwise, I could have taken you into the abyss for epic drops. I've lost my passion for DNF. You know how they say online about DNF? It's like toxic baby formula. Yet most of those who call it toxic are still playing, so we are indeed experiencing both pain and pleasure. Hold on, are you two here to discuss games? Please, we are here to travel. Besides, my esteemed level 9 deity hasn't even spoken yet. Well then, since the deity has spoken, let us first go and dine. As the clock approached 1 p.m., Mo Xiaofan escorted the couple Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting to the Dai Cuisine restaurant in Ruili, where Xiong Haowen had first introduced him to the delicacy known as sapi. Upon entering the establishment, the trio sought a suitable table, and Mo Xiaofan placed an order with the proprietor for sapi, dried beef, lemon chicken, 2 vegetarian dishes, and a bowl of soup. Mo Xiaofan, what exactly is sapi? Lu Xiaolong inquired. It is the most distinctive dish here in Ruili. Let me tell you, if you come to Ruili and do not try sapi, you might as well not mention your visit to others. Since you've mentioned it, we shall certainly indulge in it. Lu Xiaolong replied. As anticipated, after a short while, the restaurant staff served the sapi. Lu Xiaolong asked, is this sapi? How does one eat it? Sapi refers to this bowl of dipping sauce. You simply take some rice noodles or beef with chopsticks and dip them into the sapi before consuming, Mo Xiaofan explained, demonstrating the process. As a generous portion of rice noodles and a piece of beef were dipped into the sapi and placed into Mo Xiaofan's mouth, a satisfied smile graced his face. Seeing Mo Xiaofan's contentment, Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting could no longer contain themselves. Lu Xiaolong first offered Zhuang Ting a helping of rice noodles dipped in sapi, followed by a piece of beef, and then prepared a similar portion for himself. The couple savored the food in silence, soon synchronizing to share more rice noodles and beef. This dish was indeed unique. Though initially bitter, it swiftly revealed a sweet undertone, offering a refreshing experience. True to his reputation as a gourmet, Mo Xiaofan always managed to discover exceptional culinary delights. Sapi has the effect of clearing heat and detoxifying. If you enjoy it, feel free to indulge. I can always order another serving, he remarked. Zhuang Ting, you find this agreeable, don't you? Your selection of dishes truly reflects your taste. You mentioned that sapi has detoxifying properties. What is it made from? It consists of raw beef, beef tripe, and finely chopped beef entrails, combined with beef bile and various seasonings. Mo Xiaofan replied with a mischievous smile. Lu Xiaolong and his wife paused for a moment, but soon continued eating without hesitation. Had you mentioned that earlier, I might have hesitated, but now that we are already eating, it does not faze me, Lu Xiaolong stated. Before other dishes arrived, the sapi had been entirely consumed by the duo. However, this was within Mo Xiaofan's expectations, when only a third of the sapi remained. He ordered an additional serving. Besides sapi, the lemon chicken also suited Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting's palates, and the plate was soon emptied. Lemon chicken is prepared by shredding cooked chicken breast into strips, which are then mixed with lemon, cilantro, fresh chili, lime, ginger slices, and various seasonings to create a refreshing cold dish that balances sour and spicy flavors. Mo Xiaofan, who was not particularly fond of overly sour dishes, had specifically ordered the lemon chicken for Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting, preferring to focus on the sapi and the dried beef. The three of them possessed hearty appetites, and within half an hour, the table was cleared of all dishes. Well, how do you find it? Are you satisfied? Ah, splendid. Savoring the local delicacies truly evokes the essence of travel. Where shall we venture next? Would you care to indulge in a hot spring? Here, we have authentic natural mineral springs. Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting exchanged glances of mild astonishment. I had no idea there were hot springs in Rueli, Lu Xiaolong remarked. Haha, the hot springs here are not like the large outdoor baths in Anning. This is a natural hot spring pool, known only to the locals. Since you mentioned it, we must go. What are we waiting for? Let us depart at once. After a little over an hour, the trio arrived at the outdoor hot spring pool in Xiaofan. Upon paying the modest entrance fee of merely 15 yuan for all three, Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting were taken aback. However, once they donned their swimwear and cautiously approached the steaming natural hot spring, their faces soon transformed into expressions of delight. It turned out that even a 5 yuan hot spring pool could offer such immense value. Surprised? A 5 yuan hot spring pool per person. Montak Xiaofan chuckled. The water is undoubtedly pure, natural spring water, but I didn't anticipate such a pristine environment, Zhuang Ting replied. Indeed, this is a 5 yuan per person natural pool, and there is no time limit. Well, in light of the 5 yuan price, I must concede that this place is quite decent. Exactly. Contentment brings happiness. Zhuang Ting. Your taste is impeccable. This bracelet complements you splendidly. It's a perfect match. Thank you. I adore it. I found this treasure at a great price through you. At the flower and bird market in Kunming, a bracelet of similar quality would cost no less than 20,000. So, the prices in Kunming are rather exorbitant. If that is the case, would you like to exchange for a couple more to wear interchangeably? I have some excellent pieces here. Lu Xiaolong squinted at Mo Xiaofan. Mo Xiaofan, just wait. If I manage to sell them, I'll give you a cut. No need for that. Just offer them the same price you gave me. Otherwise, they might hold a grudge against me in the future. Mo Xiaofan, do you have any jade pendants? Lu Xiaolong inquired. Of course. Who's interested? I wish to procure one for myself. Mo Xiaofan looked puzzled. But weren't you indifferent to jade? Before purchasing the bracelet for Zhuang Ting, I accompanied her in researching jade bracelets and inquiring about their prices, which piqued my interest. I see. What style of jade pendant are you considering? How about a Qing Tianju, a type of jade pendant? You're the one who desires to wear the Qing Tianju, not me. I prefer Ultraman. Ah, you've seen through me. I merely wish to find someone to help me assess how the Qing Tianju pendant would look around my neck. Don't bother. No one else would wear it besides you. You should try it yourself. I have an immature suggestion, but I wonder if I should share it? If it's immature, best not to. Ahem, you desire this jade pendant out of genuine interest, not for any other reason, correct? Indeed, what else could it be? Since it is indeed an interest, why not try your hand at stone gambling, then carving the stone to create a pendant? That would hold significant sentimental value. Ah, your suggestion is quite commendable. However, what should I do if the raw stone I purchase proves to be unsatisfactory? Indeed, Lu Xiaolong is astute, swiftly identifying the crux of the matter. But fret not, for I am here to guide you through this venture. With my expertise in stone gambling, I shall assuredly assist you in achieving a customized pendant that not only satisfies you, but can also be passed down to future generations. When Mo Xiaofan is in the company of Xiong Haowen, his demeanor markedly differs from his usual self. The reason is simple. Mo Xiaofan harbors a certain apprehension towards Xiong Haowen. Should Mo Xiaofan dare to engage in light-hearted banter with him, he might find himself at risk of a reprimand. Conversely, when in the presence of Lu Xiaolong, with whom he shares no significant ties, Mo Xiaofan feels liberated, as he only exhibits such freedom with a select few friends, excluding Xionghaowen. Their camaraderie is strong, and it is this bond that motivates Mo Xiaofan to willingly invest time, effort, and resources to accompany Lu Xiaolong and espouse on their outings. In Lu Xiaolong's presence, Mo Xiaofan feels a profound sense of relaxation, free from the burdens of pressure or the fear of offending someone with a misplaced word. Your self-promotion is rather impressive. Please, continue your performance. As you aptly stated, what I desire is the thrill of stone gambling, the process of unearthing, and ultimately crafting a pendant from the raw stone I acquire. My enjoyment lies within this journey. Why should I be overly concerned with the quality of the stone? Zhuang Ting observes the two gentlemen with a cheerful demeanor, refraining from interjecting. The disputes between Mo Xiaofan and Lu Xiaolong are not infrequent. They often engage in lengthy debates over trivial matters. Yet, regardless of the outcome, their friendship remains unscathed. Are you aware of the substantial cost involved in hiring a skilled sculptor for pendant crafting? Typically, it is no less than 800. Should it require double-sided carving or involve intricate designs, the fee could easily soar to 2,000, while a poorly cut raw stone may barely fetch 200. Are you truly willing to invest 2,000 in the carving of jade worth merely 200? Lu Xiaolong fell into contemplation, recognizing that Mo Xiaofan was gradually gaining the upper hand in their argument. However, how can you assure me that if you assist in selecting the raw stone, it will indeed yield a profit? I cannot offer such guarantees. Mo Xiaofan paused before continuing. Yet, I can certainly enhance your chances of success. If your odds of a profitable cut are 1 in 10, I assure you I can elevate that to a 10-fold increase. Does that not entice you? Well, while 10 is not a remarkable improvement, it is still considerably better than 1. So, when shall we embark on this venture? There is no time like the present. Let's go tonight. Chapter 76, The Journey to Payalluda. Very well, since I have taken the initiative to seek your company, I shall defer to your suggestions on where we should go, Lu Xiaolong remarked. That is the spirit. Additionally, let me reiterate, stone gambling can indeed be quite intoxicating, so do remember to indulge in moderation. Understood, you are quite the nagger. Mo Xiaofan and his friends luxuriated in a public hot spring pool, where the temperature reached a soothing 40 degrees Celsius for approximately 40 minutes. This duration is near the limit of comfort for a group of individuals. Thus, the three of them harmoniously rose from the hot spring pool and changed into their clothes. Considering the brevity of their outing, their luggage consisted merely of a travel suitcase and a small handbag carried by Zhuang Ting. Mo Xiaofan appreciated this lightweight approach to travel. After completing the check-in process at the hotel reception, they took the elevator to room 418 on the 4th floor. Upon entering, they were greeted by the spaciousness of the room, featuring a large bed and a clean, tidy bathroom. As a typical hotel, the overall condition of the room left Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting quite satisfied. Mo Xiaofan, what are your plans for the rest of the day? Lu Xiaolong inquired. After soaking in the hot springs, one might feel a bit weary. Would you like to rest at the hotel for a while? I can come and pick you up at 6. Although Lu Xiaolong initially did not wish to rest, he noticed Zhuang Ting appeared rather fatigued, leading him to decide they would stay at the hotel until 6, waiting for Mo Xiaofan. At 6 p.m., Mo Xiaofan promptly rang the doorbell of room 418 at the Holiday Hotel apartment. After a prolonged silence, he assumed the two were in a deep slumber. Consequently, he took out his phone and called Lu Xiaolong. Hello, a drowsy voice answered. Rise and shine. It's past 6. Oh, is it past 6 already? My apologies. I slept too well. We'll be up shortly. I'll be waiting for you in the hotel lobby. Hurry. At 6:25 p.m., Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting finally appeared in Mo Xiaofan's line of sight in the lobby. Lu Xiaolong asked, where shall we go now? My plan is to first visit the Delong night market for stone gambling. The market generally opens at 7, and the vendors will have their stalls set up by then. If we arrive around 7 as the first customers, our chances of selecting good stones will significantly increase. If we arrive late, the finest stones will have already been claimed by others. After leaving the Delong night market, we can find a large barbecue restaurant for a late-night snack. What do you think? Lu Xiaolong proposed. Zhuang Ting, how about we start with the stone gambling? Lu Xiaolong asked. Sure, no problem. But I want to gamble on stones too. After all, we are here for fun. Enjoyment comes first. Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting shared a strong bond, and even in trivial matters, he would often seek her opinion. This behavior demonstrated his respect for her and Zhuang Ting reciprocated with understanding, rarely voicing dissent. They were quite in sync. It must be acknowledged that Lu Xiaolong had a knack for charming Zhuang Ting all the way from Hunan to Kunming. Mo Xiaofan felt a twinge of envy, realizing he was now consuming the dog food, a term for public displays of affection, of Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting. And soon he would be subjected to more from Xiong Haowen and Lei Lei. When would he be able to share his own dog food? Navigating the familiar roads, Mo Xiaofan drove Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting to the Dalong night market, one of the key places for his prosperous ventures, a route he knew all too well. After parking, he entered a nearby dessert shop and purchased 3 cups of bubble tea. What is this dessert? Zhuang Ting curiously examined the large cup of poulet and took a sip through the straw. Satisfied with the texture of the poulet, she scooped a spoonful of the bread and coconut shavings from the cup into her mouth, revealing a look of contentment. It seems that girls generally have an irresistible attraction to exquisite desserts. This is called poulet, a highly popular dessert originating from Thailand and Myanmar. We will have our supper later. Let's indulge in a sweet treat first, Mo Xiaofan explained. Is the liquid in the poulet milk? Lu Xiaolong inquired. No, it's coconut milk. Don't you think it tastes similar to the canned coconut milk we used to drink in our childhood? A bit, but I still feel like you're trying to fool me. Haha, you guessed it. It is indeed milk. After the 3 finished their poulet, they set down empty cups and approached the entrance of the Dalong night market. Observing the bustling scene resembling a vegetable market, Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting appeared somewhat uneasy. Hey, who would have thought that a place where one could purchase priceless raw stones would look like this? Mo Xiaofan recalled feeling much like Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting during her first visit to Dalong night market. Indeed, I never expected it. But the environment isn't that important. Shall we get started? Yes, but you two wait a moment. Mo Xiaofan walked over to a vendor selling miscellaneous items and purchased 2 powerful flashlights. After testing them to confirm they worked, she paid the vendor 70 yuan. Take these flashlights. You'll need them shortly. What do we need these for? Aren't you supposed to help us with the stone bedding? With the right tools in hand, let us officially venture into the interior of Dalong night market. As Lu Xiaolong surveyed the countless raw stones of indeterminate quality and the throngs of people, his initial desire to bet on stones diminished considerably. By the way, there is an unwritten but crucial rule in the jade trade that you must remember. Go on. I am listening. Once you inquire about a price from a seller, if you do not wish to purchase, you must not negotiate after they quote a price. If you do, you are obliged to buy. What if I negotiate and then refuse to pay? I haven't tried that. Why don't you give it a go? I'm just curious. I'm not foolish. Is there anything else we should be aware of? Nothing particularly special. By the way, what price range of raw stones are you looking to bet on? What is the typical price range for stones that are likely to yield good jade? Since we rarely have the chance to come out and play, let us be generous. Anything under 4,000 will do. Is that acceptable? There are quite a number of raw stones within that price range. Let us see what we can find. Chapter 77. Lu Xiaolong bets on stones. When considering raw stones priced at 4,000, Mo Xiaofan first thought to visit the stall of Song Jiong, where she had previously purchased stones that exuded a refreshing lemon fragrance. She remembered that there were many fine small raw stones at Song Jiong's stall and had a favorable impression of him, so she decided to try her luck there first. Song Jiong's stall was easy to locate, and soon the 3 arrived in front of it. Boss Song, how has business been lately? Upon encountering someone addressing him as Boss Song, Song Jiong instinctively glanced up, though he had not yet commenced his work. Boss Song, the overall quality of the raw stones here is quite impressive. I have great confidence in your 2 large stones from Makan, the individual remarked. Haha, thank you. I possess a fair degree of experience in stone appraisal. Otherwise, if clients consistently left disappointed after cutting, who would return? Mo Xiaofan interjected with a hint of regret. By the way, where is your girlfriend today? She is out enjoying time with her friends, and, to clarify, she is not actually my girlfriend. I see, my apologies. However, I noticed her demeanor towards you the other day. It seems you have a glimmer of hope. Keep it up. Thank you, Boss Song. Today, 2 of my friends have come to Ili to explore, so I brought them along to pick out a few raw stones and test our luck. Feel free to browse. Just call me if you need assistance, Song Jiong replied. Mo Xiaofan retrieved a powerful flashlight and began scrutinizing the raw stones at Song Jiong's stall. Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting, perhaps out of boredom, mimicked Mo Xiaofan, illuminating the stones with their flashlights. However, their imitative efforts proved fruitless, as they appeared unable to discern any significant details, yet remained earnest in their examination. Mo Xiaofan, what do you think of this piece? Lu Xiaolong asked, his excitement palpable as the light revealed a yellow hue within the stone. Could be the fabled yellow jade? A cursory glance reveals it to be a Makan water stone, Its shape is decent, albeit small enough to fit comfortably in one hand. It might be worth considering, but perhaps you should examine additional options, Xiaofan suggested. He refrained from commenting on stones devoid of fragrance, as he lacked the expertise to evaluate them. And he certainly would not purchase a stone lacking in aroma. However, he recognized that for a novice like Lu Xiaolong, the chances of success with such a stone were slim. Not wishing to dampen Lu's enthusiasm, he chose his words carefully. One must take the initiative to try things for oneself. Boss Song, how much is this stone? Lu Xiaolong inquired. That one is priced at 2,000, Song Jiong replied. Upon hearing the price, Lu Xiaolong hesitated, feeling the stone was somewhat overpriced despite his ignorance of jade. Boss, Lu Xiaolong began, but was abruptly interrupted as Xiaofan stepped on his foot and pulled him aside. Brother, what are you thinking? Weren't we supposed to be selecting together? I never realized you had such an aversion to spending, Xiaofan remarked. As you said, since we are here, it is imperative to experience it for ourselves. I believe the stone I selected is quite good. What if it appreciates in value? Observing Lu Xiaolong's eagerness to pay for his education, Xiaofan decided against further admonishment. If you wish to choose your own stone, that is perfectly acceptable, but do allow me to negotiate the price with the vendor. That should be agreeable, correct? Boss Song, as a loyal customer, could you offer a discount? I plan to make additional purchases. All right. How much do you consider appropriate, Boss? How about 1,200? 1,200 is a bit low. Let's do this. Allow me to keep a modest profit, and you can take it for 1,400. Agreed. Lu Xiaolong, come pay up. In Lu Xiaolong's perspective, a discount of 200 on a 2,000 item would be extraordinary. However, the price plummeted to 1,400, leaving him quite content to part with his money. Lu Xiaolong, I have my eye on a raw stone. Do you still desire it? Show me which one you have chosen. Xiaofan placed another large Damakan water stone before Lu Xiaolong. This stone boasted a reddish-yellow skin, weighed over 3 kilograms, had an oval shape, with a thickness of 6 centimeters, a length of approximately 17 centimeters, and a width of 14 centimeters. Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting examined Xiaofan's selected Damakan water stone with curiosity, particularly Lu Xiaolong, who scrutinized it closely with a powerful flashlight. This stone of yours, while larger, does not possess the beauty of mine, and the flashlight reveals little, he remarked. Haha, so do you want it? If not, I shall take it myself. Just don't regret it. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Xiaolong replied, All right, as long as it doesn't exceed 4,000, I shall take it. Boss Song, you heard him. My boss has spoken. Can it be sold for under 4,000? For good fortune, let it go for 3,600. Do visit often. Thank you, Boss Song. After packaging the 2 raw stones, Lu Xiaolong, holding a large black plastic bag in his right hand, inquired, What shall we do now? Shall we continue betting on stones? Let us hold off on that for now. We should cut these 2 stones first. Oh, that sounds good. I feel particularly lucky today. Surely a stroke of genius awaits. Very well, let us go, lucky one, to witness a miraculous moment. There were several shops in the Long Night Market, similar to Yuan's, that provided stone analysis services. However, Xiong Haowen had always preferred to take his raw stones to Yuan's shop, and Xiaofan followed suit. The trio arrived at a stone analysis shop in the Long Night Market, and shortly after entering, the customer ahead completed their analysis, making way for them. Lu Xiaolong's chosen Damakan water stone was peeled, while Xiaofan's selection was sliced with a water-cutting machine. As preparations were underway, and since the peeling would take some time, Xiaofan suggested they indulge in barbecue first and return later, but Lu Xiaolong was unwilling. This fellow is entranced. He insists on waiting here, which left the 3 seated in the lounge, awaiting the outcome. Lu Xiaolong, you remain as stubborn as ever. Once your temper flares, none can sway you. Indeed, that is just how he is. There's no changing it, Zhuang Ting chimed in. You don't understand. This is called a spirit of inquiry. One must try things for oneself. What style of pendant or tag do you intend to create? Have you thought about it? I have been considering this matter. I believe a larger, more conspicuous piece would suit me. Do you have any specific ideas? How about a dragon pendant? I think that could work, but I feel your Damakan stone might not suffice for a dragon pendant. No matter, whatever that stone can become, I shall wear. Chapter 78, An Evening to Remember. Lu Xiaolong gazed at the peeled Damakan water stone with a face of consternation, while Xiaofan and Zhuang Ting could hardly contain their laughter. It can be said that Lu Xiaolong previously held high hopes for this piece of Damakan jadeite, and now he finds himself facing a stark reality. Are you certain? Xiaofan inquired with a playful smile. What if the jadeite we unveil is less than satisfactory? Do not indulge in such alarmist rhetoric. As if the stone I selected is bound to fail, Lu retorted. I did not suggest that, but we must be prepared for all possibilities. Let us refrain from excessive talk. Soon enough, the truth shall be revealed. If my exquisite stone were to be a disappointment, while your larger, less appealing piece remains intact, that would indeed defy reason. At this moment, Lu Xiaolong became somewhat flustered, forgetting that both raw stones were his, meaning any loss would ultimately be his own. Observing this, Mo Xiaofan chose to remain silent, content to wait for the outcome. Finally, the two Dama-can pieces were presented by the attendants of the stone shop. An anxious Lu Xiaolong was the first to rise and approach. Mo Xiaofan and Zhuang Ting soon followed. What transpired next was reminiscent of the earlier scene. After the outer layer of Lu Xiaolong's chosen Dama-can was removed, it revealed color, yet lacked the desired quality, resembling a blend of yellow and varying shades of green pigment smeared unevenly across a white marble slab. In simple terms, even without Mo Xiaofan's input, Lu Xiaolong recognized that his investment of 1,400 yuan had gone astray. Shall we simply wear it as is? It does possess a hint of uniqueness, Mo Xiaofan remarked, not forgetting to add salt to the wound. May I see the stone you selected? Observing Lu Xiaolong's eager anticipation for Mo Xiaofan's Dama-can to fail, Mo Xiaofan was puzzled. Both raw stones belonged to Lu, and one would expect a rational person to hope for their own success. Mo Xiaofan moved the Dama-can piece placed on the table closer, separating the two raw stones to reveal the beautiful jade flesh within. The cut surface exhibited pristine jade, free of cracks. Although it did not possess the translucence of ice jade, it exuded an ethereal beauty, characterized as fine glutinous jade. What do you think? This piece of fine glutinous jade would make a splendid dragon pendant, and we could even craft a bracelet for Zhuang Ting, Mo Xiaofan suggested. It's acceptable. It lacks green. It feels somewhat incomplete, and Zhuang Ting prefers a touch of green. Don't you, Zhuang Ting? Lu Xiaolong refrained from mentioning the outcome of his chosen Dama-Kansas. Indeed, Zhuang Ting quickly affirmed. Mo Xiaofan was left speechless by their harmonious exchange. Given this, here is my proposal. Let us sell this fine glutinous Dama-can in its current state and continue our venture into stone betting. What do you think? How much could we sell this piece for? If we sell it at a reasonable price, perhaps around 7,000 to 8,000. Can it fetch such a sum? So, in a brief span, we could earn at least 3,000? Hearing Mo Xiaofan's words, both Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting felt a surge of excitement. That sounds about right. No wonder so many are drawn to stone betting. The profits come swiftly, and it is rather exhilarating. This is nothing remarkable. There are those fortunate enough to cut open raw stones worth merely a few thousand and discover they are worth over 100,000. Such luck belongs to none other than Mo Xiaofan himself. Lu Xiaolong pondered for a moment before inquiring. Did you have confidence in the potential increase in value when you selected this stone? Mo Xiaofan replied. Indeed, I was confident it would appreciate, though not at a rate of 100, rather at 10. You merely sensed that this raw stone might increase. Hence your confidence is only at 1. In truth, even if you were to be modest, Mo Xiaofan had over 95 probability of the stone appreciating. However, stating this would only lead Lu Xiaolong to perceive him as overly boastful and incredulous, so he opted for a response that Lu Xiaolong could accept. If I decide to sell this stone, when could I do so? Montak Xiaofan kvirit. If sold as a transparent material, it could be disposed of by tomorrow. I will discuss it with Zhuang Ting. In reality, many ordinary individuals already consider fine jadeite to be quite exceptional. Lu Xiaolong, no longer disputing with Mo Xiaofan, felt that selling this transparent material outright would be somewhat regrettable. After all, this was his first prize from gambling on stones. And beyond the intrinsic value of the fine jadeite, it held sentimental significance. Our consideration is as follows. We will set this stone aside for the moment, and then purchase 2 more stones for a bit of playful gambling. We will assess which one possesses better quality and keep that one, selling the others. That approach seems sound. However, I must caution you that not all types of high-quality transparent materials can be sold. The merchants I know only accept materials similar in quality to our fine jadeite. Fear not, since we are merely engaging in play. Enjoyment should take precedence. Spending a little money is only natural. My initial intent was to spend around 10,000 for the experience of gambling on stones, without any expectation of profit. The outcome has already exceeded my expectations. So, do you plan to select the raw stones yourself, or will you allow me to assist? Of course. We would prefer your assistance. Mo Xiaofan chuckled. I thought you would insist on selecting them yourself, growing more emboldened with each attempt. Please, while personal experience is invaluable, if the stone turns out poorly, it would greatly diminish the enjoyment. It is best left to you. Very well. But let me clarify. I cannot guarantee that every selection will yield positive results. Enough of this idle chatter. Go ahead and choose the stones. As it was already late, and they had yet to dine, Xiaofan suggested, how about we first enjoy some barbecue? We can rest well tonight. And tomorrow I will take you to the morning market to seek raw stones. Upon hearing this, Xiaofan realized he was indeed hungry and agreed. Let us go with your suggestion. Chapter 79, Barbecue. Xiaofan and his companions departed from Delong Night Market and, after a brief 5-minute drive, arrived at a barbecue establishment named Young Lousy Barbecue. It was now past 10 in the evening, the peak hour for bustling activity at the barbecue shop. The venue itself was modest in size, already filled to capacity, prompting the proprietors to set up numerous low square tables and plastic stools outside to accommodate patrons. At this moment, the low tables outside were nearly all occupied by eager diners. In front of the shop, 3 barbecue grills, each standing at half a person's height, were ablaze with activity, manned by 2 diligent staff members. As soon as the food on one grill was ready, the staff would swiftly plate it and deliver it to the corresponding table. Observing the bustling scene of the barbecue restaurant, one could easily surmise that the flavors offered here must be delightful. Xiaofan, accompanied by the couple Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting, settled at an empty table outside. Xiaofan and Lu Xiaolong entered the establishment, where a plethora of vibrant ingredients was on display. They took large platters and selected their preferred items. Xiaofan was the first to order the restaurant's signature dish, the spicy and sour fresh pot rabbit, followed by a generous serving of the widely adored spicy crayfish, and then the distinctive Dai-style lemongrass-wrapped fish from Rueli. Lu Xiaolong chose his favorites, the wrapped pig brain, roasted potatoes, grilled leeks, and grilled tofu. After some contemplation, he added a substantial portion of grilled beef skewers and beef tendons. Xiaofan chuckled upon seeing this, as both grilled beef skewers and beef tendons were among his own favorites. Tomorrow, I propose we visit the National Gate in Jiagao, and then explore the morning market there for raw stones. After the market, we can head to my friend's shop to have the stones processed. In the afternoon, we can go to Wanning, not only to show you the smallest city in our dragon country, but also to meet an excellent jade carver who can craft your desired pendants and the bracelet for Zhuangting. How does that sound? That sounds splendid. But what about selling the excess processed materials you mentioned? Lu Xiaolong inquired. He pondered for a moment and deemed the idea feasible. The first dish to arrive was the spicy crayfish, steaming as it was presented in a large pot. Although the flavor of Relics' spicy crayfish was similar to that found elsewhere, the size of these crayfish was truly impressive, at least 15 times larger than those in Kunming, with no less than 30 pieces steeped in a secret spicy broth. The sight of the aromatic pot filled to the brim with crayfish was enough to whet the appetites of Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting, who eagerly reached in to grab one each, peeling off the shell and devouring the succulent meat with gusto. Xiaofan, why aren't you eating? Lu Xiaolong asked. Don't play coy. You know I hardly eat anything from the water, he replied. Haha, I just remembered. Well, just enjoy the view. Indeed, the crayfish tastes delightful. Xiaofan shot Lu Xiaolong a glance, too indifferent to engage further. After the spicy crayfish was served, the subsequent dishes arrived in quick succession. The spicy and sour fresh pot rabbit, fried potatoes, grilled leeks, grilled tofu, grilled beef skewers, and beef tendons all made their way to the table. Xiaofan, holding a bamboo skewer, savored the beef skewers and tendons, a satisfied expression gracing his face. The grilled beef skewers here differ significantly from the popular Jiaodong skewers currently trending in Kunming, although referred to as small skewers. Each grilled beef skewer consists of freshly cut beef measuring around 6 to 7 centimeters, making them considerably larger than their Jiaodong counterparts. The grilling technique is expertly executed, resulting in a delightful texture. This dish has become a staple for Xiaofan, who devoured half of it in one go. As for the grilled beef tendons, they are even more indulgent, with each piece exceeding 2 centimeters in width, providing an extraordinary chewiness that is truly satisfying. The highlight of the meal was the spicy and sour fresh rabbit hot pot, a dish that left all 3 diners thoroughly pleased. Much like the spicy crayfish, the rabbit is served in a large pot brimming with a secret broth, rendering the meat tender, flavorful, and exceptionally appetizing. The broth's subtle acidity tantalizes the palate, enhancing one's appetite, while the vibrant spiciness compels one to keep indulging. The rabbit meat has undergone a simple deboning process, making it convenient to eat, while generous chunks of rabbit are preserved rather than being cut into small pieces, ensuring a delightful mouthfeel. What do you think? The place I found isn't too shabby, right? Montag Xiaofan remarked. Indeed, when it comes to discovering culinary delights, you are the most reliable, never disappointing anyone. However, it's a pity you're not enjoying the spicy crayfish. It's absolutely divine. The raw stones I found for you are quite impressive too. What if that one stone brings you good fortune? Lu Xiaolong retorted stubbornly. If I manage to find 2 more raw stones tomorrow that can alleviate the price surge, what then? Then I'll concede that you are indeed the luckiest of all. Haha, well, being lucky isn't so bad. Zhuang Ting. Do you prefer the grilled tofu from Yunnan or the infamous stinky tofu from your hometown of Changsha, Hunan? Without a doubt, I favor the stinky tofu from my hometown. It's more flavorful and crispier than your Yunnan grilled tofu. Yet, I see you are enjoying the grilled tofu from Yunnan quite heartily. That's only because there's no stinky tofu from Changsha here, so I must settle for Yunnan's version. The prolonged companionship between these two has influenced their conversational styles. Ultimately, 2 more dishes arrived at the table, the grilled pig brain and the lemongrass grilled fish, served by the restaurant staff. The lemongrass grilled fish was ordered by Mo Xiaofan, while the grilled pig brain was chosen by Lu Xiaolong, who in truth is rather picky with his food. Lu Xiaolong, your brain is grilled to perfection. Do give it a taste. Haha. Your brain is the one that resembles a pig's. They say you become what you eat. Is that true? You misunderstand. It means enhancing absorption to strengthen certain aspects of oneself. Not that eating pig brains will turn you into one. All right, I won't tease you any longer. How does it taste? Quite good. Make sure to eat plenty. Zhuang Ting, how is the grilled fish? It's very fragrant, and the meat is tender. Zhuang Ting replied with satisfaction. The grilled fish, a specialty of the Dai ethnic group, is known as lemongrass-wrapped fish. Its preparation is quite meticulous, once reserved exclusively for royalty and nobility. It is said that the Prince of Pingxi, Wu Sangui, had a particular fondness for this dish, and his residents employed chefs skilled in its preparation, as he indulged in it daily. Consuming fish prepared in this manner is believed to promote longevity and enhance beauty. Really? Don't listen to his exaggerations. If that were true, I would walk on my head. Lu Xiaolong swiftly debunked Mo Xiaofan's boast. Lu Xiaolong, even your brain can't block your mouth. Shall I order 2 more? Go ahead. This braised pig brain is both sticky and fragrant, devoid of any fishy odor. It's delicious, and I will eat as much as you order. Chapter 80, A Special Dream. Mo Xiaofan, don't heed his words. We haven't finished the dishes on the table. Zhuang Ting advised. Fine, let's hold off on the barbecue for now. I will fetch a few cups of lemon juice. The barbecue feast continued until 11 p.m., leaving Mo Xiaofan, Lu Xiaolong, and the others thoroughly satisfied, especially Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting. All right, no problem. In a deep slumber, Mo Xiaofan found himself before a tranquil bamboo grove. Towering bamboo, some reaching heights of over 10 meters, enveloped the area on both sides. Although it was daytime, the tall bamboo blocked most of the light, casting a dim atmosphere within the grove, creating a stark contrast between the interior and exterior, as if they belonged to 2 different worlds. Where's this place? How did I end up here? Mo Xiaofan pondered as he gazed at the bamboo grove, unaware that he was dreaming. He wandered through the grove for an indeterminate time before stumbling upon a stone pavilion deep within. He could vaguely see a figure seated inside, with a tea table in front of him, seemingly enjoying tea alone. The individual appeared to have noticed Mo Xiaofan not far off and offered him a friendly smile. Come over and sit for a moment. Have a cup of tea, the person said amicably. Mo Xiaofan looked around, realizing he seemed to be the only one present. Confirming that the stranger was indeed addressing him, he approached and took a seat at the tea table within the pavilion. Curiously, Mo Xiaofan examined the individual before him. He appeared to be a young man resembling Mo Xiaofan, clad in white silk attire that resembled Hanfu, although Mo Xiaofan was uncertain, as he had little knowledge of ancient clothing. For now, he would consider it Hanfu. The young man donned in traditional attire left an impression of being handsome and elegant, exuding charm and grace with every gesture akin to a quintessential rich air. May I inquire your name? Mo Xiaofan posed his question. I am Yuan. Since you are here, let us savor this cup of tea together. Yuan placed a small, light yellow teacup before Mo Xiaofan, who deduced from the color of the tea that it was likely green tea. What is this place? Mo Xiaofan hesitated to sip the tea before him, as he was overwhelmed with questions. An unfamiliar location, a strikingly dressed stranger, and an enigmatic bamboo grove made him wary of drinking the tea presented to him. It appears you are unaware. This is within your dream. Me? In a dream? Convinced that he was dreaming, Mo Xiaofan displayed a calm expression. Although the dream was somewhat peculiar, he reasoned that since it was merely a dream, he could indulge in whatever antics he pleased. Thus, he set aside his thoughts, lifted the teacup before him, and savored the fragrant yet slightly bitter green tea. The tea was rich and vibrant on the palate, with a delightful aroma and a subtle sweetness that suggested it was of superior quality, a fact Mo Xiaofan, possessing a modicum of tea knowledge, recognized. Approximately 5 minutes later, the warmth within him dissipated, and everything returned to normal. How incredibly real this dream feels. Mo Xiaofan pondered. This cup of green tea can enhance your special abilities. Yuan smiled, remarking. Mo Xiaofan gazed at Yuan with a hint of suspicion. There's no need to be anxious. Your ability to discern the scent of jade comes from my power, Yuan reassured him. Mo Xiaofan's mind momentarily faltered. The stranger in his dream was informing him that he was indeed dreaming, yet they were discussing his abilities. Overwhelmed, Mo Xiaofan struggled to accept this reality. However, he quickly reminded himself that it was just a dream, so why dwell on it? With this thought, clarity washed over him. So, what you mean is that my special abilities are bestowed upon me by you. You may interpret it that way. Also, do not be so formal. Although this is our first official meeting, I consider us friends. Simply call me Yuan. Mo Xiaofan contemplated before responding. Very well then. Yuan, have my abilities been enhanced? How do they differ from before? Haha, you will know once you awaken. Who exactly are you? A wretched soul who, in pursuit of immortality, relinquished his corporeal form and became an ethereal existence. Why would you grant me these abilities? Is there discontent with your newfound powers? Not at all. On the contrary, thanks to your assistance, my life's trajectory is gradually transforming. I ought to express my gratitude. I am pleased to hear you say that. However, given your current circumstances, there is little you can do. Simply continue to engage in stone gambling, and that will suffice. Mo Xiaofan continued, but Yuan interrupted. Your time here is nearly up. Let us save the remaining questions for our next meeting. However, I suspect we shall not meet again in the near future. Best of luck, Mo Xiaofan. Suddenly, Mo Xiaofan awoke, his eyes flying open to the cacophony of his alarm, blaring the tune, You are my little apple. How I love you so. Cursing the obnoxious alarm. He glanced at the time. It was just past 6 o'clock, and it appeared the alarm had been ringing for 5 minutes. Mo Xiaofan marveled at how such a raucous noise had failed to rouse him sooner. He rolled out of bed, stretched lazily, and felt as though he had experienced a rather intriguing dream. Yet, upon reflection, he could not recall the details. Dismissing it altogether, he thought, after all, it was merely a dream, nothing to fret over. Chapter 81. Enhanced Abilities. Mo Xiaofan hastily completed his morning routine, grabbed Xiong Haowen's car keys, and departed his residence, driving towards the Holiday Hotel Apartments. The Holiday Hotel Apartments were conveniently located not far from the Aoshing Century community, which was precisely why Mo Xiaofan had chosen this hotel for Lu Xiaolong. Mo Xiaofan parked the car in the hotel parking lot and then proceeded to the hotel lobby. Noticing that Lu Xiaolong was absent, he took the elevator to the 4th floor and rang the doorbell of room 418, where Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting were staying. This time, as the doorbell chimed, the door swung open to reveal Lu Xiaolong standing at the threshold. Did you sleep well last night? He inquired. Quite well, came the reply. Are we heading to the Jiegao National Gate now? Yes, we are, Lu confirmed. But first, let's have some breakfast before visiting the gate. Though it was still early for breakfast at the hotel, Lu Xiaolong stated, Let us go. The couple stepped out of their room, and Mo Xiaofan drove them directly to Jiegao. Each day, the Jade Stone Morning Market in Jiegao attracts a significant influx of visitors. To cater to the early risers heading to the market, there are numerous breakfast stalls in the vicinity, all of which open early and offer a commendable variety and quality of food. Mo Xiaofan parked outside a small eatery called Sihuang Snacks, and the three of them alighted from the car. Sihuang Snacks, though modest in size, was bustling with patrons seated at several square tables outside, a testament to its popularity. Adjacent to the eatery was a milk tea stall, selling freshly brewed milk tea, benefiting from the foot traffic drawn by Sihuang Snacks. I will go buy breakfast, Lu Xiaolong. You get the milk tea, and Zhuang Ting. Please hold our spot, Mo Xiaofan instructed before entering the eatery. Boss, 3 bowls of beef rice noodles, please. He called out. Certainly. Please come back to collect them. The condiments are over there for you to add as you wish. The owner gestured towards a long table laden with an array of condiments, numbering over 10. Before long, 3 bowls of beef rice noodles were served. Mo Xiaofan beckoned Lu Xiaolong and his wife to come over and add their preferred condiments, after which they carried the bowls to the table occupied by Lu Xiaolong, who had claimed 3 cups of freshly brewed milk tea. As the fragrant beef rice noodles were presented before them, featuring generous chunks of beef with the skin intact. Mo Xiaofan, Lu Xiaolong, and Zhuang Ting eagerly picked up their chopsticks without delay. The noodles were paired with a special broth prepared by the owner, which, in Mo Xiaofan's view, was a perfect match. Yunnan-style rice noodles are renowned throughout the Dragon Country for their excellent texture and delicate taste. And when combined with the savory broth, the delightful flavor is something only those who have tasted it can truly appreciate. Mo Xiaofan had a hearty appetite that day, finishing 2 large bowls of beef rice noodles and drinking every last drop of milk tea in satisfaction. Lu Xiaolong exclaimed how delicious the food was, and if not for his limited capacity, he might have indulged in another bowl of the dish like Mo Xiaofan did. After their breakfast, the trio returned to the car, and Mo Xiaofan drove them to the Jigao National Gate, a must-visit site for tourists in Ruili. The Jigao National Gate is characterized by its distinctive Dai architectural style, predominantly featuring hues of yellow and red. The structure is grand and imposing, with a flagpole at its entrance, where the national flag of the Dragon Country proudly flutters in the breeze. Upon arriving at the Jigao National Gate, Mo Xiaofan found himself relegated to the role of a mere assistant, responsible for capturing photographs of Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting. Having studied photography during his school years, he bore no aversion to the task. In fact, most of the pictures he took garnered high praise from both Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting. After their exploration of the Jigao National Gate, they proceeded to the main event of the day, the Jigao Morning Market. In comparison to the Dalong Night Market, the overall ambience of the Jigao Morning Market appeared to be more pleasant. Having experienced the conditions of the Dalong Night Market, Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting approached the Jigao Morning Market with tempered expectations, yet they still found the environment to be quite agreeable. Nodding in understanding, they signaled their approval. The trio first ventured to the trading market that concentrated on the sale of raw stones. Mo Xiaofan, standing at the entrance of the market, was taken aback by the array of raw stone stalls before him. He noticed an unmistakable increase in the fruity aromas emanating from stones. It seemed there were at least 10 distinct varieties of raw stones exuding fruity scents, a phenomenon he had never encountered before. Upon closer inspection, he discerned variations within the lemony fragrances as well. Some were pronounced, while others were subtler, a stark contrast to the previous uniformity he had experienced. Although Mo Xiaofan was uncertain about the cause behind the enhancement of his abilities, he was unequivocally aware that their effectiveness had intensified. Elated, he stood still, a broad smile lighting up his face. "Hey, Mo Xiaofan, are you all right?" Lu Xiaolong, taken aback by Mo Xiaofan's expression, inquired. Gulf, I'm fine," Mo Xiaofan replied, momentarily caught up in his excitement before realizing Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting were still nearby. He quickly composed himself. "Really? Should we go to the hospital?" Lu Xiaolong persisted. "To hell with the hospital. I'm perfectly fine. Let us move on. I have a strong feeling that today will bring us good fortune." Chapter 82. Patience is required when purchasing raw stones. With a flutter of excitement, Mo Xiaofan sensed that the market before him felt distinct from any previous visit, though he couldn't quite articulate what set it apart. Thus, he approached the Jigao raw stone trading market with a mix of eagerness and trepidation. The sudden onslaught of fruity aromas was overwhelming, akin to a character in a drama faced with the dilemma of choosing among numerous concubines. Indeed, happiness had arrived quite unexpectedly. Ultimately, Mo Xiaofan resolved to follow his instincts, leading Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting to the left side of the raw stone trading market for exploration. It seemed prudent to begin their journey there. Almost immediately, he detected a rich durian scent amidst the medley of fruity aromas, a fragrance that signified the presence of high-quality jade. The thrill within Mo Xiaofan surged as he guided Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting towards the source of the durian aroma. He fantasized whether this durian-scented raw stone might enable him to surpass the 600,000 mark in his finances today. In this manner, repaying the bank loan of 600,000 would allow for a future of carefree and joyful ventures in stone gambling. However, the ideal was lush while the reality proved starkly lean. The stall exuding the aroma of durian was located, yet the delightful scent did not emanate from the stones on display. Rather, it was an inconsiderate middle-aged female vendor early in the morning peeling a durian. As the spiky, thick rind was peeled back, she was extracting large chunks of tender yellow durian flesh, placing them into 2 sizable plastic containers. Mo Xiaofan found himself momentarily speechless. He had envisioned countless possibilities, but never anticipated such an outcome. Lu Xiaolong, closely following Mo Xiaofan, noticed his abrupt pause before the durian vendor and pondered what was amiss. Earlier, outside the raw stone trading market, Lu Xiaolong had sensed something peculiar about Mo Xiaofan, and this impression was only solidified now. Don't look at me with such strange eyes. I'm fine. Mo Xiaofan realized Lu Xiaolong's curious gaze was scrutinizing his expression. Well, since you insist. Lu Xiaolong refrained from further commentary. In the ensuing time, the trio wandered among various stalls wafting with the fragrance of fruits. Most often, Mo Xiaofan discovered that these fragrant stalls merely confirmed which stone was responsible for the enticing aroma before inquiring about the price and departing. Mo Xiaofan, are there no suitable stones? Lu Xiaolong inquired. It's not that there are none, but the raw stones I saw earlier are priced too high, exceeding your budget. You must understand that finding a good quality stone under 5,000 is a matter of luck, Mo Xiaofan replied. Lu Xiaolong nodded in understanding. After all, he had observed Mo Xiaofan diligently assisting him in searching for stones that morning. Why not increase the budget a bit? Lu Xiaolong suggested thoughtfully. I think we should refrain from increasing the budget. After all, we are here for enjoyment. Experiencing the process is sufficient. If all else fails, we could use the stone I've already purchased for a pendant and bracelet, Lu Xiaolong considered pragmatically. Mo Xiaofan deemed Lu Xiaolong's decision to be wise. In the absence of guaranteed outcomes, blindly augmenting the budget would merely heighten investment risks. Ultimately, it was impossible for Mo Xiaofan to assure Lu Xiaolong that, if he simply followed his lead, the stones purchased would almost invariably yield profit. Even if he did make such a claim, Lu Xiaolong would likely remain skeptical. All right then, since there is still ample time, shall we continue browsing? Absolutely. 15 minutes later, the trio arrived at a relatively large stall. Upon their arrival, two customers were already examining the raw stones. One was scrutinizing an 18-kilogram piece of huoyao under a lamp, while the other appeared equally intrigued, leaning in to get a better look. This particular piece of huoyao had also captured Mo Xiaofan's interest. Even to Mo Xiaofan, the stone's shape was quite impressive, resembling a standing miniature mountain, characterized by sharp angles and a uniformly gray-white exterior, exuding a fine, sand-like texture. Considering the effect of the lamp on that customer, the results were exceedingly remarkable. A vast area surrounding the lamp's position exhibited a fluorescent glow, indicating that the skin of the Hejiang stone was quite thin, and the quality of the material beneath the surface should also be commendable. However, these factors were not the reasons for Mo Xiaofan's interest in this particular Hejiang stone. Rather, he was captivated because it was the first piece of raw stone he had encountered today that emanated a delightful pineapple aroma. The superb skin and lamp effect of the Hejiang stone were undoubtedly advantageous for other stone gamblers. Yet for Mo Xiaofan, it was a different story. The general consensus was that a valuable piece would naturally command a high price from the vendor, and it would likely be challenging to negotiate. Mo Xiaofan had previously encountered few pineapple-scented stones, let alone one of such considerable size. Reluctant to relinquish the opportunity, he chose to stand aside and observe the unfolding events. Boss, how much for this Hejiang stone? A customer examining it raised his head, attempting to mask his excitement, and calmly inquired about the price, seemingly fearful that the vendor might realize the true worth of the stone. However, his efforts were futile. The vendor was not naive. This Hejiang stone was the crown jewel of his stall, having already attracted numerous customers. Naturally, he was intent on finding a worthy buyer willing to pay a premium. Mo Xiaofan had now learned to estimate the value of raw stones. Upon hearing the vendor's quote, he quickly conducted a rough calculation in his mind. In the worst-case scenario for a pineapple-scented stone, it would be an icy variety without any inclusions or color. The Hejiang stone displayed 3 potential bracelet positions, accommodating 5 pieces without issue. Assuming there were no cracks, each piece could yield 3 bracelets, totaling 15. Currently, the market price for icy stones without inclusions hovered around 30,000 in Rueli, which would amount to 450,000 in total. The vendor's quote of 460,000 was clearly absurd. Indeed, the customer examining the Hejiang stone sighed, ceased his inquiries, and departed. Boss, would you sell it for 300,000? Upon seeing the previous customer leave, another nearby patron immediately posed the question. My friend, you have seen the quality of this Hejiang stone. There is no need for me to elaborate. At the very least, I can offer it to you for 400,000. It seemed the vendor was resolutely determined to find a buyer willing to pay a high price. With that price, this Hejiang stone ought to be of a Boa Bingjung quality or directly an icy variety. I concede that the appearance, skin, and lamp effect of this Hejiang stone are excellent, but at such an elevated price, will anyone truly be interested? That is not something for you to concern yourself with, as there will undoubtedly be an appreciative buyer. It awaits the right person, the vendor confidently replied. Then I wish you prosperous business. With that, the customer who had offered 300,000 turned and left. The vendor appeared accustomed to such scenarios. After the individual departed, he straightened his posture and looked towards Mo Xiaofan and his companions. Mo Xiaofan feigned ignorance of the situation and left the stall with Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting. Chapter 83. The Stubborn Lu Xiaolong. Mo Xiaofan. Was that beautiful stone at the stall truly remarkable, or was the vendor merely putting on a facade? Lu Xiaolong inquired persistently. It is indeed exceptional, yet the vendor is certainly exaggerating its worth. What do you mean? The selling price exceeds the genuine value of the raw stone. Why does he insist on such an exorbitant price? As you observed, several individuals expressed interest in that raw stone within a brief span. With so many potential buyers, the vendor feels confident that it will sell eventually and can afford to wait for a discerning purchaser. You make it sound so appealing, but essentially, he is waiting for someone with more money than sense. You don't understand. Jadeite is all about fate. As Mo Xiaofan and Lu Xiaolong strolled, they had already perused the stalls on the left side of the marketplace and turned to those on the right. It seems that searching for stones requires considerable effort. Lu Xiaolong remarked. Otherwise, if you were to lie on your bed with a pile of raw stones beneath, would you not be able to select one that would allow you to remain bedridden for another month? Haha, have you inadvertently revealed your ultimate aspiration? You caught me, indeed. I have. As they continued their banter, they arrived at a stall run by a female vendor. Boss, I have some excellent goods. Feel free to browse. The female vendor greeted them enthusiastically. Mo Xiaofan nodded and began to inspect the raw stones under the light. In truth, with his enhanced abilities, Mo Xiaofan could accurately identify the stone emitting a fruity fragrance from within a 2-meter radius. However, he preferred to remain discreet, starting with the less significant stones, not wishing to attract undue attention to his actions. After feigning interest for a while, Mo Xiaofan finally focused on his target, a wooden stone emitting a strong lemon fragrance. The intensity of the lemon scent was distinguishable, and today was the first time he encountered such a potent aroma. This heightened his curiosity about how this particular wooden stone would differ from those he had previously encountered once it was processed. Should the vendor's asking price be reasonable? Even if Lu Xiaolong declined, Mo Xiaofan intended to purchase it. Weighing over 8 kilograms, the wooden stone was an irregular rectangular shape with a yellow, sandy skin. The lighting effect was mediocre, revealing little valuable information. This wooden stone aligned perfectly with Mo Xiaofan's expectations. Its ordinary shape, unremarkable skin, and lackluster lighting effects implied that, aside from Mo Xiaofan, few others would recognize its potential, making it an excellent opportunity for him. Boss, how much for this wooden stone? Montak Xiaofan inquired. Before the female vendor quoted a price, she glanced at Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting. You have a good eye. This is the finest raw stone I have, and it can be yours for 120,000. Mo Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. How could such a stone command a price of 120,000? However, he quickly grasped the context, casting a discreet glance at Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting, who were clearly dressed like tourists, and understood immediately. Greetings, esteemed proprietor. Please take a moment to scrutinize this exceedingly commonplace piece of wood, which is far from remarkable. And as for this flashlight, it reveals nothing of significance. Are you truly certain that it warrants a price of 120,000? Upon hearing Mo Xiaofan's words, the female vendor appeared somewhat flustered. However, as a seasoned seller of raw jade, she adeptly masked her emotions, aware that her hopes of deceiving a tourist had been thwarted. If you fancy it, perhaps you could propose a price? The vendor continued with a cheerful demeanor. Given the quality of this wood, I would be inclined to offer no more than 7,000. The vendor, eager to part with this piece, grew anxious upon hearing Mo Xiaofan's offer, realizing it was nearly her cost price. Sir, such a price is utterly unattainable. After all, this is a bangle material weighing 8 kilograms. If you genuinely desire it, I would let it go for 20,000. Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting were taken aback. Having witnessed Mo Xiaofan negotiate a price of 1,400 for a piece originally valued at 2,000, they now observed him reduce a jade stone priced at 120,000 to a mere 20,000. Lu Xiaolong felt a sense of relief for having enlisted Mo Xiaofan's guidance in their stone gambling venture. Otherwise, they might have been severely taken advantage of. You claim this piece is bangle material? The question remains, can you guarantee that the material extracted will meet the standards of bangle quality? Clearly, you cannot. Enough of this pretense. I shall offer 12,000 outright, and if that is unacceptable, we shall take our leave. Mo Xiaofan asserted with grave seriousness. The vendor, initially intent on negotiating further, was dissuaded by Mo Xiaofan's earnest expression. Perhaps it was due to her lack of sales that day, or perhaps the wood truly appeared rather ordinary. Nonetheless, she was eager to sell and anxious that Mo Xiaofan and his companions might depart. Very well, I shall sell it to you. Do visit again. Naturally, Mo Xiaofan replied with a smile. After receiving the payment, the vendor placed the wood into a black plastic bag and handed it to Mo Xiaofan, who, along with his companions, departed from stall. After walking a short distance, Mo Xiaofan spoke. Lu Xiaolong, do you wish to keep this raw stone? If not, I shall take it. Let me have a look. Lu Xiaolong accepted the plastic bag from Mo Xiaofan, placed it on the ground, and examined the raw stone from various angles, uncertain whether he could discern anything of value. After a thorough inspection, he even employed a powerful flashlight to scrutinize it. As you mentioned, this stone seems quite ordinary. I fail to comprehend your reasoning for purchasing it. Originally priced at 120,000, now merely 12,000. How could one resist such an opportunity? Please speak more seriously. You recall the 460,000 stone we previously encountered, do you not? Certainly. It was exceptional, desired by all, hence its steep price. Have you considered that this stone might also possess exceptional qualities? But due to its unremarkable appearance, most fail to recognize its worth, allowing us to seize a hidden treasure? Very well, even if your hypothesis holds. How can you ascertain that this stone is indeed remarkable? By relying on my stone appraisal skills. One must understand that if anyone could discern the true quality of raw stones, the profession of stone gambling would cease to exist. While I acknowledge this truth, I remain skeptical of your current proficiency. Pray tell, why do you think my previous purchases yielded positive outcomes while yours have faltered? Mere luck, perhaps. A single stone cannot dictate the entirety of the matter. Mo Xiaofan found himself in a state of bemusement. So, would you care to acquire this raw stone? I trust my judgment. I shall pass. Haha, are you certain? Are you sure you will not regret this decision? A refusal is a refusal. Do procure me another. Very well, let us continue our search. Chapter 84. Preparing to uncover the stone. This raw stone is truly remarkable. I assure you. Shall we form a partnership and share it equally? You must be thinking that if this stone fails, your losses will be mitigated. I cannot fathom the source of your peculiar confidence. Zhuang Ting, why not persuade him? You are well aware of his stubborn nature. Haha, very well then. As Mo Xiaofan engaged in light conversation with Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting, he continued to assist Lu Xiaolong in the quest for a suitable raw stone. Ultimately, just before noon, Mo Xiaofan discovered a raw stone that met Lu Xiaolong's approval. It was a piece of marshy sand, adorned with the classic old elephant skin. Weighing over 4 kilograms, its shape resembled an irregular triangle, exhibiting a pleasing appearance that aligned with Lu Xiaolong's aesthetic preferences. Mo Xiaofan even speculated that it was the stone's attractive exterior that led Lu Xiaolong to decide to purchase it for 8,600 yuan. Despite Mo Xiaofan's remarks, this marshy sand indeed possessed merits worthy of acquisition. Firstly, there was a visible bracelet position, and the remaining area was ample enough for a pendant. Secondly, the stone exhibited no discernible cracks under pressure. Thirdly, and most importantly, it emitted a delightful lemon fragrance. These factors were sufficient for Mo Xiaofan. Since this raw stone could fulfill Lu Xiaolong's dragon pendant and Zhuang Ting's novice bracelet, and with Lu Xiaolong's budget of 10,000 yuan nearly exhausted, as well as the morning market drawing to a close, the trio's expedition for raw stones concluded for the day. As they departed from Jiegao, Mo Xiaofan escorted Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting to a Dai restaurant in Relic for lunch. Within a quarter of an hour, the dishes Mo Xiaofan ordered: Myanmar-style baked shrimp, golden mustard stir-fried beef, Dai-style grilled pork belly, Dai-style water spinach, and a refreshing paeluda were all served. The meal comprised 3 meat dishes and 1 vegetable. Though the selection was modest, the generous portions were commendable, especially since Mo Xiaofan's choices were invariably exquisite. Consequently, both Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting savored their rice, thoroughly satisfied. After their meal, Mo Xiaofan drove Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting to a yuan shop. A little over 10 minutes later, they arrived at a yuan's establishment. Business was as thriving as ever. The sound of the oil-cutting machine could be heard from outside. Upon entering, they found several patrons seated at the tea table, engaged in conversation while awaiting the stone's results. There were vacant seats at the tea table, so Mo Xiaofan beckoned Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting to sit. while he procured 3 teacups and poured the tea. Inside, they seemed to be cutting stones. Shall we step in for a closer look? Lu Xiaolong suggested. Despite his reclusive nature, Lu was imbued with a spirit of curiosity, relishing the excitement of the moment. Thus, Mo Xiaofan rose and accompanied Lu Xiaolong and his wife into Yuan's studio. Within the workspace, both oil-cutting machines were tirelessly in operation, while Yuan was diligently using a water cutter to slice a small piece of raw stone for a client. Mo Xiaofan observed Yuan's focused endeavor without interrupting. Standing quietly to the side, Yuan's hands deftly maneuvered a palm-sized jadeite, seemingly reaching the conclusion of the cutting process. Beside him stood a customer, whose anxious demeanor suggested he was the owner of the jadeite. After 5 minutes, Yuan completed the cutting, extracting the jadeite from the water cutter and placing it on the workbench. The owner inhaled deeply, cautiously leaning forward to examine the cut surface. A few onlookers who had been idly standing behind him, including Mo Xiaofan, Lu Xiaolong, and Zhuang Ting, also approached to witness the reveal. As the owner scrutinized the cut of the raw stone, he let out a soft sigh. The jadeite was of a glutinous variety with a base color, albeit an oil-green hue, which is considered the most common among base colors. This indicated that the overall quality of the jadeite was rather modest. However, if that were the only issue, the situation would not be dire, as pendants made from glutinous oil-green jadeite still hold a value of several thousand. The real problem lay in the prominent crack that traversed the entire jadeite. Consequently, the value of this glutinous oil-green jadeite was severely diminished. Clearly disheartened, the owner carefully stored the jadeite, paid Yuan for the cutting service via his mobile phone, and departed without a word. Once the owner left, the crowd that had gathered began to murmur among themselves. The pervasive cracks significantly impacted the value. Otherwise, selling it would not have posed a challenge, remarked one customer. What does glutinous refer to? Lu Xiaolong inquired. It pertains to the quality of the jadeite. What type did you help us select previously? Fine glutinos, which is superior to glutinous. Fine glutinous jadeite is considered mid-range among jadeites. Lu Xiaolong nodded, choosing not to pursue further conversation. At that moment, Yuan noticed Mo Xiaofan in the crowd. Mo, it's been a few days since we last met. How have you been? Just a minor matter. By the way, why haven't I seen Brother Xiong today? Yuan glanced around, searching for Xiong Haowen. He has recently started dating a girl from Shandong, and their relationship has blossomed. He has gone to Shandong to become a son-in-law. Is that so? Yuan looked at Mo Xiaofan with skepticism. It's true. I will certainly pass on the message. By the way, let me introduce you to my good friends Lu Xiaolong and his wife. They are visiting Relics, and one of the stones for which you are assisting in cutting belongs to them. Yuan extended his hand to shake Lu Xiaolong's, nodding at Zhuang Ting in acknowledgement. Mo, it will be a while before it's your turn. Perhaps you should go out for tea first. My friend is quite curious and wishes to observe the process of stone cutting here. Don't mind us. Please attend to your tasks promptly. Very well. You may continue your activities. I apologize for the inconvenience. Chapter 85. It is now Mo Xiaofan's turn. A cutting machine in Yuan's workshop emitted a sound of idling, indicating that the raw stone had completed its cutting process. A staff member from Yuan's shop hurried into the workshop to check, skillfully shutting off the cutting machine and lifting its lid. A tall, burly man followed closely behind the staff member, nervously peering into the machine to inspect the cut surface of the raw stone, disregarding the lingering oil mist around the machine. How could this happen? The burly man exclaimed loudly, clearly displeased with the results of the stone's cut surface. The shop assistant carefully removed the raw stone from the machine's clamp, then placed the 2 cut pieces together and gently set them on the workbench in the studio. The burly man produced a powerful flashlight, standing at the edge of the table to shine light on the cut surface of the raw stone. Other onlookers gathered around the table, eagerly waiting to see the outcome. This 9-kilogram piece of wood na, encased in a beautiful black and sandy exterior, was irregularly rectangular with sharp angles. At first glance, the skin appeared finely and evenly textured. The cut surface of the wood na exhibited a spring-like brilliance, devoid of any visible cracks. However, the jade material showed no signs of translucency, resembling a marble slab commonly seen when cutting kilogram-grade stones. After scrutinizing the cut surface for a while, the burly man looked up at the shop assistant standing nearby and said, "Please, can you help me cut another piece from the wood na?" During the waiting period, the burly man exhibited evident anxiety, pacing back and forth in a restless manner. For him, if the subsequent cut did not yield a positive change in the jade material, this piece of wood na would be considered a complete loss. Once the cutting machine emitted the sound of idling again, the shop assistant switched it off, opened the lid to release the oil mist, and once more carried the piece of wooden na to the workbench. This time, the burly man waited until the assistant had placed the wooden na on the table before stepping forward to inspect it, and the onlookers gathered around once again. The burly man's assessment proved correct. The piece of wooden na did indeed exhibit a degree of translucency after the additional cut, albeit only reaching a bean-grade quality. Nevertheless, the spring-like brilliance of the wood na still held certain value. Not wishing to linger any longer, the burly man paid for the cutting service and departed from a yuan shop with the wooden na in his arms. Meanwhile, the shop assistant had already begun discussing how to process the raw stone brought in by the next customer. The remaining onlookers in the workshop began to voice their opinions anew. Did we encounter bad luck today? Two seemingly promising raw stones ended up performing mediocrely. This is still fortunate. At least they weren't completely ruined. Not completely ruined? To me, it feels like anything less than a significant gain is a loss. By your calculations, it seems you've never experienced a significant gain. Alas, hold on. My raw stone has been successfully processed. Today, I shall demonstrate what a substantial increase truly means. Another oil-cutting machine emitted the sound of idling. Yuan hurried into the workshop, turned off the oil-cutting machine, and carefully brought the two halves of the processed raw stone to the table before stepping aside. The owner of the raw stone and other customers gathered around the table to inspect it. The owner, who had been animatedly speaking moments before, stood before the stone and separated the two halves. Upon seeing the cut surface, he fell silent, while the onlookers also watched in quietude, as if refraining from speaking was a means of preserving the owner's dignity. Alas, this raw stone has undoubtedly been compromised. Subsequently, Xiaofan, Lu Xiaolong, and others observed the processing of 3 additional raw stones, one from the Dama, Kin, one from the Moksha, and one from the Nanki. Regardless of the appearance, skin, or lighting effects of these 3 stones, the outcome was uniformly disappointing. Throughout the day of watching others process stones, Lu Xiaolong experienced the most profound realizations. Previously, he believed that as long as the raw stone exhibited good characteristics, coupled with a bit of luck, achieving a favorable cut was not a daunting task. However, after witnessing several processing events, Lu Xiaolong underwent a significant transformation in his understanding. Montak Xiaofan, I'm beginning to comprehend that perhaps your ability to achieve favorable cuts on our stones requires not only luck but also a certain level of skill. If you manage to achieve a favorable cut on both stones we brought today, I shall concede that you possess some talent, Lu Xiaolong stubbornly asserted. Speaking of which, why don't you reconsider this piece of wood? It truly is remarkable. Do not wait until the raw stone is processed and then regret your decision. Xiaofan, how many times have you attempted to sell this wood? I'm growing weary of it. As the saying goes, offering kindness without reason is either deceitful or malicious. I now strongly suspect that after purchasing this stone, you regretted it and have come to offload it onto me. Our relationship is so good. I wish to share in your good fortune, yet you fail to appreciate it. Sharing good fortune? I fear we might be sharing misfortune instead. Enough, enough. I shall not continue this conversation. I originally aimed my heart towards the bright moon, yet the moon only shines upon the ditches. Ha. At that moment, while the two were engaged in their playful banter, Yuan approached and patted Xiaofan on the shoulder. You've waited long enough. It's your turn now. All right. Yuan, please help me process this Moksha first. You see, placing it from his position should be fine, correct? Absolutely. Then, I shall take it to be processed. Why not process your stone first? Lu Xiaolong inquired. Processing the stone is akin to playing a game. The mightiest boss appears last, and naturally, the finest raw stone is processed last as well. Very well. We shall see how my stone ultimately outshines yours. Haha. I truly wonder where your unshakable confidence originates. Chapter 86. Lu Xiaolong. Satisfied, Yuan carefully reassembled the cut surface of the 4-kilogram Moksha, gently cradled it, and placed it on the studio table. Xiaofan moved to inspect it, but was halted by Lu Xiaolong. Engaging in the activity of unboxing blind boxes undoubtedly necessitates personal involvement. Very well. As long as you are happy, Lu Xiaolong approached the table, positioning himself directly in front of Moksha. Xiaofan stood beside him, while a curious crowd gathered around to witness the spectacle. Lu Xiaolong rubbed his hands together, inhaled deeply, and then reached out to unveil the slightly smaller section of raw stone on the right side of Moksha, revealing a cutting face of jadeite. After a brief glance, he exhibited a smile of satisfaction. Xiaofan maintained a calm demeanor, remaining silent, while the surrounding onlookers gasped in awe, their faces immediately adorned with expressions of envy. This was the finest piece of raw stone they had encountered today. The cutting face of Moxisha showcased a delicate, glutinous variety of jadeite adorned with floating green patterns. Although the quality of Moxisha's jadeite was somewhat inferior to the glutinous green piece worn by Zhuang Ting, the quantity and expanse of the floating patterns in this particular piece were significantly greater and more extensive. The vibrant green, particularly striking in its widespread patterns, was undeniably captivating. Did you see that? The hand of God. Every blind box I open is a success. Lu Xiaolong was exuberant, seemingly oblivious to the fact that the value of this Moxisha piece was more closely linked to the skill of the person who had unearthed it, rather than his own role in merely unveiling its surface. Nevertheless, given the pleasing outcome, and although it was anticipated by Mo Xiaofan, she could not help but flatter Lu Xiaolong, saying, "Congratulations, Lu Xiaolong. You have acquired a delicate glutinous jadeite with floating green patterns from Moxisha. How about using this Moxisha to carve your dragon emblem? Are you satisfied now?" "Well, it's acceptable," Lu Xiaolong replied, exhibiting a rather comical sense of self-importance. "By the way, if it's just for crafting your dragon emblem and Zhuang Ting's bracelet, we only need one piece of clear material. There's still another piece left. Should I take it to help you sell it? How much can it fetch?" Montak Xiaofan in Kviat. For the two bracelets made from delicate glutinous jadeite with floating green patterns, I estimate it should be around 10,000 without a doubt. Can it really sell for that much? Then please assist me in selling it. On the surface, Lu Xiaolong appeared unperturbed, but internally he was overjoyed. Having purchased this Moxisha piece for 8,600, he now planned to use one clear piece for the bracelet and the dragon emblem, while the remaining piece could potentially be sold for 10,000. This essentially meant he could acquire both the emblem and bracelet without spending a dime. How could Lu Xiaolong not be elated? "Excuse me, are you two considering selling a piece of Moxisha?" A slightly portly, well-dressed, middle-aged man inquired, drawing their attention. "Mo Gu, Lu Gu, this is Mr. Chow, who frequently visits my store to purchase clear materials," a yuan introduced. Mo Xiaofan nodded and asked, "Does Mr. Chowmini is willing to purchase a piece of our clear Moxisha material for 10,000? Indeed. However, may I take a closer look at this piece of Moxisha?" Since a yuan could vouch for Mr. Chow's identity, Mo Xiaofan readily agreed to his request to inspect the material. Mr. Chow, elated by Mo Xiaofan's consent, eagerly squeezed to the front of the table to examine the piece of clear Moxisha that Lu Xiaolong intended to sell. Old Chow had been lurking at a yuan shop for several days before finally making a transaction today. A customer remarked. After a brief pause, Old Chow lifted his head and approached Mo Xiaofan and Lu Xiaolong. "Gentlemen, I acquired this fine piece for 10,000. Here is my business card. Should you come across any other exquisite materials, please do not hesitate to contact me." Old Chow produced 2 business cards, handing one to each of them. Mo Xiaofan accepted the card with both hands and glanced down, reading, "Rue Li Genie Trading Company, Limited, Chao Xuan." The card bore no indication of Chao Xuan's position, leading Mo Xiaofan to deduce that he was likely the owner of the company. Having established a long-term collaboration with Xiao Ying, Mo Xiaofan anticipated fewer opportunities to work with this Chao Xuan. However, he was not averse to having an additional avenue for business. "Chow boss, we have a piece of fine MO&I material from Demakin here. Would you be interested in taking a look?" Lu Xiaolong inquired, placing the previously examined Ma-Can Waterstone on the table. Old Chow promptly inspected it and raised his head, asking, "What price do you gentlemen have in mind for this Demakin material?" "Chow boss, would 8,500 be acceptable?" Mo Xiaofan proposed. Upon hearing this, Old Chow pondered for a moment before responding. "I'll take both Mo Shisha and the Demakin Waterstone for 16,000. Would that be agreeable?" Mo Xiaofan glanced at Lu Xiaolong, who nodded without hesitation. Old Chow swiftly retrieved his phone and transferred 16,000 to Lu Xiaolong, taking the Mo Shisha and Demakin Waterstone with him. He bid farewell to Mo Xiaofan and Lu Xiaolong and hurriedly left the yuan shop. Mo Xiaofan couldn't help but speculate whether Old Chow was in such a rush to avoid any change of heart from him and Lu Xiaolong. After all, Mo Xiaofan believed that both the 10,000 for the Mo Shisha and the 6,000 for the Demakin Waterstone were rather low. In his view, the Mo Shisha could easily fetch between 12,000 to 13,000. Mo Xiaofan initially considered voicing a complaint to Lu Xiaolong, but upon witnessing Lu Xiaolong's satisfied expression amidst a crowd of onlookers, he decided against dampening his spirits. Subsequently, A yuan personally placed Mo Xiaofan's 8-kilogram mu na into the oil-cutting machine for stabilization, finally securing the lid and activating the machine. Mo Xiaofan, did you know? Many final bosses in games aren't as formidable as they are portrayed and can be easily defeated by the storyline, Lu Xiaolong remarked. I find it curious that the Mo Shisha, which I sourced, and the previously cut Damak can, which I also found, are both well regarded. Yet you seem to have little faith in this final piece, the Mu Na, which I hold in high esteem. Things come in threes. You've already had 2 successful cuts. Your luck must have run its course, much like a tenfold draw in a game, where obtaining 2 legendary cards is the pinnacle of fortune. Chapter 87, Montag Xiaofan's Triumph. Perhaps due to the previous success with the Mo Shisha, Mo Xiaofan's 8-kilogram Mu Na, awaiting extraction, garnered considerable attention from other patrons in a yuan's workshop. A yuan remained steadfastly stationed in the workshop until the stone was fully processed. He turned off the cutting machine, lifted the lid to disperse the smoke, and then carefully removed the piece of wood from the clamp. With both hands, he brought the cut surface of the wood together and gently placed it on the table in the studio, stepping aside afterward. Mo Xiaofan approached the table with remarkable composure, closely followed by Lu Xiaolong. Lu Xiaolong, the moment of witnessing a miracle has arrived. Mo Xiaofan did not hasten to separate the 2 pieces of wood. Instead, he turned to Lu Xiaolong and smiled. Come on, are you afraid? If you're scared, I'll help you open it. Under the curious gazes of Lu Xiaolong, a yuan, and other customers, Mo Xiaofan unveiled the lid of the wood. Oh my, a jade of the icy green type. One customer exclaimed. Lu Xiaolong, not comprehending the term icy green type, was nonetheless struck by the lush green hue of the cut surface, which was evidently superior to the piece he had earlier. The Mashi Shah. It became clear to him that Mo Xiaofan's wood was indeed more exceptional. What is this stone worth? Lu Xiaolong questioned, lacking knowledge of raw stones, but understanding that the value could be discerned through its appearance. I won't sell it for less than 100,000. Montag Xiaofan replied nonchalantly. A yuan. Is what Mo Xiaofan says true? Lu Xiaolong suspected Mo Xiaofan was misleading him and sought confirmation from Yuan. Liu Ye. What Mo Gu says is indeed true. If this were mine, I wouldn't sell it for less than 120,000. Just imagine, if this piece were fashioned into bracelets, it could easily exceed 200,000. People can be so disheartening, Lu Xiaolong mused, initially pleased with his 16,000 profit, which now seemed trivial compared to Mo Xiaofan's stone valued at a minimum of 100,000. However, he pondered who was to blame. Mo Xiaofan had presented him with an opportunity, yet it was his own choice that led to missing out on a substantial gain. Don't linger. Do you still recall what I previously mentioned? You should believe it now. Mo Xiaofan teased Lu Xiaolong. I know nothing about stone betting. How could I possibly discern? You may not be able to distinguish, yet you'd rather cling to your misplaced confidence than trust me a little more. Mo Xiaofan had awaited this moment and was determined to seize the opportunity to tease Lu Xiaolong. All right, I admit you have some knowledge. Lu Xiaolong began to relent. Upon hearing a yuan's words, the customers in the studio cast envious glances at Mo Xiaofan. All right, I acknowledge your prowess. If there's another opportunity to bet on stones, I will heed your every word. As Mo Xiaofan spoke, he sent a yuan a substantial red envelope with a number 666 via his phone. It is customary for the owners of raw stones to express gratitude to the masters assisting in the processing with red envelopes after a significant increase in value. Yet it is rare to see an envelope of such magnitude sent at once. A yuan accepted the generous red envelope with delight, without any reluctance. Zhuang Ting found the studio to be noisy and dull, so she settled early by the tea table in the reception area, sipping her tea. She had waited for a considerable time, and just as her patience wore thin, she finally spotted Lu Xiaolong and Mo Xiaofan emerging from the workshop. How did your stone fare? Lu Xiaolong replied, I successfully crafted the dragon pendant, and you have an exquisite bracelet as well. I also managed to sell the remaining raw material for 16,000. Is it truly that remarkable? Mo Xiaofan expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much for today. And what your stone? Ah, it has appreciated significantly. It is now worth at least 100,000. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Ting felt utterly speechless, casting a resentful glance at Lu Xiaolong. Well, today's outcome is already quite commendable. Some things simply do not belong to you, Lu Xiaolong insisted. All right. In any case, you both are welcome to visit Rueli whenever you have the time. Opportunities will abound. Won't they? Let us not dawdle. We must head to Wan and find a sculptor for the bracelet and dragon pendant. Sound good. Mo Xiaofan's reminder prompted Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting to recall that they had essentially received a dragon pendant and a bracelet for free today, lifting their previously gloomy spirits. Zhang Qinghe, enjoying a rare day off, sat alone on the porch of his two-story courtyard, sipping tea and relishing his leisure time. At that moment, a Volkswagen Tiguan approached and halted at the entrance of Zhang Qinghe's courtyard. After the engine was shut off, 2 men and a woman alighted from the vehicle and made their way toward Zhang Qinghe's abode. He realized that his tranquil respite was coming to an end. Rising from his chair, he observed the trio entering the courtyard. "Hello, Master Zhang. I hope I'm not troubling you again today." Mo Xiaofan greeted him. "Ha, Mo Xiaofan. This is no trouble at all. It is your jade business that sustains my livelihood in this little courtyard. My daughter Zhang Ying is the one who causes you inconvenience. I ought to thank you instead. We are friends, a mere formality. There is no need to give it a second thought. That simply will not do. You are my elder, and I have yet to present you with a gift. How could I accept your tea leaves? You look after my business, and I must express my gratitude. Please do not be overly polite." Mo Xiaofan, understanding the situation, realized that further refusal would be ungracious. "Thank you then. I shall not decline." Chapter 88, A Return to Familiar Grounds. Mo Xiaofan and the others entered Zhang Qinghe's living room and settled by the tea table. Adhering to the local custom, Zhang Qinghe brewed a pot of ripe pu'er tea and poured it for the 3 of them. Mo Xiaofan, feeling somewhat parched, swiftly raised his cup and downed the pu'er tea in one go, then requested Lu Xiaolong to bring forth his exquisite moxisha jadeite, placing it on the tea table. This raw material requires you to craft a bracelet with a circumference of 56, along with a dragon pendant. Master Zhang examined the moxisha jadeite closely. The stone appears sound. Do you have specifications for the size, shape, or design of the dragon pendant? I possess a picture of a dragon pendant style that I admire. Could you kindly take a look and see if it can be sculpted in that manner? Lu Xiaolong said, handing his phone to Master Zhang. This is a finely crafted dragon plaque featuring a partial hollow design, measuring 4 by 6 inches. The emphasis of the carving lies predominantly on the dragon's head, which, along with its forepaws, exhibits remarkable three-dimensionality. The exquisite mossy green jadeite, adorned with vibrant flecks, serves as a splendid accent to the dragon plaque, while there would be no issue in carving it precisely to the design. The intricate shape of the plaque suggests that the carving process will require a considerable amount of time, resulting in a higher labor cost. Master Zhang, how long will the process take? What will the carving fee be? Inquired Lu Xiaolong. The time frame is approximately 15 days. As for the fee, I am quite familiar with Mo Xiaofan. Since you are his friends, I can offer a slight discount. It will be 1,100, replied Zhang. Lu Xiaolong nodded without hesitation, readily agreeing. The labor fee for the bracelet is 100, and it will be ready for collection tomorrow. Please add me on WeChat, and I will notify you once the dragon plaque is completed. Thank you very much. Mo Xiaofan, do you intend to take away the 3 raw stones that you purchased with Zhang Ying today? Master Zhang is a person of decisive action. After accepting this order, he shared a cup of tea with Mo Xiaofan and the others before heading to his workshop to commence work. Seizing this opportunity, Mo Xiaofan and the others bid farewell to Master Zhang. Having departed from Master Zhang's 2-story courtyard, the group proceeded to the Wanting Market, where they purchased a box of snake fruit and 2 packs of cigarettes before driving towards the Wanting border inspection station. Mo Xiaofan, where are you purchasing these items for? I have received kindness from 2 officers at the Wanting border inspection station, so since I have the time, I thought to bring a small gift to express my gratitude. Today, Officers Lao Zhou and Xiao Li happened to be on duty at the inspection station when a Volkswagen Tiguan parked nearby. Lao Zhou felt a sense of familiarity with the vehicle, as if he had seen it before. Just then, 3 men and 1 woman stepped out of the car. Lao Zhou, look at the person in front. Isn't that the fellow who lost all his money at a casino in Myanmar and was left with nothing but his underwear? Indeed, it is him. Let us go out and take a look. Ah, you young men are back for a visit, are you? Lao Zhou Dizet. Hello, officers. These 2 friends of mine have come from Kunming to travel in Ruili, and I brought them to wanting to express my thanks to both of you. Here are some modest fruits. Please accept them. Just a bit of fruit? You can't refuse this, can you? Mo Xiaofan insisted, pushing the box of snake fruit and the bag of cigarettes into Lao Zhou's hands. Didn't you say it was fruit? Why are there cigarettes too? This is too generous. We certainly cannot accept this. Lao Zhou handed the box of snake fruit to Xiao Li and returned the bag of cigarettes to Mo Xiaofan. With no option left, Mo Xiaofan opened a pack of cigarettes and forced 2 packs into Lao Zhou's hands. All right. While we will accept these items, if you engage in any more foolishness next time, Wen Ti intervene again. Never again, I assure you. The last lesson was quite significant. How could I possibly repeat that mistake? What foolishness did you engage in? Lu Xiaolong asked curiously. It seems your friend is still unaware. Old Zhou recounted the tale of how Mo Xiaofan had been deceived into an overseas casino, where he lost all his money and was ultimately ejected in nothing but his undergarments. Lu Xiaolong listened with a smirk, reveling in Mo Xiaofan's misfortune. So, Mo Xiaofan, what were you thinking at that moment? I was simply lured to the casino, where they ensnared me with an initial win, only for me to gradually lose everything. It escalated, and before I knew it, I had squandered 600,000. You make it sound so effortless. Lost it all without a second thought? Young man, no matter the sum, at the gaming table, it's merely a number. We often witness individuals who gamble away their fortunes and sink into debt. You must heed this warning and steer clear of gambling. Absolutely. We shall. Mo Xiaofan and Lu Xiaolong echoed in unison. Indeed, I was with a friend who introduced me to the jade, raw stone business. Jade raw stones? That is akin to gambling. You truly have a penchant for risk. Trading money for stones? Be cautious, or you might find yourself impoverished. By the way, didn't you lose all your money? Where did you find the capital to wager on stones? My friend lent me some money, and then he took me to gamble on stones. Your friend, though a bit hot-headed, is undeniably loyal. Cherish such companionship. Indeed. All right, we are on duty, so we shall refrain from idle chatter. Thank you for the fruit. Next time you visit, do come empty-handed. After bidding farewell to Old Zhou and Old Li at the Wanding border inspection station, Mo Xiaofan strolled with Lu Xiaolong through Wanding, absorbing the ambience of what was once the smallest city in Longhua. Mo Xiaofan felt a sense of déjà vu. It seemed a sentiment echoed by someone else, Xiong Haowen perhaps. Are you ever tired of reopening old wounds? We're merely curious. What has become of the 600,000 you borrowed from bank? It's only been a little over a month. What do you expect? I'll repay it gradually. You're remarkably composed. Would you like me to lend you a bit? Since we don't have children yet, we have some spare cash, perhaps 30 to 50,000. Are you implying you plan to have children? Next year, hopefully. That's wonderful news. Congratulations in advance. Additionally, I still have 30 to 50,000 on hand. So, thank you, old classmate. Indeed, adversity reveals true friendship. Mo Xiaofan felt grateful for Lu Xiaolong's concern, but he adhered to his principle of avoiding borrowing money and, in truth, still had some funds. No need, really. Once this opportunity passes, it may not return. Truly unnecessary. Have you forgotten I have a piece of wood valued at 100,000 that remains unsold? Very well. Chapter 89. Like look over there, this small river is the Boundary River. On the opposite bank lies Myanmar. And the illuminated hillside across is where I lost my fortune. Mo Xiaofan strolled along the border between Wanding and Myanmar, with Lu Xiaolong and Zhuo Ting sharing his thoughts. Fortunately, we are not too far from the border. Otherwise, you might be laboring in Myanmar to earn your fare. Indeed, Mo Xiaofan sighed. Zhuo Ting inquired. I noticed there are no barriers along the border. If someone attempts to cross illegally, is it as simple as just crossing this small river? Indeed, as you mentioned, while patrols are present along the border, it is relatively easy to smuggle oneself from Myanmar into the country. Though not large, Wanding boasts a clean and orderly appearance, with various styles of bungalows and buildings constructed in harmony with the mountainous terrain. Along the streets, one can observe residences adorned with a plethora of vibrant flowers, a common sight in tropical regions. The trio strolled through the streets of Wanding, passing by the Customs Building, Wanding Hotel, and the Postal and Telecommunications Building. These structures stand as the tallest in the town. Some residents from Myanmar crossed the river to set up stalls in Wanding, selling agricultural products. And the streets are bustling with pedestrians clad in a kaleidoscope of red, yellow, blue, white, and green traditional attire. Wanding is truly petite. Mo Xiaofan, accompanied by Lu Xiaolong and Zhuo Ting, managed to explore nearly the entire town in under an hour. Finally, Mo Xiaofan guided them to view the Wanding Bridge. The Wanding Bridge spans the Wanding River in the southern part of the town, serving as both the boundary bridge between Longhua and Myanmar and the entry point for the Yunnan-Myanmar Highway. At the bridgehead, there are customs and border inspection stations for Longhua, where a flag-raising ceremony is held daily at 8 a.m. Zhuo Ting remarked, "Is it possible that such a small place was once an independent city?" Montak Xiaofan explained. In the 1980s, in an effort to develop the economy and promote border openness, the government established Wanding City. However, its existence lasted merely a decade. By the 1990s, it was dissolved and incorporated into Ruili City, making Wanting a mere economic development zone within Rayleigh now. What is your impression of Wanting? Lu Xiaolong commented. Wanting is essentially a diminutive city. Having studied about it in geography class, seeing it today reveals nothing particularly extraordinary. Well, you have a point. Do you not feel anything remarkable? Lu Xiaolong pressed. Indeed, visiting Wanting has illuminated the tales of your extravagant spending in Myanmar's casinos, he retorted. Who even asked you about that? I once considered visiting Myanmar, but after hearing the police recount your experiences today, my interest has waned. It seems rather perilous there. Indeed, there are still several regions in Myanmar where warlords clash with the government. I heard from Xiaofan that sometimes gunfire can be heard at night in Wanting. Is it truly that exaggerated? Well, I admire Xiaofan. He has made several trips to Myanmar to procure fine gemstones. There, transactions can only be conducted with Myanmar currency, and only in cash. Since the Myanmar currency holds little value, one must exchange RMB for Chad, which amounts to quite a hefty backpack. So, Xiaofan carries a large backpack filled with Chad to Myanmar to purchase gemstones? Of course, that would be imprudent. After converting RMB into Chad, one must deposit the currency in Myanmar's underground banks. Upon reaching the destination for gemstone procurement, one seeks out the gemstones. Once a suitable stone is found and a price negotiated with the vendor, one retrieves the money from the underground bank to complete the transaction. What about the language barrier? Shuang Ting inquired curiously. Upon arriving in Myanmar, one should enlist the services of a translator from a brokerage. Many individuals from Longwa, like Xiaofan, venture to Myanmar to procure raw stones, establishing a complete industrial chain. Xiaofan is undeniably industrious. He embodies the essence of a capable individual, unlike others. Boss Xiong is both audacious and meticulous, making him a reliable choice for numerous tasks. While I may not possess his adventurous spirit, I'm not lacking in my own endeavors. It's true that anyone can simply roam the stone trading markets and procure a couple of stones. But I managed to turn a profit. Not everyone can claim the same. As the Bajong Tugon entered the city of Rayleigh, it was already 8 p.m. Mo Xiaofan accompanied Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting to another barbecue restaurant for dinner. After disembarking, Lu Xiaolong and his wife went their way, while Zhuang Ting entered the lobby of the Holiday Inn apartment. Mo Xiaofan reminded Lu Xiaolong to remember to check out in the morning. However, as there was no rush, the couple could afford to sleep in a little longer. He would return to pick them up at 10 a.m. to head to Monsieur. What is this? You're not suggesting I accompany you to a gaming cafe for an all-nighter, are you? Get lost. I have a wife. Why would I spend the night at a cafe with you, a single dog? At that moment, Mo Xiaofan's phone rang. Upon checking, he found a transfer notification from Lu Xiaolong for 5,000. What is this for? I'm uncertain about the exact expenses for Zhuang Ting and me during our stay in Rayleigh. However, I estimate that 5,000 should suffice for 5 days. So here is 5,000 for now, and let me know if you need more. With our relationship, why should we be so exacting? Consider my treat. Have you settled your 600,000 debt? Are you trying to save face? Sometimes, you can be overly considerate. While friendship is important, there is no need to bear burdens that aren't yours. Honestly, you hosted us during our visit, assisted in our stone gambling, and even made a profit. Do you think it's fitting for us to spend your money? I feel embarrassed on your behalf. Very well then. I shall not be polite any longer. Thank you, Boss Lu, for your generosity. We should be the ones expressing gratitude. Enough said. See you tomorrow. At 11 p.m., utterly exhausted, Mo Xiaofan finally lay down and drifted into slumber. The following morning at 8:50 a.m., as the alarm rang, Mo Xiaofan sprang out of bed. He turned off the alarm, got ready in the bathroom, and then headed out to a nearby Shanghai Xilongbao shop for breakfast. Inside, a few customers were still enjoying their meals. Upon his entrance, the proprietors greeted him warmly. Seizing the moment when the Xilongbao was served, the proprietress inquired about the bracelet, which took Mo Xiaofan by surprise. Initially, he assumed her previous invitation to view the bracelet was merely a polite gesture, but it seemed she genuinely had intentions in mind. Mo Xiaofan resolved to prioritize this matter promptly. After savoring 2 baskets of Xilongbao, which were as delectable as ever, Mo Xiaofan mused that perhaps he was a northern dweller in a past life, for he held a particular fondness for dumplings and similar delicacies. Chapter 90. Shanghai Noodles. Lu Xiaolong. Rise and shine. What time is it? Mo Xiaofan exclaimed loudly while pressing the doorbell of room 418. When there was still no response, he resorted to knocking on the door with his palms. Just a moment, I'll be right out. 15 minutes later, A bleary-eyed Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting emerged from room 418, pulling their luggage. Did you two stay up all night playing cards? Montak Xiaofan inquired. As Zhuang Ting flushed and silently headed towards the elevator. Lu Xiaolong, momentarily taken aback, pondered playing cards. What cards? After a few moments, realization struck him. Playing cards? Let us go grab breakfast. It's already 10:30. The breakfast service will soon conclude. Then let us check out and find somewhere to eat. The trio departed from the holiday apartment hotel and boarded Xiong Haowen's Volkswagen Tiguan. Now that it's past 10, where shall we have breakfast? Mo Xiaofan contemplated before asking Lu Xiaolong. How about some Shanghai soup dumplings? They are absolutely delightful. That sounds promising. Wait, will there be authentic Shanghai soup dumplings available in Rueli? Good morning, sir. Good morning, ma'am. I brought 2 friends from Kunming to sample your renowned dumplings. Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting greeted the owner couple at the shop, gazing up at the menu displayed on the wall. I would like the shrimp soup dumplings, Zhuang Ting declared. Then I shall have the crab roast soup dumplings. Oh, and I've heard the Shanghai noodles are quite delectable. Let us add a bowl of those as well, Lu Xiaolong suggested. The owner retreated into the kitchen to prepare the noodles, while the owner's wife provided chopsticks and invited Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting to help themselves to dipping sauce. Mo Xiaofan approached the cash register, scanned the QR code with his phone, and completed the payment. Before long, the owner called out from the kitchen, and the owner's wife emerged with 2 steaming baskets of soup dumplings, placing them before Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting. One basket contains shrimp, and the other is filled with crab roe. Enjoy. As Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting each picked up a dumpling with their chopsticks and dipped it into the sauce, Mo Xiaofan remarked, please take note. Each dumpling has precisely 16 folds. Intrigued, Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting began counting the folds on their dumplings. Lu Xiaolong counted 3, while Zhuang Ting counted 4, and indeed, each dumpling bore exactly 16 folds. This is how one should conduct their work, exhibiting a professional spirit. Lu Xiaolong exclaimed as he savored a crab roe dumpling, repeatedly declaring it delicious. He then reached for a shrimp dumpling from a steamer in front of Zhuang Ting, taking a bite and savoring the flavor. Delicious. The filling contains a whole shrimp. It's incredibly fresh. As they neared the end of the 2 baskets of dumplings, the owner's wife brought out the Shanghai noodles that Lu Xiaolong had ordered on a large open bowl, the broth clear and the noodles pale. A sizable piece of lean meat, larger than a palm, adorned the noodles, topped with a sprinkle of green scallions, emanating an enticing aroma. Lu Xiaolong lifted the meat with his chopsticks, examining it curiously, and asked the owner's wife, Shanghai noodles? This meat is pure, not pork ribs? Lu Xiaolong was lost in thought, then turned to the proprietress to request an empty bowl. He set aside some noodles and a generous portion of pork chop, pushing it toward Zhuang Ting, saying, you must try the Shanghai pork chop noodles. By the time Mo Xiaofan and Lu Xiaolong finished their breakfast, it was already past 11. The 3 of them got into the car and set off for Mongshu, located 100 kilometers away. Lu Xiaolong informed Zhuang Ting, our destination is Mongshu, approximately a 2-hour drive. Mongshu serves as the capital of Dahong Prefecture. But why is it called Mongshu? There is a legend that tells of a day when the Buddha visited this place at dawn, bestowing upon it the name Mongshu, which translates to City of Dawn. Please, continue, Lu Xiaolong urged. Mongshu and its surroundings boast several temples of the Southern Transmission Theravada Buddhism, such as Bodhi Temple, Huiyin Temple, and Fuguang Temple, alongside scenic spots like the Tree Wrap Pagoda, the memorial for the anti-Japanese war in western Yunnan, the Mengbanesi Rare Garden, the Menghuan Golden Pagoda, the Menghuan Silver Pagoda, and the 3 Immortals Cave. While we cannot visit every attraction, we must not miss the Tree Wrap Pagoda, Mengbanesi Rare Garden, and Bodhi Temple. That will suffice, Lu Xiaolong remarked. As for the cuisine, Mongshu's offerings are quite similar to those of Rueli, predominantly featuring the flavors of the Dai and Jingpa ethnic groups. The Jingpa people have a type of banquet known as the Green Leaf Feast, which is considered quite sophisticated. In a green leaf feast, there are no bowls, spoons, or metal drinking vessels. Rice is cooked in bamboo tubes. Dishes are pounded in bamboo. Food is served on banana leaves. Soup is sipped using spoons fashioned from leaves. And even the cups for drinking are made from bamboo. Partaking in the green leaf feast evokes a sense of returning to simplicity. However, with only 3 of us, we cannot indulge in a complete feast, but we can sample a few distinctive dishes, such as bamboo rice, Jingpa ghost chicken, and eggs, and water-splashing rice cakes. Furthermore, the urban area of Mongshu is relatively small. Upon our arrival, we will ascertain our lodging based on the circumstances. Chapter 91, The Green Leaf Feast. Mo Xiaofan drove Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting along the road from Relics to Mongshu. As it was midday, fatigue was easily induced, and Zhuang Ting, having taken her seat in the back, soon dozed off. Lu Xiaolong, seated in the front passenger seat, was concerned that Mo Xiaofan might also succumb to drowsiness. So he kept the conversation flowing. Mo Xiaofan, which classmates do you still keep in touch with? Mo Xiaofan pondered for a moment before responding. Only those I was close with during school. You, Xiong Haowen, Shunny Fei, and Wang Peng. I haven't been in contact with anyone else for quite some time. What about Hu Shan? We used to frequent his house to play games. Ah, Hu Shan, I haven't seen him since high school. Why do you suddenly bring this up? I've been toying with the idea of organizing a reunion for our classmates from the same factory. Mo Xiaofan, Lu Xiaolong, and Xiong Haowen all hail from the same factory school, having shared kindergarten, elementary, and middle school classes, which forged a particularly strong bond among them. At that time, the industrial enterprises operated within a relatively closed environment, complete with hospitals, schools, shops, canteens, clubs, and cinemas, all within the confines of the company. Consequently, the homes of Mo Xiaofan, Lu Xiaolong, and Xiong Haowen were in close proximity to those of their classmates, all within a 10-minute walk. This closeness fostered a camaraderie among classmates that was truly remarkable. I never expected you, a homebody, to want to organize a reunion. Montak Xiaofan chuckled. It's a good idea, but I advise you to reconsider. Why? Lu Xiaolong replied, somewhat irked. You didn't even invite me. I asked you that day, and you said the live stream was crucial for you and that you couldn't leave. Have you forgotten? Well, it's just as well you didn't attend. Wang Peng and I regretted going. What do you mean? Upon arriving at the reunion venue, after several years apart, many classmates were initially pleased to see each other. However, when some old friends learned that I was merely an insurance agent, their smiles faded, replaced by obligatory small talk. I longed to reminisce about our school days, but they claimed to have forgotten those childhood memories. I attempted to engage them in conversation, yet they seemed to perceive my interest as a request for something, adopting a stance that was decidedly dismissive, which left me feeling rather disheartened. Seriously? Are you exaggerating? I knew you wouldn't believe me. If I hadn't gone, I wouldn't have believed it myself. The reunion was a split cost, which was fine, but each person paid $300 for a table of utterly ordinary food and drinks. If it was worth more than $400, I would walk on my head. Can you believe it? Classmates from the same enterprise trying to rip each other off. Only they could pull off such a stunt. Well, it's a good thing I didn't go that day. At least the memories of my classmates from back then remained positive. As Mo Xiaofan and Lu Xiaolong continued their conversation, the car had already entered the downtown area of Mongshu. Mo Xiaofan parked at the Mongshu Jiangxi Hotel on Baopa Road, a 3-star establishment. The budget of $5,000 was ample, allowing for a more comfortable stay in the remaining days. Lu Xiaolong nodded in agreement, opening the right rear door for Zhuang Ting to exit, while inquiring, what does Baopa Road mean? Hello, my name is Mo Xiaofan. We have reserved a king room and a standard room online. By the way, could you tell me what Baopa means? Mo Xiaofan asked at the hotel front desk. Hello, Mr. Mo. Baopa means relatives in Burmese. Baopa Road signifies the kinship between our countries, suggesting that we are all part of one family. The receptionist explained, I have located your reservation. Please present your identification. After completing the check-in process, the receptionist handed over the room keys for 703 and 704. 703 is the king room, and 704 is the standard room. We wish you a pleasant stay. You're probably starving by now. Let's drop off our luggage in the room, grab a bite to eat, and then head to an interesting place. 20 minutes later, Mo Xiaofan and his companions parked their vehicle in front of a restaurant specializing in the Jingpa ethnic cuisine. Having long passed the lunch hour, the establishment was devoid of other patrons, and the chef and staff were taking a break. Feeling somewhat hungry, the trio entered the restaurant and sought a place to settle down. What shall we eat? Lu Xiaolong inquired. The green leaf feast, let's order a small set, came the reply. By the way, would you like to try the local specialty drink, Jingpa rice wine? It's quite delightful and strongly recommended. Jingpa rice wine? Is it a spirit? Not exactly. It's a rice wine with an alcohol content of around 10 degrees. Zhuang Ting, would you care to give it a try? Since we're here, why not? The arrival of the trio prompted the resting staff to spring into action. Soon, the waitress brought over 2 bowls of Jingpa rice wine. Contrary to Lu Xiaolong's expectations, the drink bore a color akin to orange yellow, resembling a beverage, and exuded a faint sweetness. It's quite pleasant. Zhuang Ting, you should have a sip. Zhuang Ting took a taste of the rice wine. After that initial sip, she found it hard to stop, and by the time the green leaf feast was served, Lu Xiaolong was already on his second bowl of rice wine, while Zhuang Ting had consumed a third of hers. The green leaf feast was a lavish spread, with all dishes served on large banana leaves. The centerpiece was Jingpa Ghost Chicken, which Mo Xiaofan and his friends agreed was more sour, spicy, and aromatic than the lemon-flavored ghost chicken they had sampled previously. Other dishes included roasted pork belly, pounded beef jerky, bamboo tube rice, jingpa salad, braised pumpkin, and roasted eggplant from the mountain village, all visually appealing and fragrant. Aside from the jingpa ghost chicken, the most favored dishes among Mo Xiaofan, Lu Xiaolong, and Zhuangting the pounded beef jerky, bamboo tube rice, and roasted eggplant, particularly the pounded beef jerky. This renowned Dai dish was historically reserved for the nobility. It was made from carefully selected fatty yellow beef, first grilled over charcoal, then hand-shredded into fine strips, and finally fried in oil. The mixture was combined with lemon, herbs, and various spices in a wooden barrel, continuously pounded with a wooden mallet until perfection. The final product was a harmonious blend of sour, spicy, salty, and savory flavors, tender and easy to chew, making it exceptionally appetizing. The trio, with their formidable appetites, nearly obliterated the entire table of delicacies within just over an hour. Lu Xiaolong and Zhuangting savored the jingpa rice wine, while Mo Xiaofan opted for lemon juice. Where shall we go next? Lu Xiaolong asked. How about visiting the tree-wrap pagoda? Tree-wrap pagoda? That sounds intriguing. Is it a tall pagoda encased by a large tree? Not entirely. It can also be described as a large tree enveloping a pagoda. You'll understand once we arrive. Chapter 92, The Menghuan Golden Pagoda. The trio exited the restaurant, and it was already afternoon. Mo Xiaofan drove Lu Xiaolong and Zhuangting to the entrance of the Mongshe pedestrian street. After finding a suitable place to park, they strolled into the pedestrian area. The so-called pedestrian street, common in many locales, prohibits vehicles from entering, allowing only foot traffic. The street was lined with shops offering an array of local specialties for tourists, such as coffee, nuts, lemons, oil tea, walnuts, and the renowned Xiaofan rice, which is particularly convenient for visitors looking to make purchases. As the three companions journeyed along, their eyes wandered, and they inquired with the locals, ultimately arriving at the first primary school of Mongshe. This institution was the destination of their excursion, as the renowned tree-encased pagoda stood within its grounds. Lu Xiaolong, do you recall your childhood prowess in climbing trees? Despite your small stature, you were remarkably skilled and never faltered. Would you dare to ascend once more? With the passage of time, agility had waned, and the towering banyan tree enveloping the pagoda stretched over 30 meters high. Climb it for me to see, Zhuangting urged. Lu Xiaolong suggests you scale the tree for a photograph, she added. Mo Xiaofan refrained from meddling. I heard your earlier exchange, so if anyone climbs, it should be you. Oh, you two lack amusement, she sighed. The trio hastened to the base of the tree-encased pagoda, marveling at this unique structure. The pagoda, a traditional Dai-style Buddhist stupa, was reportedly erected over 2 centuries ago to commemorate a victorious battle. Constructed from bricks and stones, the pagoda stood approximately 10 meters tall and featured an octagonal shape, housing a shrine with a Buddha statue. How could a large tree thrive atop the pagoda? Locals recounted a serendipitous occurrence where a seed carried by a small bird fell into the crevice of the pagoda. With moisture and warmth, the seed germinated, sprouted leaves, developed roots, and grew into a magnificent tree. Its aerial roots descended from the branches, burrowing into the earth, ultimately becoming the tree's support system. Over time, the banyan's roots and branches enveloped the stupa, evolving into a towering tree that harmoniously merged with the pagoda, creating the extraordinary spectacle of a tree within a pagoda and a pagoda within a tree. ISNT, the tree-encased pagoda. Fascinating? Indeed, it possessed a distinctive charm, and the rare blend of human and natural wonder was remarkable. Let us circumambulate the pagoda 3 times in a clockwise direction, suggested Zhuangting. According to local belief, this ritual would bestow us with good fortune, peace, and happiness. The trio completed the 3 circuits, after which Mo Xiaofan resumed his role as the photographer, diligently capturing moments for Zhuangting and Lu Xiaolong. Gradually, more visitors arrived to admire the tree-encased pagoda, taking photos and expressing their astonishment. As the crowd swelled, the trio decided to depart, exiting the primary school grounds. Where shall we venture next? Montak Xiaofan Pondut. Having indulged too much earlier, let's hike to burn off some calories. Lu Xiaolong and Zhuangting exchanged surprised glances. A hike? While we could, are we merely hiking? Of course not. The climb is not the ultimate goal. Rather, we aim to behold the iconic landmark of Mongshe, the Menghuan Golden Pagoda. It is said to be crafted entirely of pure gold, and every devout visitor is permitted to take a gold brick upon their first pilgrimage to the pagoda. Keep spinning your tales. I am listening, Lu Xiaolong replied, his expression impassive. Could you not play along? Hooray. There's a gold brick. 25 minutes later, the three friends stood at the foot of Liurang Mountain in Mongshu. Their destination lay at the summit, the first golden Buddha pagoda of China, the Menghuan Golden Pagoda. Comrades, summon your vigor. Let us ascend the mountain. I remarked to Mo Xiaofan. You appear exceptionally spirited today. What have you ingested? Ah, I merely sensed that you two were rather somber, and I wish to enliven the atmosphere. Thank you. But that will not be necessary. We are quite content as we are. Please, do maintain a semblance of normalcy. Let us wager 100 yuan to see who reaches the summit first. I shall not bet. TCH, we are all approaching our 30s. Do you perceive us as mere students, unrestrained and lacking decorum? Haha, among so many, only Xiong Haowen can rein you in, preventing you from wandering aimlessly. You are married, and Xiong Haowen has a girlfriend. I remain a solitary soul, which is quite disheartening. Matters of the heart rely heavily on fate, and I believe it would be prudent for you to focus on earning money to rectify your financial woes. With a mountain of debt, what foundation do you have to support your love? Relying on looks? The truth is, you are not particularly handsome. Depending on devotion, pray tell, who would treasure that? Awaken to reality. Lu Xiaolong's words were harsh, yet they bore truth, and Mo Xiaofan refrained from retorting, recognizing the validity of his statement. Mo Xiaofan had long yearned for love and was willing to invest deeply in a partner, yet his romantic endeavors had never borne fruit, and he had not encountered anyone who appreciated his efforts. He once had a materialistic ex-girlfriend, and subsequently became a mere stepping stone for another, which left him devoid of savings, having spent all on those he admired, only to see no return on his investment. The more he yearned, the more he craved love. It is said that men, when financially unstable, long for love, seeking a companion willing to share both joy and hardship. However, that is but an ideal, and few are fortunate enough to realize it. Often, the more one desires something, the more elusive it becomes. Lost in his thoughts, Mo Xiaofan and his companions finally arrived at the summit of Lei Yalong Mountain, standing beneath the magnificent Menghuan Golden Pagoda. The Menghuan Golden Pagoda is reputed to be the largest hollow Buddhist pagoda in Asia, constructed in the architectural style of the Southern Asian Dai Royal Palace. The entire edifice radiates opulence and grandeur, leaving a lasting impression. The advantages of being Asia's premier hollow pagoda are evident, as visitors may enter the Golden Tower for exploration. The interior is vast, dispelling any sense of confinement. At its heart stand four large Buddha statues: Methya Buddha, Shakyamuni Buddha, Guanyin Bodhisattva, and Medicine Buddha, each corresponding to the cardinal directions. In addition to these central figures, numerous life-sized or slightly smaller Buddha statues adorn the walls, complementing the four grand statues. Chapter 93. The Menghuan Silver Pagoda. I seek your opinions. Shall we conclude our excursion for a meal, or proceed to the next attraction? After departing from the Menghuan Golden Pagoda atop Lei Yalong Mountain, Mo Xiaofan inquired of Lu Xiaolong. Zhuang Ting, what are your thoughts? Lu Xiaolong sought Zhuang Ting's input. It is still early, and it feels as though we have only just finished lunch. Let us continue our exploration. Zhuang Ting is my leader. Her word is final. Very well, let's be on our way. Where to? Having seen the Menghuan Golden Pagoda, we must not overlook the Menghuan Silver Pagoda. At 7 p.m., Mo Xiaofan and his companions arrived at the foot of the Menghuan Great Silver Pagoda. Mo Xiaofan purchased 3 tickets, and the trio commenced their ascent. Upon entering the scenic area of the pagoda, they first encountered a square adorned entirely in pure white. While the Menghuan Great Golden Pagoda exudes opulence, the Great Silver Pagoda emanates an air of sacred solemnity. As the sun dipped in the evening sky around 7:20 p.m., its rays cast a beautiful glow upon the white structures, creating a picturesque scene. Mo Xiaofan noted a newlywed couple capturing their wedding photos against the backdrop of the Silver Pagoda. Lu Xiaolong, Zhuang Ting. Would you also like to take a set of wedding photos? He inquired. We're an old married couple. What is there to photograph? Zhuang Ting replied. Even without wedding photos, artistic shots would be splendid. This place is truly perfect for memorializing moments, Mo Xiaofan suggested. You make a fair point. Let us forego the wedding photos. But do take several pictures of us, Lu Xiaolong responded. The square featured numerous decorative structures, each intricately carved with various hand motifs, exuding a profound artistic ambience. Continuing up from the small square, they encountered a lengthy staircase, also pristine white, which, paired with the tranquil mountain path, imparted a unique sensation. At the top of the staircase stood their destination, the Menghuan Great Silver Pagoda. Unlike its golden counterpart, the Silver Pagoda is not hollow. Entry within is not permitted. At 7:20 p.m., the outline lights of the Silver Pagoda illuminated, casting a stunning and dignified appearance under the interplay of light and the setting sun. I prefer the aura of the Great Silver Pagoda, Zhuang Ting remarked. Me too. The Great Golden Pagoda feels excessively lavish, whereas the Silver Pagoda offers a serene and comfortable ambience, Mo Xiaofan added. I believe you would favor the Golden Pagoda more, Zhuang Ting teased. Indeed, the Silver Pagoda lacks a certain liveliness. It is too solemn, Mo Xiaofan admitted. Look, we can see the distant silhouette of the Great Golden Pagoda from here, Zhuang Ting pointed out. Mo Xiaofan and Lu Xiaolong followed her gaze and indeed spotted the golden pinnacle shimmering in the sunset. This trip to Mongsher has been worthwhile. Thank you, Mo Xiaofan. Zhuang Ting expressed gratefully. You're welcome. As long as you're enjoying yourselves, he replied. Notice the mirrored flooring surrounding the Silver Pagoda. It reflects the entire structure beautifully. You must capture some photos on it, he suggested. Eagerly, Zhuang Ting pulled Lu Xiaolong onto the mirrored floor, while Mo Xiaofan positioned himself to take low-angle shots. Thanks to the reflective floor, their photographs achieved a stunning effect. The success of the photos was not solely due to Mo Xiaofan's photographic prowess, but rather a technique of taking multiple shots. Each time Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting posed, he snapped 5 or 6 frames, resulting in an abundance of images to choose from. This way, selecting 4 or 5 remarkable photos from the hundreds taken became an effortless task. Indeed, after meticulously selecting 4 or 5 photographs, Mo Xiaofan sent them to Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting, who unanimously praised them. Following the photo session, the trio made their way to the observation deck near the Menghuan Great Silver Pagoda. The vantage point of this deck was exceptional, offering a panoramic view of most of the Mongsher urban area. At that moment, Mo Xiaofan noticed the evening sun gradually descending from the western sky above them. Shall we watch the sunset before we leave? Mo Xiaofan proposed. Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting, upon following Mo Xiaofan's gaze, beheld the sun sinking below the horizon. That sounds great. I witnessed a sunset in Zhangjiajie long ago. I never expected to have the opportunity to see another one today, Zhuang Ting remarked. With Zhuang Ting's enthusiasm, Lu Xiaolong had no objections. He too desired to witness the sunset behind the pagoda-laden mountains. The three stood at the observation deck, leaning against the pristine white safety railing, awaiting the sun's descent. At this moment, the sunlight hanging in the air was still quite blinding, but as time passed, the sun slid further westward, its hue transforming from a bright yellow to a deep red. By 8 p.m., the sun's silhouette had completely vanished behind the western ridges, leaving only a crimson halo in the sky. After a while, even this remaining glow dissipated, ushering in a new night in Mongsher. The new play factory had become a must-visit sanctuary for young travelers in Mongsher. By the time Mo Xiaofan, Lu Xiaolong, and Zhuang Ting arrived, the streets were teeming with people. This vibrant area offered a variety of local delicacies, restaurants, bars, and even a cinema. Chapter 94. Zhang Ying's Close Friend. The following day, after visiting the Menghuan Great Golden Pagoda and the Menghuan Great Silver Pagoda, Mo Xiaofan led Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting to the National Aerated Scenic Spot, the Mengbanaxi Exotic Garden, where they spent the morning amongst various tropical plants. At the entrance of the passenger waiting hall at Mongsher Airport, Lu Xiaolong inquired, Mo, did you collect the dragon plaques and bracelets made by Master Zhang for us? Should I send them to you? If it isn't too much trouble for you. I've already arranged with Master Zhang to send both the bracelets and dragon plaques to me once they are completed. Oh, that sounds splendid. I wish you all the best. Do keep in touch via phone if anything arises. Haha, will do. We're off. Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting made their way into the waiting hall. As Mo Xiaofan watched Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting walk away, he initially expected to feel a sense of relief, having fulfilled his role as their companion. However, a wave of melancholy washed over him. With his friends departing, he found himself alone once more. Mo Xiaofan realized he had begun to reminisce about the 5 days spent with Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting. They had engaged in playful banter daily, and now, just as they had left, he found himself missing them profoundly, feeling rather foolish for it. Before long, a bright voice rang through on the other end of the line. Hello, Brother Mo. Sure, no problem. Remember to bring the 3 raw stones we purchased together when you come. Of course, Brother Mo. Is there anything else? No, that will be all. Have a great time. See you the day after tomorrow morning. Zhang Ying and her good friend, her college classmate Yong Yiting, were were engaged in light-hearted conversation at an inn in the ancient town of Lijiang. Mo Xiaofan seems quite fond of you. He must really like you, right? Brother Mo takes care of me like an older brother, Zhang Ying replied. So do you like him? I don't dislike him, Zhang Ying said subtly. You're hopeless. I'm just looking out for you. Besides, there's no need to hang yourself from the same tree. Wouldn't you agree? I remember you telling me you wanted to develop in a big city. This could be a great opportunity. Or have you changed your mind and decided to stay in this small place, Rueli, with brother Mo, to gamble on stones? Zhang Ying had not forgotten her dream of moving to a big city. It was merely the constraints of reality that had led her to temporarily remain by her father's side, learning the more grounded trade of stone gambling. Now, with Yong Yiting's reminder, the old dream within Zhang Ying began to rekindle. Yong Yiting, being Zhang Ying's closest confidant, recognized that her words had struck a chord. His name is Yuan Han. I've asked him to add you on WeChat so you can chat and get to know each other. After some contemplation, Zhang Ying accepted Yuan Han's friend request. Soon, a warm greeting and a flurry of compliments from Yuan Han flooded in. Zhang Ying felt a peculiar sensation stirring within her as she began to engage in a light conversation with him. Unbeknownst to Zhang Ying, Yuan Han was also conversing with Yong Yiting simultaneously. Thank you, Yiting. Your friend Zhang Ying accepted my request, Yuan Han remarked. Just a small token, please accept it. Shortly after, Yong Yiting received a transfer of 8,000 yuan. Indeed, he's from a wealthy family. His generosity is quite apparent, Yong Yiting mused. Young Master Yuan, you must treat my Ying well. Of course. By the way, didn't Tiu mention that Ying has a suitor? Might he cause any trouble while I'm not around? Rest assured, as long as I'm here, he won't stir any waves. Ha, then I'm at ease. I'll leave everything in your capable hands. You know I'm always loyal to my friends, especially those who have helped me. Young Master Yuan, look at you. As my dear friend, who else would I help if not you? Within 3 minutes, Mo Xiaofan had fallen into a deep slumber. Suddenly, the ringtone of his phone erupted beside his pillow, disrupting the tranquility. Mo Xiaofan grumbled under his breath, vexed at being awakened during crucial moments, often forgetting the dreams that had eluded him. Long time no see, old classmate. Why did it take you so long to answer? Were you perhaps lost in a beautiful dream when I interrupted? You guessed it right. It actually was the case, haha. Sorry, it was intentional. Mr. Shun, stop teasing. What made you think to call me today? Chapter 95. Meeting Zhang Ying again. I heard from Xiong Haowen that you are now selling jade and Rueli with him? Yes, indeed. How did you find the rough material I sourced for you? Oh, the jade material I sourced was indeed for someone else. And it seems that the gentleman was quite satisfied. Today, I reach out for the same reason as before. An acquaintance has requested my assistance in finding a bracelet material, preferably one that is clear and green. Her standards are rather high, so to put it simply, the clearer and greener, the better. You are well versed in the various qualities and colors of jade, but I admit I lack that knowledge. My role is simply to assist her in sourcing. Once she finds something suitable, she will proceed with the payment upon delivery. Mr. Shun, I truly admire your capability, despite your lack of jade expertise. You serve as an intermediary for others. While my knowledge may be limited, I possess valuable connections and ensure that the suppliers I approach are reputable, guaranteeing the authenticity of the jade. Fair enough, you make a valid point. I have a piece of clear material that is quite decent, already cut into 4 sections. I will take some photographs and send them to you for your client as consideration. All right, I await your images. Mo Xiaofan placed the piece of jade, valued at 100,000 under natural light, capturing several images before sending them to Mr. Shun. Oh, this looks quite promising. What price should I quote to the client? If they wish to purchase all 4 pieces, quote 125,000. Should they only want one, it will be priced at 40,000 per piece. If all 4 are sold, you can give me 90,000. Mo Xiaofan is consistently generous towards his friends. You're only asking for 90,000? I SNT that a bit low. Just don't say I took advantage of you later. If one day I decide to buy your property, I expect the best internal price. That's entirely manageable. However, our current development is selling remarkably well. You should act quickly. Shall I reserve a duplex of 155 square meters for you? No worries. I can wait for your next project. Haha. All right, my old classmate, please hold on a moment while I reach out to that acquaintance to see her response. A quarter of an hour later, Mr. Shun called back. The lady is very pleased. She wants all 4 pieces. Please send the jade to Kunming today. The address is. Understood. I will arrange for express shipping with a declared value of 150,000, and it will arrive tomorrow. Mr. Shun, named Shun Yifei, is also a classmate of Xiong Haowen and Mo Xiaofan. and was among the most mischievous trio in class. In their youth, Mo Xiaofan often visited Shen Yifei's home to play computer games, despite Shen's father's strict prohibition against gaming, which resulted in severe consequences if caught. To indulge in gaming, Shen Yifei would secretly rise at 3 in the morning to turn on the computer. His adeptness at clandestinely playing games at night left Mo Xiaofan in awe. According to Shen Yifei, he had never been caught, perhaps due to their childhood bond. Shen Yifei maintained a good relationship with both Xiong Haowen and Mo Xiaofan. Whenever the opportunity arose, he would support their business endeavors. The insurance for Shen Yifei's entire family, including car insurance, was purchased through Mo Xiaofan, and he would occasionally refer clients interested in jade to Xiong Haowen. Today, since Xiong Haowen was away in Shandong, Shen Yifei directed the business to Mo Xiaofan. After hanging up, Mo Xiaofan immediately contacted the express courier service. The courier service had a branch at Aoshing Century Community, and within 20 minutes, a courier arrived to collect the goods. In the vicinity of Relics, individuals generally opt for the phone express when dispatching precious jade. Thus, the courier, upon seeing that Mo Xiaofan intended to send jadeite, exhibited no surprise. However, due to Mo Xiaofan's declaration of a value of 150,000 yuan, the courier diligently inspected the 4 pieces of jadeite. Ultimately, the courier confirmed that the items Mo Xiaofan was sending posed no issues and departed with the jadeite. After bidding farewell to the courier, Mo Xiaofan still felt fatigued and somewhat hungry. Reluctant to venture outside, he ordered takeout, requesting a portion of fried rice noodles and a bottle of cola. Following dinner, he languidly reclined on his bed, read a few pages of Zhuang Rui's story, and soon fell asleep. The next day, Mo Xiaofan succumbed to his laziness. With plans to accompany Zhang Ying and her friend for a stone gambling session the following day, he decided to remain at home, recuperating his energy. Throughout the day, he only left his residence to dispose of the garbage, otherwise remaining indoors. As dusk approached, Shen Yifei called with good news. The client had accepted the 4 pieces of jadeite Mo Xiaofan sent, expressing great satisfaction. Simultaneously, Shen Yifei transferred 90,000 yuan to Mo Xiaofan. Consequently, Mo Xiaofan's assets surpassed 300,000 yuan for the first time. Given the current circumstances, it seemed merely a matter of time before his funds reached 600,000 yuan. Mo Xiaofan sensed a notable enhancement in his abilities, inspiring the notion of seeking a raw stone with immense appreciation potential to resolve his financial concerns at once. If Xiong Haowen were present, he would surely admonish Mo Xiaofan. However, with Xiong Haowen absent from Relics, Mo Xiaofan dismissed his warnings as mere background noise. At 5:40 a.m. that day, Mo Xiaofan silenced his alarm, leapt from bed, and after freshening up, donned the brown leather jacket, gray t-shirt, jeans, and Nike sneakers he had previously purchased from Jack Jones. As the saying goes, one buys clothes for moments like these. Although not high-end brands, the attire fit well, enhancing Mo Xiaofan's demeanor and adding a touch of charm. Indeed, the adage that clothes make the man remains ever true. Upon arriving at Jiegao, he parked and glanced at his phone, noting the time was 6:45, with 15 minutes remaining until his rendezvous with Zhang Ying. One of Mo Xiaofan's virtues is his punctuality, and he considers it shameful to keep a girl waiting. Before long, he noticed 2 young women approaching him. One, adorned in a white velvet mini dress, exuded a youthful vibrancy. It was Zhang Ying. "Brother Mo, I apologize for our tardiness." "No, you are quite punctual. It is I who arrived a touch early." "Brother Mo, you seem different today, almost more handsome," Zhang Ying remarked, appraising him from head to toe. "Is that so? I feel the same way, haha. This is my university classmate, Yong Yuting." "Hello, I am Mo Xiaofan." "Hello, Brother Mo." Yong Yuting greeted him with a cool demeanor. Chapter 96. Yong Yuting. "Brother Mo, my classmate Yong Yuting is also interested in stone gambling. Could you assist her in selecting a few raw stones today?" "No need. I have confidence in myself. I can manage on my own." Yong Yuting spoke with an air of politeness, yet her tone was resolute. Mo Xiaofan felt a twinge of curiosity as he glanced at Yong Yuting, who was regarding him with a scrutinizing gaze. Their eyes met for a fleeting second before they both averted their gazes in silence. A wave of discomfort surged within Mo Xiaofan, prompting him to suggest, "Shall we go?" The 3 then made their way towards the Jiegao raw stone trading market. Mo Xiaofan intended to walk closely beside Zhang Ying, engaging in light-hearted banter. However, as he approached her, Yong Yuting promptly positioned herself on Zhang Ying's left side, effectively barring Mo Xiaofan from joining them. Yong Yating clung tightly to Zhang Ying's left arm, her face turned towards Zhang Ying as she spoke animatedly, drawing the attention of those around them. Mo Xiaofan found the behavior of the two women rather perplexing, thus he chose to lead the way alone, with the two ladies trailing behind at a slight distance. Yating, what are you doing? Zhang Ying whispered. Haven't you been getting along quite well with Yuan Han these past few days? Since he likes you and you have some feelings for him. I'm merely looking out for your best interests. Despite being the closest of friends, Zhang Ying felt a twinge of displeasure at Yong Yuting's words and actions. Yating, Brother Mo has been a great help to me, and I am currently learning about raw stones from him. Your behavior is quite embarrassing. At Zhang Ying's serious and earnest tone, Yong Yuting hesitated. Upon reflection, she realized that Zhang Ying was gradually developing feelings for Yuan Han, and there was no need for her to create a direct conflict with Mo Xiaofan that might put Zhang Ying in an awkward position. Perhaps Yong Yating was too eager to receive gratitude from Yuan Han, or rather, too keen on facilitating a connection between him and Zhang Ying. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Jiegao raw stone trading market, Mo Xiaofan was greeted by a delightful and familiar array of fruit aromas. Indeed, this place felt intimately welcoming to him. Zhang Ying, shall we accompany your friend to select some raw stones first? If she has any questions, she may ask me, he suggested. Zhang Ying glanced at Mo Xiaofan, appreciating his commendable character, kind, humble, and exceptionally tolerant. Regrettably, he did not fit her ideal type, nor did he possess the charm of Yuan Han, who was adept at making a girl smile. As a young woman in her early 20s, fresh from university, Zhang Ying was easily swayed by the sweet words of an attractive man, especially one who captivated her heart. With that, Mo Xiaofan chose to remain silent. An hour later, Yong Yuting held two black plastic bags, one containing a 6-kilogram wudna and the other a 15-kilogram dama can waterstone. The two raw stones had cost her a total of 26,000, and her expression radiated satisfaction, indicating her contentment with her purchases. It was now Mo Xiaofan's turn to seek out raw stones. He walked ahead alone, with the two women following behind. Ying, do you know why I didn't allow Mo Xiaofan to interfere while I was selecting raw stones? Yong Yuting inquired. Because you're quite knowledgeable yourself, Zhang Ying replied. You figured out. I have indeed learned from a highly skilled master in the art of stone gambling. However, that is but one aspect. The other is that I have observed the 3 rough stones selected by Mo Xiaofan for you. To speak candidly, those 3 stones are exceedingly mediocre. Had they been mine, I would not have even touched them. Is it truly possible that there could be any flaws in the stones chosen by Brother Mo? I ask you, have you ever witnessed him unearth the stones he selected? Zhang Ying pondered for a moment and realized that she had, in fact, never seen it. She shook her head. If you have never even seen the stones he purchased being unearthed, how can you ascertain his skill in stone gambling? Zhang Ying found herself momentarily speechless. Yet she yearned to defend Mo Xiaofan. However, she quickly recognized that Yong Yuting's words left her with no grounds for rebuttal. Wasn't Mo Xiaofan supposed to be unearthing stones today and then selling them? In due time, his true capabilities would be revealed. At this point, a mischievous smile spread across Yong Yuting's face. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Ying felt a tumult of emotions. On one hand was her trusted brother Mo, and on the other was her closest friend. She was at a loss as to whom to believe. Oblivious to the discussions occurring behind him, Mo Xiaofan ambled leisurely among the stalls of rough stones. In that brief span of time, through Yong Yuting's relentless persuasion, Zhang Ying's feelings had undergone subtle shifts. As Mo Xiaofan continued to weave through the stalls, he finally set his sights on a piece of Mo Wanji. He and the two girls made their way towards the stall where the Mo Wanji was displayed. This was a black sand-skin Mo Wanji, weighing 4 kilograms, with an irregular elongated shape, 19 centimeters at its longest, 16 centimeters at its widest, and 9 centimeters at its thickest. Mo Xiaofan bent down to scrutinize the rough stone carefully, extracting a flashlight to illuminate it. Due to its irregular shape, the stone's appearance was rather unremarkable, and the flashlight's effect was mediocre as well. The skin, however, appeared fairly decent. Yet, the crucial point was that this was a genuine rough stone with a delightful scent of pineapple, filling Mo Xiaofan with anticipation. Standing upright, Mo Xiaofan instinctively called Zhang Ying over for a closer inspection. Zhang Ying, feeling somewhat unsettled, hesitated momentarily when summoned by Mo Xiaofan, but eventually approached to examine the Mo Wanji in silence. At this juncture, driven by curiosity, Yong Yuting also bent down to inspect the stone with the flashlight, and upon standing, she wore an enigmatic smile. Boss, what is the price of this Mo Wanji? Mo Xiaofan's inquiry was precisely what the stall owner had longed to hear. This Mo Wanji had been in his possession for some time, and due to its peculiar shape and lackluster flashlight response, it had remained unsought. The stall owner had anticipated that this stone would be his constant companion. But to his astonishment, today it had caught the eye of a customer who inquired about its price. Concealing his excitement, the stall owner contemplated what price to quote Missouri Xiaofan. While also considering that this customer appeared somewhat knowledgeable, he dared not propose an excessively high price. Let's let a cooked duck fly away. Boss, you possess remarkable discernment. This piece of Mowanji is the most extraordinary raw stone at my stall. If you fancy it, how about 30,000? The stall owner beamed his most affable smile at Mo Xiaofan. However, the stall owner's smile failed to sway Mo Xiaofan upon hearing the price. He furrowed his brow and fell silent for an extended moment. A sense of unease gripped the stall owner, who thought, "Oh no, perhaps I have quoted too high a price." Just as he believed the transaction was doomed, Mo Xiaofan spoke up. "You mentioned a price. But how much do you believe this piece of Mowanji is worth? State a figure." At most 6,000. The figure of 6,000 was likely what the stall owner intended to propose for closure. Yet, out of professional habit, it transformed into a request for further negotiation. To his surprise, before the stall owner could finish his sentence, Mo Xiaofan gestured for Zhang Ying and Yong Yuting to prepare to leave. The stall owner panicked instantly. "Sir, 6,000 it is. I will wrap it up for you." After settling the payment and taking hold of the black plastic bag containing the Mowanji, Mo Xiaofan felt elated. Ever since the enhancement of his supernatural abilities, the skill of uncovering hidden treasures had become apparent. After all, acquiring raw stones at a minimal cost and subsequently witnessing a tenfold increase in value post-processing was an enticing prospect. Such thoughts brought him immense joy. "Zhang Ying, I have great confidence in this Mowanji. Would you like to invest in half?" Montak Xiaofan in Kvirat Sherfoli. Previously, Zhang Ying would have unhesitatingly agreed, but now she appeared conflicted. At that moment, Yong Yuting gently squeezed Zhang Ying's left arm. "Emogo, I apologize for not mentioning earlier, but since the 3 raw stones we purchased together have yet to be sold, I did not bring much money today." Although Zhang Ying's explanation seemed somewhat peculiar, Mo Xiaofan chose not to dwell on it. Since she had expressed her situation, he felt it best to trust her, as doubting someone he believed in would be exhausting. After leaving the raw stone market in Jigao, Mo Xiaofan contacted Xiao Ying to inquire if it would be convenient for them to visit in the afternoon. Xiao Ying assured him that it was no problem. On their way to Xiao Ying's shop, Mo Xiaofan said, "Zhang Ying, once we arrive at my friend Jade's shop, we can use her cutting machine for processing the raw stones. If the resulting pieces meet her purchasing standards, let us have her appraise them and sell directly to her. What do you think?" Given that the 3 original raw stones had been jointly purchased by Mo Xiaofan and Zhang Ying, he felt it was essential to fully respect her opinion. "All right, I'll follow your lead, Mo Go." Zhang Ying had no objections. "Wait, Mo Go. Are you saying we should directly take the raw stones to your friend for processing, then sell the cut pieces to her?" "Indeed, even if she is your friend, I presume she does not accept every grade of cut stone, right? She only buys pieces of at least the Nuo quality." Mo Go, to be frank, ensuring that all 4 raw stones in your possession meet the Nuo quality is quite challenging. "Oh, you have a point. It ultimately depends on the results after processing." At this moment, Mo Xiaofan found himself somewhat irritated by Yong Yuting. Despite Zhang Ying not voicing any objections, she persistently sought to stir trouble. However, as she was Zhang Ying's close friend, Mo Xiaofan chose to remain patient and avoid confrontation. "Very well, let us set this aside for now. As I understand it, when rough stones are sold based on cutting or clear material, the selling price is merely 50 to 60% of the finished product. Why then, do you not cut these rough stones into finished products before selling them, Brother Mo?" Yong Yuting's words were tinged with skepticism, and even someone as good-tempered as Mo Xiaofan felt a twinge of annoyance. "May I inquire, Miss Yong, do you possess any sales channels for finished jade products?" "Of course not. However, as someone who specializes in the jade business, you surely must have your own channels for selling finished jade, correct?" Mo Xiaofan took a deep breath. Sensing his temper rising, Zhang Ying, having intervened, made it clear to Yong Yuting the gravity of the situation, yet her stubborn disposition prevented her from conceding gracefully. Furthermore, being a recent university graduate with a relatively privileged background, she had never faced hardship, and while she understood, she remained obstinately defiant. Chapter 98, Stone Cutting. Thanks to Zhang Ying's mediation, Although Yong Yuting continued to prattle on after her words, Mo Xiaofan found himself too weary to engage in anger. He recalled that the best way to deal with such individuals was to simply ignore them. Indeed, after Mo Xiaofan disregarded Yong Yuting, she quieted down. He parked the Volkswagen Tiguan and, accompanied by Zhang Ying and Yong Yuting, entered Xiao Ying's shop, heading directly to the reception area, where Xiao Ying was sipping tea alone. "Good afternoon, Boss Xiao. How come I trouble you again today?" He gestured to his companions. "Let me introduce these two, my friend Zhang Ying and Yong Yuting." "Oh, Mo Xiaofan, how could you call this a trouble? I'm delighted to have you here. Please, take a seat and enjoy some tea." Boss Xiao poured tea for the three of them. Mo Xiaofan raised his cup and savored a sip of the bright yellow brew, which he deduced was raw tea from Nan Nuo Mountain. "What treasures have you brought for me to admire today?" Boss Xiao inquired with a smile. Mo Xiaofan placed the Dama Can Water Stone, the Dama Can Half Mountain Half Water Stone, Mo Shisha, and the recently acquired Mo Wanji on the tea table. "Yong Yuting, shall I ask Boss Xiao to cut your rough stones as well?" Mo Xiaofan asked. Yong Yuting pondered for a moment before responding. "Boss Xiao, I have a Dama Can Water Stone and a Muna Stone. Please assist me in cutting them." Yong Yuting had initially assumed that Mo Xiaofan would lead them to a small shop in a jade market for the stone cutting, but to her surprise, they arrived at a beautifully decorated antique-style courtyard. Though she had the audacity to dismiss Mo Xiaofan, she did not dare underestimate the owner of this courtyard. Thus, she treated Boss Xiao with utmost respect. Boss Xiao nodded, summoning a staff member to bring the rough stones for cutting. Turning to Mo Xiaofan, he asked, "Which one shall we cut first?" Yong Yuting pointed out her two rough stones to the staff, instructing, "Let us cut these two first. The Muna should be left with two pieces, and the Dama should be peeled. Mo Xiaofan, if you only intend to have your rough stones cut here next time, I must inform you that there will be a fee." Xiao Ying subtly expressed a hint of dissatisfaction, and Mo Xiaofan, not oblivious, certainly picked up on it. "I sincerely apologize for causing you any trouble, Boss Xiao," Xiaofan remarked. "I have taken a brief look at these 4 rough stones you brought. The 2 pieces from Damakan and Mashisha seem quite promising. However, I harbor some doubts regarding this Mo Wanji. Please, Boss Xiao, do not hesitate to speak frankly. Do you believe I have misjudged this Mo Wanji?" "Not quite," Xiao Ying replied. "If it were a piece brought by someone else, I might conclude they had misjudged it. But since this Mo Wanji is provided by you, despite my reservations, I remain hopeful that it may yield an unexpected delight." As the 4 of them sat around the tea table, sipping tea, Xiao Ying's words did not go unnoticed by Zhang Ying and Yong Yuting. Zhang Ying's face brightened with a smile upon hearing this, while Yong Yuting initially appeared taken aback, quickly regaining her composure. "Nevertheless, Boss Xiao, the exterior of this Mo Wanji is indeed unappealing. Yet I cannot shake the feeling that this rough stone possesses an intrinsic quality unlike the others. I propose we save it for last," Mo Xiaofan suggested, delivering a remark laden with double meaning, one that he was confident both Zhang Ying and Yong Yuting would comprehend. "Since you are so confident, I shall defer to your judgment. My anticipation only grows," Xiao Ying remarked. While Xiao Ying conversed with Mo Xiaofan, the shop assistant presented Yong Yuting with her 2 rough stones. Xiao Ying made no attempt to inspect them, instead gesturing for the assistant to place the Mu Na and Dama Kin water stones before Yong Yuting on the tea table. Before Yong Yuting lay 3 slices of Mu Na and a peeled Dama Kin water stone. "Yuting, what do you think?" Zhang Ying inquired, leaning closer to inspect. "This one is mediocre, merely a glutinous variety," Yong Yuting replied with a hint of pride as she passed the Dama Kin water stone to Zhang Ying for examination. Next, Yong Yuting lifted the lid from the Mu Na, and her smile vanished in an instant. "Was this a bean variety? There are no signs of internalization. This cannot be right," she exclaimed in surprise. "Yuting, take a closer look at the piece underneath," Zhang Ying suggested. It then dawned on Yong Yuting that she had instructed the assistant to bring 2 slices of Mu Na, prompting her to quickly examine the second piece, which unfortunately also showed no signs of internalization. It remained a bean variety. One must commend Yong Yuting's psychological resilience. After a few seconds of disappointment, her expression restored to normal. "Ying, such is the nature of stone gambling. One cannot expect to learn without paying some tuition. My experience today is already considered fortunate. You must be prepared for the same," she concluded, casting a significant glance at Mo Xiaofan. Mo Xiaofan heard Yong Yuting's profound remark, but chose to remain silent. "Brother Mo, which of these stones shall you uncover first?" the shop assistant inquired. "Please, could you start with these 2 Damakan stones?" Xiaofan requested. "Very well. I shall follow your lead, the assistant replied, taking the 2 rough stones into the workshop. It is only human nature to hope for the company of another when one is down on their luck, seeking a semblance of balance in their spirits. At this moment, Yong Yiting was indeed that individual, awaiting the misfortune of others. The stone uncovering assistant emerged from the workshop, gently placing the unveiled Dama can water stone and the Dama can half mountain half water stone before Xiao Ying on the tea table. Montak Xiaofan, Zhang Ying, and Yong Yiting all stood up. Yong Yiting appeared momentarily dazed, remaining silent, while Zhang Ying wore a broad smile. The Dama can half mountain, half water jade was a fine, translucent type known for its vibrant green flecks. Although the fine variety seemed a tad lacking to Xiao Ying, the vibrant green flecks significantly compensated for its shortcomings. In contrast, another piece of Dama can jade showcased an even superior type characterized by a clear icy texture, its light green base exuding remarkable transparency and an abundance of moisture, evoking a plethora of delightful imaginings. Xiaofan, I knew you wouldn't let me down, Xiao Ying remarked. You flatter me, Boss Xiao. I merely rely on luck, he replied. Zhang Ying, do you see? These 2 Dama can pieces are quite commendable, aren't they? Indeed, Mo Gu is truly the best. Chapter 99, Xiao Ying's Invitation. Next, could you assist me in cutting this moxisha? Mo Xiaofan requested of the shop assistant. At Xiao Ying's, we only have 1 water cutting machine, so moxisha and mobanji must be addressed sequentially. Perhaps due to the success of the raw stones that Mo Xiaofan and Zhang Ying had invested in, Zhang Ying was no longer swayed by Yong Yiting's influence, and their conversation flourished. Xiao Ying occasionally poured tea for the 3 of them. Xiaofan, by the time we finish cutting the remaining 2 raw stones, it will likely be afternoon. Would you care to join me for a meal? That sounds good. By the way, Boss Liu has visited me several times and often speaks of you. Boss Xiao, both you and Boss Liu are busy individuals. I wouldn't dare to disturb you without reason. The shop assistant re-emerged from the workshop, presenting the freshly cut moxisha before Xiao Ying. Gently, Xiao Ying lifted the lid of the moxisha, revealing the icy jade within. This was Yong Yiting's first encounter with someone unveiling icy jade. Especially from a raw stone she had little faith in. Mo Xiaofan speculated that her heart must be a tumult of emotions. Yong Yiting had now pinned all her hopes on the mobanji that Mo Xiaofan had purchased that day, yet contrary to the aspirations of all gamblers. She secretly wished for that mobanji to fail spectacularly, hoping it would ease her own heartache. Boss Liu commented that he suspects you possess some secret to gambling on stones. I was skeptical, but now I find it hard not to believe, Xiao Ying remarked, examining the cut surface of moxisha with a smile. Xiaofan, there is something I wish to discuss with you, Xiao Ying suddenly stated with seriousness. Please go ahead, Boss Xiao. If I recall correctly, you are from Kunming, correct? Yes. I plan to open a jade shop in Kunming next year, akin to this one, offering a selection of mid to high-end finished jade products, while also providing gambling services to clients. The location has already been chosen, and by mid-next year, everything will be in place. But I'm in need of store manager. I wonder if you might be interested in this position. Mo Xiaofan was taken aback, completely unprepared for such a proposition from Xiao Ying. Boss Xiao, this opportunity is incredibly enticing. However, to be candid, I possess no experience as a manager of a high-end jade store. That is of no concern. One can learn through experience in management, and such matters are not insurmountable. The choice of a store manager is particularly challenging, as it necessitates an adeptness in the art of stone gambling, a skill that must be honed to perfection. This individual must possess the capability to assist clients in locating suitable raw stones, while ensuring a high probability of favorable outcomes upon cutting. Such a task poses significant difficulty for many, yet for you, Xiaofan, it is your forte. Consequently, when contemplating the position of store manager in Kunming, you are the first person who came to mind, without consideration of others. Boss Xiao, I am unable to provide you with a response at this moment, as I have yet to contemplate my future development plans. Are you concerned about the remuneration, Xiaofan, with your abilities? As long as you're willing to take on the role of store manager in Kunming, we can negotiate a salary of 500,000 or even 1,000,000 a year. Boss Xiao, you misunderstand. It is not a matter of compensation. The truth is that your proposal has taken me by surprise, and I find myself at a loss for an immediate response. Please allow me some time to consider it. Thank you, Boss Xiao. I truly appreciate your confidence in me. Few regard me with such esteem. Once I have made my decision, I will inform you promptly. As they spoke, a shop assistant brought over the last piece of raw stone, Mo Wanji, and carefully placed it before Xiao Ying. Let us see what delightful surprise this special Mo Wanji will unveil for us, Xiaoying said with palpable excitement as she rubbed her hands together. Upon revealing the cut surface of the Mo Wanji, all present were struck with astonishment. The surface was flawless, displaying a pristine icy texture interspersed with rich green flecks, which nearly enveloped the entire face of the stone. Upon witnessing this, Yong Yiting's last glimmer of hope to surpass Mo Xiaofan dissipated entirely. While she was indifferent to Mo Xiaofan's perception of her, she was acutely aware of Zhang Ying's judgment. Having previously expressed skepticism about Mo Xiaofan's stone identification skills, especially during the purchase of this final piece of Mo Wanji, she had subtly dissuaded Zhang Ying from investing alongside Mo Xiaofan. Unfortunately, this intervention severed Zhang Ying's opportunity to profit alongside Mo Xiaofan. Now, Yong Yiting felt an overwhelming urge to escape and find solace in solitude. Why is it that the raw stones I chose yielded such mediocre results, while this Mo Xiaofan stones turn out to be remarkably successful? How could this seemingly unattractive Mo Wanji reveal itself as an exquisite icy stone with flecks? Her mind raced with a multitude of conflicting thoughts. Xiaofan, this truly is a delightful surprise. Thank you, I am thoroughly satisfied. I'll take all 4 of these raw stones. How does this sound? 26,000 for the Damakong water stone, 10,800 for the Damakong half-water stone, 21,000 for the Mo Shisha, and 56,000 for the Mo Wanji. The total comes to 113,800. Does that work for you? Mo Xiaofan's costs were as follows: 5,800 for the Damakong water stone, 3,500 for the Damakong half-water stone, 12,000 for the Mo Shisha, and 6,000 for the Mo Wanji. Particularly, the Mo Wanji yielded substantial profits, further igniting Mo Xiaofan's enthusiasm for uncovering hidden gems. That sounds perfect. Thank you, Boss Xiao. Mo Xiaofan expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Boss Xiao. Upon receiving Mo Xiaofan's consent, his account swiftly received a transfer of 113,800 within 5 minutes. After receiving the payment from Boss Xiao, Mo Xiaofan paused briefly to calculate the amount he should transfer to Zhang Ying, subsequently sending her 28,900. Zhang Ying, check your phone, Mo Xiaofan said with a smile. Thank you, Brother Mo, I see it. This marked Zhang Ying's first income since her graduation, and it was a considerable sum. Looking at Mo Xiaofan, who wore a joyful expression, she felt a twinge of gratitude, followed by a bittersweet reflection on how good Mo Xiaofan had been to her. She recalled how he had taken her to gamble on stones and helped her earn her first profit. Yet, she felt a pang of frustration for not investing in Mo Wanji due to Yong Yiting's discouragement. Zhang Ying set her phone down and glanced at Yong Yiting, who seemed unaffected by the jubilant atmosphere of the courtyard. Yong Yiting quietly cradled her teacup, gently swirling the tea within. Observing Yong Yiting's demeanor, Zhang Ying's anger gradually subsided. She realized that although Yong Yiting might be somewhat misguided, she bore no malice and remained her closest friend. Any blame lay solely with Zhang Ying for doubting Mo Xiaofan initially. Chapter 100, An Unexpected Surge of Orders. Mo Xiaofan was reading in his residence at Aoxing Century when suddenly, his phone on the tea table rang. It was a transfer of 925 yuan from Xiong Haowen. The client from Lian Xiaowu Dao has sent the payment. What I just sent you is your half after deducting the carving fee. Oh, understood. Thank you, Boss Xiong. How have things progressed with Zhang Ying these past few days? Yesterday, I took her to gamble on stones, and she made nearly 30,000. That's wonderful. By the way, I've noticed you haven't posted on social media lately. I'll do it right now. Posting on social media may seem ineffective in the short term, but it is vital to remain consistent. I'll send you some photos of the finished jade pieces along with captions shortly, and you can share them. Absolutely. How is your relationship with Lele? Is everything going well? Although there aren't any major issues, we do have our share of minor disagreements. You're well aware of my temperament, and she's quite straightforward, being from the north, so we often exchange banter. Regardless of who has right or wrong, I inevitably end up coaxing her, so I'm trying to temper my fiery disposition. Relationships require some adjustment, and it seems you two are getting along much better than when you first arrived in Shandong. Adjustments do take time, which explains why I feel your mood has improved significantly today. Speaking of business, if the raw stone you purchased reveals a type of icy jade with floating flowers or pure icy jade, please send me pictures. I have a client looking for such bracelets. The requirements for icy jade with floating flowers and pure icy jade are quite high. Indeed, but the client is willing to pay. A bracelet of icy jade with floating flowers is worth no less than 20,000, while a pure icy jade bracelet starts at 35,000. That sounds promising. What size is the bracelet? Size 58. All right, I understand. In the future, whenever you uncover a piece of translucent ice jade or a superior gem, ensure to retain a portion, for the profit from selling finished jadeite is indeed the most substantial. Very well, Boss Xiong, I understand. This evening, I shall venture to the Delong night market to explore my options. Wishing you the best of luck. Before long, Xiong Haowen's images of finished jadeite and accompanying captions were sent to Mo Xiaofan's phone. Xiong Haowen, though rugged in appearance, possesses a refined inner quality. The jadeite he photographs is captured under natural light, with careful attention to angles, rendering the images authentic and clear, with colors that faithfully represent the original pieces. The accompanying text often consists of eloquent phrases or quotations from ancient poetry, effectively conveying his subjective intentions while beautifully highlighting the exquisite qualities of the jadeite. Mo Xiaofan first shared a video of a violet jadeite bangle along with 3 images captioned, "Violet jadeite bangle. Vivid color, delicate texture, radiant in light, enchanting when worn. Size, 578. Subsequently, Mo Xiaofan posted an image of a translucent red jadeite ruby head, positioned atop a large stone slab, where a beam of sunlight illuminated one side of the slab, casting the blood-red ruby head in a striking light against the rough texture of the stone. The caption read, "Sipping fine wine alone is dull. In my drunken dreams, I dream of flowers in you." Next, Mo Xiaofan shared an image of a high-grade translucent peace pendant and an 18K gold ring with icy green jadeite, posting these images along with captions to her social circle. After sharing with her friends, Mo Xiaofan felt a flicker of anticipation, pondering whether clients might reach out to her. Indeed, half an hour later, a business opportunity presented itself, though not through her social media. "Hey, old classmate, another business opportunity has come knocking. You won't turn it down, will you?" "Huh. President Shun, please elaborate on the situation. A wealthy acquaintance of my mother knows I have a friend dealing in jadeite, and she has asked me to inquire if you have a size 59 translucent jadeite bangle with flower patterns." A size 59 translucent jadeite bangle? Unfortunately, I don't have one in stock at the moment, but with some effort, I should be able to locate one. Great, my old classmate, I appreciate your help. She mentioned she is not in a rush, but insists that the quality of the bangle must be exceptional. If she is satisfied, she is willing to pay between 60,000 to 70,000. That's a decent price. I will do my utmost to find it. After concluding the call with President Shun, Mo Xiaofan contemplated the matter. Currently, she had the following orders: the translucent jadeite bangle or icy jadeite bangle requested by Xiong Haowen, the translucent jadeite bangle requested by President Shun, and the icy jadeite bracelet and bangle promised to her parents. Additionally, the owner of the Shanghai soup dumpling shop also requested a bangle. Although Mo Xiaofan was still unaware of her specific requirements, including budget and size, Mo Xiaofan concluded that she should first seek out the raw stones. As the requests from the other parties were clear, the requirements from the soup dumpling shop owner remained ambiguous. But she could attempt to find a translucent jadeite bangle with floral patterns to test the waters. The vast majority of ordinary customers have an irresistible attraction to the jadeite bangle of the icy variety adorned with floral patterns. The only concern for Mo Xiaofan is that the price of this exquisite bangle may exceed the budget of the owner of the Shanghai dumpling shop. Nevertheless, even in such a scenario, Mo Xiaofan can consider this bangle as part of his inventory, for he has no doubt it will find a buyer. It is now 10:50 in the morning. Having made up his mind, he plans to visit the Shanghai dumpling shop for lunch at 12:30, aiming to gauge the owner's interest. Currently, Mo Xiaofan has over 400,000 yuan at his disposal. After careful consideration, he concludes that he will not require such a substantial amount in the immediate future. Hence, he contacts the customer service of his loan bank to repay 200,000 yuan of the principal in this month's installment in advance. Initially, Mo Xiaofan had taken a bold step by securing a 3-year mortgage loan of 600,000 yuan against his property. With the repayment of 200,000 yuan, he feels an evident alleviation of pressure, leading to a notable improvement in his mood. At 12:30, Mo Xiaofan sets out on foot to the Shanghai dumpling shop. The shop maintains a consistent quality in its noodle dishes, and with the lunch hour in full swing, many patrons are dining there, keeping the husband and wife team busy. "Good afternoon. I hope I'm not interrupting." Mo Xiaofan greets the shop owner. Recognizing him as the young man who frequently visits for dumplings, the owner responds, "Oh, it's you? Please wait a moment. I'll clear this table right away." As usual, 2 baskets of dumplings? Yes, that is correct. Thank you, dear owner. The owner swiftly cleans the table, and Mo Xiaofan takes a seat. I apologize, but we have just sold out of dumplings. The new batch will take about 15 minutes. Would you mind waiting? Not at all. I'm in no rush. Mo Xiaofan pours himself some dipping sauce and takes out his phone to browse the news. The 15 minutes pass swiftly, and when he looks up from his phone, 2 baskets of dumplings have already been placed on the table. The restaurant remains bustling with patrons, and observing the couple's diligent work, Mo Xiaofan picks up his chopsticks, thinking to himself that any matters can wait until he has finished his meal. Although he waited 15 minutes for the dumplings, he devours both baskets in just 10. After finishing, he remains seated, anticipating that the owner will be occupied for a while longer, so he continues to engage with his phone. Half an hour later, as the crowd has thinned considerably, the owner approaches Mo Xiaofan after tidying up the shop. "Brother, is there something else on your mind? Last time, you mentioned an interest in bangles. I would like to confirm what type you're looking for in your desired size. I haven't worn one in ages, so I can't quite recall. Not to worry, I have a soft measuring tape with me. Let me assist you. You are a size 58, he notes. You are quite attentive, she replies. Could you share what type of jade you prefer for the bangle, or how much you plan to spend? This will help me in my search." Previously, when the owner had expressed her desire for a bangle, her descriptions had been rather vague, providing little useful information. Mo Xiaofan, considering that he was not yet familiar with the proprietress at that time, believed she had merely engaged him in trivial conversation to pass the time. Now, however, he felt it was time to inquire earnestly. If the proprietress genuinely wished to purchase a bracelet, he needed to clarify the pertinent information. The proprietress pondered for a moment and asked, "When you say you will help me find a bracelet, does that mean you do not have any stock of your own, and you will seek out someone else's inventory?" "Proprietress, I am in the stone gambling business. My intention in assisting you is to locate suitable raw stones for processing. If, upon analysis, the jadeite aligns with your preferences, I shall then craft it into a finished product for you. This approach minimizes my costs, allowing me to offer you a bracelet at a favorable price, benefiting us both." The proprietress nodded, appearing satisfied with Mo Xiaofan's explanation. "What would you estimate the price for a bracelet of fine, translucent jadeite with floral inclusions?" she inquired. "Have you considered a bracelet of icy jadeite with floral inclusions? I happen to have a client who is also seeking such a piece, which would make the search more convenient." The proprietress hesitated before responding. "Wouldn't the icy jadeite with floral inclusions be a bit pricey?" "That depends on the specific inclusions," he replied. "My prices range from 14,000 to 18,000 yuan. Although Mo Xiaofan's quoted price was on the lower end, it still aligned with the acquisition prices of Xiaoying, ensuring he would not incur a loss. If the price for the icy jadeite with floral inclusions is within that range, I can accept it. However, my final decision will depend on viewing your bracelet and the specific price," she stated. "Of course, I completely understand and have no issues with that." "Proprietress, may I add you on WeChat? By the way, I have yet to learn how to address you. My surname is Li. Please add me on WeChat. And what should I call you?" "Li Jia," she said, displaying her QR code for Mo Xiaofan. "I am Mo Xiaofan. I have added you on WeChat. Could you please accept my request? All right, we are now friends." "Thank you, Li Jia. If all goes smoothly, I will bring the bracelet to you within this week." "That's fine. I am in no rush. Take your time in your search." Arriving near the Dalong night market, Mo Xiaofan parked his vehicle as usual and then headed to a dessert shop at the entrance of the market to order a cup of palita. Xiong Haowen disliked sweets, and it was only during Lu Xiaolong and Zhuang Ting's visit to Rayleigh that Mo Xiaofan first tasted palita. Since that occasion, he had developed a fondness for this dessert, often ordering it whenever he encountered a shop selling it during his travels. After finishing his palita, Mo Xiaofan ventured alone into the Dalong night market. The stalls were set up and open for business, with tourists gradually increasing in number. In this familiar night market, the aroma of pineapple wafted through the air, unchanged from his previous visits. He had yet to detect the scent of durian since his abilities had strengthened, but he could now distinguish 2 varieties of lemon fragrance: the original citrus freshness and a newly intensified lemon scent. Based on Mo Xiaofan's analysis of his original stone purchases, it is highly probable that the lemon-scented original stone will yield a fine glutinous type, with a slight chance of it being a gelatinous variety. As for whether it will exhibit floating flowers or coloration, that is contingent upon luck. Conversely, the lemon-rich original stone will undoubtedly yield a glutinous ice type. with a significant likelihood of featuring floating flowers and even a base color. Consequently, Mo Xiaofan now seeks a glutinous ice stone with floating flowers, which is relatively easier to find, while discovering an ice type or an ice type with floating flowers relies on fortune. However, Mo Xiaofan remains unperturbed, if necessary. He can visit the original stone market multiple times, for there will always be opportunities to uncover high-quality stones. Boss, what is the price of this other oddity? Not long after entering the market, Mo Xiaofan, utilizing his enhanced abilities, swiftly spotted a lemon-rich original stone among the many stalls. 320,000, no bargaining. The stall owner replied nonchalantly. What's going on? Am I hearing things? Montag Xiaofan muset invertly. This stone was a black and dark-skinned southern oddity, weighing 14 kilograms, with a shape resembling a notably plump right triangle. The skin exhibited a palpable sandy texture, and under the light, a layer of yellow mist was visible beneath the skin, presenting an appealing appearance. However, to Mo Xiaofan's discerning eye, aside from its aesthetic allure, the other characteristics were typical of southern oddities. What could possibly justify the 320,000 price tag? Boss, there's no way this southern oddity is worth 320,000, Mo Xiaofan remarked. Do you understand that southern oddities can be extraordinary? The fact that you cannot discern this is merely indicative of your insufficient stone appraisal skills, suggesting that you and this southern oddity are simply not fated to be. The stall owner admonished in a condescending tone. This was the first time Mo Xiaofan had encountered such an impolite vendor since he began gambling on stones, and he sensed that this individual's arrogant demeanor was not conducive to selling stones. Given the stall owner's assertion that he and the southern oddity lacked fate, Mo Xiaofan decided not to linger and promptly turned to leave. With so many stalls in the market and an abundance of original stones exuding a lemon scent, how could he possibly fail to find a glutinous ice stone with floating flowers? That was out of the question. Chapter 102. A good mood brings good fortune. As Mo Xiaofan meandered through the stalls, he sought his objective using his abilities. The fruity aromas in the original stone market had notably intensified, yet they predominantly featured lemon scents. Initially, he felt somewhat disheartened, but upon reflection, this seemed to align with the market's trends. Mo Xiaofan soon stumbled upon another stall with a lemon fragrance. Approaching, he noticed a piece of lemon-scented original stone and a lemon-rich stone from the Hujing region. He disregarded the lemon-scented stone and directly inspected the one emanating a rich lemon aroma. This was a gray-skinned stone from Hujing, weighing approximately 13 kilograms. Most original stones from the Hujing area are relatively small, many no larger than a palm, making this 13-kilogram gray-skinned stone a veritable giant among its peers. The stall owner, aware of the rarity of such a large Hujing stone, prominently displayed it at the center of the stall, ensuring it was somewhat distant from the surrounding stones to highlight its uniqueness, as if fearing customers might overlook its extraordinary nature. The gray-skinned Hujing stone had a particularly plump shape, resembling a perfectly fermented giant bun. Mo Xiaofan examined the stone under the lamp, noticing a certain fluorescence. However, this luminescence was not particularly remarkable among the stones from Hojang. Moreover, two-thirds of the raw stone bore a significant crack, which Mo Xiaofan suspected might be a penetrating fissure. Although he anticipated that the vendor would demand a steep price, he still approached the inquiry with a tentative spirit. Sir, what is the price for this Hojang? You have a discerning eye, young man. This piece is my treasure. I intended to use it for my own cutting. Mo Xiaofan felt a twinge of frustration. Given that the vendor displayed the stones so prominently, it was only natural that anyone passing by would take notice, rendering his supposed keen eye irrelevant. Furthermore, the vendor seemed to ramble without divulging a price. Sir, you didn't mention the price for the Hojang. Oh, my apologies. How does 400,000 sound? Mo Xiaofan was even more disheartened. What was it about today that led him to encounter such eccentric vendors? Your quotation is perplexing. I acknowledge this Hojang is a rare specimen, but apart from its size, it is rather unremarkable. Look at the lighting effect and observe that substantial crack. Please enlighten me on how I might perceive its value at 400,000. Ah, young man, you failed to grasp the essence. This Hojang is suitable for bracelet material. Wouldn't you agree? And observe the delicate skin. It's exquisite. Isn't it? High-quality raw stones are often ruined, yet this does not guarantee the jade's quality. Why don't you propose a price, then? I see it at 40,000. 40,000? For a 13-kilogram Hojang, you suggest merely 40,000? 000? I believe further discussion is unnecessary. Please state a reasonable price. What do you wish to sell it for? I can offer you a maximum discount of 20,000, making it 380,000. Best wishes for your prosperous business. Mo Xiaofan concluded that continuing the conversation with this vendor would be a futile endeavor. So he turned away from the stall. He was at a loss as to why this day was unfolding as it was. That 13-kilogram Hojang, despite its significant crack, could yield approximately 7 to 8 bracelets. Assuming he could sell a bracelet made from the icy, translucent variety with floral patterns for 14,000 alongside the remaining scraps. He estimated a total sale of around 120,000 to 130,000. Even with a conservative estimate, the maximum potential could reach approximately 210,000 to 220,000. He could not fathom the audacity of the vendor in asking for 380,000. As the saying goes, a foul mood can adversely affect one's fortune. Mo Xiaofan took a deep breath, recalibrating his mindset before resuming his search for raw stones among the stalls. Uncertain whether it was merely an off day for him or a shift in the market, he soon encountered 2 pieces of lemon-scented raw stone. Both met with similarly inflated prices, each exceeding 15 times the value he could discern. Possessing a unique ability to estimate the potential sale price of these stones, he was baffled by the vendor's confidence in their exorbitant demands. Boss Xiong, are you busy? What is it? I've encountered a problem and thought to consult you. Could you not simply state the matter directly? This evening, I came across several rather fine raw stones. According to my estimation, I could discern a value of over 100,000. However, the vendor resolutely insisted on a price no less than 400,000. Is this situation typical? Quite so. In what way is it typical? Perspectives vary from person to person. While you perceive a value of over 100,000, the vendor believes your assessment is far too modest. In another scenario, the vendor may see a value of 800,000 or even 1,000,000, yet offers it at 400,000, thereby preserving a profit margin of 400,000 to 600,000 for you. This occurrence is also quite normal. Is it possible to operate in such a manner? Should I then express gratitude towards him? Some individuals indeed think in this manner. It is quite common. Your bewilderment primarily stems from your relatively brief experience in the realm of stone gambling. Gradually, you will become accustomed to these peculiarities. Very well, I understand now. Is everything satisfactory? By the way, if I were to find a raw stone of the translucent ice type with color, or one with a floating flower pattern, surely there will be clients interested? Absolutely. However, do not speak too confidently. Do you believe that raw stones of the translucent ice type with color or a floating flower pattern are as commonplace as cabbages of the market? Speak only when you have truly found one. Subsequently, with a buoyant spirit, Mo Xiaofan continued his search for raw stones among the stalls. Perhaps it was indeed his good mood that brought him good fortune, for he detected a fruity aroma distinct from that of lemons. It was the scent of pineapple. Following this enticing aroma, Mo Xiaofan arrived beside a relatively large stall in the night market, where 3 customers were already selecting raw stones, one of whom was engaged in haggling with the vendor. After some time negotiating, the customer withdrew their hand from a particular raw stone, and the trio departed together. Once they had moved away, Mo Xiaofan stepped closer and realized that the stone which had piqued the customer's interest was the very one emanating the delightful pineapple scent. He couldn't help but reflect that in future endeavors of selecting raw stones, one must carry a joyful disposition to attract good fortune. In the ensuing moments, Mo Xiaofan meticulously examined this raw stone. It was a grayish-white, cement-skinned moxisha, weighing approximately 5 kilograms, with a shell that lacked a sandy texture. When illuminated, it was evident that beneath the shell lay a misty layer, indicating that the outer layer was quite thin. The shape of this moxisha closely resembled a diamond, and overall, it presented a pleasing appearance. The cement skin is considered to have a higher probability of yielding valuable stones among moxisha, and possessing a misty layer along with a thin shell are characteristics that signify potential worth. Despite the appealing appearance of this moxisha, Mo Xiaofan was not overly optimistic. Nevertheless, since he was already there, it was prudent to inquire about the price. Boss, what is the price for this moxisha? The price for this moxisha is 130,000. Although 130,000 is not a trivial amount for a 5-kilogram raw stone, This quote seemed far more reasonable compared to the exorbitant figures quoted by previous vendors. Mo Xiaofan felt there might be room for negotiation. Boss, I can only see 3 bracelets from this moxisha. 3 bracelets surely cannot be valued at 130,000. The vendor, being knowledgeable, understood how to assess value, but Mo Xiaofan felt that the price was overly conservative. The exquisite mochi sha, with its delicate cement skin and thin shell, shrouded in a veil of white mist, possesses all the necessary conditions for high-quality goods, potentially resembling a glass variety. Boss, I am in the gemstone speculation business. Not here to gamble. I only trust what I can see. It may amuse you, but I have been in this trade for quite some time and have never encountered a glass variety. Such serendipity is truly beyond expectation. We are all business people here. So please, make me an offer. How about 35,000? That amount 1T suffice. At that price, I might as well cut the stone myself. Perhaps you could propose a fair price? As you said, we are all in business, and you ought to leave me some room for profit. Would 70,000 work? I believe that price would yield profit for us both. My margin is rather slim. I might even end up at a loss, so I can only offer 55,000. Please consider it. After a moment's hesitation, the boss replied, This piece of mochi sha has drawn much attention, yet no one has made a satisfactory offer. The value of any raw stone only materializes when sold for cash. I'll sell it to you. Thank you, boss. Wishing you prosperous business. After paying, and having acquired 5 kilograms of mochi sha, Mo Xiaofan left the stall with a sense of exhilaration. Although 50,000 ISN TA bargain price, the profit margin is assured, and if fortune favors him, the orders from Xiong Haowen and General Shun could be fulfilled with this mochi sha. As he departed the mochi sha stall, Mo Xiaofan suddenly recalled that he might also visit Song Jiong's stall, as he often discovers valuable items there. Good evening, Boss Song. Oh, ISNT this Boss Missouri. Have you struck gold today? Indeed, I found a piece of mochi sha. May I take a look? Mo Xiaofan generously handed the plastic bag containing the mochi sha to Song Jiong. Ah, a white cement-skinned mochi sha weighing about 4 or 5 kilograms. This is a fine specimen. With a stroke of luck, it could yield a glass variety. Huh. The vendor from whom I purchased the mochi sha said the same. If it truly produces a glass variety, I will buy up all the raw stones at your stall. I would be immensely grateful for that. Have you spotted anything else of interest here today? Let me take a look. Feel free. Just call me if you need anything. As a regular customer, I'll offer you a fair price. Boss Song, how much for this small piece of Damac and waterstone? This one? I'll let you have it for 2,500. That's a bit steep. Let us negotiate 1,500. That's hardly a negotiation. You're draining my resources. The lowest I can go is 2,000. How about 1,800 for good luck? You know I always visit your stall whenever I come to the Delon night market. Well, if you put it that way, fine. You can take it. Boss Song, most of the raw stones at your stall are Damacanthus. Why not stock up on raw stones from other sources? Each vendor has their own established supply channels. Mine primarily revolves around Damacanthus. However, I find that many Damacan stones are small in size, and not many can fetch a good price. Even at a low price, one can still achieve substantial sales. It is not an exaggeration to say that few vendors at the night market can match my frequency of restocking. A high restocking rate signifies a constant influx of new goods, which naturally attracts more customers. Understood. Thank you for today. I shall see you another time. Very well, goodbye. The next morning at 6 o'clock, Mo Xiaofan set out punctually, driving towards the early market at Jiegao. Mo Xiaofan possesses a particular trait. Once he commits to a task, he endeavors to resolve it promptly. Otherwise, the matter lingers in his mind, causing him considerable discomfort. Upon arriving at Jiegao, Mo Xiaofan indulged in a bowl of beef noodle soup and commenced his search for raw stones. As soon as he entered the Jiegao raw stone trading market, he was greeted by 2 distinct wafts of pineapple fragrance emanating from different directions, which filled him with an overwhelming sense of joy, akin to winning the lottery. Following his personal habit, he first inhaled the pineapple scent wafting from the left side of the market, searching for the source of the enticing aroma. The fragrance led him to a stall not far away, where he discovered a substantial raw stone exuding the delightful scent, a hefty 18-kilogram Yangmei skinwood stone, shaped irregularly like a triangle. Mo Xiaofan ran his fingers over the surface. The texture was robust and exquisitely structured. Typically, Yangmei skinwood stones yield jadeite of glutinous variety at best, and the stone's irregular shape would likely diminish the number of bracelets obtainable from it. Nevertheless, Mo Xiaofan held high hopes for this stone despite its average overall performance. He felt confident in acquiring it. "Boss, how much for this wood stone?" As Mo Xiaofan inquired. The stall owner was still distracted, engrossed in a game on his phone, fingers flying over the screen. Reluctantly, he glanced at Mo Xiaofan, tearing his gaze away from the device, and set it down. 580,000, no bargaining. Sir, I am referring to this Yangmei skinwood stone. Are you mistaken? Indeed, 580,000. The stall owner had already picked up his phone again, returning to his game, while casually responding. Sir, this is Yangmei skin wood, not golden skin. Don't choose Luban. I said, don't choose Luban. Damn, this match is unplayable. He exclaimed, returning to his game. If you're not buying, then look elsewhere. Can't you see I'm busy? Every year brings its share of peculiarities, and this year seems particularly abundant. Frustrated, Mo Xiaofan chose not to waste any more time with the stall owner, who was clearly more invested in his game than his business, and walked away from the stall. Chapter 104, Model Vendor, Boss Meng. Mo Xiaofan felt quite disheartened. A beautifully crafted stone with excellent lighting performance was being offered at an exorbitant price. While he could understand the high asking price for premium raw stones with a significant chance of yielding fine jade, he was utterly baffled by the 580,000 price tag for the 18-kilogram wood stone, especially given the seller's refusal to negotiate. It was incomprehensible to him that anyone with a sound mind and reasonable finances would consider purchasing such a stone. If no one is willing to purchase, then the vendor's exorbitant price holds no significance whatsoever. Mo Xiaofan felt a wave of frustration for several minutes, but after recalibrating his emotions, he resumed his exploration among the stalls, seeking the source of the delightful aroma of pineapple emanating from another direction. Now, following the enhancement of his abilities, Mo Xiaofan's sense of smell had become as acute as that of a beast tracking its prey by scent. In less than 5 minutes, he located the stall from which the enticing pineapple fragrance wafted. Amidst the pile of rough stones at the stall, there lay a piece of approximately 11 kilograms of white salt skin wood, shaped like a small mountain with a broad base and a pointed apex. Its edges were distinctly defined, and the surface was covered with a layer of crystalline formations resembling salt, which felt somewhat abrasive to the touch. These crystalline structures were tightly bound and not easily dislodged. Under the light, the fluorescence appeared promising. Mo Xiaofan assessed this piece of white salt wood. It showcased an appealing appearance, an aged quality, and commendable fluorescence. The sole drawback was the rather mediocre potential for yielding high-quality stones from this type of wood. Nevertheless, this piece of white salt wood still represented a commendable specimen. This was the outcome Mo Xiaofan least wished to encounter. Previously, the vendor had the audacity to demand an exorbitant price for an ordinary piece of wood weighing 18 kilograms. Thus, there was no reason to believe that he would allow Mo Xiaofan to easily seize this overall superior 11-kilogram piece. However, dwelling on such thoughts proved futile. He still needed to inquire about the price, and if necessary, he could simply choose not to purchase it. Sir, what is the price for this wood? You have a keen eye. This piece is indeed a premium specimen. For 90,000, you may take it away. Upon hearing the vendor proclaim it to be a premium piece, Mo Xiaofan had already lost hope. However, to his surprise, the vendor quoted a reasonable price of 90,000. Mo Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback, feeling that it was rather unscientific. He regarded the vendor and felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered him before. Suddenly, it struck him. He had previously purchased a piece of pineapple-scented Mo Wanji from this vendor for 6,000. That piece had been transformed into a fine jadeite with icy green and floral patterns, ultimately sold to Xiao Ying at a price of 56,000. With this recollection, Mo Xiaofan devised a plan. The original stone trading market saw a considerable daily influx of customers, and the vendor surely faced a deluge of clientele, rendering him unable to recall Mo Xiaofan specifically. However, upon Mo Xiaofan mentioning his prior purchase of the Mo Wanji, the vendor's memory was jogged. Mo Xiaofan continued, "That day, I came with 2 young ladies, and I acquired that Mo Wanji for 6,000 from your stall. Do you remember?" The vendor's face lit up with recognition. "Ah, the 4-kilogram black sandskin Mo Wanji. I recall you and those 2 lovely ladies taking turns examining the stones. Has that piece been opened? What was the outcome?" As the vendor remembered Mo Xiaofan, a joyful expression graced his countenance. "Quite well. It yielded a fine, glutinous variety, which is why I returned today." Thank you. Since you are a returning customer, I shall offer you a fair price for this white saltwood, 40,000. Thank you, kind sir. However, with a price of 40,000, 000. I may not be able to secure any profit, as you are well aware of the difficulties involved in extracting high-quality stones from white saltwood. Please, propose a price. If it's reasonable, I'll agree to the sale. We mustn't let the boss suffer a loss. What do you think of 28,000? My friend, you are quite fierce with your bargaining. Yet, dear boss, I too wish to make a profit. Only by doing so can I frequently visit your stall. Would you agree? Ah, very well. Since we are fated to meet, do take it away, and remember to visit often. That is a given. How shall I address you, esteemed boss? My surname is Meng. And you? I am Mo Xiaofan. Thank you, Boss Meng, for today. Let us connect on WeChat. Please inform me when you have new merchandise. No problem. Thank you, Brother Mo. In this relaxed atmosphere, Mo Xiaofan could no longer suppress the elation bubbling within him, allowing a smile to grace his face. He mused that if there were more vendors like Boss Meng in the market, perhaps a dozen would suffice, and in a few years, he might achieve financial independence. However, after searching around, he found that most of the raw stones were not purchased due to unsuitable pricing. It seems that possessing a dozen good vendors like Boss Meng is merely a dream. The shop of Yuan was as bustling as ever, indicating his business thrived consistently. Upon entering, Mo Xiaofan was surprised to find Yuan not busy, but rather seated at the tea table, enjoying tea with a customer. Yuan, I thought you would be preoccupied in your workshop today. I've hired an additional assistant, so now I can occasionally indulge in leisure, Yuan replied. Brother Mo, please, have a seat and enjoy some tea. Isn't this Boss Missouri? Do you remember me? Mo Xiaofan turned to the voice, recognizing it as Boss Chow, whom he had encountered previously with Lu Xiaolong when selling raw materials. Hello, Boss Chow, how could I forget you? What treasures has Boss Missouri brought today? May we have a glimpse? Mo Xiaofan placed a plastic bag containing Mo, Shisha, Dama Can, and Mu Na on the tea table, and many patrons gathered around to take a look. One by one, he presented the raw stones for the crowd's scrutiny. Boss Chow retrieved a high-powered flashlight, examining each stone closely. This white cement skin Mo Shisha is remarkable. The skin is both fine and thin, with an excellent appearance, and it harbors a layer of white mist within. This Dama may be small, but it holds potential. The white salt sandskin Muna is also quite commendable. Although it bears a higher risk, it might contain something of great value. I knew Boss Missouri had an eye for quality. The stones you selected are indeed treasures. You flatter me, Boss Chow. I believe your discerning eye is extraordinary. You have accurately identified the characteristics of these three stones at first glance. Having seen many raw stones, one inevitably gains some understanding. I wonder if Boss Missouri would consider selling these three stones directly to me? I'm willing to offer 100,000 for them. Mo Xiaofan was taken aback by Boss Chow's direct proposal to purchase his three stones, momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing Mo Xiaofan's silence, Boss Chow assumed he found the offer of 100,000 too low. Boss Missouri, given that we have collaborated before, how about this? I will increase my offer to 120,000. At this moment, other curious customers joined in the commotion. Young man, 120,000 is not a small sum. You could easily take the money and avoid the risks associated with the raw stone. Why not seize the opportunity? Indeed, it's a splendid proposition. If it were me, I would certainly sell. If someone else were in this position, they might be swayed by Chao Shuang's words and the surrounding crowd, potentially leading to the raw stone being sold to him. However, Mo Xiaofan is not just anyone. He possesses a unique ability to discern the true value of the raw stones. Selling the three pieces for 120,000 would be utterly foolish. Boss Chow, I appreciate your offer, but since I'm already here at Yuan's, it would be illogical to sell without assessing the stones first. So, thank you for your kindness. Why not reconsider, Boss Missouri? If you think my purchase price is unappealing, we can negotiate further. Negotiate further? Would you accept 250,000 for them? If you agree, I will sell. Yet, it was evident that 250,000 would never be accepted. Thus, there was no need for further discussion. Mo Xiaofan thought to himself. Though he voiced none of this, he was sincerely grateful for Boss Chow's recognition, but still intended to examine the stones himself. Seeing Mo Xiaofan's resolute stance, Chao Shuang ceased his persuasion, offering a smile and nod before returning to his tea. Although Boss Chow had given up, the onlookers were eager for more excitement. One of the earlier instigators chimed in, Young man, this seems quite unwise. Selling your three raw stones for 120,000 would surely net you a profit. Why shoulder the risk yourself? Thank you for your concern, but consider me a fearless novice, Mo replied. Mo, how do you plan to assess these three raw stones? Please share your thoughts. I'll start with the Damak and Waterstone, peeling it back. As for Mo, Shisha, and Muna, please help me open them so I can decide how to proceed. Of course, Mo. Today is quite busy. Let us enjoy some tea while we wait. After a while, the grinding machine became available, and a yuan took Mo Xiaofan's Damak and Waterstone into the workshop. Boss Missouri, where are you from? Gaosuan in Guit? I am from Kunming. Ah, Kunming is a wonderful place, warm in winter and cool in summer. I truly admire Kunming. 2 years ago, I bought a house there. My wife and children currently reside in Kunming. My child has graduated from university for over a year now and remains unemployed, a source of great concern. I see you are around 27 or 28 and have already established yourself in the stone gambling business in Rueli. I truly admire that. Boss Chow, you flatter me. I stumbled into this line of work through a fortunate connection. At such a young age, your skills in stone appraisal are remarkable. Your future is undoubtedly bright. Thank you, but I still have much to learn and improve. By the way, why don't you bring your son to Rueli and introduce him to this trade? Sigh. I spoiled him too much in the past. Now, making him endure a bit of hardship feels like asking for his life. He is unwilling to come, and I can do nothing but let him be. Boss Chow's comments about his child evoked a sense of nostalgia in Mo Xiaofan, reminding him of his own rebellious youth and the ever-supportive nature of his parents, stirring a pang of sadness within him. Your son is still young. He will gradually come to understand your good intentions, he reassured. Thank you for your kind words. I hope that will be the case. As their conversation unfolded, Mo Xiaofan and Chao Shuang began to grow more familiar with each other. Mo Xiaofan found Chao Shuang to be quite amiable and contemplated the possibility of acquiring some jade from him in the future, although the purchasing price would require further negotiation. Brother Mo, your Damak and Waterstone has been unveiled. Take a look, Yuan announced, placing the Damak and stone on the tea table before Mo Xiaofan. Despite its modest size, the stone shimmered brilliantly under the light, resembling a delicate pale green gem. This was a piece of glutinous ice-type jade with a clear water base from Dama, Kansas. Mo Xiaofan was not particularly surprised. He anticipated that the Damak and glutinous ice-type would indeed be exquisite, even finding the clear water base somewhat lacking. However, for the onlookers, including Chao Shuang, the significance of this glutinous ice jade from Dama was quite different. Boss Missouri, it seems that Chao Shuang has succumbed to his professional instincts. Whenever he encounters fine jade, he cannot help but inquire, one observer noted. I apologize, Boss Chao, but this piece of Dama can perfectly meet the needs of one of my clients. However, if you're interested in the Mo, Shisha, and Moon Na stones in the future, I would be willing to part with a few slices for you. Excellent. I eagerly await your high-quality offerings from Mo, Shisha, and Moon Na. Time passed unnoticed as customers came and went in Yuan's shop, some sipping tea while others engaged in conversation. At that moment, Yuan brought the open Moon Na stone to the tea table before Mo Xiaofan. Having previously witnessed the unveiling of the glutinous ice jade from Dama Can, nearly all the customers in Yuan's shop gathered around to observe the results of the Moon Na stone. Mo Xiaofan directed his flashlight at the opening of the raw stone, and while he remained silent, gasps of astonishment erupted from the surrounding patrons. Old Wang, you were just suggesting that this young man sell the raw stone. Imagine if he had heeded your advice. I meant well. Who could have predicted that this white salt sand Moon Na would yield such a remarkable result? Let us be honest, if it were me, I would have sold it for 120,000, seeking a modest profit. But this young man is different. His skills embolden him. You know, I've seen Boss Missouri here for the third time at Yuan's shop, and each time, the raw stones he brings have appreciated in value without exception. Is he really that extraordinary? Perhaps we should get acquainted with him, so he can offer us some guidance in the future. Chao Shuang rubbed his hands together, a charming smile gracing his face as he looked at Mo Xiaofan. Boss Missouri, what do you think of this Moon Na? Chapter 106, Two Pieces of Ice Type. Mo Xiaofan gazed at the white salt sand Moon Na on the table, marveling at its icy green with floating flowers effect. Secretly pleased, yet maintaining a calm demeanor as he addressed Chao Shuang. Boss Chao, may I ask you to wait a moment longer? I must wait until the Moksha is opened before I can comprehensively compare and determine which piece of raw stone I may be willing to part with. Chao Shuang appeared somewhat perplexed, unable to grasp the implication of Mo Xiaofan's words. Boss Missouri, I do not quite understand your meaning. My point is that the Moksha currently being opened has a high probability of yielding exceptional quality. I need to wait until it is revealed and then compare it with this piece of Muna before I can ascertain which jadeite can be offered to you, Boss Chao. Chao Shuang was taken aback. While he acknowledged that the likelihood of Mo Xiaofan's Moksha producing high-quality jade was indeed plausible, He did not believe that Mo Xiaofan possessed the capability to discover two pieces of ice-grade, raw stone simultaneously. The odds of such an occurrence seemed minuscule, akin to winning a 5 million lottery. Youth, although many claim you possess considerable skill in stone gambling, which I have witnessed firsthand, your current assertion seems rather presumptuous, remarked a bystander from the gathering of spectators who believed Mo Xiaofan was being overly boastful. Indeed, how could it be possible for 2 out of 3 raw stones to yield ice grade? If you are merely seeking an excuse to withhold the Muna from Old Chow, you could simply state that Old Chow would surely understand. The surrounding patrons murmured among themselves, largely convinced that Mo Xiaofan was engaging in mere theatrics. Unperturbed by their comments, Mo Xiaofan persisted with his inquiry directed at Boss Chow. Boss Chow, do you think this is feasible? Chao Shuang pondered for a moment and replied, sure, that is acceptable. It merely requires a little more patience. I'm also curious about the potential quality of the Moxisha. Boss Missouri, I have heard that those particularly adept at stone gambling possess not only exceptional skills, but also an extraordinary intuition, allowing them to ascertain whether a raw stone can yield quality and what kind it may produce. Do you believe such individuals exist? That is a complex question. When I examined this Muna, I was struck by a feeling that led me to believe it could yield high quality, and as you can see, it truly did. I experienced a similar sensation upon viewing the Moxisha, which suggests it may surprise me as well. The ability to successfully cut raw stone is inherently enigmatic. Even if a piece appears to meet all criteria for a successful cut, it may result in utter failure upon extraction, while an inconspicuous raw stone may yield exceptional quality. The absence of absolute rules in stone gambling, combined with the necessity of an element of luck alongside individual stone appraisal skills, captivates many enthusiasts. At this moment, Chao Shuang and Mo Xiaofan were engaged in a discussion regarding the elusive intuition associated with stone gambling. Although the surrounding patrons may not fully believe, they were nonetheless intrigued and listened intently. In the bustling atmosphere of the parlor, only the voices of Mo Xiaofan and Chao Shuang could be heard. Boss Missouri, have there been instances when your intuition has proven unreliable? Chao Shuang inquired further. Indeed, there have been, and such occurrences are frequent. However, this intuition has also brought me numerous surprises, such as with today's Muna, which is why I choose to trust it more often than not. It is often said that the art of stone gambling requires an innate talent, and I believe that Mr. Mo's intuition exemplifies such a gift, one that others cannot replicate, forever remaining in its shadow. It is not as mystical as Mr. Chow might suggest. To speak plainly, I merely possess a stroke of good fortune, and who knows when that luck might wane. Talented, yet humble young individuals like Mr. Mo are becoming increasingly rare. Well then, Mr. Mo, a yuan has emerged. Congratulations, Mr. Montauk. This piece of Mashi Sha is indeed of the finest ice type, featuring a splendid ice green base. Upon hearing this, the entire living room erupted in excitement. Customers from the lounge flocked to the tea table, their eyes fixated on the 5-kilogram Mashi Sha that a yuan had placed there. Observing the eager expressions on their faces, one could sense their exhilaration surpassed even that of the owner. Naturally, Mo Xiaofan felt a surge of joy, though it was not quite the same intensity. For him, the pinnacle of excitement had occurred the previous day when he acquired this Mashi Sha at the Dalong night market. Now that the stone had been revealed, his exhilaration paled in comparison. Mo Xiaofan leisurely retrieved a high-powered flashlight, beginning to illuminate the Mashi Sha. Indeed, it was an ice green base. This was my first encounter with someone unveiling an ice green base from a stone. Look at this green, behold its translucence. It is simply exquisite, one customer remarked. How disheartening it is to compare oneself to others. I once doubted the existence of such gambling talent, but today, I am compelled to believe. Old Wong, what do you think? Have you encountered a master today? Absolutely. With a capital A. Greetings, Mr. Mo. My name is Chun, a fellow enthusiast of stone gambling. If the opportunity arises, might I request your assistance in the future? Mr. Mo, I also engage in the jade gambling business. Would it be convenient to exchange contact information? It would be wonderful to seek your guidance. Mr. Chow, I have considered this. I have a use for the Mashi Sha, and regretfully, I cannot share it with you. However, if you are interested in the mukna, I would be willing to allocate 2 slices to you. Shall we discuss the price after the mukna is sliced? This way, we can negotiate based on the head and tail of the material. Very well, I appreciate your generosity, Mr. Mo. A yuan. Is it feasible to slice the mukna into 5 pieces at a thickness of 16 centimeters? Certainly, Mo Gu. Should we do the same for the Mashi Sha, slicing it into 4 pieces at 16 centimeters? No, The mashi sha should be sliced into 3 pieces at a thickness of 20 centimeters. This will indeed result in the loss of a bracelet. I had promised to create a beaded bracelet with an 18-centimeter diameter for my father, so... I see. Since this is your filial piety, I will say no more. Leave it to me. Thank you for your hard work at Yuan. Mo Xiaofan and Chao Shuang continued their leisurely tea and conversation at the tea table. With the promise of 2 slices of mukna granted to him, Chao Shuang's spirits soared, leading to a light-hearted exchange between the two. The customer who had just exchanged contact information with Mo Xiaofan joined in the conversation. Some customers who had already completed their stone unveilings also lingered, perhaps feeling that merely glimpsing the mukna and mashi sha was not enough. They wished to await the results of the 2 original stones post-slicing.